An eerie blood-red moon bleeds its crimson glow across the land. On a desolate highway beyond the city outskirts, the cracked asphalt is stained with blood. 13 battered vehicles of various makes and models sit parked along both sides of the road. In the clearing at the center of the convoy, a bonfire crackles as 30-odd people gather around it. Among them are men, women, the elderly, and children, with adult males comprising 60% of the group. Adult women come next in number, while the elderly and children make up the smallest portion of the group. Bathed in the orange glow of the firelight, these people are dressed like beggars, their faces marked with deep fear and exhaustion. Among the crowd, a tall, lean man stands out. He is roughly 1.80 meters with a scorpion tattoo on his neck, dressed in a black trench coat and black sunglasses, exhaling slow rings of smoke. His attire, bearing, and state of mind make him conspicuously different from the rest. Listening to the muffled sobs of women around him, the man lazily raises his eyelids with clear impatience. "Shut up." His low, curt command instantly silences the surroundings, plunging everything into a death-like stillness. Wang Yun narrows his eyes slightly as memories of the past weeks flash through his mind like a slideshow. His name is Wang Yun. Just 1 month ago, he had successfully completed his final covert mission and retired honorably. Upon returning home, he had expected everything to be as it always was. But reality struck back far sooner than expected. One after another, unsettling pieces of information suddenly appeared across major social media platforms, repeatedly trending at the top of the news. Among them, the most conspicuous trending keyword struck Wang Yun as absurd, bizarre. Blood moon. Demise. These 3 words, as if possessed by some strange magic, triggered panic across the entire world. Alongside these events, some people awakened supernatural abilities. On a well-known anime community website, Wang Yun had been fortunate enough to witness such an awakening just before the video was taken down. How should he put it? It was as though after retiring he had transmigrated into another world. At the time, Wang Yun paid it no mind, assuming it was some special effects company gimmick to sell some product. As a former special operations agent of a covert bureau, what secrets could there possibly be that he did not know? He had participated in numerous SSS-class top-secret missions. If there truly existed things he did not know about, then the apocalypse would not be far off. If such things were real with his connections, he would have known by now. As a steadfast soldier of materialism, he utterly dismissed such things. And so 3 days later, that evening while he was resting after dinner, something terrifying happened. One horrific event after another erupted inside his apartment building. A woman's weeping in the hallway, violent pounding on doors, and desperate pleas for help. It came in relentless waves like the rapid beating of drums. Fortunately for him, his special forces background kicked in. His habitual alertness snapped him awake from light sleep, and he rose cautiously without foolishly opening the door. Otherwise, he would have ended up like the neighbor downstairs. Once that reinforced door opened, blood-curdling screams and the gut-wrenching sound of organs being ripped out echoed out. Each time he thought of it, an involuntary shiver ran down Wang Yun's spine. Luckily, that night he relied on years of combat experience to fight his way out of the apartment building. That night, he and a group of strangers scrambled out of the city in a mad dash. He remembered it clearly. That night the moon had not been white. It had been an eerie blood red. They stood far off on a grassy field outside the city, staring at the city shrouded in black mist beneath the blood moon. He thought of the broadcast they had heard this morning. For these people, all hope was gone. During the previous half-month, everyone had remained optimistic. Including Wang Yun himself, they had all believed that the nation would surely step in. But this morning, the long wait finally delivered its death sentence. Humanity's conventional weapons had been overwhelmingly crushed in this bizarre war. 99% of the cities had completely fallen into forbidden zones for humans. Wang Yun's heart died as well. The prophesied apocalypse had truly arrived. Those days of peace felt like nothing more than a dream. Now that the dream had ended, they had been cast back into a blood-soaked battlefield. Wang Yun recalled how he had miraculously survived and awakened his supernatural sequence. His sequence is called the Prophet sequence. Just as that young man in the video had said, there were no side effects. Currently at sequence 1, the risk eliminator. It was precisely because of him that many clever people who listened to him had managed to survive until now. He wielded great authority among the survivors. After all, only by following Wang Yun could they stay alive. The sharp sting in his hand quickly pulled him back to the present. The cigarette had burned down to his fingers. With a sudden jolt, Wang Yun tossed the cigarette, but into the nearby bonfire. Under the puzzled gazes of those around him, Wang Yun walked with an air of unbothered arrogance toward the convoy parked about 100 meters behind. This convoy was divided into 2 groups. One was the people with cars in the front. The other group was the one Wang Yun was now approaching. As he drew closer, the blurry outlines in the darkness began to sharpen. Motorcycles, electric scooters, and bicycles clustered together. Many survivors had gathered around, chatting quietly in pairs and small groups. Wang Yun's arrival drew plenty of attention, facing their gazes filled with various meanings. Wang Yun acted as though he had seen nothing. Before awakening his supernatural sequence, he had already been a special operations soldier. And now, with his supernatural abilities amplifying him further. Although it was only the Prophet sequence, his body had still received a certain amplification. Fists like sandbags, The effect of him dealing with ordinary people was like an ordinary person swinging a brick at someone's head. One punch to explode a head. That was all too easy. Wang Yun strolled leisurely to the very end of the convoy, not far from this ragtag band of vehicles. A lone agricultural three-wheeled cart hid itself in the blurry darkness. Only when the blood moonlight faintly pierced through could Wang Yun see who was sitting inside the vehicle. A thin young man wearing a white logo t-shirt was eating inside. In his left hand, he held a piece of dry bread, stuffing it into his mouth. His right hand cradled a 550 milliliters bottle of mineral water ready to take a long swig. Wang Yun's approach made him grow wary. The young man did not look up, acting as though he had not noticed. Yet his right hand subtly slipped into his pocket, and a pair of wolf-like eyes fixed dead on Wang Yun through peripheral vision. In his pocket, the cold gleam of a sharp piece of metal flashed briefly, like a venomous snake tasting the air while lying in wait. Just as the young man was growing increasingly wary, unable to make out the approaching figure, a familiar rough voice rang out from the other side. "Zhou Xing, it's me, Wang Yun." Hearing those words, the young man withdrew his hand from his pocket, and the metal glint was concealed by the fabric. The young man raised his eyes, his gaze returning to its usual indifference, looking straight at the approaching figure. "Brother Wang, I've told you already. I'm used to being alone, so stop trying to persuade me." Upon hearing the young man's refusal, Wang Yun, dressed in his black trench coat, looked utterly unbothered. He casually climbed into the passenger seat and pulled 2 cigarettes from his coat pocket. "Keep them for yourself, I don't smoke." The young man's clear voice carried a note of calm as he declined the offered cigarettes. Hearing the young man's words, Wang Yun pursed his lips. He hung one cigarette from his lips and tucked the other behind his ear. The cigarette tip flared to life, pushing back the darkness by a palm's width. Wang Yun leaned back against the cold, hard seat and said with a faint smile, "Without you and your three-wheeler, I'd have kicked the bucket long ago." Zhou Xing did not respond to Wang Yun's crude humor. Only the sounds of the young man gulping down water echoed in the darkness. Burp. A satisfied burp rang out in the darkness. Zhou Xing placed the water bottle back into the cargo bed, then turned his head to study the man sitting in his passenger seat. One memory after another surfaced in his mind. He was a sophomore college student who had died from playing games until he dropped dead. By the time his consciousness cleared and his vision focused, his hands were already gripping the handlebars of a three-wheeled cart. A web novel plot had somehow come true for him. At first, Zhou Xing was thrilled. He thought he had transmigrated into the plot of some grand adventure novel. But a week passed. From the blurry memories of his predecessor, he gradually sensed something unusual about this world. His predecessor's parents had died young, and his grandmother had raised him. A classic protagonist's beginning. Except all he had inherited was a broken three-wheeled cart. Every day he drove it through the alleys of the city at night, scavenging for scraps. And then on that night half a month ago, the bizarre outbreak occurred. He had just walked into Wang Yun's residential complex when he saw Wang Yun in a life-or-death situation. The man beside him was being pinned down by a bizarre woman in red, crawling on all fours, nearly choked to death. Zhou Xing's eyes darted about, thinking it was worth a shot. He pulled an empty bottle straight out of the cargo bed, filled it with his own child's urine, and hurled the capless bottle directly. His aim was true. It struck the bizarre creature right on the back of the head. The urine splashed all over Wang Yun's face, and the black hair on his neck instantly steamed, with white vapor writhing and shrinking back. Wang Yun scrambled onto the cart. The two of them rode the three-wheeler in a mad dash out of Jiang City. What surprised Zhou Xing was that Wang Yun had actually awakened his supernatural sequence right after surviving that crisis. He had seen it on social media before the apocalypse as well. Zhou Xing also knew a bit about the awakening ratio. One sequence awakener might emerge per 10,000 people. To be honest, Zhou Xing was a little jealous. For ordinary people to survive in this bizarre apocalyptic world was truly a hellish difficulty. Of course, he had not misjudged the man. Every time the convoy stopped to rest these past few days, Wang Yun would come over. The two would chat for a while. Zhou Xing knew this was Wang Yun's way of indirectly warning the survivors up ahead. They did indeed talk about some things. Now that the apocalypse had come, Wang Yun didn't hold back either. He directly told Zhou Xing about his past as a special forces soldier. Zhou Xing had not been surprised at the time. Instead, he had more of an "I knew it" expression. This guy was a special operations soldier before the apocalypse and awakened the prophet sequence after it. Truly enviable. Why is my life so bitter? Zhou Xing grumbled endlessly inside. Thanks to Wang Yun, life had been manageable. Zhou Xing gritted his teeth, a look of unwillingness in his eyes, just as he was about to ask Wang Yun about the detailed awakening process for the 91st time. Suddenly, a blue pop-up window appeared in Zhou Xing's mind. System binding successful. Bizarre slaughter settlement system. System rules: killing or wounding bizarre creatures yields slaughter points, which can be exchanged for needed items in the system shop. Damn. System daddy. You finally arrived, damn. Brother Zhou, are you really not considering being my aide? Wang Yun's tone carried a clear appreciation for talent. Over this period, Zhou Xing's character had truly impressed him. Silent and decisive in action, especially the ruthlessness Zhou Xing revealed when handling certain matters recently. Wang Yun greatly admired this. In peaceful times, this young man would definitely have the makings of a soldier king. No matter what, he had to bring this young man into his squad. Just as Wang Yun exhaled smoke and was lost in such thoughts, Zhou Xing's calm voice drifted over from the driver's seat. Brother Wang, being alone suits me just fine. Hearing the same answer again, Wang Yun's face showed helplessness. He sighed without further persuasion. Truth be told, he could understand. If he were in Zhou Xing's shoes, he would probably refuse to. In peaceful times, people were already sending close friends to remote regions for organ harvesting. Now in the apocalypse, the situation would only be worse. Human nature could not withstand such tests. Besides, everyone had their own secrets. He had always been trying to recruit this young man, so it was only natural for Zhou Xing to have his reservations. Wang Yun glanced at the slender youth beside him in the darkness. If anyone in this group could survive to the very end, it would definitely be this young man. Then I'll head back. If anything comes up, give me a shout. He tossed the cigarette but onto the roadside and stepped out. His boots crunched against the rough asphalt, the rustling footsteps gradually fading into the distance. When the figure grew blurry and finally disappeared completely from the road, and seeing no one was paying attention nearby, Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze and began examining the system panel before him. From Wang Yun's reaction, this panel seemed visible only to him. The interface was very simple. In the center of the main page was a huge shop icon. Below the icon, the 4 bold characters, Exchange Mall, glowed quietly in a luminous green. Directly above the shop icon were 3 blood-red characters, Slayer points. The surface of the characters was covered in writhing flesh-colored tentacles and black vein patterns appearing exceptionally grotesque and sinister. The Arabic numeral 0 followed closely after the text. Zhou Xing instinctively reached out and tapped the shop icon. The interface immediately changed. The top text transformed into Exchange Mall, with parentheses following it containing the character 1. Zhou Xing figured the 1 meant this was the level 1 Exchange Mall. Below it was a brown wooden rack resembling a shelf. The rack had a 1010 grid of empty slots. Only 2 items occupied the shelf, quickly drawing Zhou Xing's attention. The item in the very first compartment made his eyes widen instantly. Within the wooden compartment's space, a needle vial, glowing with crimson red light, floated gently up and down. Zhou Xing swallowed hard, his gaze shifting to the text description below. Sequence Elixir Blade, Saint Sequence Elixir. No side effects. 100% awakening guaranteed upon consumption. No way. Zhou Xing's face showed shock, which swiftly transformed into wild joy. Could this be a turn of fortune? After all, humanity's situation had already become extremely dire at the very start. In this unknown future, Zhou Xing, like Wang Yun, had completely lost hope in the nation's ability to reclaim the cities. Every day hereafter might bring encounters with the anomalous, especially since tomorrow morning they were heading out to gather supplies. If he could obtain this sequence vial. Zhou Xing unconsciously rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his dirt-smudged face like a blooming chrysanthemum as he looked at the system panel. System, how many Slayer points do I need to exchange for the sequence vial? Since this was an exchange mall, it certainly wasn't free. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, a blue dialog box immediately popped up in the center of the panel. The system's mechanical voice sounded. Exchanging for the sequence vial requires 300 Slayer points. 300 Slayer points, that doesn't seem like a lot, does it? Zhou Xing stroked his chin, a flash of thought crossing his face. He seemed to remember that before entering the exchange mall, the Slayer points value was 0. According to the system's rules, he could only obtain Slayer points by killing anomalous entities himself. In other words, Zhou Xing still had to kill anomalies and accumulate 300 points to exchange for the life-changing sequence elixir. Thinking of this, Zhou Xing's face showed unwillingness. He tentatively asked, System Daddy, can I borrow 300 from you first? Cannot. Before Zhou Xing finished speaking, the system bluntly rejected him. Zhou Xing's heart instantly sank halfway. Anomalies weren't even fazed by firearms. How could an ordinary person like him kill one? Should he bite them with his mouth? Recalling this morning's broadcast on his phone and radio, Zhou Xing's face turned ugly. Major cities had already fallen, though no one said it outright. But it indirectly reflected that against the anomalous human military forces with conventional weapons could hardly do anything. If even the military was in such dire straits, what could Zhou Xing do? Wait, the system also mentioned that inflicting damage counts. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up as he remembered the Pyongyang boy urine method. Who would have thought that years of being single would now become his only chance to turn things around? Currently among this group, only Zhou Xing knew how to harm the anomalous. Aside from the Pyongyang boy urine method, Zhou Xing had not yet found any other way to harm the anomalous. As for killing them outright, just surviving was already a blessing. Zhou Xing's eyes flickered and narrowed slightly. From the system's hints, he could glean some important information. The anomalous could be killed. Moreover, only those with extraordinary power using extraordinary means could completely kill the anomalous. Unable to obtain the sequence elixir for now, Zhou Xing immediately lost interest and shifted his gaze to the second wooden compartment beside it. As Zhou Xing looked within the wooden compartment's space, a three-dimensional hologram of a green military off-road vehicle rotated in place. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up as his gaze shifted to the text description below. Level 1 shop military off-road vehicle. System product guaranteed premium. All-terrain solid tires. Everything you want is included. Rating practical. Looking at the flowery description, Zhou Xing said with a dead-inside expression, "System, how many Slayer points do I need to exchange for the military off-road?" 3,000. The system's quote made Zhou Xing feel a tightness in his chest. The recently disappointed mood received yet another heavy blow. Zhou Xing sighed, his face rather ugly as he said, "We'll talk about it later then." Sitting on a mountain of gold he couldn't spin, Zhou Xing leaned back against the hard seat in disappointment. The blood moon hung high in the sky, the entire world seemingly draped in a veil of red. It was midsummer now. The southern outskirts should have been alive with the chirping of insects. But strangely the surroundings were now deathly silent. Sensing this eerie quiet, Zhou Xing's expression didn't change much. It was indeed frightening at first, but after half a month he had grown accustomed to this heart-pounding silence. Lying flat in the cargo bed with a ragged blanket he had picked up during his escape beneath him, his head rested against water bottles he'd been drinking from. Sky for a blanket, earth for a bed. Such was Zhou Xing's life now. Of course Zhou Xing was only dozing, not truly asleep, his right hand tucked into his pocket. In the apocalypse, besides the anomalous, survivors were also a threat to be wary of. Sometimes people were more terrifying than the anomalous. Just 2 days ago a new social youth had joined the group. Seeing that Zhou Xing was only in his early 20s, small and frail, and alone, that youth immediately conceived malicious intent. Fortunately Zhou Xing was alert and acted with swift decisiveness. Just as that person was about to use a steel wire to strangle him, Zhou Xing struck first. Before the social youth could react, Zhou Xing had already drawn his short dagger and slashed across the man's throat. Although the next day many in the convoy regarded him with greater fear and respect, Zhou Xing still maintained his habit. In the apocalypse the fires of civilization were about to be extinguished. Such habits kept him alive. The rule of law world was now a thing of the past. He had to remain vigilant. Thus in a daze of shallow sleep, Zhou Xing spent a numb and weary night. The convoy endured the night wrapped in tension and fear. The morning light of the next day rose from the horizon, driving away the anomalous blood moon. Zhou Xing's eyes snapped open, the vigilant darkness in his pupils flashing for a moment. He put away the blanket, gave himself a simple rinse and swallowed. Resources were different now. Food, fuel, and water were all scarce commodities. Fortunately, before the apocalypse arrived, Zhou Xing had already scavenged through garbage dumps for a week. This experience of drinking rinse water held no significant psychological shadow for him now. Up ahead, the 13 gasoline-electric hybrid vehicles began departing one after another. Zhou Xing immediately picked up the crank handle, jumped down from the cargo bed, and walked to the front, inserting the crank into the metal slot. As Zhou Xing gripped the metal handle, he began turning it counterclockwise. The puttering sound of the three-wheeler soon echoed on the road. Ignoring the strange glances from those around him, Zhou Xing returned to the driver's seat and tossed the crank into the cargo bed. The three-wheeler quickly emitted blue smoke and overtook bicycles and electric scooters chasing after the motorcycles. Because there wasn't much diesel, the speed was only 50 kilometers per hour. It could only trail far behind the motorcycle team. Time quickly arrived at noon. The sun hung at the very center of the blue sky. Zhou Xing soon spotted the 13 gasoline-electric vehicles and motorcycle team at a crossroads ahead. A large group of people had gathered at the intersection. Hearing the puttering of the three-wheeler, many people turned to look at Zhou Xing's direction. Zhou Xing pretended not to notice and parked his vehicle 10 meters away from the convoy by the roadside. Removing the key and pocketing it, Zhou Xing finally got off and walked toward the crowd. As Zhou Xing approached, the crowd quickly parted to make a path. The surrounding people's gazes were full of envy toward Zhou Xing, and even some young women flirted with him. During this period, many in the convoy had learned of the relationship between Zhou Xing and Wang Yun. Being a friend of an extraordinary one, identity like this was enviable. Zhou Xing paid no attention to these people. Walking straight through the crowd, he saw Wang Yun with his back to him, waves of cigarette smell drifting from the front. Zhou Xing walked slowly forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Wang Yun. Zhou Xing turned his head, his gaze falling on the man wearing the trench coat. Wang Yun's face was now dark and gloomy, the hand holding his cigarette trembling uncontrollably, his eyelid twitching wildly. Seeing Wang Yun in such a state, Zhou Xing's heart skipped a beat involuntarily. Following Wang Yun's gaze forward, less than 100 meters ahead was the entrance to a town. Zhou Xing roughly scanned the area. The town wasn't large, the streets visible from end to end. But what was strange was that the wind blowing from the town entrance wasn't hot and humid, but carried a damp, moldy chill that had lingered for a long time. Under the scorching sunlight, the village looked so quiet it chilled the heart. Zhou Xing looked down and discovered the hair on his arms had stood up on end. Such a reaction only appeared when encountering the anomalous. There was an anomalous entity in this village. The others involuntarily shivered as they gazed at the silent town. "Captain Wang, can we enter this village?" "Are you stupid? Can't you see how grim Captain Wang's face is? Maybe we should go to another town. I've hauled goods here before. The nearest village or service station is 100 kilometers away. My vehicle can't make it 100 kilometers. Damn it, fortune favors the brave." After a brief commotion, many in the crowd realized this village was their only remaining supply point. Miss it, and they would perish on the road ahead for various reasons. It was merely a difference between dying sooner or later. Only by entering this village and gathering supplies could they survive. Brother Zhou, I'll go with you this time. I can sense many eerie presences ahead. Ordinary people face a slim chance of survival. Wang Yun turned his square face, staring at Zhou Xing with utmost solemnity. Zhou Xing met his gaze, then quickly shook his head, fixing his eyes on the village entrance with an expressionless face. Same as before. I'll lead the team to gather supplies, and you stay outside to keep watch. With that, Zhou Xing extended his right hand toward Wang Yun. Seeing Zhou Xing's resolute gaze, Wang Yun sighed and pulled a walkie-talkie from his pocket, handing it to Zhou Xing. Take care, brother. If it's too much, just... Wang Yun didn't finish the sentence. Zhou Xing nodded. Under Zhou Xing's lead, a group of survivors drove their vehicles toward the silent town entrance. Seated on a three-wheeled cart, Zhou Xing surveyed the entire town. The main street was overgrown with green moss, and a nauseating stench of mold emanated from within. Shops lined both sides of the street. Billboards were severely faded, covered in black mildew. Even the lampposts were tightly shrouded by unknown green vines. Less than a month had passed since the anomaly outbreak. Yet this town seemed eerily as if no living soul had inhabited it for half a century. There was not a single trace of human activity. Zhou Xing studied the town, a mix of awe and dread in his heart. Behind him, the survivors also wore grim expressions. Seeing the town up close, they all understood this might be a one-way trip. Yet for various reasons, they had to follow Zhou Xing into the town. Zhou Xing's gaze fell on the nearest signboard of a large supermarket at the town entrance. Raising his hand, he spoke coldly. See that supermarket? We search it, and then pull out. Of course, anyone who wants to check other shops is free to do so. This foray into the town would inevitably encounter anomalies. For ordinary people, the best strategy against anomalies was to stick together, praying the anomaly would kill others while they escaped. Being alone and encountering an anomaly meant certain death. Most of the crowd nodded in agreement with Zhou Xing's words, but quite a few were unimpressed. Sticking together increased survival odds, but that shop was only so big. There were still 5 or 6 small supermarkets along this street. It was high noon, and the small shops with their compact spaces were easily bathed in sunlight. Zhou Xing didn't care what these people thought. He had given his warning. How they acted was their own affair. Everyone must pay the price for their choices. Since they chose to be greedy and reckless, they must bear the cost of their lives. A clattering sound rang out as Zhou Xing clipped the walkie-talkie to his collar, drove the three-wheeler, and entered the town. The survivors immediately followed. The large supermarket was on the right side of the street, less than 50 meters from the town entrance. Some survivors broke away from the group, heading toward the small shops on both sides. These were newcomers who had just joined the convoy. They thought Zhou Xing was all talk. But 15 others stuck with Zhou Xing. These were seasoned veterans, having returned from every previous expedition, with Zhou Xing laden with goods. The group parked their vehicles in front of the supermarket. Zhou Xing and the 15 survivors stood before the large supermarket. The walls were made of glass panels, and the entrance was also glass with a lock hanging from a rusted handle. The sunlight allowed everyone to see the entire first floor of the supermarket. It was huge, about the size of a football field. Thanks to the transparent glass walls, nearly half the space was exposed to sunlight. Neat rows of metal shelves held various snacks, drinks, and even flour and rice in the grain section. The selection was incredibly diverse. Zhou Xing and the 15 survivors' eyes lit up like hungry wolves spotting fresh meat. Zhou Xing led the way, holding a rock from the three-wheeler, and charged into the supermarket. The others followed close on his heels. As soon as he entered, Zhou Xing dashed toward a shelf of canned goods. Canned food had a shelf life of a year. Water and sugar were precious in the apocalypse. After that, he sprinted to the grain section, hoisted 2 bags of rice onto his shoulders, and with his chest bulging with a pack of cans, he rushed out of the supermarket. Back and forth, he worked frantically. He grabbed several bags of salt and metal tins of tea leaves. Soon the three-wheeler was piled high with packages. On the final trip, Zhou Xing, with his front and back both laden with bulging bundles, all filled with bottled water, felt a sense of unease. Logically, a smooth supply run should have been a cause for joy. But everything had gone too smoothly. Just as he was placing the bundles into the vehicle, a heart-wrenching scream from inside the supermarket made his entire body tense. Zhou Xing's heart raced. He whipped his head around, staring warily at the entrance. There's an anomaly. There's an anomaly inside. That woman is chasing us. Damn it all, because of that idiot. Hasty, chaotic footsteps mixed with curses soon reached the supermarket entrance. Seeing their pale faces and cold sweat, Zhou Xing immediately ran to the passenger seat, bent down, and inserted the crank into the slot. A clattering sound soon followed. By the time those people rushed to the supermarket entrance, the agricultural three-wheeler was already spewing blue smoke and had shot 20 meters away. Though Zhou Xing was the captain, he had no obligation to protect others. He ignored the screams, cries, and even curses behind him. He floored the accelerator. Just as he was about to reach the town entrance, from the shadows on both sides of the street, where sunlight couldn't reach, black figures with crimson eyes began to writhe. The moment the three-wheeler sped to the entrance, hundreds of black tentacles shot out from the darkness of the alleys on both sides. These tentacles immediately lashed toward the three-wheeler. They coiled around the 3 wheels and the body, lifting it off the ground. On the surface of the tentacles, countless resentful human faces writhed, their crimson eyes glaring venomously at Zhou Xing inside the vehicle. Scorching sunlight struck the black tentacles, causing white smoke to rise. Seeing this, Zhou Xing's face darkened even as hope flickered within him. The anomalies were becoming resistant to sunlight. They were growing stronger. Fortunately, the enhancement was slight. I wonder if child's urine still works. Without hesitation, Zhou Xing unbuckled his belt. He placed a water bottle he had emptied during the supply run into a specific position and quickly filled it to a third of its capacity. Holding the bottle in his left hand, he tilted it, so the yellow liquid fell into his right palm. Feeling the warmth and smell, he flung it behind him without looking back. A black tentacle that was about to strike from behind collided with the urine. The smooth, dark surface of the tentacle instantly became like the skin of a toad. A piercing shriek and howl of agony erupted from the tentacle. Before Zhou Xing, the system's prompt panel appeared. Congratulations, host, for damaging the Wraith tentacle. Anomaly kill value 35. 35 points for just one hit. Zhou Xing exclaimed, then immediately flung the urine toward the tentacles, ensnaring the vehicle. The yellow liquid like sulfuric acid splashed onto the tentacles. The air was filled with agonizing shrieks and howls that made one's scalp tingle. The prompt panel appeared again before Zhou Xing. Anomaly kill value 35. Anomaly kill value 35. Anomaly kill value. Watching the tentacles hiss with white smoke and retreat in pain into the dark alleys, Zhou Xing's anomaly kill value reached 3500 points. At that moment, the roar of a car engine came from behind. A woman's voice filled with endless chill and venom echoed from the rear. You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die, haha. A shiver ran down Zhou Xing's spine. A cold bead of sweat slid down his chin, dripping onto his already soaked t-shirt. Without looking back, he stomped on the accelerator, and the vehicle shot out of the town entrance. As for those survivors, may fortune be with them. Rushing out of the town, Zhou Xing quickly drove the tricycle back to the highway. He parked the vehicle on the road ahead of the convoy. If the eerie entities from the town surged out, he could escape immediately. Seeing Zhou Xing emerge, some survivors rushed toward him. His gaze turned cold as he touched his pockets, producing two short daggers that gleamed with a chilling light. The dagger blades featured triangular bloodletting grooves. Yet even so, these people still pressed forward. The vehicle was about to be surrounded. At that moment, the supplies could be snatched away by the crowd in a frenzy. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Xing was about to reverse or make an example of someone. From behind the crowd, Wang Yun drove an off-road vehicle past them, blocking Zhou Xing's path. All of you get the hell back. Wang Yun's eyes widened like a tiger's, revealing the aura of a man who had faced blood and bullets on the battlefield. Seeing Wang Yun's demeanor, the survivors halted. Zhou Xing's gaze swept over the crowd, noticing some seemed disappointed. He memorized their faces. These people must die? With the intervention of the superhuman, the crowd retreated to the highway entrance, staring at the town. Seeing them back off obediently, Wang Yun's iron-blooded aura subsided. He parked the off-road vehicle on the other side of the road. Wang Yun leaned against the window, poking his head out to smile at Zhou Xing. Brother Zhou, not bad. Zhou Xing gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze alertly fixed on the town entrance without turning his head. I was almost out of the town just now. Blah blah blah. Listening to Zhou Xing's flat account, Wang Yun drove his vehicle behind Zhou Xing's tricycle, also gazing toward the town entrance. The clicking sound of a lighter echoed on the silent highway. Wang Yun took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes growing deep and solemn. After Zhou Xing dashed out of the town, a dozen or so more people emerged one after another. Considering that 30 people had entered earlier, only this few had come out. According to his precognitive ability, no danger was approaching for now, and he could wait another half hour. The eerie entities still showed some aversion to sunlight. They probably wouldn't rush out of the town for now. Wang Yun thought, turning his head to look at the young man sitting on the tricycle ahead, and sighed. Things might get worse from now on. If only the convoy had a battle sequence superhuman. Hearing Wang Yun's words, Zhou Xing simply shook his head. A 250 milliliters bottle of cola flew from his right hand, landing toward Wang Yun, who was half leaning out of the vehicle smoking. Seeing something flying toward him, Wang Yun instinctively reached out and caught it. Realizing it was cola, Wang Yun smiled. Twisting off the cap, he gulped it down. The sun soon moved toward the western sky, and it was 3:30 p.m. Wang Yun retreated into the vehicle and re-emerged with a white megaphone. A rough shout soon echoed across the highway. Time's up. Without another word, Wang Yun's vehicle drove off into the distance. The agricultural tricycle followed closely behind. From afar, Zhou Xing heard curses and pleas behind him mingled with the roar of engines. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression indifferent. In the apocalypse, everyone wanted to survive. But sometimes your fate was sealed. Zhou Xing didn't know how long he would live. But at least he had obtained the system now. Unless he suddenly fell ill or turned into a saint, he would outlive 99% of humanity in this post-apocalyptic world. Just as Zhou Xing sighed and resolved never to become a saint, the roar of 3 engines rapidly approached from behind on the highway. Zhou Xing glanced back and then looked away. 2 hybrid SUVs and a sedan quickly caught up with the tricycle and overtook it. They filled the gap between the tricycle and Wang Yun's off-road vehicle. Watching these cars, Zhou Xing was unimpressed. He glanced at the fuel gauge. With the remaining fuel in the tank, plus the 1 can he had collected, he could still drive about 100 kilometers. As long as the convoy stopped to rest. He could immediately exchange the sequence serum and military off-road vehicle, using his slaughter points. Thinking he would soon upgrade his gear, Zhou Xing smirked. The convoy sped along the highway all afternoon. From an original 60 people, only 4 cars and an agricultural tricycle remained. Behind the tricycle, 5 motorcycles followed. Zhou Xing estimated roughly that the convoy now had fewer than 15 people. Even the cold-hearted Zhou Xing couldn't help but sigh. So many had been lost in a single supply run. If not for his own child's year and earlier, he might have stayed in that town. Night fell, stars twinkled, and a crimson full moon hung in the center of the sky. On the suburban highway, sensing that the eerie entities were no longer following, Wang Yun stopped to let the convoy rest. 3 cars gathered together with a small campfire burning beside them. 4 adult men and 2 women. A group sat around the fire, their feet surrounded by collected cans and sausages. A sizable pot sat nearby, steaming with noodles. They laughed and chatted without restraint, occasionally glancing at Zhou Xing, Wang Yun, and the motorcycle group, not far away. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, hearing soft footsteps. Wang Yun's voice came from behind. Brother Zhou, I'm here to distribute the supplies. Same as before, half each. Zhou Xing said without turning around. Wang Yun walked over and sat down on the cold, rough road beside Zhou Xing. Wang Yun looked up, his eyes solemnly fixed on the blood moon in the sky. Sensing his unusual behavior, Zhou Xing glanced around imperceptibly and said, Anything to discuss? Sigh, Brother Zhou, it might just be the 2 of us from now on. Hearing this, Zhou Xing glanced at the motorcycle group and the other car. Observing the positions of the 2 groups relative to himself, Zhou Xing turned his head and looked at Wang Yun's resigned yet troubled expression, understanding. Usually when he led, only a few disobedient fools died. This time, with 80% casualties, both groups were probably holding a grudge against him. If not for Wang Yun keeping them in check, they would have come after him long ago. So what are you going to do? These are all loose ends. Hearing Zhou Xing's words, Wang Yun turned his gaze fixed on Zhou Xing and spread his hands. Anyway, I'm the only prophet sequence. If they don't follow me, they'll die faster. Wang Yun then glanced at the 2 groups and whispered, It's just that you'll probably have to ride in my car from now on. Lao Wang, do you have some kind of fetish? Zhou Xing's face darkened, then he stood up, kicked Wang Yun's backside hard, and headed toward the tricycle. Hurry up and distribute the supplies. Rest early. Half an hour later, the convoy's scattered campfires glowed faintly. Seeing everyone asleep and not paying attention, Zhou Xing sat in the passenger seat, and a blue panel appeared before him. Gazing at the red glowing serum and military off-road vehicle, Zhou Xing inwardly exclaimed. System immediately exchanged for the sequence serum and military off-road vehicle. The system panel simultaneously displayed 2 red confirmation buttons. Zhou Xing raised his left arm and tapped both buttons. The moment the action was completed, Zhou Xing saw the slaughter points plummet to 200. An object also materialized in his palm. Zhou Xing looked down. A thumb-thick vial contained a slow red liquid that shimmered like a ruby, emitting a soft red glow. In his vision, a holographic outline of a military off-road vehicle appeared ahead, with a blue button for placement confirmation. Zhou Xing moved his gaze beside the tricycle carriage and tapped the button. Strange things happened. The empty space beside the tricycle instantly gained a brand new military off-road vehicle. Without a sound, Zhou Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Silence was best. His secret must not be seen by these people. The system's method saved him much trouble. Zhou Xing took a blanket from the carriage and covered the vial. Looking at the translucent needle, Zhou Xing swallowed. System, will I pass out after injection? He asked uneasily. Injection of swift awakening, no fainting. Zhou Xing's heart eased. He raised his right arm, holding the blanket needle aimed at his arm. With a slight prick like a mosquito bite, the needle penetrated a third of the way into the skin. As the syringe was slowly pushed, the red liquid was injected. When the last drop entered his body, Zhou Xing withdrew the needle. The translucent syringe dissolved into countless light particles and vanished. Zhou Xing was satisfied. It saved him the trouble of disposal. Feeling no abnormalities, Zhou Xing prepared to move the supplies. But as he stood up from the passenger seat, he was suddenly frozen in place, as if struck by a paralysis spell. A surge of unfamiliar information and a strange burning sensation erupted simultaneously. Veins bulged on Zhou Xing's forehead, and 2 red lights flickered in his eyes as his body swayed. Zhou Xing felt as if every part of his body was being pricked by needles. The information of the Sword Saint sequence was also etched deep into his consciousness. Sword Saint sequence 1 was swordsman. His current skill was Gale Step. In battle, it could conceal his aura, render his body invisible, and even footsteps and airflow would not be disturbed. It was essentially an escape skill. Although he could only learn a new skill upon leveling up, Zhou Xing could feel his body had undergone significant changes. Though the awakening was instantaneous, the subsequent pain was excruciatingly long. In the silent moonlight, the tricycle emitted faint sounds of teeth chattering. This continued until midnight. Restored to normal, Zhou Xing felt energized, his body like a fierce tiger. His gaze fell on the supplies in the tricycle. Rustling sounds soon arose from the tricycle. Zhou Xing began moving the supplies. The faint noise still woke some people. These survivors merely glanced blurrily and saw Zhou Xing moving supplies. They paid no further attention. An ordinary person, what could he do in the dark? Without a second thought, they drifted back into a light sleep. The sky was gradually brightening. After a night of effort, all the supplies from the agricultural tricycle had been transferred by Zhou Xing to the trunk of the military off-road vehicle. Zhou Xing made a rough inventory. He now had 3 dozen bottles of mineral water, 4 cases of canned fruit, half a case of canned beef, and various snacks and drinks. Most importantly, there was rice. Though he had been an ordinary person at the time, Zhou Xing had managed to grab 2 25-kilogram bags of rice through sheer tenacity. This rice alone could sustain him for 2 or 3 months. The supplies filled the entire trunk to the brim, and a sense of security welled up in Zhou Xing's heart. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, vehicles and food were the basics. Of course, as time passed, perhaps only transcendent beings would be qualified to survive in the future era of rampant anomalies. Based on the encounter in the town, it wouldn't be long before anomalies could roam freely in broad daylight. If this conjecture came true, ordinary people might be extinct within half a year. Thinking this, Zhou Xing couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He shook his head, dispelling the thoughts. Live one day at a time. If it really came to that, surely someone would step in. He walked to the vehicle, took out an iron pot, a bottle of cooking oil, and half a bottle of mineral water. On the campfire sat a grill he had collected from the town. Zhou Xing bent down, placed the pot on the grill, added a handful of rice and water, poured in some cooking oil, then covered the pot. Feeling that it might be too plain and not filling enough, he pondered for a moment, turned back to the vehicle, and fetched a can of beef. He put the can into the pot to heat together. Plopping down on a cotton blanket spread on the road, the morning wind sliced through his collar, bringing a chill. 20 minutes passed slowly, and the rice porridge in front of Zhou Xing was fully cooked. Compared to solid rice, he felt the porridge's gruel was easier to absorb and digest. He tore open the metal packaging of the canned beef, dumping large chunks of meat into the pot. With one hand, he stirred the mixture as if wielding a ladle. Then, as if drinking water, he pressed his lips to the rim of the pot and began to chew and swallow slowly. The aroma from Zhou Xing's meal spread around the camp. Tent flaps and car doors began to open. Groggy survivors, their stomachs aching from hunger, woke up one after another, looked toward Zhou Xing, and then started to light fires and cook. Zhou Xing also observed these survivors. Unlike before, after yesterday's events, these people were generous with their supplies when making breakfast. Many who usually couldn't bear to eat their fill today gave themselves a full bowl of rice with pickles and snacks, as if this meal might be their last. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, finished the last mouthful of meat porridge, cleaned up, and returned to his vehicle. He lowered the window halfway and toyed with the black pistol in his hand. Before Zhou Xing's eyes, the information of this gun appeared instantly. Marvel pistol. Marvel rank 9314. Ability: infinite bullets, can injure anomalies. Side effect: system produced, must be fine. Note: upgradable. Zhou Xing read it, his eyes narrowing. System: infinite bullets. Does it consume Geely values? Zhou Xing asked. If it required Geely values, he thought it better not to use it. But the system's reply satisfied him greatly. Killing anomalies automatically absorbs anomalous energy to convert into bullets. How to upgrade the pistol? Zhou Xing pressed. Collect suitable Marvel materials. Note: Marvel materials are items dropped with a certain probability when killing anomalies. Seeing the system's response, Zhou Xing rubbed his chin. It should be the same principle as big monsters dropping equipment. Of course, it's a probability. Not every anomaly drops Marvel materials. Having figured out this gun, Zhou Xing prepared to tuck it into his waist. But suddenly his movement froze and his face filled with astonishment. He was of the Sword Saint sequence, so his weapon should be a sword. Thinking this, Zhou Xing couldn't help but lightly touch his forehead and ask the system again. System: how to obtain the Sword Saint sequence's weapon. Before Zhou Xing finished speaking, the system panel popped up. Next to the original military off-road vehicle slot, in the third wooden slot, a miniature longsword appeared, shaped like a tang sword. The blade's surface had fine crack-like textures similar to glass. It radiated a red glow, floating up and down within the slot. Zhou Xing glanced at it, then moved his gaze to the blue price tag below. Damn system. A broken sword costs 10,000 Geely values. Why don't you just rob me? Zhou Xing stared at the panel, his face flushing. The previous 3,500 points of Geely were earned with his life. 10,000 points. How many anomalies would that require contacting? Forget it, this pistol is a marvel and sufficient for now. The system panel disappeared. Zhou Xing extracted the magazine and began to examine the bullets inside. He was curious how bullets that could injure anomalies differed from ordinary ones. With a metallic click, the magazine loosened. Zhou Xing took it out, his gaze falling on the inside. It was arranged like a normal magazine, nothing special or unusual. The only difference was the bullets. Zhou Xing removed one bullet and examined it closely. The bullet was a dark red metal. On the bullet were strange red tentacle patterns emitting a faint red glow. Each bullet was wreathed in a light gray-red mist. He reloaded the magazine and tucked the pistol into his waist. Just as Zhou Xing finished equipping and inventorying, waiting for the convoy to depart, a rough voice from Wang Yun echoed through the camp via a loudspeaker. Our next destination is Shijing. Rongqing has already fallen. The convoy will depart in 10 minutes. Without waiting for the ordinary survivor's reaction, Wang Yun's voice faded. Soon low sobs and furious curses rose in the camp. My parents are still in Rongqing. Whoa, fuck this apocalypse. When will this ever end? Mom, Dad, I will definitely survive. Zhou Xing sat in the car half the window, letting in the outside commotion, his hands and feet turning cold. He was like an addict trembling as he picked up a bottle of cola. The bottle shook as he brought it to his lips, and he began to chug. The sharp, spicy carbonation made Zhou Xing cough uncontrollably. Yet only then did he feel a bit better. He rested his left hand on the steering wheel, leaned back in the comfortable leather seat, and gazed through the glass at the dim earth. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed. He hadn't received any news from the military before, but today he was told Rongqing had fallen. Although he didn't know how Wang Yun obtained the information, Zhou Xing felt this news was likely true. If so, humanity would have to migrate northward to sparsely populated areas. Thinking this, Zhou Xing understood Wang Yun's intention. If Xijing was even worse, they would head straight for the Great Northwest. As for resistance and fighting anomalies, a city of millions had fallen and become a nest of anomalies. People like them probably wouldn't even be enough to fill their teeth. Zhou Xing couldn't help but let out a breath, feeling much relieved. The survivors outside, after a brief collapse, quickly adjusted. Depart. Wang Yun's distorted electronic voice came from the front. The convoy began to move again. Watching the convoy gradually pull away, Zhou Xing finally turned the key, shifted gears, and chased after them. Through the rearview mirror, Zhou Xing took one last look at the agricultural tricycle that had accompanied him. He felt a slight loss, as it was the first vehicle that had been with him through the apocalypse after his rebirth. But reality left no choice. To keep up with the convoy, Zhou Xing had to find a better vehicle. Everything was to avoid being left behind and to survive. Those who had ridden bicycles or walked had already failed to catch up with the convoy, proving the importance of vehicles. As the convoy slowly migrated at 50 kilometers per hour, the terrain on both sides of the road began to change noticeably. The originally flat grasslands were replaced by rolling hills covered in green vegetation. The road itself began to twist like a winding river, turning every few hundred meters. Zhou Xing lowered the window halfway, glancing at the hills on both sides out of the corner of his eye. This kind of green vegetated hill severely obstructed the view. A malicious sense of peeping emerged from the vegetation on these hills. Zhou Xing couldn't help but become alert. He almost suspected that Wang Yun was leading them into a trap. Hey Captain Wang, when can we rest? The convoy's been moving for an entire day. A male voice called out from behind Wang Yun's vehicle. Inside a white SUV, a middle-aged man leaned halfway out of the co-pilot window, scanning the road ahead and shouting. From the lead SUV, Wang Yun's distorted and grave electronic voice crackled through. Something has been following us this whole time. Though Wang Yun had not explicitly stated it, everyone present understood perfectly they were being hunted. A suffocating tension instantly permeated the entire convoy. Zhou Xing could not help but narrow his eyes, his vigilance sharpening. Cold glints of light swept across the hills on both sides. His left hand steadied the steering wheel while his right hand drew the black handgun from his waist, gripping it tightly. At some point, a rain fog had begun to rise around the convoy. The convoy's visibility shrank from nearly 1,000 meters to 100 until finally they could only see 10 meters ahead. When the fog had thickened so much that only the vague silhouettes of the motorcycles ahead remained visible, the hair on Zhou Xing's skin stood on end and his heart began to pound uncontrollably. It was the grotesquerie. The grotesquerie was coming. This sensation had occurred before. Whenever they encountered a grotesquerie, Zhou Xing immediately rolled up the window, his cold, sinister gaze fixed on the dense rain fog outside the windshield. Just as Zhou Xing followed the convoy at a slow pace, his gaze inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror. Behind his own SUV in the mirror, the rain fog beyond 10 meters began churning, and through the blurred visibility, two orange-yellow headlights emerged. A piercing horn and the roar of an engine chilled Zhou Xing to his core. Zhou Xing's gaze hardened, his left hand wrenching the steering wheel violently. The military SUV skidded sharply left, veering into the oncoming lane. In the pre-apocalyptic world, Zhou Xing would likely have been cited for dangerous driving. But this was the apocalypse now, and worse still, a grotesquerie cargo truck was right behind them. The military SUV burned rubber, tearing down the road in reverse. On the two motorcycles ahead, several survivors scrambled toward the roadside in fright. Zhou Xing sat in his vehicle. Listening to the faint curses outside his window, he felt only a sliver of security. Having a tail was actually a good thing. Just as Zhou Xing prepared to catch up to Wang Yun and inform him about the grotesquerie cargo truck behind them. Behind the motorcycle convoy, a series of metallic clashes and fiery explosions erupted from behind. Zhou Xing craned his neck, his gaze falling upon the rearview mirror. Behind the 5 vehicles there was nothing left but metal collisions and sparks. No motorcycles remained. The rain fog was like a gaping mouth, quickly devouring the flames and the sounds of explosions. The convoy was instantly shrouded in an oppressive tension. The original speed of 50 kilometers per hour surged to 120 in just 2 seconds. If not for the fear that these people might lose control and crash into the roadside, they probably would have pushed it to 180 kilometers per hour. After half an hour of wild speeding, the convoy showed no signs of slowing. Zhou Xing had already pulled alongside Wang Yun. From the three vehicles behind, faint sounds of survivors weeping could be heard. Through the car window, Zhou Xing observed Wang Yun's face. Ghastly pale, as if dusted with white powder. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, his wolf-like eyes scanning the thick fog enveloping the highway. Within this rain fog, it felt as though countless gazes were fixed upon them. This sensation grew increasingly intense, chilling one's heart, provoking an involuntary retch of terror. Zhou Xing endured the discomfort his nerves taught, and took a swig of the half-empty cola with his right hand. His stomach immediately felt much better. The black handgun remained tightly gripped in his hand. After roughly half an hour, absolute darkness began to descend around them. The speeding convoy switched on their high beams. Zhou Xing felt in profound gratitude in his heart. Fortunate that he had obtained enough horror kill value to exchange for this SUV in time. Otherwise, relying solely on that nostalgic, somewhat faulty tricycle, he would probably have met his end long ago. His gaze fixed upon the fog ahead, so thick it seemed on the verge of condensing into raindrops. Droplets of water had begun sliding down the side windows. A sudden breaking sound shattered Zhou Xing's contemplation. He hastily glanced at the rearview mirror. Wang Yun's vehicle had already braked to a halt, and the three following SUVs had stopped as well. Only he was still speeding, having already surged 100 meters ahead. Zhou Xing's expression shifted. He slammed the brakes, shifted into reverse, and recklessly backed up. The car stopped beside Wang Yun's vehicle, and Zhou Xing lowered the window. The moment the window lowered, Wang Yun handed over a communicator. After their last supply run, Zhou Xing had returned this device to Wang Yun. We're surrounded. Both the road ahead and behind are blocked by those grotesque cargo trucks. After the window closed, Wang Yun's trembling voice came through the communicator. Zhou Xing's heart sank as he surveyed the surroundings. Do you have any solutions? After a long silence, Zhou Xing asked through the communicator. On the other end, only the crackling static of electricity remained. Zhou Xing hung up the phone and began quietly awaiting the changes around them. The eerie silence did not last long. From the roads ahead and behind the cargo truck's engine, sounds suddenly roared to life, and the surrounding fog began to visibly condense. Visibility began to sharpen. A light drizzle began to fall around them. Through the misty rain curtain, everyone in the convoy witnessed a terrifying scene. On the roads ahead and behind the convoy, countless mottled rusted cargo trucks blocked both sides. Inside each truck's cab, a crimson glow emanated. In those drivers' seats, figure after figure sat like puppets, ragged and clothed, their shoulders grotesquely twisted, swaying frenziedly like grass buffeted by the wind. The orange-yellow truck lights shone upon their convoy. All that remained was the cold rain and the frantic heartbeats of the living. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone stood agape, staring at those seaweeds like writhing grotesqueries inside the vehicles. After a brief daze, Zhou Xing lowered his car window with an icy expression. His body half exposed, cold rain immediately poured onto his thin white shirt. Zhou Xing's body trembled slightly as his right hand drew the black handgun. Mimicking the moves from films and television, the inky barrel of the gun was aimed at a truck ahead. Bang! The gunshot awoke everyone. Wang Yun immediately turned his head, his astonished gaze falling upon Zhou Xing's right hand. The others shrunk their necks, then cautiously peered ahead, also seeing Zhou Xing with the gun aimed at the truck in front. A slender red line sliced through the air, piercing the truck's driver's seat. Amid the shattering glass, the red bullet had fortunately struck the swaying dark figure. A wet splattering sound echoed through the silent rainy night. The twisted grotesquerie figure in the startled gazes of others immediately went rigid. That thing collapsed in an instant, transforming into countless scattered red lights that, as if possessing sentience, surged toward the magazine in Zhou Xing's right hand. In his field of vision, the systems panel also popped up simultaneously. Host has slain cargo truck, ghost horror kill value 60 obtained. Zhou Xing's eyes brightened as he looked toward the truck moments ago. That truck had undergone a dramatic transformation. The red driver's seat had turned pitch black and weeds had inexplicably sprouted from every crevice of the entire vehicle. Without hesitation, Zhou Xing raised the gun and aimed at this truck. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. The cargo truck trembled once before collapsing with a thunderous explosion. Several wisps of black smoke rose from where the cargo truck had vanished. In the shocked gazes of everyone, including Captain Wang Yun, the rain curtain thoroughly washed away the black smoke. Slain grotesquerie cargo truck horror kill value 35 obtained. Seeing the system prompt before him, Zhou Xing simply could not feel the slightest bit of happiness. This thing was actually a symbiotic species. The trouble had just begun. Zhou Xing's actions seemed to have enraged these aberrations. On both sides of the highway, piercing honks blared, and the amber high beams of the camera convoy turned a sinister crimson. The roaring engines sounded like death knells on both sides of the road. Zhou Xing, I'll lead the way ahead. You provide cover fire from behind. Wang Yun's voice came through the collar communicator, almost shouting. Clearly Zhou Xing's move had given him a glimmer of hope. Wang Yun knew that if they didn't fight for their lives now, they would be stuck here forever. Got it, brother Wang. As soon as Zhou Xing spoke, he saw the off-road vehicle beside him roar and surge forward. Without hesitation, Zhou Xing shifted into the highest gear and charged ahead. The two vehicles raced side by side. Zhou Xing aimed his pistol at the driver's seats of the large trucks ahead while driving. Amid the continuous gunshots and shattering glass, Zhou Xing fixed his beast-like gaze ahead and pulled the trigger again. The symbiotic aberrations in the trucks ahead were like glass bottles one by one detonated by Zhou Xing's shots. The notifications of obtained Guilu points echoed in his mind. Damn, are these two mad? Inside the three vehicles, the survivors reacted, cursing loudly as they panicked and chased after them. As these people fled ahead, the large trucks pursued them from behind. Zhou Xing raised the black pistol, and the red threads from the magazine converged into an exaggerated stream. As time passed, Zhou Xing realized the terrifying power of the Sword Saint sequence. His arm now flashed with hundreds of afterimages, and the red bullets seemed to have eyes piercing into the large trucks. Before the trucks could collide, Zhou Xing fired 2 more shots in quick succession. The 2 men drove the off-road vehicle like desperados racing madly down the highway. The line of trucks ahead stretched endlessly. Zhou Xing felt as agile as the Weskier from movies in his past life. Wang Yun looked ahead. The large trucks, before they could even get close, exploded like fireworks 10 meters away. A grin spread across his face. His good brother had definitely awakened a battle sequence. He never expected the battle sequence to be this powerful. Wang Yun sighed in admiration, feeling immensely grateful. He was glad that he hadn't neglected Zhou Xing after becoming a transcendent. Of course, given his character, a brother like Zhou Xing who had shared life and death would always be treated as a true brother. Even if Zhou Xing remained an ordinary person. Brother Wang, did we make it out? Just as Wang Yun's thoughts wandered, Zhou Xing's heavy panting came through the communicator. Wang Yun was startled, then looked ahead. The eerie large trucks were gone. The drizzling rain curtain had also vanished. Wang Yun closed his eyes and sensed instantly. Within a 50-kilometer radius, the aberrant large trucks behind had stopped and were not pursuing them. The 3 off-road vehicles had not caught up. Wang Yun opened his eyes, sighed, and pressed the communicator. The terrain here is wrong. Those aberrations behind are only temporarily delayed. Though Wang Yun did not continue, Zhou Xing understood that they were not out of danger yet. Those symbiotic aberrations had not rushed to chase them. They were probably savoring the survivors. Better them than us, it's just their bad luck. Zhou Xing thought to himself. In the following time, the 2 off-road vehicles raced forward at full speed, charging wildly ahead. The eerie rain and fog never reappeared. This eased the tension in their minds. The blood-red sky began to show a pale dawn. The terrain around them changed. The high mountains and hills on both sides of the road disappeared. Rows of withered, twisted locust trees stood along the roadside, their leaves rustling. Low, barren hills dotted the landscape in the distance like sparse graves. After driving for a while, the surroundings opened up. 100 meters ahead, Zhou Xing noticed a metal boundary sign. Hanzhou. Seeing these 2 familiar characters, Zhou Xing's heart jolted. After a night of desperate escape, they had finally left the Bashu region. Thinking of his birthplace, now a playground of aberrations, Zhou Xing felt a pang of desolation. Wang Yun's weary voice came through the communicator. Brother Zhou, let's rest by the metal sign. Hearing the long-awaited words, Zhou Xing pulled his vehicle over. The 2 cars stopped on the highway. Amid a pile of firewood, Wang Yun produced a metal rack and set it over the fire. The amber flames licked the black pot bottom. Wang Yun set up a wooden cutting board he had collected somewhere. The kitchen knife blurred into afterimages as the potatoes below quickly turned into shreds with green peppers and minced garlic piled beside. Zhou Xing in turn used a grill rack to set up an equally large pot. He poured 2 bowls of rice into the pot, added 4 bowls of mineral water, and covered the lid. Zhou Xing did not rinse the rice. Though the texture would be poor, conditions were dire, water resources were extremely scarce. About an hour later, perhaps because there were only 2 of them, Wang Yun told him that the living aura of 2 people was barely detectable to aberrations, so they could rest for the day. Zhou Xing was overjoyed. Since the apocalypse began, they had always rested half a day and run for a whole day, sometimes even several days. Sometimes they had to leave just after starting a fire. Now, with such a long break, Zhou Xing felt a rare sense of relaxation. Brother Zhou, in a couple of days we might encounter other convoys. Wang Yun ladled a bowl of rice and handed it to Zhou Xing, speaking with a sigh. Zhou Xing took it and crouched in front of the pot of shredded potatoes. He picked up some steaming shredded potatoes with his chopsticks, placed them into the bowl, and then took large mouthfuls of rice and potatoes, speaking indistinctly. Brother Wang, you're the captain. I'd like to hear your thoughts. Wang Yun, equally shoveling rice into his mouth, mumbled, let's go take a look. You've awakened a battle sequence now, right? What sequence? Hearing this, Zhou Xing's hand paused almost imperceptibly as he ate. After a moment of thought, he replied, honestly, Brother Wang, I'm holding a gun. Isn't it obvious? Haha, good brother, I knew I was right about you. Wang Yun's laughter was hearty, filled with genuine joy, but a hint of guilt flickered in Zhou Xing's eyes. Wang Yun's kindness toward him was sincere, Zhou Xing acknowledged. But so what? This was the apocalypse. Human nature could not withstand the test. For now, this gun could still fool him. The 2 devoured the rice and shredded potatoes, then cleaned up the cookware and returned to their vehicles to rest. Zhou Xing felt that his old brother was not simple either. Right after the meal, he heard snoring coming from Wang Yun's car. To sleep so soundly, either he trusted his brother completely, or he had a secret. Compared to the wishful thinking of the former, Zhou Xing thought rational judgment was better. Wang Yun's profit sequence was definitely not limited to guiding the convoy away from aberrations. Back in the car, Zhou Xing lowered the window. He gazed at the unique plateau terrain of the province where Shijing was located. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhou Xing quickly withdrew his gaze. After the battle last night, though he had never seen other battle sequences, his pistol was something extraordinary. Could this be the system's output? A peculiar item with no side effects. It was indeed monstrous. After a simple battle review, Zhou Xing thought about how he had slaughtered so many aberrations like cutting grass last night. That should be a fortune. With that thought, Zhou Xing rubbed his hands together like a fly excitedly. System, how many Guilu points do I have now? A blue panel quickly appeared before Zhou Xing. As before, the system panel remained simple, unchanged. Zhou Xing shifted his gaze, landing on the icon of the shop. Distorted characters for strange kill value appeared, emitting a crimson blood glow, the text covered with eerie tentacles. Behind the twisted text followed a string of fluorescent green Arabic numerals. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up when he saw the number 11,875. Seeing so many strange kill points, Zhou Xing immediately thought of that sword. A sword saint without a sword. What kind of sword saint would that be? Recalling how powerful the oddity gifted with the exchange vehicle was, Zhou Xing couldn't help but feel more anticipation for the sword in the shop. System, enter the shop. Zhou Xing said excitedly, his gaze fixed on the shop icon at the center of the street. The shop icon enlarged and turned ethereal, and the street scene changed. The familiar wooden shelves appeared on the interface. Zhou Xing's eyes immediately fell on the third wooden grid in the first row. A miniature longsword resembling a Tang Dynasty blade still floated within the grid space, emitting a faint red glow. On the blade's surface, countless cracked fissures looked more like some kind of pattern. Zhou Xing couldn't help swallowing. Just as he was about to tell the system he wanted to exchange for the sword, the system seemed to understand his intention. The familiar blue panel popped up. Exchanging the sword saint's exclusive weapon requires 10000 strange kill points. Confirm exchange. Yes. Zhou Xing replied inwardly. Exclusive weapon exchange successful. Remaining strange kill points, 1875. A warm sensation came from Zhou Xing's right wrist. Zhou Xing looked down. He saw that his originally empty wrist now had a thumb-thick jade-red bracelet appearing at some unknown time. Red fissures spread across the entire surface like a spiderweb. Obscure waves of destructive energy flickered and vanished within the cracks. If not examined carefully, the peculiarity of the jade bracelet was almost imperceptible. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in Zhou Xing's consciousness. Oddity Blood Roar. Rank 888th. Ability: when engaging in close combat, it drains the opponent's power to nourish the user. It is the Sword Saint's exclusive weapon, the Stern Father of the Eerie. Side effect exclusive to Zhou Xing. Note: Blood Roar automatically adapts to the current level of its sword master. Zhou Xing felt that such a rank might not be very suitable for him. After all, the pistol was a precedent. Despite ranking after 9,000, its combat power was surprisingly strong. If the Eerie were weak, then the entire convoy would have been left with only himself and Wang Yun. Thinking of how he had discovered child's urine and broken through one crisis after another, and the day before arriving here, he had just exchanged for a military off-road vehicle and obtained the pistol, which proved its might in the subsequent escape. Zhou Xing felt that he might have been just ahead of these eerie evolutions. Child's urine might become useless later. This low-level oddity happened to be at a time when the eerie had not yet evolved again. It was just when the effect was significant, allowing Zhou Xing to gain an advantage. But he felt this advantage would last at most a month, at least half a month. By then the eerie might become even more terrifying. If he didn't find a way to upgrade the pistol's rank, it could only be used against humans. Thinking of guarding against humans, Zhou Xing recalled the motorcycle team and the survivors in the 3 cars. Fortunately, the eerie had taken care of that matter for him. Otherwise, it would have wasted some of his time. After the apocalypse, Zhou Xing generally did not let those who harbored ill intentions toward him live more than 3 days. On the night when the eerie first descended, Zhou Xing killed a woman. Perhaps it was due to the indulgence of peacetime. He and Wang Yun were fleeing at the time, and the woman blocked their path. She said that if they didn't take her, she would lie on the road, and they would all die together. Zhou Xing didn't hesitate. He floored the accelerator. The sound of bones breaking immediately rang out on the road. The woman's ribs were probably crushed by 70 or 80%. Her screams brought a faint smile to Zhou Xing's face at that moment. Zhou Xing remembered clearly that Wang Yun's gaze at him was like looking at a psychopath. That afternoon, Zhou Xing stood behind the car, practicing swordplay frantically. He practiced the most basic moves: point thrust, stab, hanging sword, and twisting sword. Point thrust and stab were similar to horizontal moves in games. Hanging sword was a defensive stance. As for the final twisting sword, Zhou Xing temporarily defined it as a close combat technique to suppress the opponent's main actions. Of course, Zhou Xing practiced hanging sword half the time, followed by point thrust and stab. Anyone who plays games knows that you need to stay alive to deal damage. Only by being as firm as a rock, giving the opponent no chance, and then launching a surprise attack when they reveal a flaw was the best strategy. Of course, Zhou Xing had a fallback. At the current stage, unless he was unlucky enough to encounter some extraordinary boss-level Eerie, the Swift Wind Step was his ultimate trump card. Even during last night's thrilling escape, Zhou Xing did not use his supernatural abilities. He also did not intend to reveal the Swift Wind Step, hiding it for as long as possible. The overcast sky grew dim. The red glow enveloping his body like a mosaic instantly faded. Zhou Xing stood shirtless on the withered grass beside the off-road vehicle. On his tall, lean body, every muscle seemed meticulously carved with clear lines, as if forged from fine steel. Several streams of sweat trickled down his chest like tiny rivulets. Whoosh! He exhaled a long breath of white vapor. Zhou Xing lowered his head, his gaze falling on the longsword in his right hand. With a thought, he moved his mind. The blade vibrated into hundreds of afterimages and instantly shattered. The shattered stone fragments, glowing red, coiled like a long serpent and returned to Zhou Xing's right wrist. In this practice, Zhou Xing swung a total of 5,000 times. Perhaps it was due to the Sword Saint sequence and the fact that it was his own exclusive weapon. Thus the bloodroar could now be considered an extension of Zhou Xing's body. Zhou Xing stood there stroking his chin. With his current strength, he should be able to take down the town from back then. Humans were growing stronger, but the Eerie might become even stronger, and they were more numerous. So far no intelligent Eerie had been seen. That was probably the only good news after the convoy was nearly wiped out. After his body temperature dropped, Zhou Xing returned to the car. He drank a bottle of cola and ate a can of unheated beef. But he was still a bit hungry. With no other choice, Zhou Xing reluctantly went to the snack area to rummage. Zhou Xing quickly found a box of compressed biscuits among a bag of chips, spicy strips, and sausages. This thing was high in calories and nutrition. He took out 2 pieces of the wax-like biscuits and took a bite. The texture was not bad, a mix of crispy biscuits and mung bean cake with a hint of fragrance. After eating 2 biscuits, Zhou Xing sat in the driver's seat with the window down to rest. After becoming a swordsman of the Sword Saint sequence, his overall abilities had been fully enhanced. His 5 senses and 6th sense had been strengthened nearly 5 times compared to ordinary people. Within 100 meters, any subtle movement would be instantly detected by Zhou Xing. It was no exaggeration to call him a human radar with no blind spots within 100 meters. A blood moon hung high. The plateau, covered with withered grass, seemed draped in an eerie red veil. A road stretched across the dark red wilderness. At the horizon of the road, beams of high beams appeared one after another, almost at the same time. Inside, the 2 off-road vehicles parked beside the boundary sign, Wang Yun and Zhou Xing, who were leaning against their seats, suddenly opened their eyes. The 2 stepped out of the vehicle, standing beside the road and exchanging a glance. Wang Yun turned toward the distant headlights, stretching comfortably before speaking. 4 sequence awakeners, approximately 100 people. Zhou Xing frowned slightly upon hearing this. It seemed Brother Wang had kept some secrets from him as well. But soon Zhou Xing understood. Brother Wang had been a special operations soldier, having carried out numerous missions. Regarding human nature, he probably understood it far more deeply than Zhou Xing. Just as the 2 were waiting, the faint sound of horns drifted from the distance. The sound of wheels grinding against the road grew increasingly louder. Zhou Xing traced the source of light and spotted a modified off-road vehicle leading the group, its presence distinctly commanding attention. The entire vehicle was encased in barbed wire with reinforced steel plates partially shielding the wheel hubs. The welding appeared seamless, almost naturally integrated. The vehicle appeared heavy and bulky, yet it moved with an unexpected lightness that created a striking contrast. At this critical moment, such craftsmanship seemed almost impossible. Creating something like this would require time and proper facilities that simply weren't available now. Zhou Xing felt intrigued and contemplated modifying his own off-road vehicle similarly, if given the opportunity. Though the military-grade off-road vehicle gifted by the system was already of respectable quality, even featuring explosion-proof and bulletproof glass, who would object to making their vehicle even stronger? After observing the lead vehicle, Zhou Xing's gaze shifted to the lengthy convoy trailing behind. However, when his eyes reached the vehicle following the off-road car, his expression shifted to one of puzzlement. A scuffed Mercedes sedan trailed behind the off-road vehicle. Even under the moonlight, Zhou Xing could discern 2 vague silhouettes moving within. Before the apocalypse, this car would have cost over $500,000. Only those with official positions or considerable wealth could have afforded such a vehicle. To have survived until now without being robbed, the occupants of this car must either possess sequence awakening abilities or remarkable capabilities. Behind the black Mercedes came a fiery red off-road vehicle. Even from over 500 meters away, Zhou Xing could faintly hear a young couple arguing inside, accompanied by an older man's voice. To hold the 3rd position in a convoy of 100 people, anyone could deduce that the vehicle must contain a sequence awakener. The final few vehicles were rather ordinary. Similar to his previous convoy, motorcycles, electric carts, and 3 long-distance passenger buses. These buses bore the painted letters of the Seeking Survival Convoy. The vehicle bodies bore numerous scratch marks, some side windows shattered, and specks of blood decorating the battered exteriors. This was merely Zhou Xing's cursory observation from 300 meters away. In the darkness behind, there seemed to be some writhing human silhouettes. The lead modified off-road vehicle quickly spotted the two figures standing beneath the crimson moonlight. The wheels twisted, and the vehicle veered toward them. Zhou Xing stood at Wang Yun's side slightly behind, his right hand resting near his right waist, eyes filled with vigilance. "Damn it, brother Zhou, this isn't very fair of you." Wang Yun noticed Zhou Xing positioning himself protectively in front, spreading his hands in bewilderment. Zhou Xing did not respond to Wang Yun. His calm eyes lifted to gaze forward. A loud thud echoed as car doors began closing in succession. Two people stepped out of that off-road vehicle. Under the crimson moonlight, Zhou Xing observed them clearly. A man and a woman. The man appeared around 30 with close-cropped hair, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall. He wore a flamboyant white windbreaker paired with loose black shorts and pristine white sneakers. His build was similar to Wang Yun's, both possessing that physique that filled out clothes well. A woman with a single ponytail trailed half a step behind. Her slender figure was clad in form-fitting black leather attire complemented by black high heels whose heels emitted a faint red glow. It was a wondrous object. It was actually a wondrous object. Zhou Xing's heart stirred within. He hadn't expected to encounter another awakener so quickly, let alone lay eyes on a wondrous object. "Hello, I'm Zhang. You can call me Captain Zhang if you prefer." The man walked with firm, solid steps and approached Wang Yun with a smile, extending his hand. Wang Yun smiled in return, reaching out to shake the offered hand. "Zhang Laopao, you're still alive." "Huh. Ha ha ha." Wang Yun immediately embraced the other man. Their display left both Zhou Xing and the woman momentarily stunned. After recovering from his surprise, Zhou Xing simply stood quietly beside Wang Yun. Though they were acquainted, this was the apocalypse and people change. Should Wang Yun be captured, Zhou Xing would face significant troubles in this apocalypse, even with his swift wind step. Without a precognition sequence awakener, he would be at a severe disadvantage. Regardless of interests or other motivations, Zhou Xing had to protect Wang Yun. The convoy quickly halted along the nearby highway. This 100-person convoy began setting up tents and starting fires to cook. Zhou Xing still parked his vehicle 100 meters ahead of the convoy. This action drew little attention. Seated in the driver's seat, Zhou Xing immersed himself in darkness, his cold gaze fixed on the 100-person camp behind. After observing for some time, he began to relax. In this camp, the proportion of elderly and children was approximately 20%. Even from 100 meters away, an awakener's vision could perceive things as if they were right before their eyes. The survivors' overall spirit showed no signs of fear or oppression. It seemed the convoy's captain and awakeners did not abuse their powers to oppress others. In the camp, a boy of about 13 years ran toward Zhou Xing's direction. "Mr. Zhou, Captain Zhang and Uncle Wang want you to attend a meeting." The boy wiped his dirty face, his large black eyes glistening with water, as he gazed up at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing stared at the boy expressionlessly for 2 or 3 seconds. Seeing this strange person staring at him with an eerie gaze, the boy took 2 steps back before turning and running away at full speed. Zhou Xing watched the boy flee into the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. 1 minute later, a car door slammed shut and Zhou Xing, right hand in his pocket, walked toward the camp with his entire body tensed. Beneath his clothes, a faint trace of crimson light flickered across his skin. Just in case, Zhou Xing pushed his body to its most peak and active state. If a fight broke out, he would immediately unleash swift wind step and swiftly escape. It must be said Zhou Xing inherited the traditions of Han the Demon. Bypassing 5 or 6 tents emitting strange odors, passing a large bus, Zhou Xing spotted a tent about the size of a standard classroom. A hint of astonishment flashed across Zhou Xing's eyes as he stood still for 2 seconds. Hesitating briefly, a trace of determination flickered in his gaze. Walking to the tent's entrance, he lifted the canvas curtain and stepped inside. Upon entering, Zhou Xing saw a metal round table set up in the center's open space. On the table sat a large pot of steaming rice along with several dishes of peanuts, some meat cans and snacks. Wang Yun and Zhang De sat in adjacent seats with a bottle of baijiu on the table beside them. Their faces flushed red, they were currently playing a finger-guessing game. The black leather-clad woman Zhou Xing had seen earlier sat beside Zhang De, currently engaged in conversation with 2 men across from her. The 3 chatted while occasionally munching on golden fried peanuts. Zhou Xing stood there utterly bewildered. What the hell was going on? Why was this so different from what he had imagined? "Come, brother Zhou, have a seat," Wang Yun called out with flushed cheeks, standing up and walking toward Zhou Xing. Under the fixed gaze of everyone from the survival convoy, Zhou Xing sat down on the metal chair beside Wang Yun. As Zhou Xing sat down, the relaxed atmosphere that had filled the room moments before vanished without a trace. A sudden unease rose in Zhou Xing's heart, and instinctively, he swiftly drew the black pistol from his waist. The crowd only saw Zhou Xing's entire figure blur into 100 afterimages. Before they could even react, the Zhou Xing who had just been seated was already standing beside Zhang De, like a specter, the black muzzle of his gun aimed directly at Zhang De's temple. His finger pressed steadily against the trigger. It seemed that with just the slightest movement, the captain of the survival convoy would be instantly shot dead. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze to icy coldness. The woman beside reacted quickly, standing up immediately. Black light erupted across her black leather jacket. Black light blazed in her right hand as a crude black sword with an antique dragon head pommel appeared. Her long black hair scattered and swayed without wind. The cold blade tip and her eyes stripped of whites stared fixedly at Zhou Xing. Kill him, and you won't walk out of here. Her clear voice carried bone-deep cold. Then let me try. Zhou Xing's eyes suddenly turned fierce and dangerous, a faint red bloody light flickering within his black pupils. Though they were both sequence awakens, there were still differences in strength. Zhou Xing clearly remembered that both the sword's specialized weapon and the black pistol mentioned side effects. Although the girl had black high heels, there should be some cost involved. Once a fight broke out, even artifacts beyond the 9,000-year mark could unleash terrifying power. As for the young man with flames engulfing his body and fiery red hair who had been sitting beside this whole time, Zhou Xing cared even less about him. I still have an artifact ranked in the top 1,000. What the hell is there to fear? As Zhou Xing thought this, his eyes grew brighter. Perhaps by relying on blood roar, he could deal with these ill-intentioned villains harboring malicious designs. With this thought, a hint of killing intent appeared on Zhou Xing's face. Just as Zhou Xing was about to blow Zhang Da's head off and initiate a massacre, Wang Yun's calm voice drifted into his ear. Brother Zhou Yua, it's all a misunderstanding. And so on. After about 10 minutes. Wang Yun finished explaining the whole sequence of events, even clarifying why everyone had suddenly become serious the moment Zhou Xing took his seat. Zhou Xing roughly understood. They had just started discussing serious business when he entered, never expecting him to be this suspicious. I still can't believe you, Brother Wang. Zhou Xing said this, then raised his eyes to look at the girl ahead, a mocking smile forming at the corner of his lips. Do you believe it yourself? Freak. The girl cursed and was about to make a move. Zhao Xian, put down your sword. A friend of my friend is my friend. Also, are you trying to get our captain killed? Oomph. The girl plopped back into her chair, the black aura around her completely vanishing. That antique great sword with the dragon head pommel also disappeared to who knows where. The girl stared at Zhou Xing as if he owed her 2 million. Zhou Xing thought for a moment, but still didn't move the gun barrel away. Say what you want to say, I don't mind standing either. Well, you're quite the tough nut. The girl let slip a local dialect. Shut up. Zhang Da's expression darkened, revealing the bearing of a captain. All right, old cannon, let's begin then. Wang Yun understood Zhou Xing's temperament. Once he made a decision, not even 10 mules could change his mind, so he could only sit back down. It was just that today he seemed to have re-understood Zhou Xing. For the first time, Wang Yun realized how deep his brother's suspicion ran. He could only sigh inwardly, realizing he would need to be more careful about certain things in the future to avoid causing misunderstandings. Seeing his old friend speak, Zhang Da sat up properly and prepared to explain. Across from Zhao Xian, the 2 other awakens also looked up, though their gazes kept occasionally sweeping over to Zhou Xing. Sensing their gazes, Zhou Xing glared at both men. The 2 immediately flopped down onto the ground. After this brief interlude, they quickly composed themselves, their eyes firmly locked on their own captain. Let me explain the current situation. The world has indeed fallen. Our country, including all first-tier supercities, has been completely overrun. The situation is very dire right now. We must save ourselves and unite everyone we can. Is that all? Zhou Xing asked. Zhang Da shook his head, his expression grave. Zhou Xing, Brother Wang has already told us about your encounter. If you're going to speak in riddles, do you believe I'll blow your head off? Zhou Xing interrupted without the slightest courtesy. Everyone in the tent wore dark expressions at these words. This damn guy was truly a living patriarch. The icy gun muzzle pressed directly against his temple. A flash of awkwardness crossed Zhang Da's face, yet he showed no sign of panic. Then I'll just say it directly. The South may be completely dead, at least ordinary people are. Zhang Da's words struck like a meteor colliding with Earth. Zhou Xing's entire body instantly felt as if it had been placed in a freezer, his flesh crawling with cold. But soon Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Zhang Da's calm face. Proof. Brother Wang, your friend here is quite something. Zhang Da said, directly reaching into his pocket with his right hand. Zhou Xing's vigilance instantly sharpened to the extreme. As long as something seemed off, he would pull the trigger in an instant. The atmosphere inside the tent noticeably tightened. Zhang Da pulled out something rolled up like a ball of toilet paper. This time, whether it was the awakens of the survival convoy or Wang Yun, everyone wore puzzled expressions. Everyone inside the tent watched with bewildered eyes as Zhang Da spread the paper out. Before their astonished gazes, a crumpled but meticulously stamped red official document was placed on the metal table, stained with wine. After a minute, the girl in the black leather jacket, propping her chin with her right hand, looked at Zhang Da. Captain Zhang, why have we never seen this thing before? Zhang Da turned his head, his gaze falling on Wang Yun. Wang Yun opened his mouth, his expression quickly shifting to suspicion, then speechless. Old Cannon, you said last time you went to the capital. Right, that was to get this document. This is our nation's final hope for us. Zhou Xing examined the document's contents. It essentially stated that with the descent of the aberrations, models predicted that 99% of southern cities had perished. The sparsely populated north still had a 60% chance of survival. It was hoped that awakens would unite to protect ordinary survivors and rebuild civilization. Zhou Xing glanced at it. That largest dragon head seal was definitely no fake. This thing was like a certain execution-worthy contraband. Being caught meant summary execution. Probably no one would preserve such a seal, just for this what with a 9-family annihilation game, they'd never pass. Once the authenticity of the document was confirmed, everyone wore grim expressions. The South's population was now only 82000, which was practically indistinguishable from extinction. The North's remaining population was at least 380 million. In this apocalyptic world, so many people were like blood in the sea. When that time truly came, all the aberrations across Asia would be drawn near like sharks scenting blood. A far more terrifying disaster awaited all of humanity in the future. Brother Zhou, let's sit down and talk. After delivering the serious matters, Zhang De turned around, his stern face showing a hint of a smile. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, withdrawing his arm and holstering the gun at his waist. To everyone else, Zhou Xing's arm blurred into 100 afterimages as he reappeared ghost-like on the metal chair. Regarding Zhou Xing's behavior, the transcendence of the survival convoy all understood what it meant. A warning against any treacherous intentions. Of course they didn't take it seriously, instead feeling somewhat speechless. How could someone with such strength still be so overly cautious? The girl in the black leather jacket was equally speechless, yet her heart was heavy with profound concern. Again, his movements were simply impossible for her to track. She had encountered other sequence transcendents before, but never like this. Never unable to even perceive their movements. She was currently the most powerful sequence transcendent in the entire convoy. If even she couldn't handle this, what chance did the others have? The more she contemplated, the more she feared. Fortunately, they hadn't clashed. Had they fought, all of them might have been left here. What sequence does this guy even belong to? The girl furrowed her brow, her hands moving to the back of her head where her disheveled hair was gathered and tied back into a single ponytail. Zhang De sat in his chair, fingers drumming a staccato rhythm on the table. Mr. Zhou, have you considered joining our convoy? As Zhang De spoke, his heavy-lidded eyes discreetly studied Zhou Xing's expression. Zhou Xing offered no response. His eyes narrowed as his left hand stroked his chin. After about a minute, Zhou Xing finally turned his head, gaze shifting to Wang Yun, who was drinking nearby. Could it be you've already joined? Zhou Xing asked. I've already joined. Wang Yun replied directly, his tone revealing nothing unusual. Zhou Xing lowered his head, eyes fixed on the gray metal table edge before him as he fell into contemplation. A brief silence settled over the tent. Zhou Xing contemplated his current strength. Within this convoy, no one could restrain him, and he could leave whenever he wished. Yet he was merely a sword saint sequence. Without guidance from a prophet sequence, he would face endless pursuit by aberrations. However strong, one pair of fists could hardly defeat 4 hands. No matter how powerful, once surrounded by aberrations, it would mean certain death. Suddenly Zhou Xing recalled the ordinary survivors he had glimpsed upon entering the tent. These could all become liabilities. Moreover, the survivors' spirits were quite good, merely a bit dejected, suggesting the convoy's atmosphere was excellent. Weighing all factors, Zhou Xing concluded the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Alright, I'll join. His words shattered the tense silence. Zhang De and Wang Yun exchanged a glance, relief flickering in their eyes. Then let's each introduce ourselves. I'll go first. Zhang De, prophet sequence. Once Zhang De finished, a young woman's voice came from across Zhou Xing. Zhao Xian, dark swordsman sequence. After speaking, she glanced at Zhou Xing and snorted. Hong Liang, mechanist sequence. From a metal chair far beside Zhou Xing, a man's voice came. Zhou Xing turned to look. Sitting on a chair at a distance was a tall, well-built, middle-aged man with slicked back hair. Wearing a government jacket on top, gray dress pants below, and black leather shoes on his feet. Seemingly sensing Zhou Xing's gaze, the middle-aged man turned his head, a slight smile appearing on his matured, double-chinned face. Zhou Xing thought that if not for this Chinese face, this guy was no different from those bodyguard killers in foreign movies. Now he's actually a mechanist sequence. What a contrast. Seeing his politeness and thinking of that modified off-road vehicle, Zhou Xing believed in building connections. After nodding politely in response, he looked at the young man beside the middle-aged man. Not just Zhou Xing, but everyone else turned their attention to the young man. The young man straightened up, casting a furtive glance at someone, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing. Tian Feng, flame god sequence. Hearing such a formidable sequence, a flash of surprise crossed Zhou Xing's eyes. This sequence sounded like it should be powerful, yet based on the young man's demeanor, he wasn't even as strong as the girl across from him. Zhang De had been subtly observing Zhou Xing. Noticing the surprise in his eyes, Zhang De smiled. Tian Feng awakened only a week ago. Zhou Xing nodded. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him, he scanned the room and spoke. Zhou Xing, divine marksman sequence. Everyone else showed expressions of, as expected. Only the 2 old foxes Zhang De and Wang Yun exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with confusion. After the brief introductions, Zhang De reached for the walkie-talkie on his collar. Uncle Wang, bring a few people in to clean up and prepare some good food. We have a new transcendent joining our convoy. Understood, Captain Zhang. A middle-aged man's firm response came through the radio. About half an hour later, everything on the metal table had been cleared away. Several young survivors, male and female, wearing store uniforms and relatively clean clothing, filed in. They placed the food on the table and quickly left the tent. Zhou Xing glanced at the food on the table. Cold sliced beef stewed lamb and a pot of steaming white rice. These were just the main courses. Before each person sat a small mountain of snacks. Beside the snacks were a bottle of drink, a box of Huazi cigarettes, and a bottle of beer. Holy shit, Zhang old cannon, you're going overboard. Wang Yun's expression darkened. Since the two groups were merging, they were now both convoy captains. Wang Yun should also take the convoy's resource management seriously. The servers just now and this feast. If this were before the apocalypse, it wouldn't matter, there would be more meals to come. But now resources were scarce. Taking out so much at once risked waste if they couldn't finish. Zhou Xing also didn't rush to eat. Zhang De caught his brother's undertone and forced a bitter smile. Brother, everyone's dead. These supplies won't last long. If we can't finish them, they'll just spoil. Even if we can't finish, we can share with the survivors outside. Wang Yun opened his mouth, but could only sigh in the end. Zhang De had a point. Those supplies were tight, people were the foundation. Less than half a month into the apocalypse with no electricity, many refrigerated meats and foods had started to rot and mold. The convoy had been trying to dry some jerky, but the results were poor. Often before it could dry, it would rot and spoil outdoors. Fortunately, the convoy had fire affinity transcendence, which allowed them to stockpile some jerky. Everyone ate and chatted. Zhou Xing rarely touched his chopsticks, only taking a bite after others had tried a dish. This behavior soon drew some disapproving looks. Only Wang Yun and Zhang De nodded approvingly. In the apocalypse, a bit of caution was never harmful. Brother Wang and I have decided on the direction. Moving northwest where the land is vast and population sparse. I'm sure other convoys will gather there too. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang De and Wang Yun exchanged a glance. Zhang De surveyed the transcendence present and spoke. Uncle Wang says we're running low on gasoline. Beside Zhang De, the girl in the black leather jacket suddenly spoke up. Hearing her words, Hong Liang and the young man beside him grimaced. Zhou Xing noticed the expressions on their faces and felt equally heavy-hearted. His own gasoline was running low too. Though his military off-road vehicle was more fuel-efficient than average cars, last night's escape had nearly emptied his tank. Suddenly Zhou Xing realized something. If he begged the system, there might be an option to exchange for gasoline. Zhou Xing immediately summoned the system. A blue interface materialized before him. The system's attention focused on the mall icon at the center of the screen. The familiar wooden grid soon appeared. However, Zhou Xing was quickly drawn to the first grid. Within the Sword Saint sequence's wooden grid space, a new sequence syringe had mysteriously appeared in the slot. Inside the syringe, a full tube of liquid glowed with a jade-green luminescence emanating a distinctly plant-like fresh fragrance. After a minute, Zhou Xing understood the system's pattern. Once this item was used, a new random sequence syringe would regenerate in the grid after an indefinite period. System, I'm begging you, gasoline is just a basic resource. Please have mercy and add an exchange option. I still have 1,000 Gui Lu points with nowhere to spend them. Zhou Xing pleaded internally. This system was so stubborn. It required him to advance to sequence level 2 before unlocking new items. After waiting a second or two, there was no response from the system. Zhou Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed tomorrow he would have to go with the convoy to the rest stop to scavenge for gasoline. Midnight. The blood-red moonlight bathed the land, draping it in a delicate crimson veil. Zhou Xing walked along the highway, his arms crossed over his chest, holding a heap of snacks. In the camp of the survival convoy not far away, Wang Yun, Zhang De, and the young girl watched Zhou Xing's retreating figure. Brother Wang, if anyone can survive this apocalypse to the end, I reckon it's that kid. Zhang De sighed, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The girl beside him interjected with a displeased look. That guy probably didn't have many friends before the apocalypse either. Too suspicious and bloodthirsty. Zhang De glanced at Wang Yun, then hastily cut off the girl before she could say more. Get some rest. We need to gather supplies tomorrow. The girl snorted, flipping her ponytail. Her long legs in black strode with a rhythmic gait as she turned and walked toward a modified off-road vehicle in the camp. Wang Yun stood aside, silent all along, not uttering a single word. Smoke curled around his face, obscuring his expression. Seeing no one around, Zhang De turned to his battle-tested brother from before the apocalypse. Brother Wang, from now on you take the lead as convoy captain. I'll be the deputy. Wang Yun turned his smoke-shrouded face toward Zhang De. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Talking about interests and power only hurts feelings. You know I'm the type who likes to laze around. Besides, look at how I've been leading. Aside from me and my brother, have you seen any other living person? Wang Yun's final words left Zhang De speechless. A brief silence fell over the scene. After about a minute, Zhang Da's voice rang out again. Since that's the case, let's hold a half-hour trading session before we set off tomorrow. The next day at the break of dawn, many survivors in the survival convoy's camp had already started cooking over fires. In the apocalypse, ordinary people had gathered few supplies. Thus the exchange still revolved around a small circle of superhumans. Zhou Xing steadied the steering wheel and drove his car beside the largest tent. Wang Yun, Zhang De, and the other superhumans had already parked their vehicles there with their trunks open. Many survivors gathered nearby, looking on with curiosity. Zhou Xing also opened his trunk and began strolling around the other vehicles. Since the last incident, Wang Yun had left the communicator with Zhou Xing. That was how Zhou Xing learned about the exchange. Zhou Xing approached the nearest off-road vehicle. It was a modified off-road with red flame paint and partially reinforced steel plates on all four wheels. The entire body was covered with a prickly iron mesh. A girl sat on the trunk. She had delicate features and a slender figure about 1.7 meters tall. She wore a brown-gray fleeced jacket, blue jeans, and brown marten boots. Seeing Zhou Xing approach, she immediately put down her crossed legs and stood up. Her almond-shaped eyes surveyed Zhou Xing. He stepped forward slowly, stood beside her, and scanned the trunk for something. Finding no gasoline, Zhou Xing's expression remained calm, and he turned away without hesitation. Many onlookers were baffled. What? Such a stunning beauty. A rare resource in the apocalypse. And he, a superhuman, didn't even try to flirt. He didn't even give her a second glance. Is this guy asexual? Who knows? Many survivors whispered in the distance. The girl hadn't taken it to heart at first, but hearing their words, she glared at the crowd, and the murmurs died down. Zhou Xing walked to a black Mercedes-Benz. The car had sleek lines with prominent scratch marks on the black paint and bloodstains in some places. 3 men were chatting by the trunk. 2 of them were Hong Liang and Tian Feng, who had attended the meeting last night. Seeing Zhou Xing approach, the 3 exchanged glances and stepped aside. Zhou Xing walked up to them and found no gasoline in the trunk either. Without eye contact or conversation, he moved on to the next superhuman's vehicle. So this is the new superhuman you mentioned, Mr. Zhou Xing asked a middle-aged man in his 40s standing beside the young man in a red fleece jacket after Zhou Xing had walked away. Hong Liang shook his slick back hair and smiled helplessly. Brother Tian, Mr. Zhou Xing is quite solitary. You'd better not provoke him easily. Hong Liang's words made the middle-aged man's eyes flicker with surprise. The young man beside him, however, gazed at Zhou Xing's retreating figure with burning eyes. Zhou Xing seemed to be his age, perhaps even younger, yet his strength now ranked among the strongest in the convoy. Remembering the ghostly speed Zhou Xing had displayed last night, Tian Feng couldn't help swallowing. Staring at Zhou Xing's back, he clenched his fists. His flame god sequence was a rare sequence that could lead to godhood. He absolutely couldn't be outshone by Zhou Xing. The first 2 vehicles had no gasoline, and Zhou Xing's face darkened. His car could only go about 30 more kilometers. The nearest service station was over 50 kilometers away. If he couldn't trade for gasoline, he'd be in big trouble. Zhou Xing didn't want to abandon his off-road vehicle, nor did he want to fall behind. After a dozen steps, he stopped in front of the trunk of a modified off-road. His dark eyes were quickly drawn to a box of gasoline, quietly sitting in the corner of the trunk next to a pile of snacks. His eyes lit up. You want this box of gasoline? The off-road door opened, and a girl with a ponytail wearing a leather jacket stepped out. Seeing it was Zhou Xing, surprise flickered across her face, but she suppressed her personal feelings and asked politely. Zhou Xing turned and met her gaze calmly. Name your price. Seeing his poker face, the girl inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. Was he just a little stronger than her? What was he putting on airs for? A mischievous idea popped into her head. Her willow leaf brows arched and her delicate oval face broke into a faint smile. A 25-kilogram bag of rice, 5 pounds of snacks, and 5 bottles of drinks. Her words were like a drop of cold water into a boiling oil pan. The crowd around burst into exclamations. Many survivors couldn't help grumbling. That gasoline could buy my life. When did Sister Zhao become so black-hearted? No one in their right mind would buy that gasoline. Zhao Xin ignored the crowd, a smile playing on her lips as she watched Zhou Xing, who remained expressionless. She was eager to see what he would do. Zhou Xing didn't react to her, just stared at the gasoline. During his last trip to the town, he had gathered 2 bags of rice and 13 bottles of drinks. Both bags of rice were 50 kilograms. If he really wanted to buy, he could trade the half-open bag of rice and 2 bottles of drinks. After a moment's thought, it wasn't unacceptable. Just as Zhou Xing looked up, rubbed his chin, squinted at the girl, and was about to speak, the tent flap, not far away, suddenly lifted. Wang Yun and Zhang De came out one after the other and walked to the off-road vehicle. They had heard everything clearly from inside the tent. Brother Zhou, this gasoline is for you, Zhang De said, ignoring the girl's furious glare. He turned, grabbed the gasoline from the corner, and handed it to Zhou Xing with a grin, as if greeting an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Zhou Xing opened his mouth, but quickly returned to his usual calm. Wang Yun stood beside him, giving Zhou Xing a reassuring look and a nod. Oomph. The girl snorted, returned to her off-road vehicle, and slammed the door shut. Zhou Xing thought for a moment, then picked up the gasoline and smiled at Zhang De. Captain Zhang, thanks. After speaking, Zhou Xing nodded at Wang Yun as a greeting, then walked toward his own car. He unscrewed the fuel cap and began pouring the gasoline into his car's tank. Throughout, his expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't been the one the girl had deliberately tried to provoke. Seeing no drama, the onlookers began to pack their few belongings and survival supplies. The convoy began to move, forming a long line of vehicles. Zhang Da's modified off-road vehicle remained at the very front of the convoy. Wang Yun's off-road vehicle followed behind Zhang Da. At that moment, a white metal speaker protruded from the driver's window, emitting Wang Yun's somewhat distorted electronic voice. Don't fall behind, don't fall behind, don't fall behind. Zhou Hang steadied the steering wheel, his military off-road vehicle following Wang Yun's car. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the Mercedes behind him and the red off-road vehicle further back. Behind the off-road vehicle were 3 buses. Through the rearview mirror, aided by the enhanced perception of the Sword Saint sequence, Zhou Hang saw that a considerable number of people inside were standing. Most of these standing people were elderly children and some women, while the men sat resting on the seats. Zhou Hang glanced and then looked away. In the apocalypse, men and young women were the main force for gathering supplies. They could run faster when encountering anomalies and bring back more food. Those children, elderly, and some timid women were the reason for these people to live. For these ordinary people, relatives and family were the courage to survive. But for Zhou Hang himself, he was like a drifting dandelion. His only relative before the apocalypse, his grandmother, had been with him for less than half a month when the apocalypse struck. Strictly speaking, Zhou Hang felt as if he had been suddenly thrown into a real-life horror game. He had no sense of belonging to this world, nor any sense of responsibility. He just wanted to survive. Zhou Hang continued to look at the tail of the convoy. There were bicycles, motorcycles, and even small electric cars and old-person scooters. The lineup was diverse, but no one was on foot. Perhaps in the early days of the apocalypse, anomalies could not move during the day, so the convoy always moved slowly. Back then, walking was tiring, but still a viable backup migration method. However, since the last time they crossed the mountain roads through the hills. When truck anomalies appeared, even during the day, the difficulty of human survival skyrocketed to a more brutal killing threshold, forced by some daytime anomalies. The convoy speed was at least 50 kilometers per hour. At such a pace, the minimum travel method required at least a bicycle. Thinking of the red-headed document he saw last night, Zhou Hang's brow furrowed slightly. In the nearly month since the apocalypse, Zhou Hang had exchanged ideas with Wang Yun and learned some patterns of these anomalies. The most dangerous and terrifying rule was that the more people gathered in one place, the easier it was to attract large groups of anomalies. If that document was true and the situation was accurate, then all surviving humans would rush to the northwest. What would be the consequence of hundreds of millions of people gathering together? At this thought, Zhou Hang couldn't help but shiver all over, a chill rising from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. The convoy was not moving fast. Until the sun hung directly in the center of the blue sky, Wang Yun's somewhat distorted electronic voice came from the off-road vehicle ahead. Stop! The entire convoy stopped. Zhou Hang sat in his car, and the walkie-talkie uniformly issued by Zhang Da at the collar sounded. All transcendents come to me for a meeting. Everyone else stay put. After closing the car door, Zhou Hang walked toward the modified off-road vehicle at the front while drinking a can of cola. Arriving at Zhang Da's off-road vehicle, he saw Wang Yun, Zhang Da, and Zhao Xian frowning as they looked ahead. Zhou Hang narrowed his eyes and followed their gaze. It was the middle of summer at the hottest time of the day, yet the service area over 200 meters ahead gave off a very sinister feeling. It was as if there was a dome there, and the sunlight couldn't penetrate it. Though they were in the same world, the group felt that this service area was not a place for the living. His expression instantly changed from calm to alert. This service area was like a crouching monster waiting for passing humans. A young man's voice came from behind. Hey Captain Zhang, the convoy was going well, why did it suddenly stop? The young man's voice pulled the attention of the 4 people present. Zhang Da and Wang Yun took a deep breath, exchanged a glance, and then both looked at Zhou Hang, Zhao Xian, and Tian Feng. This is the nearest service area. If we leave here, we won't reach the next supply point until at least tomorrow afternoon after traveling 150 kilometers. Wang Yun said this, glanced at Zhou Hang and the others, and exhaled a hot breath. There must be anomalies in this service area, but Zhang Laopao and I discussed it. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. You have that much confidence in us. Zhou Hang looked at Wang Yun and Zhang Da with a puzzled expression. Just as Zhang Da was about to speak, the girl's voice rang out. King of Swagger, you're so strong, we believe in you. Zhao Xian's honeyed words were accompanied by an exaggerated grimace. Behind her, Hong Liang and Tian Feng blushed, turned around, and their shoulders shook occasionally. Zhang Da's face darkened, and he slapped the girl on the forehead. Stop talking, get ready to go. Wang Yun stood beside Zhang Da, grinning, showing a row of white teeth, chuckling. 3 minutes later, Zhang Da and Hong Liang stood on the road. Watching the modified off-road vehicle that had already driven 100 meters, Zhang Da looked emotional. Is that Zhou Hang really that strong? Hong Liang looked at the relaxed Zhang Da's face, full of disbelief. Zhang Da glanced at him, somewhat impatient. Liangzi, you've asked twice already. Just wait and see the outcome. Hong Liang could only smile awkwardly and said nothing more. On the road outside the service area, Zhou Hang, Tian Feng, and Zhao Shi got out of the car, one after another, standing on the road under the blazing sun. In front of them, at the entrance of the service area, less than an inch away, a gray barrier isolated the entire service area. From the outside, people could not see inside with the naked eye. The barrier was like a transparent film with black mist swirling inside. Waves of cold seeped through the barrier toward the 3. Zhou Hang and the others stood still, feeling as if a cold winter wind had blown in front of them. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Zhou Hang turned his head sharply, his gaze fixed on a spot on the barrier. A head the size of a person was pressed against the barrier, unknown when it had appeared. Black hair like seaweed covered the huge face. The swirling black aura prevented Zhou Hang from seeing the other's exact features. Only a pair of scarlet eyes stared at the 3 through the gaps in the hair. Wah! What the hell is that thing? The young man beside him turned pale, a few cold sweat drops rolling down his forehead. I didn't expect this place to have become a ghost domain. Zhao Xian also noticed that humanoid thing and said solemnly. Zhou Hang turned his head and looked at the girl in surprise. Sensing Zhou Hang's gaze, Zhao Xian lifted her chin and said, its appearance here only means that a third-order anomaly has been bred here. I didn't expect such a remote place to produce a third-order anomaly. Sister Zhao, what do we do now? Tian Feng swallowed hard, struggling to look away from the face. What else? We'll chop them all down today. As Zhao Xian spoke, the whites of her eyes vanished instantly, and black aura swirled around her. A black light flashed on her chest, and a large ancient sword with a dragon head hilt appeared. In the ink-black eyes of the dragon head, a black light, like an abyss, flickered. The girl gripped the sword in her hand. Under Zhou Hang's indifferent gaze, Zhao Xian calmly walked toward the gray barrier with the sword, soon disappearing into it. Hey, wait for me. Tian Feng's face showed anxiety, and he rushed in hastily. Zhou Hang stood still for 2 or 3 seconds. The human face had disappeared. If not for the lack of gasoline, he would never have entered this godforsaken place. Helplessly sighing, Zhou Hang could only stroll leisurely into the anomalous service area. Stepping through the gray barrier before he could discern the surroundings, biting cold rushed toward him from all directions. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Wisps of Crimson Gang energy began to rise and swirl around his body. The red bracelet on his right wrist detached like a serpent, transforming into a long sword resembling a Tang Dynasty blade. The sword hovered momentarily before Zhou Xing reached out and grasped it. This entire sequence was completed by Zhou Xing in the blink of an eye, without the slightest hesitation. Having brought himself to peak condition, Zhou Xing finally surveyed his surroundings. With himself at the center, countless rolling black mist pervaded the entire space, emanations of bone-deep coldness rising from within the darkness. Zhou Xing felt as though he had entered a colossal cold storage. All was unnervingly quiet, with no sounds of combat whatsoever. In this eerie silence, Zhou Xing grew uneasy and drew the pistol from his waist. Sword in his right hand, pistol gripped in his left, a pair of obsidian eyes burning with lupin ferocity scanned his surroundings. Every muscle in his body coiled tight as he moved forward. After approximately 1 minute, Zhou Xing came to a halt. He stood motionless, surrounded by swirling black mist. His gaze deep and melancholic, he studied the darkness around him. A conventional service area shouldn't be that vast, yet after walking for so long he had encountered no structures whatsoever. Something amiss must be at work in these surroundings. With this realization, Zhou Xing raised his right arm, the entire blade positioned horizontally before him. In nearly an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Within an area of 100 square meters, Zhou Xing appeared and vanished in merely 1 or 2 seconds. Among the black mist, some human-shaped aberrations hadn't yet comprehended what was transpiring. Zhou Xing materialized behind them like a specter. Sword in hand, these black humanoid phantoms were cleaved into 2. In their final moments before dissipation, they emitted resentful, venomous shrieks, resembling fanatical devotees making offerings to some entity within the black mist. A subtle darkness crossed Zhou Xing's features before a frigid gleam flickered in his eyes. Wind step, he murmured, internally summoning his transcendent ability for the very first time. As the ability manifested, Zhou Xing vanished instantaneously, as though he had truly departed from this place. He gazed upon himself, then at the pistol and sword. At this moment he existed in a translucent, ethereal state. Both the pistol in his hand and the longsword were similarly influenced by his ability, becoming entirely concealed. Zhou Xing attempted to take a few steps. It was as though thruster boots had been attached to his feet, launching him forward with supernatural velocity. Before Zhou Xing could relish this sensation, the surrounding black mist suddenly behaved like a breached dam, its invisible thickness becoming visibly transparent. In less than 5 breaths, the sinister black mist vanished entirely. Zhou Xing's vigilant gaze swept across his surroundings. Though the black mist had dissipated, the place seemed to possess its own inherent dark oppressive filter. All remained eerily still and desolate. The surroundings seemed to carry an inherent dark oppressive filter. Everything remained eerily silent and dreadful. He wondered where those 2 had gone, having spotted no human figure thus far. He hoped they were unharmed as well. With this thought, Zhou Xing glanced around. He now stood in the gap between 2 damaged vehicles, his feet upon solid, sturdy concrete. A dozen vehicles were scattered haphazardly around him. This was likely the parking area. With this thought, Zhou Xing directed his gaze toward the vehicles behind him. However, his eyes gradually narrowed, a flicker of apprehension passing through their depths. The vehicles behind him had shattered windows, and some contained dried black bloodstains. Desiccated corpses with green skin stretched over bone appeared within the vehicles. Some gripped the steering wheel, their bodies slumped over the driver's seat. Others had half their torsos dangling outside the windows, resembling mold-covered green-capped preserved meat. Some even remained seated within the vehicle's, arms raised to shield their broken windows, their postures frozen in absolute terror. Their tattered garments appeared weathered by years of exposure, barely discernible as some faded rags drooping upon the corpses. Mold and foul stenches emanated from these green, emaciated remains. Zhou Xing covered his nose with his gun, holding left hand, a grimace of vigilance on his face, as he hastily retreated from this place toward the adjacent open ground. Only after putting considerable distance between himself and the scene did Zhou Xing observe the other areas. The service area's entrance lay merely 10 meters ahead. The gray barrier remained there. Zhou Xing gazed toward it, yet could discern nothing of the outside world. Turning to face the opposite direction, less than 20 meters away, 3 buildings stood quietly. Those structures evoked an intensely ominous impression, as though they might at any moment come alive and rush forward to devour a person. Dark windows resembled those buildings' eyes staring fixedly at Zhou Xing. A chill of horror rose once more in his heart. Looking downward, the fine hairs on both forearms stood on end. Zhou Xing's pupils constricted as he instantly assumed a combat stance. This sensation had not appeared since he became a sequence transcendent. Including the previous cargo truck's anomaly and the distorted human figures, just now such a response manifesting again suggested this entity far exceeded his own power. He might very well perish here. With this thought, Zhou Xing immediately pivoted, accelerating toward the barrier at the intersection ahead. Zhou Xing moved with tremendous speed, arriving within 5 meters of the intersection in merely 2 breaths. Just as Zhou Xing prepared to make his final surge through the barrier, before the gray barrier, 2 figures had somehow appeared. Zhou Xing merely glanced at them before his raised foot froze mid-stride. Simply because these 2 individuals were precisely Zhao Xian and Tian Feng, who had vanished after entering the black mist. Zhou Xing observed them carefully. Both stood with heads bowed, their bodies rigid as wooden puppets. Sinister black mist writhed around their bodies like tentacle appendages. "Hey, are you two all right?" Zhou Xing called out cautiously, pistol and sword in hand, throat strained as he gazed toward the pair. As though hearing the commotion from Zhou Xing's direction, both of their heads rose mechanistically like robots. Zhou Xing immediately fixed his gaze upon them. Despite the black tendrils twisting around their necks, Zhou Xing could still discern their condition. Their faces had lost all feature, skin as thin as paper with what appeared to be numerous fingers clawing beneath, striving to emerge. Hiss! Zhou Xing felt his scalp tingle, an involuntary sharp intake of breath escaping him. For a moment, he could not determine whether these 2 were living beings or aberrations. "Zhou Xing! Help! Save me! Save me! Why didn't you save us?" The voices of the 2 fluctuated between near and far, transitioning from pleading to saturated with resentment. The entire vacant service area was filled with their venomous, murderous cries. Playing spectral tricks. Zhou Xing momentarily froze before instantly regaining his composure. A pair of lupin, ferocious eyes gazed coldly upon the 2 figures. Whatever these entities before him might be, since they would not permit him to leave today, they must all be cleaved asunder. His left arm swept forth in 100 afterimages, instantly raising the dark pistol's muzzle to aim at the faceless Zhao Xian and Tian Feng. "If you truly are them, then neither can I be blamed." Zhou Xing muttered inwardly, his fingers moving in 100 phantom trajectories. Bang! Bang! Explosive gunfire erupted as 6 bullets trailing crimson streaks burst forth, penetrating the pair's vital points. The bullets' destructive might was terrifying. Fist-sized cavities appeared in both their foreheads. Their hearts were pierced completely through. Between the 2 bodies and the black pistol's magazine, densely woven crimson filaments slowly dissolved into nothing. Simultaneously, a familiar system notification tone rang out once more. "Congratulations to the host for wounding the 5-faced demon, gaining Demon Slayer value 100. Congratulations to the host for wounding the 5-faced demon, gaining Demon Slayer value 100. Wumian Gue. Zhou Xing murmured, a flicker of doubt stirring in his heart. The name Wumian Gue should more accurately be called Wumian Gue, faceless. Yet alongside his confusion, Zhou Xing also felt a measure of relief. At least it was merely an anomaly, not those 2 useless incompetents. Since entering the service area, he had had no idea what had become of the 2 of them. Whether they lived or died, not a single clue remained, as though they had vanished into thin air. Whether those 2 lived or died was of little concern to Zhou Xing. As for Zhang Da's reproaches once they emerged, Zhou Xing felt it was unlikely, at least not overtly so. Zhang Da would not be so foolish. If those 2 truly perished here, Zhou Xing would remain the sole combat-capable member of the convoy. Driving him away would benefit the team, not at all. He needed to dispatch these 2 anomalies and leave this place swiftly. Zhou Xing's gaze shifted, and a crimson light began surging within his pupils. His translucent figure materialized behind the 2 Wumian Gue, as though it had teleported. Wounded, the 2 Wumian Gue were roaring frantically. Their featureless faces swept across their surroundings as if eyes had sprouted upon their skin, watching everything intently. "In such a hurry to find me. I'll send you on your way." A cold smirk touched Zhou Xing's mind. He raised his right arm, and the blade of his Tang-style sword gleamed with a chilling red aura before it slashed horizontally and vertically at the backs of the 2 anomalies. Schlick! The continuous sound of muscle and bone being pulverized echoed through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The blade, wreathed in crimson chi, flashed in 100 afterimages, shearing through clothing and the pale flesh and bone within, which splintered like tofu, and kindling spraying outward in every direction. In less than 5 breaths, the two anomalies took 2 staggering mechanical steps forward. Thud, thud. 2 heavy impacts rang out in succession. Under Zhou Xing's icy gaze, the two anomalies fell straight forward. Their backs were hollowed out as though the stuffing had been scooped from steamed buns. Streams of crimson chi poured from the gaping voids in their bodies. Sensing the pronounced weakness in his body, Zhou Xing's form solidified as he reappeared at the intersection. After regaining substance, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and his vision dimmed. His body swayed forward twice on the verge of toppling like the anomalies had. Fortunately, just a heartbeat before he fell, Zhou Xing's sight recovered. His sword instantly planted itself in the ground, and Zhou Xing gripped it firmly with his right hand, dropping into a half-squat. Attack with 30% conserve 70. Unless facing certain death, Zhou Xing would never squander his supernatural strength. To do otherwise would be to disregard his own life. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 2 Wunyan Gui. You have earned 2,000 ghost-slaying points. The system prompt appeared once more. In the past, had he been in a secure location, Zhou Xing would have rejoiced. But now he was still trapped within the anomaly service area. Raising his right hand, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, laboriously rose to his feet, turned, and immediately walked toward the gray barrier. Just as Zhou Xing was about to enter the gray barrier, behind him within the service area, the intact glass in those buildings' windows shattered in an instant. A torrent of black energy thick as tree trunks burst forth from the windows, aimed directly at Zhou Xing as he prepared to step into the gray barrier. Through the air, the black torrent rumbled like distant thunder. The ground beneath the entire service area began to quake violently. Zhou Xing's scalp tightened, his heart clenched, and every hair on his body bristled. Damn it! He cursed loudly, not daring to look back, and stepped toward the gray barrier at his feet. Through his tense, expectant gaze, his taut body finally stepped through successfully. Woo-woo. A voice, now distant, now near, came from behind him. From his periphery, Zhou Xing caught sight of a towering face, human-sized with wild, disheveled hair, that had somehow materialized at his back. Black hair cascaded like rampant seaweed, obscuring the face beneath. Through the faint gaps, Zhou Xing caught a glimpse of a deathly pale visage, and a pair of resentful crimson eyes stared relentlessly at him. As though sensing Zhou Xing's gaze, those crimson eyes looked back with a hint of mockery. That zipper-like mouth gaped wide, revealing rows of jagged blood-red teeth lining both jaws. Bastard. After a brief moment of shock, Zhou Xing's expression hardened with ferocity. His weakened frame surged with adrenaline, fueled by sheer terror, snapping back to peak readiness. His body lunged madly toward the barrier ahead, twisting midair, as 33 bullets were fired in 3 seconds at a pace defying all logic. At the final moment before Zhou Xing broke through the barrier, all the bullets struck deep into the face concealed beneath that cascade of black hair. Crimson flashes erupted instantly from the positions where the eyes and forehead would be. A tremendous shockwave sent the loose black hair billowing upward. Zhou Xing finally beheld the full visage of this ghostly face. It was an unnaturally pale woman's face, perfectly round like the full moon, an utterly eerie countenance. Her dead fish-like eyes gleamed with crimson light, hungry, as though ready to devour. Her mouth stretched ear to ear, dividing her face in two. Whether you escape or not, haha. The woman's face fixated on him, as if hurling a frenzied curse. It regarded him the way one might gaze upon a roasted chicken. A chill seeped into the depths of Zhou Xing's heart, and a powerful sense of dread surged within him. Nevertheless, Zhou Xing ultimately crossed through the gray barrier successfully, just as when he had crossed the barrier before, his vision temporarily failed. But Zhou Xing sensed something was wrong. Why were the surroundings colder than even within the service area? A wave of intense terror exploded within him. Like a startled cat, Zhou Xing's eyes snapped open. The expected highway and warm sunlight did not appear. He seemed to be standing in the corridor of some building's floor. The entire corridor had no light source, yet it was as though covered by an underworldly green filter. A green mist thick enough to reach his knees permeated the entire corridor. Within several half-open doors to the right, darkness reigned. Veiled, malicious, and mocking gazes pierced straight at him from these shadows. Whenever Zhou Xing turned his head to look at those places, the rats lurking there would recede like a withdrawing tide. The moment his gaze drifted away, the feeling of being watched would return. Zhou Xing resolutely walked up to a half-open door. Gazing into the darkness within, a mocking smile played at the corners of his lips. Useless bastard. Saying this, he raised his right arm, leveling the cold barrel into the room. 13 gunshots rang out through the freezing, deathly silent corridor. Up! A woman's venomous scream pierced the air. Before Zhou Xing, the system panel appeared once more. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the maid of the eerie woman-faced ghost. 120 ghost-slaying points. Zhou Xing's eyes flashed, and he moved on to the next doorway. Within the corridor, continuous woman's screams soon rang out. After slaughtering the last anomaly, the corridor before Zhou Xing began to change. The marble beneath his feet and the surrounding environment rippled like mirages before shattering and vanishing, and the surroundings plunged instantly into darkness. Zhou Xing stood motionless in the empty void for a while. Time elapsed indeterminate. Just as Zhou Xing was preparing to take action and find a way out, a cold, black-veiled pillar of light, human-sized, materialized behind him. Sensing the anomaly behind him, Zhou Xing spun around with the reflexes of a startled bird already turning as the black sphere appeared. His icy gaze locked onto the sight before him, and his black gun barrel trained directly on the light sphere. Come quickly, come quickly. An alluring maiden's voice emanated from the sphere, and Zhou Xing, without hesitation, fired. 3 shots rang out. The system prompt appeared. Host has wounded the portal of the ghost-faced Colossus. 2,800 ghost slaying points. Ghost-faced Colossus. Portal. Where does it transport to? Upon seeing the system prompt, bewilderment and shock washed across Zhou Xing's face. Examining the system's feedback, Zhou Xing's eyes flashed as he speculated. Could the third-tier anomaly of this service area be called the ghost-faced Colossus? Was it this entity that had prevented his escape? After weighing the possibilities, Zhou Xing believed this was highly probable. Earlier slaying the Wumian Gui had yielded only 2,000 ghost slaying points. Though the eerie woman-faced ghost was terrifying, the system had awarded only 1,000 points after Zhou Xing had dealt with it. Considering the current ghost slaying points, it could at most be a second-tier anomaly. After much deliberation, Zhou Xing's gaze returned to the black sphere before him. A fierce battle might await on the other side. As the final crimson thread detached from the sphere and merged into his magazine, Zhou Xing stood before it, his eyes shifting from hesitation to ruthless determination. It now seemed clear, only by killing that third-tier anomaly could he truly escape this service area. Passive waiting for death was not Zhou Xing's style. Damn it, let's do this. Zhou Xing spat on the ground, his face set with grim resolve, and carrying both weapons he slowly approached the black sphere. 1 second before entering the sphere, Zhou Xing activated Gale Step. The moment Zhou Xing stepped forward, the ground beneath him lost its solidity, and he felt as though he were a tiny sailboat caught in a great ocean vortex, continuously plummeting toward the luminous point ahead. Deprived of any sense of direction, the surrounding environment unfolded in bizarre, distorted hues. Crimson, contorted symbols slithered across his vision, like earthworms wriggling through dark soil. Zhou Xing's form rapidly dissolved into the luminous point before he could register what was happening. The familiar stench of decay and the chilling sensation of being trapped in an ice vault immediately assaulted his senses once more. Concrete's rough, solid texture pressed against his soles. Zhou Xing quickly moved from where he stood, his gaze sweeping the area. He found himself in an open clearing with 3 familiar buildings rising before him. The 3 structures ahead lay in ruins and desolation, as though abandoned for years. Shattered windows lined the walls, which bulged outward in places, while glass shards littered the ground at their bases. Dense networks of cracks spiderwebbed across the swollen walls. Zhou Xing turned his head and scanned the surroundings, spotting a parking lot not far away. The same dozen or so vehicles remained haphazardly parked, but disturbingly the corpses that had once been scattered among them were gone. A flicker of unease stirred in Zhou Xing's chest as he turned to look behind him. The barrier at the intersection and the 2 5-faced ghosts' remains had vanished. Only black mist remained where the barrier had been. Not a whisper of wind stirred around him, leaving only the sound of his own breathing and heartbeat. Zhou Xing gazed at his surroundings, his brows drawn tight in a furrow. Was this still the same eerie service area? He turned toward the buildings before him, lost in deep thought. As he weighed whether to venture into the black mist at the intersection again, a terrifying, chilling aura suddenly descended from above. A shiver of dread raced up Zhou Xing's spine, every hair on his body standing on end. He looked up sharply and froze at the horrifying sight before him. The gray barrier overhead had transformed into a sinister black vortex without warning. At its center hung a woman's face, pale and moon-like. Her eyes were closed, lips sealed a serene expression, masking something deeply unnatural. Unease prickled at Zhou Xing's skin. Strange, dense hair cascaded downward like willow branches from the crown of her head. Yet that wasn't the true horror. What chilled him was the collection of desiccated corpses dangling from each strand. Anyone with trypophobia standing here would likely faint from terror. Among the forest of shriveled bodies, Zhou Xing soon noticed something wrong. At the corner where the hair grew thickest, 2 black tentacles as thick as tree trunks converged from coalesced strands. With his 5 senses heightened by the Sword Saint lineage, Zhou Xing spotted 2 figures. Tian Feng, Zhao Exine. Astonishment flashed across his face. How are they still alive? The black tentacles bound them tightly. Only their heads and partial faces protruded above the bindings. They writhed like black caterpillars suspended in air, seemingly imprisoned rather than harmed. Faint black light and flickering flames pulsed through the strands, entangling them, likely battling the woman's corruption. After a moment's surprise, Zhou Xing's expression shifted to relief. Regardless of their past behavior toward him, he would need their help to survive. Zhou Xing hesitated briefly before stepping into the darkened building ahead. Inside, darkness reigned, and he moved with supernatural speed toward the rooftop. He spotted a black strand roughly 20 meters away, the nearest one, and retreated a few steps before launching himself toward the corpse at its tip. His body arced through the air like an arrow reaching 15 meters high in a dark, blurred trajectory. Like a nimble nightingale, he tucked the pistol between his lips mid-flight. As he landed on the corpse, Zhou Xing gripped its right shoulder like a leopard and swung through the air. The rest became straightforward. Moving through the corpse forest suspended from black hair like a bat, he reached a body within 30 seconds, hanging upside down. Zhou Xing turned his head and looked 5 meters away, where Zhao Xian and Tian Feng were struggling violently. "Hey," he called softly, glancing at the eerie woman's face and noticing it had grown still. At Zhou Xing's voice, both froze. The girl scanned their surroundings, a flash of hope crossing her face before fading into disappointment. Just as she dismissed it as imagination, Tian Feng's voice whispered beside her. "Sister Xian, did you hear someone calling our names?" "It sounded like Zhou Xing," she replied, uncertainly turning to him. "Yes, that's him," Tian Feng confirmed. Zhao Xian gazed ahead, her eyes scanning the area before calling tentatively, "Zhou Xing." "Zhou Xing." Zhou Xing's expression darkened at her drawn-out, ghostly whisper. "Enough, stop calling out like that. It's creeping me out." When a voice responded from the empty space ahead, the two bound in black hair exchanged looks of surprise and relief. "Brother Zhou Wei." They began explaining their situation. After they finished, all three understood what had happened. Zhao Xian and Tian Feng had been grabbed by the woman's hair moments after entering and dragged into the building. Now they only needed to wait for the last rat to reveal itself. Once it did, all the anomalies would appear. "Sai, you two are truly useless," he muttered. He glanced at them and couldn't resist the remark. "Can you still fight?" "I'm the useless one here," he added coldly before they could show anger. "Tian Feng, and I can only hold off this eerie woman's face for a minute," she explained. Zhou Xing's expression darkened. He realized they had no idea about the third-tier anomaly hidden here. "This woman's face isn't a third-tier anomaly," he told them, recounting his own experience. "What? This thing is only second-tier." Zhao Xian's face went pale, and Tian Feng looked just as grim. Looking at their despondent expressions, Zhou Xing cursed under his breath once more. After a moment's consideration, Zhou Xing revealed the plan forming in his mind. "We only have a slim chance of survival if we can kill this second-tier anomaly in one strike." His words silenced them both. It took quite some time before Zhao Xian finally broke the oppressive quiet. "All right." After observing them for so long, and confirming they were indeed not anomalies, Zhou Xing finally felt at ease and replied. "Now." Almost before the word left his lips, Zhou Xing raised his right arm, his long sword wreathed in crimson spiritual energy, the blade aimed at the two trunk-thick tentacles. Whoosh! A massive red sword, phantom shaped like a Tang Dynasty blade, erupted from the edge. Zhou Xing's figure shot upward with blinding speed. In the same instant the sword shadow struck the black tentacle, Zhou Xing appeared before the eerie woman's face. His left hand raised the pistol, the barrel aimed at the woman's eyes with such speed it blurred, and his finger pulled the trigger repeatedly. Meanwhile, his right hand drove the longsword straight into the woman's forehead. Before she could react, his eyes snarling like a beast, he wrenched the blade leftward with all his strength, twisting it like a key turning in a lock. A dull cracking sound echoed from the sword as bone shattered beneath the force. Struck by a fatal blow, the eerie woman let out a strange weeping sound mixed with countless roars. It sent chills down one's spine. At the same time, the destructive force of the bullets exploded in the eerie woman's eyes. Two blossoms of blood burst on her face, like crimson fireworks blooming. Her entire face began to plummet rapidly. Zhou Xing squinted his eyes, holding the longsword, and thrust it into the forehead of the eerie woman's face, madly stirring. Amidst the blood-red glow, countless pale bones, shattered flesh, and black blood formed a long, dark red trail. In Zhou Xing's ears, a series of system notification sounds rang out frantically. Zhao Xian and Tian Feng landed on the ground, raising their heads in shock at the mad scene in the sky. That man stood in the blood light, his sword piercing the increasingly withered, ghastly white face. The black-red trail resembled a pillar of dark red, minced flesh. He was like a demon god. Why can he at the first rank slay such a terrifying second-rank anomaly? Tian Feng's pupils trembled, his mouth agape. "You can ask him for tips later." Zhao Xian curled her lips, speaking dismissively. But her eyes were bright as she stared at the longsword in Zhou Xing's hand. Zhou Xing's own strength was indeed formidable, but to kill the eerie woman's face in one blow, it was likely that beautiful sword that did the heavy lifting. The girl liked that sword very much. Seeing Zhou Xing and the eerie woman's face plummeting rapidly, Zhao Xian and Tian Feng immediately moved farther away. Boom. The moment they stood at a safe distance, a violent roar came from the open space behind them. The ground shook and a half-meter-wide pit filled with dust appeared in the clearing. Inside the deep pit, Zhou Xing's clothes were already tattered, with strands of red light shooting out from the torn fabric. If one looked from outside inward, they could see the tangled, beast-like blood-red muscles inside. The clothes fluttered without wind, and Zhou Xing pulled out his sword. He glanced at the eerie woman's face, which had become like a dry rag, completely devoid of eerie aura. Zhou Xing withdrew his expression of fear and relief. Seeing that the human skin before him had not dissipated, his eyes flickered. "System, is this an artifact material?" Zhou Xing asked. A blue panel quickly appeared before him. "Yes, host." Scanning. Detected that the host has slain the eerie woman's face. The face skin of the eerie woman. Note this artifact material can be stored and carried freely. It can be used to upgrade masks, cloaks, capes, blankets, and other artifacts. System, can you help me fuse this into the pistol? As Zhou Xing finished speaking, he saw a white circle slowly rotating on the panel. After waiting for a while and seeing no response, Zhou Xing's face darkened and he closed the system panel. Returning to the eerie woman's face, looking at it, he thought of a rag that hadn't been washed for a long time. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Xing gritted his teeth. He bent down, grabbed the lower jaw with his left hand, and rolled the entire face skin into a black roll. After rolling it up, Zhou Xing held it in his left hand. A faint, eerie, cold sensation seeped from the black leather roll. Zhou Xing paid no heed to the slight chill stepping out of the pit. As soon as Zhou Xing climbed out of the pit and stood up, he felt a sudden surge of information about the sequence in his consciousness. Just like when he first awakened. This time new information appeared in the depths of his mind. Sword Saint Sequence 2, Phantom Swordsman. The name and details of his second skill flooded into his mind like a baptism. Phantom. This phantom was merely an illusion with 100 replication. Regarding this supernatural ability, Zhou Xing understood it could be used when receiving a fatal blow or to confuse enemies. Similar to the invincibility frames in games. Powerful and highly practical. Zhou Xing stood frozen for a moment, then quickly absorbed all the information. Zhou Xing lowered his head, his gaze falling on his arms. The muscles of his arms looked normal, but as soon as he clenched his fists, his arms transformed into humanoid Qilin arms. His entire body seemed like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Just standing still, a terrifying aura radiated involuntarily in all directions. Now just with my physical body, I should be able to crush that eerie woman's face. Zhou Xing clenched his fists, his face full of confidence. Zhou Xing raised the long sword again, examining the blade resembling a Tang sword. A piece of information entered Zhou Xing's consciousness through the sword. Artifact Blood Roar 2. Rank 876. Ability: during battle, mysterious runes appear on the blade. The runes increase the wielder's attack speed by 20% and siphon the opponent's power to nourish the wielder. Every third strike ignores physical defense. The more attacks landed, the more pronounced the armor-piercing damage becomes. Side effect exclusive to Zhou Xing. Note: Blood Roar automatically adapts to the wielder's current level. Awesome. Zhou Xing examined the sword in his hand, a look of surprise on his face. Unexpectedly killing the eerie woman's face advanced him to Sequence 2. It also triggered a series of chain reactions. Now he possessed 2 superpowers and a top 1000 artifact. The third rank anomalies here were probably just one slash away from being finished. Thinking this, Zhou Xing raised the sword above his head, looking up at the black misty sky, and said arrogantly, "Giant visage, your grandpa has come to collect you. Why don't you show yourself?" As Zhou Xing's voice fell, the sky was silent. Not far away, Zhao Xian and Tianfeng exchanged a glance at Zhou Xing's sudden behavior. Damn, Zhou Xing has gone mad. Zhao Xian's face changed, and she immediately looked at the sky and surroundings. Tianfeng couldn't help but tremble, looking at the ragged man in the distance, as if he were a lunatic. Tianfeng was only a first-rank superhuman. That second-rank anomaly was already a being he looked up to. As for the third-rank anomaly Zhou Xing mentioned, in Tianfeng's eyes it was beyond his comprehension, like a god. Fight such a monster. Was he insane? For a moment, except for Zhou Xing, Zhao Xian and Tianfeng both turned pale, looking up at the black sky with tense faces. But strangely, after waiting for a while, the surrounding environment remained quiet. Seeing that the enemy didn't appear, Zhou Xing moved like a ghost to the service area entrance. Zhou Xing stared at the black mist before him, the corner of his mouth curling up, his right hand swinging the sword, leaving after images. Swish! The shrill sound of air being cut echoed in the silent service area. Before Zhou Xing, the system panel popped up again. Congratulations, host. You have wounded the visage giant. Mystic slaughter points 2000. As expected, Zhou Xing murmured, raising his right hand and slashing down again, his arm moving so fast it was just a blur. Zhou Xing mechanically repeated this action. The Mystic Slaughter Points notifications sounded like a text message bombardment. Zhao Xian and Tianfeng stood behind Zhou Xing. At first they were puzzled, but as time passed, they quickly noticed something wrong. The black misty sky before them began to churn with malevolent faces and eerie figures shaking within. As soon as these things appeared, they rushed toward Zhou Xing's position, like immune cells cleaning out invaders. They quickly understood, their faces filled with terror. "We're actually inside the visage giant," Tianfeng exclaimed. "What are you panicking about? We have a big shot." The girl raised her chin, looking at Zhou Xing swinging his sword ahead as if he were a monster. "Congratulations, host. You have slain a third-rank anomaly visage giant. Mystic slaughter points 10,000. The heavenly sound was like cold water poured into boiling oil. Zhou Xing's numb eyes suddenly lit up, his swinging arms stopped, and the long sword shattered into red light, winding back around his wrist. "All finally done." Zhou Xing stretched, turned to look at the two behind him, and showed a sleepy smile. "Oh, that's done." Tianfeng's face showed astonishment. Zhao Xian looked at the almost thin mist rays of sunlight piercing through the gaps in the black fog. A strong corrosive sound came from the surrounding air. Dots of sunlight fell on the three bodies. Wispy black smoke rose, forming twisted skeleton phantoms of various sizes that slowly dissipated. Basking in the warm sunlight again, the three showed expressions of relief looking at the other side of the road. A jeep was parked there. Zhou Xing, the third-tier anomaly has been eliminated by you. Let us depart. Zhao Xian stepped forward and offered a smile she deemed warm and congenial. For reasons unknown, Zhou Xing had rescued her and Tianfeng. He had later swiftly obliterated the female anomaly with a mask. The sight of that cold, frenzied figure plummeting rapidly from the sky had left an indelible impression upon him. She too could not fathom why she had suddenly drawn near Zhou Xing and behaved in such a manner. Zhou Xing cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xian. The maiden looked captivating when she smiled. Although traces of blood marred her face and her complexion was somewhat pale, two charming dimples flanking the corners of her mouth complemented her almond-shaped eyes and oval face, lending her a poignant melancholic beauty. Due to her close proximity, a fragrant aroma wafted over. For an ordinary young man encountering such a girl suddenly standing before him, he would likely capitulate immediately, even groveling at her feet. But who was he? Zhou Xing, a lifelong bachelor on Blue Star in his past life. He had harbored genuine feelings for a girl only for her to demand his death for the sake of another. That woman had asked him to die for a certain blonde-haired man. Comparable to the betrayal by Yun Tianming, it had long since sealed his heart like cement. Thus, no matter how dazzling the maiden's performance appeared, Zhou Xing merely offered a gaze stripped of warmth, cold and indifferent. That same look he reserved for Tianfeng. You two leave first. I need to search for something. Zhou Xing's expression remained flat as he ignored the lovely maiden beside him, his voice devoid of emotion. Those words struck like a bell toll. The maiden instantly sobered, her demeanor shifting in an instant back to her usual composed and affectionate composure, as if changing masks. Very well. We shall depart first. As she spoke, she strode forward with her long, shapely legs moving with a certain rhythm toward the highway ahead. However, the moment she passed Zhou Xing and turned her back to the man, her heart pounded wildly, and a flush of crimson bloomed upon her cheeks. Damn, I've never seen Sister Zhao smile so beautifully before. After the maiden had walked far away, Tianfeng finally approached Zhou Xing, gazing at Zhao Xian's receding figure with an expression of deep sigh. Zhou Xing offered no response, turning instead toward three service buildings behind him. Could it be? I've been overthinking this. Tianfeng looked startled, turning his head to sweep his gaze between Zhao Xian and Zhou Xing. Ultimately, Tianfeng shook his head, shoved his hands into his pockets, and slowly made his way toward the intersection. Regardless, he needed to return first and reassure his younger sister that she was safe. Zhou Xing stood before the building, his left hand clutching a black leather scroll. He slowly closed his eyes, and the peculiar aura emanating from the human skin scroll quickly came to his awareness. On the second floor of the building before him, at the far end of a corridor on the left side, inside a wardrobe within a room, a black rhombic crystal lay there, its surface engraved with gray-crimson symbols surrounded by swirling black mist. The aura of the phantom-faced giant upon this rhombic crystal was exceptionally dense, as if it were the condensed essence of refined power. Zhou Xing even felt, if this object were left here for a period of time, either other anomalies would be drawn to devour it, or it would transform into an anomaly itself. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he strode calmly into the building before him. On the second-floor corridor, Zhou Xing soon stopped before a half-open wooden door, its interior shrouded in complete darkness. Threads of eerie coldness and the faint sobbing of a woman drifted from within. Zhou Xing's gaze turned vigilant, his right hand gripping the black pistol at his waist, his right foot instantly lifting to kick forward. The wooden door shattered like crisp biscuits. With a single kick, Zhou Xing broke it into more than a dozen irregular wooden planks. These fragments shot into the room like bullets whizzing through the air. Zhou Xing's gaze simultaneously swept into the room. Aside from the violently churning black fog, no other abnormal or anomalous entities seemed to appear. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xing's figure instantly vanished from the corridor. For extra caution, he activated Wind Step once more. Looking down at his nearly invisible translucent form, a sigh of admiration surfaced on Zhou Xing's face. This Wind Step truly proved useful. When he was at the first stage, relying solely on this extraordinary ability, he had been able to approach a second-tier anomaly unnoticed, closing the distance to face-to-face range. However, it seemed the phantom-faced giant could perceive his presence. Because when he had dealt with the female anomaly earlier, a sense of being observed had descended from the sky curtain above. From what he could gather now, Wind Step only proved effective against anomalies exceeding his own tier by one level. He wondered how it would fare against other enhanced individuals. Zhou Xing entered the room, his thoughts flashing rapidly. Relying on memory, Zhou Xing stood at the center of a massive black fog. His right hand reached into the fog, fingers closing around the wardrobe door handle as he gently pulled it open. The creaking sound of the cabinet door echoed through the silent room, sending shivers down one's spine. Zhou Xing's expression remained calm as he withdrew his right hand from the black fog. In his hand, a black rhombic crystal the size of a basketball materialized. Within Zhou Xing's mind, deep within his consciousness, the system's blue interface instantly appeared. Scanning in progress. Host has eliminated the phantom-faced giant. Detected the phantom-faced giant's heart. Notes this extraordinary material can be stored and carried at will. It can upgrade firearms, vehicles, and other mechanical or electronic devices. Zhou Xing stood in the pitch-black room, his eyes glowing green as he gazed at the system interface. System, can you help me fuse this material to upgrade my firearms? Although Zhou Xing's expression remained composed, the tremor in his voice betrayed his excitement. The phantom-faced giant, despite never displaying any truly terrifying strength throughout its teleportation, its black barrier, even its anomalous properties, all of these had Zhou Xing's mouth watering, just as he was lost in sweet reveries. The system's voice descended like a bucket of ice water poured over his head. This function belongs to Tier 2. 0 permissions. System. How do I upgrade it to 0? Does it require meeting certain conditions? Zhou Xing's eyes flashed as he forcibly suppressed his immense disappointment, standing in place and rubbing his chin. Upon the host accumulating 100,000 ghost slaying points, the system will upgrade to version 2.0. The Tier 2.0 system introduces additional practical features. The exchange shop will synchronize and upgrade automatically at that time. Please look forward to it. Fuck my ass. Zhou Xing froze for 2 seconds, then couldn't help but let out a string of curses. He hadn't expected this system to be so infuriatingly greedy. With no choice, Zhou Xing could only carry the 2 extraordinary materials out of the building, heading toward the exterior of the service area. By now the entire service area had returned to normal. Under the fierce sunlight, white smoke still rose from the ground below. Zhang De and Wang Yun had already led their convoy into the service area, arriving at 3 fuel pumps beside the 3 buildings. Except for Zhou Xing, the enhanced individuals had already filled their vehicles with fuel and parked them beside the open space near the service area exit. Zhou Xing's car was also positioned within the enhanced convoy. Several men were opening iron drums filled with gasoline, pouring it into fuel tanks. Although their faces showed signs of exhaustion, broad smiles played upon their lips. To serve the enhanced was their fortune. Zhou Xing emerged from the nearby building, his body wreathed in swirling, anomalous black mist just as he caught sight of this scene. A gloomy expression flickered across his face before he quickened his pace and walked over. Oh, it's a fiend. You fucking idiot. That's Mr. Zhou. This big brother is terrifying. As Zhou Xing approached, the surrounding ordinary survivors briefly panicked before quickly regaining composure. These people's gazes shifted in unison with Zhou Xing's movements. The 3 burly men who had been refueling Zhou Xing's car turned at the sound and saw Zhou Xing already beside them. The gloomy expression on his face, along with the cold, swirling black mist, made the 3 survivors' faces change. The leanest man at the front gritted his teeth, lifted his head, and with his Adam's apple bobbing, looked at Zhou Xing and spoke. Mr. Zhou. Before the man could finish, a right hand shot out from the black mist, gripping the neck of the middle-aged, burly man who had been speaking. The man was lifted like a chicken held aloft with one hand. Zhou Xing raised his eyes, his expression cold as he stared at the burly man whose face was flushed with pain. Tell me who told you to touch it. Say it, and I'll leave you a whole corpse. Zhou Xing's words made the nearby survivors shudder, and they quickly fled the area. Within a 10-meter radius, only Zhou Xing and the 3 panicked, burly men remained. The man struggled violently, barely squeezing out a vague sentence. It's Mr. Zhou. Before the man could finish, Zhou Xing's eyes flashed, and his right hand began to tighten. The middle-aged man, like a chicken caught by the neck, began to shake even more violently from side to side. In the horrified eyes of his 2 companions behind him, the man's neck finally twisted, and his body quickly went still. You? What? Why did you kill him? He has 2 children. Seeing his comrade die brutally, a bald middle-aged man's sallow face flushed red, and his eyes fixed on Zhou Xing nearly spewed flames of hatred. The nearby survivors, jolted by their comrade's cry, immediately began shouting, "Captain Zhang, murder! Someone is killing innocents!" The sound instantly rippled through the entire service area. Both transcendents and ordinary survivors were drawn by the commotion, and countless eyes turned to look. Oblivious to the gazes, Zhou Xing stood in place with an indifferent expression, slowly releasing his right hand. The man, like a dead dog, slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. You? How can you be a transcendent like this? We were just following the captain's orders. What right do you have to kill? The bald man, his face full of indignation, pointed at the expressionless Zhou Xing. Why, oi? Hearing the bald man's accusation, Zhou Xing's face showed a hint of amusement and a trace of pity. Because anyone who gets close to my car dies. As he uttered the last 3 words, a cold gleam flashed in Zhou Xing's eyes, and he lifted his foot to kick the 2 men standing before him. Before they could react, the 2 men felt themselves flying through the air. After a dizzying spin, a sharp pain shot through their backs, and their eyes rolled back as they fell unconscious. Not far away within the survival convoy, everyone witnessed this absurd and horrifying scene. Their expressions varied. Some shook their heads, as if not particularly surprised by such an event. Some, whose awe of Zhou Xing had just been replaced by fear, even had young women screaming and crying. Of course there were also those who showed clear approval and understanding. After all, this was the apocalypse. He was a transcendent, and he deserved his own private space. If anyone could just drive his car, then he as a transcendent would have no standing left. Amidst the complex and varied gazes and murmurs, Zhou Xing remained unusually calm. He bent down and began to strip the middle-aged man's clothes, removing his own shirt and putting on the new one. Looking down, he saw that his own pants were also torn. Zhou Xing then pulled off the middle-aged man's blue shorts and put them on himself. If killing showed Zhou Xing's paranoid nature, then stripping the clothes proved he was utterly devoid of moral boundaries. Seeing Zhou Xing's actions, some survivors in the distance expressed disdain and contempt. The towering image Zhou Xing had just built in their minds shattered into pieces. But Zhou Xing, acting as if no one else was around, got up and walked toward the two unconscious survivors. He repeated the same motions, but this time with more proficiency. Not far away at the entrance of the service area, two off-road vehicles were parked one after another on the roadside beside the exit. The windows of both cars were rolled down. Through the rearview mirror, Wang Yun watched Zhou Xing stripping clothes, looking like a refugee fleeing a famine. Wang Yun couldn't help but grimace, his face contorting into a strange expression. Old Jiangxi, I told you not to mess with him, but you wouldn't listen. Now look. In the front off-road vehicle, Wang Yun couldn't hold back. He half leaned out of the driver's seat, twisting to look at the brooding Zhang Da in the car behind. Wang Yun spoke with a hint of reproach. Hearing Wang Yun's words, Zhang Da's face grew even more gloomy and guilty. He had originally planned to have these three men serve as Zhou Xing's followers in the future. After all, in their convoy, except for Zhou Xing, every other transcendent had their own circle. Whether it was Tian Feng or Hong Liang, even Wang Yun had found a trusted co-driver. He hadn't expected his presumptuousness to shock the other. Now it seemed the other might even leave the convoy, or worse, harbor murderous intent toward him. It was also his fault for not heeding Wang Yun's advice. Zhang Da, troubled by his thoughts, reached into his pocket. A cigarette soon hung from his lips, and smoke quickly filled the car, spilling out of the driver's side window. Seeing Zhang Da's state, Wang Yun shook his head. This brother sigh? Ultimately, Wang Yun drove his off-road vehicle toward Zhou Xing, who was waiting in line for fuel inside the service area. Zhou Xing sat in his car 4 cars ahead of him in line. He sat quietly, watching the line slowly move forward. Before Wang Yun even got close to his side, Zhou Xing had already spotted him in the rearview mirror. Wang Yun drove past him, stopping in the empty space beside the gas pump. Seeing Wang Yun get out, smile at him, and then walk toward him, a brief look of confusion crossed Zhou Xing's eyes before quickly turning into understanding. This guy was probably here to act as a peacemaker. After all, if they didn't clear things up now, a rift would form between them, and if someone else in the convoy fueled the discord, it would become dangerous. At that point, the group might fall apart without any external enemy. When Zhou Xing looked up again, Wang Yun was already standing by his window. Wang Yun leaned against the driver's side, arms crossed, and glanced back at Zhou Xing inside the car. Brother Zhou. Are you alright? Just now. Blah blah blah. Wang Yun moved alongside the car, explaining some new rules in the convoy as he walked. Finally, Wang Yun spoke earnestly. Brother Zhou, tomorrow we're going to a town to gather supplies. You'll take half, and we'll split the rest among the 5 of us. How about that? Before Wang Yun even finished the last sentence, Zhou Xing's eyes lit up. I've been waiting for this. And afterward, how will the supplies be distributed? Zhou Xing pressed on. Hearing Zhou Xing ask proactively, Wang Yun's face relaxed slightly. He then stood up, turned, and fixed his tiger-like eyes on Zhou Xing. From now on, if this power hierarchy remains, you get 40%, and the rest of us 5 split the remaining 60. As he finished, a flicker of pain crossed Wang Yun's face. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, of course. It had been settled between him and Zhang Da the night of the meeting. After all, whether it was escaping the fog or handling the service area, Zhou Xing's combat prowess was worth such a high share. Of course, this only applied to the division among the transcendents. As for the ordinary survivors, that was the concern of the two captains, Zhang Da and Wang Yun. After the discussion, Wang Yun returned to his car and drove toward the highway exit. The gas pump was just reaching Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing got out, walked to the pump, took the nozzle from a survivor with wet pants, and began filling his car. The tank was already more than half full, so it didn't take long. The 118-liter tank was soon filled to the brim. Several children ran up from behind. A 13-year-old boy said, Mr. Zhou, Captain Zhang told us to bring these fuel cans for you. Put them down. Zhou Xing didn't turn around, his face flat and voice indifferent. 5 thuds sounded, but the sound of departing footsteps never came. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes and turned to look behind him. The children stood frozen, heads bowed low as if they dared not move without his permission. Zhou Xing's killing earlier had frightened these children. You can go. Thank you. Seeing the children standing like quails, sneaking glances at him, Zhou Xing sighed and relaxed his tone. These children had done nothing wrong, they were innocent. Perhaps in less than half a year these children would no longer be seen. Thinking of the phantasmal colossus, Zhou Xing sighed inwardly. The evolution of the fiends was far beyond that of human transcendence. Moreover, their numbers were overwhelming. After a moment of thought, Zhou Xing shook his head. No matter the future, he would live in the present. Zhou Xing then opened the nozzle again and began filling the 5 green-painted iron fuel cans. The survivors waiting in line behind him looked at those cans with immense envy. The sun already hung on the western horizon. On the highway under the barren wilderness, the convoy, after resting, moved again. The entire survival convoy, like a long snake, sped swiftly along the road and soon disappeared into the distant horizon. 3 days after leaving the service area, the convoy began to slow down, noticeably cruising slowly along the winding highway. The sky was overcast and strands of dry, cold wind swept across the desolate plain, covered in withered grass, slipping into Zhou Xing's nostrils. Zhou Xing licked his cracked lips, a hint of helplessness flickering in his dark-circled eyes. During these 3 days, the convoy had driven 10 kilometers forward, then suddenly turned back halfway. Sometimes it even charged straight off the road into the depths of the wilderness. Zhou Xing sat in the military off-road vehicle, keeping close to the convoy. Because of his previous actions, no one dared to drive for him, leaving Zhou Xing slightly drowsy. Though he was a sequence transcendent and a powerful battle sequence, he was still within the bounds of an ordinary person. When the convoy finally slowed down, cheers from survivors echoed from behind his head. Clearly the slowdown meant they had shaken off those anomalies. But unlike the others, Zhou Xing could not muster any joy. Since leaving Jiangxing, he had not collected any supplies. Normally 2 bags of rice would be enough for Zhou Xing to squander for 3 months. There was no need to risk collecting more supplies. But the reality was that cooking rice and porridge both required rice. Could he just burn the pot directly? Charcoal grilled rice. Don't be ridiculous, no one had ever done that. In the apocalypse, if you only drink water and don't eat, you could survive 7 days. But without clean drinking water, 3 days would be enough to kill you. In the trunk, 3 dozen bottles of mineral water were stacked in the corner, leaving only 18. Even so, Zhou Xing had been frugal. He had used canned food and drinks to barely sustain himself until now. If the convoy still hadn't started collecting supplies after 3 days, Zhou Xing would have to think of other ways. Just as Zhou Xing frowned, pondering how to obtain water, the electronic sound of a loudspeaker came clearly from the front of the convoy. Attention! There's a village ahead, danger rating medium. Zhou Xing steadied the steering wheel, and a flicker of relief passed through his eyes when he heard the words, medium risk. During this escape, whenever the convoy shook off anomalies, the front would broadcast ratings of light or medium risk. Zhou Xing was initially confused and picked up the walkie-talkie to ask. Zhang De quickly responded. 3rd rank was heavy risk, 2nd rank medium, 1st rank light. This rating would be updated in real time as the anomalies grew stronger. The convoy soon approached the village. The vehicles of the Transcendents stopped at the entrance. 3 buses parked on the left side of the entrance on a patch of withered grass, while motorcycles and electric tricycles gathered on the right. Not a single bicycle was seen. Zhou Xing had no idea whether those people had boarded the buses or been left behind forever. He withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the village before him. Contrary to Zhou Xing's expectations, the village had no gate. At the asphalt road leading into the village, 2 rusty iron pillars as thick as an adult's thigh stood in the weeds beside the roadside. On the 2 iron pillars hung a badly faded, blood-stained signboard. The mottled board bore 3 blurry large characters. Shirkwan Village. Just then a gust of wind blew, and the nuts securing the sign immediately let out a piercing screech. The sound echoed across the silent village entrance, jarringly conspicuous. Zhou Xing clearly sensed an atmosphere of suppressed fears spreading through the crowd. He merely glanced at these people and then looked away. His gaze shifted to what lay behind the sign. The asphalt road at the entrance stretched deep into the village as far as the eye could see. Brick and tile houses and narrow paths dotted sparsely on both sides of the road. Half-man-tall weeds grew densely at the bases of the scattered houses and along the paths, like long-abandoned tombs. In less than a month since the apocalypse, the whole village looked as if no one had lived there for 50 years. Zhou Xing didn't know why, but every time his eyes swept over those houses, a chill of dread crept into his heart. The more he looked inward, the stronger the feeling of unease became. For a moment, Zhou Xing felt that Shirkwan Village was far more dangerous than Wang Yun had claimed. Just as he was sizing up the village, several murmurs reached his ears. This godforsaken place. Even a rat would starve to death here. What do you know? Every rural household should have some rice and flour. Some may have cellars with potatoes and radishes. Hearing the chatter, the crowd was filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Zhou Xing stood among them listening, but he looked into the village without a smile. This time he could give up rice and other supplies. He only needed water. As long as he collected enough water, he could avoid venturing into towns and villages to gather supplies again in the short term. If it hadn't been for the urgent shortage of gasoline, last time Zhou Xing would never have gone. Many shared Zhou Xing's thoughts. These were people with tricycles or motorcycles. Unlike the survivors on the 3 buses who ate from the communal pot under the leadership of 2 profit sequence transcendents. These people on motorcycles and 3-wheelers were the convoy's outer members. They collected their own supplies and didn't have to hand them over to the convoy. This had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was obvious: collected supplies were theirs to use as they pleased. The disadvantage was that the convoy would only treat them as hangers-on. Once an anomaly targeted the convoy, these people would be mercilessly abandoned. Zhou Xing looked at them, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. If not for the system, he would still be one of them. Brother Zhou, are you going with Zhao and the others this time, or? From the crowd ahead, Wang Yun turned around and looked toward the back. When he saw Zhou Xing, a smile appeared on his face. But before he could finish, Zhou Xing vanished from the spot like a ghost. By the time Wang Yun reacted, Zhou Xing was already standing before him, gazing at him with those deep dark eyes. Hey Brother Zhou, just like before. The battle sequence leads the survivors to gather supplies. The split is as agreed, you get 50%. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, his gaze shifting to Zhang De and the others in the distance. Zhang De was speaking seriously to Zhao Xian and Tian Feng. Sensing the stare, Zhang De immediately looked up and turned his head. Seeing Zhou Xing, he nodded and smiled at him. Zhou Xing merely withdrew his gaze coldly, offering no response. The last incident had filled him with anger. That man had dared to let a stranger drive his car without permission. Fortunately, there had been nothing valuable in the car at the time. Wang Yun noticed Zhou Xing's cold expression and sighed inwardly. He understood Zhang Laopao's actions, but felt mostly helpless. The young man before him was no naive college student. Zhang Laopao's attempt to have someone monitor him was like walking straight into a gun barrel. The rift was now thoroughly sown. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xing stood with Tian Feng and Zhao Xian beside the village sign. On the asphalt road at the entrance, 52 survivors carrying backpacks and bundles looked at Zhou Xing and the others with both excitement and nervousness. Zhou Xing merely glanced at them, then turned and strode into the village without hesitation. How many of these people survived was their own affair. Before entering the village, Zhou Xing had warned Wang Yun about the danger of the houses and stated that he would not protect these people. Seeing Zhou Xing enter the village, Tian Feng and Zhao Xian immediately led the survivors to follow. Regardless, Zhang De had told them to stay close to Zhou Xing and be polite to him. As for gathering supplies, it was still the same as before. Zhao Xian and Tian Feng took the lead, guiding the survivors to collect supplies. As soon as Zhou Xing stepped into the village, a foreboding palpitation swept over him from all directions. It was like the biting wind of the deepest winter months scraping against his exposed skin. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes, and a wisp of crimson light flickered deep within his pupils. This place may not yet be dangerous, but it was far more sinister than any service area. Even as Zhou Xing pondered, the red chi aura appeared like a conjurer's trick, instantly covering his body. From his pores, foul smells of mildew and things resembling green smoke were being forced out. A series of women's weeping arose from within the green smoke. Woo, 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 I am so cold, so cold. The voice came and went, making Zhou Xing's brows furrow into a deep crease. Zhou Xing reached to his waist with his left hand, drew his black pistol, and then continued scanning his surroundings. But his expression soon changed, and his entire body froze on the spot. Beneath his feet, across the ground around him, a horde of figures with human silhouettes seemingly condensed from thin smoke scuttled about on all fours like dogs. Their movements were incredibly nimble, limbs like spiders moving with breathtaking speed. Zhou Xing's gaze fell upon them like cold water dropped into boiling oil. In an instant, all the smoky figures froze still. These creatures concentrated their hollow eye sockets upon the human before them. Almost the very next moment, the monsters threw open their massive mouths, and a series of hoarse shrieks erupted from their smoky maws. The originally blurred smoky mouths began to transform. Along the upper and lower jawbones, a row of serrated fangs instantly sprouted. As the jaws snapped shut, they fit together as tightly as a zipper. As if responding to some command, these creatures began hurling themselves at Zhou Xing. Facing attacks from every angle, a mocking smile crossed Zhou Xing's face, and his gaze turned razor cold as he raised his pistol. He stood his ground, his upper body weaving left and right with effortless grace. His left arm, gripping the pistol, seemed to activate some kind of acceleration, leaving behind hundreds of afterimages in the air. 33 Crimson Trace shots found their marks with pinpoint precision, striking the lunging smoke monsters. The surrounding red threads nearly wound completely around the magazine position, radiating a blood-colored glow. A continuous stream of system alert sounds kept chiming. Zhou Xing truly had no surplus energy to spare. Within the village, the entire sea of white smoke like anomalous figures was slowly shuffling along the main street toward the village entrance. Zhou Xing was like a human meat grinder. No matter how many anomalies drew near, he struck with calm precision every time. Only from the system prompts did he learn that these anomalies were called smoke slaves, first-tier cannon fodder anomalies. To gather such a multitude of smoke slaves merely to test him, coupled with the heart-pounding sensation he had felt upon first entering this village, Zhou Xing felt that this village might house at least one third-tier anomaly. The moment this conclusion formed, Zhou Xing's face darkened with gravity. If even these remote places harbored third-tier anomalies, then what of the cities and those top-tier metropolitan areas with tens of millions of inhabitants? Had even more terrifying anomalies already been born? A trace of despair and crisis welled up from within Zhou Xing's heart. The anomalous smoke slaves ahead seemed utterly endless. His gun continued to discharge mechanically. These smoke servants dissolved into vapor the moment the bullets struck their foreheads. While Zhou Xing waged his furious slaughter outside Shirquan village, Tianfeng and Zhao Xian exchanged strange glances. Tianfeng stared at the village entrance where a wall of green smoke stood like a barrier blocking the way. Gazing across the entire village, one would feel as though standing in a sea of fog, barely able to make out the outlines of tiled rooftops. Zhao Xian stepped forward beside him, dark energy rolling about her body. A simple ancient broadsword with a dragon head hilt materialized before her chest. Zhao Xian grabbed it firmly, pointed the blade tip at the green smoke barrier ahead, and thrust with all her might. The black broadsword sank in, as though it had truly struck empty air. The girl withdrew her sword, her expression ice cold, a flicker of anxiety flashing in her eyes. The surrounding survivors watched this display, utterly dumbstruck, not daring even to breathe. Ever since Zhou Xing entered the village, Tianfeng had intended to follow closely behind. But who would have guessed that after merely 2 seconds he and Zhao Xian and the rest were all stopped outside the village? Even the dullest person could figure out that there was an anomaly inside, and one of tremendous power. In the crowd, some began whispering among themselves. Holy crap, this village was fine, just now what happened? Bloody hell, I've already run out of food and water. Shirquan village's anomalies, my ass. Some were terrified by Zhou Xing's plight. Others wore grim expressions, venting their grievances to those around them. And some of the bolder ones actually pointed at the green smoke barrier at the village entrance and began cursing. Tianfeng watched the chaotic crowd, a hint of impatience on his face. Picking at his ear, he glanced at the crowd and said irritably, "Shut up. Where do you think you are, you?" Just as Tianfeng was about to say more, Captain Zhang and Captain Wang are coming over. Somewhere in the crowd, someone suddenly called out. Everyone immediately turned to look behind them. 100 meters beyond the village entrance on the national highway, a modified off-road vehicle was speeding toward them. Tianfeng and Zhao Xian exchanged a glance, then walked slowly toward the boundary marker. The modified off-road vehicle had already stopped there. Zhang De and Wang Yun stepped out together, standing beside the marker, watching the crowd return. Wang Yun's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the village entrance. When he saw that wall of green smoke barrier, his face instantly turned the color of a bruised pork liver, his expression one of utter revulsion. He and Zhang De had clearly sensed that this village held nothing unusual. Yet now his good brother had just gone in and been trapped inside. At this point, the level of anomalous aura in this village was already at least 3rd tier. Wang Yun felt overwhelming guilt, and his attitude toward the anomalies had shifted entirely. Looks like we'll have to abandon this place. Zhang Da's voice rang out from nearby. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yun abruptly turned his head, a trace of embarrassment flashing across his face. Old Gunner Zhang, how about we wait a bit longer? This kid took down a 3rd tier anomaly before. Hearing this, a troubled expression appeared on Zhang Da's face as he turned to meet Wang Yun's gaze. Brother Wang, the convoy's food supplies ran out 3 days ago. Some people have already fainted from hunger. Wang Yun spoke these words with a strained expression, clearly unwilling to abandon Zhou Xing himself. Wang Yun looked at Zhang De before him, then directed his gaze toward the national highway. He lowered his head, silent for a long while, then glanced at his phone. Amidst Zhang Da's somewhat complicated stare, Wang Yun raised his head again, a resolute expression blooming on his face. It's 12 o'clock now. If this kid isn't out by 3 this afternoon, you all leave. Brother Wang Yu. Zhang Da's face showed emotion, about to protest, but Wang Yun raised his hand to stop him. Wang Yun turned around, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the village entrance, a bold smile spreading across his face. Keep going, kid. Brother Wang will wait for you out here. Shirquan village. Zhou Xing stood at the village entrance as countless smoke slaves opened their gaping mouths, surging toward him like a rising tide. These smoke slaves seemed to grow swifter as time passed. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. Though this change was subtle, Zhou Xing's keen perception from the Sword Saint sequence detected it instantly. Zhou Xing's strength began to falter, his movements growing sluggish. After prolonged intense combat, his body had secreted large amounts of lactic acid, finally affecting the speed of his spear strikes. In that brief moment when Zhou Xing's arm movements slowed, 20 smoke slaves opened their gaping mouths, let out a roar, and lunged toward his face. Faced with 20 grotesque mouths pressing close, Zhou Xing gritted his teeth as the jade bracelet on his wrist flickered with crimson light. The red bracelet shattered, transforming into a long sword resembling a Tang dynasty blade. Zhou Xing's right hand instantly seized the sword hilt as his arm erupted with tremendous speed, deflecting toward his face. A flash of crimson light burst forth, and the air emitted a shrill sound of slicing. The blade, enveloped in red sword aura, instantly cleaved these mouths in two. These smoke slaves let out no wails, their heads split apart, and their bodies exploded into smoke. Zhou Xing gripped the long sword, and waves of warmth flowed from the sword hilt. The warmth seemed sentient, entering his right arm and rushing toward the areas where lactic acid had accumulated. After just 5 streams of warmth, Zhou Xing felt his body grow light, his consciousness sharp, as if injected with adrenaline. Faced with this transformation, a flicker of hope and joy rose in his heart. From slaying these 20 smoke slaves to the warmth flowing from the sword hilt into his body, bringing him to a stronger state, it had been merely the blink of an eye. Zipper-like mouths bristling with jagged teeth came rushing once more. Next, faces the back of heads, abdomens. Even the small Zhou Xing himself was not spared. Crimson protective energy swirled around Zhou Xing and his weapon. As he raised his right arm, hundreds of phantom sword-wielding arms churned around him like extensions of his own limbs. The red blade, and its tip moved like a scalpel. With surgical precision it sliced and pierced into the strange skulls of the smoke slaves. Wisps of smoke exploded outward around Zhou Xing. From the sword hilt, another surge of warmth flowed into his right arm and spread throughout his body. The energy and exhaustion from his sword swings seemed to reset entirely. Just as hundreds of smoke slave mouths converged and lunged toward Zhou Xing, once more a blue system interface suddenly materialized in his vision. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone of 100,000 slaughter points. Shop 2.0 has been updated. New vehicles, new sequence injectors, new items await. The Oddities Upgrade Workshop has been unlocked. Zhou Xing froze momentarily, barely able to savor his excitement before the smoke slaves' mouths reappeared before him like relentless leeches. Get lost. Zhou Xing bellowed, his expression savage as he unleashed 100 sword shadows. 100 fierce crimson sword auras formed a tight net, instantly slaying every smoke slave within a 10-meter radius. A small clearing appeared around him. Watching the gaps close rapidly and the endless tide of smoke in the distance, a faint curve formed on Zhou Xing's typically stoic face. The aberration within was using smoke slaves to wear him down. Yet Zhou Xing was also leveraging their tactics to accumulate slaughter points. Ever since being trapped here, everything had unfolded according to Zhou Xing's plan. Even the long sword he had just drawn, as if suddenly remembering it, was merely for show to deceive whatever lurked within. Now that he had reached 100 slaughter points, and the system had upgraded, there was no longer any need for Zhou Xing to hold back. And so over the following period, Zhou Xing began treating this like a tower defense game, clearing waves while allocating a sliver of attention to examine the system. For him, who had been receiving constant real-time backlash from Blood Roar, this multitasking wasn't particularly challenging. Zhou Xing first entered the system shop. The main interface transformed. The shop icon enlarged and became translucent on screen. The storefront content changed to familiar wooden shelves divided into 200 grids. The first row of 10 grids glowed with silver radiance at their borders. After examining each one, Zhou Xing's face broke into a smile. Every single grid had been unlocked. Zhou Xing shifted his gaze, immediately scanning the first wooden grid, which still contained the green liquid sequence injector. It seemed this item wouldn't refresh unless exchanged and used. System, can you add a warehouse or inventory feature or something? Zhou Xing couldn't resist voicing this request to the system. After all, with an inventory or warehouse, he could stockpile the exchanged items. It would certainly be more convenient when he needed to sell or use them later. But Zhou Xing's hope was short-lived. A system message in emerald green text appeared on the shop panel. This feature belongs to the 3.0 update version. Current access denied. Zhou Xing sputtered in frustration. This was utterly stingy. This kind of feature was standard in any game. Why would it require the shop 3.0 version here? With his hoarder dreams shattered, Zhou Xing could only sigh and turn his gaze to the second wooden grid. Inside this grid, previously empty, now sat a vehicle. When Zhou Xing saw the vehicle's holographic 3D model, his eyes lit up. It was a hybrid of a modified off-road vehicle and a camper. The body resembled a camper with 8 solid all-terrain tires beneath. Each tire stood as tall as a person with treads as thick as human arms. The entire exterior differed from a normal camper. Thick green-painted steel plating had completely replaced the original thin metal shell. This thing resembled a mobile steel fortress. Zhou Xing's mouth watered instantly. His green-tinged gaze dropped to the exchange value marked below the grid. 10,000 slaughter points. Zhou Xing's inner voice screamed upon seeing the 1 followed by a long string of zeros within the blue border. What a blatant extortion. Zhou Xing figured the system had gone slaughter point crazy and was clearly price gouging. Zhou Xing shelved the purchase for now. If he could escape, he could use the vehicle outside anyway. Better to see what other treasures lay ahead. His gaze fell on the third grid. Within it, Zhou Xing spotted some electronic devices, a black MP5 beside a pair of Bluetooth earphones. Xiaoling Tong MP5, oddity rank 1654. Before the apocalypse, everything you wanted to hear and play was here. After the apocalypse, wherever you wish to inquire about or travel to, it can navigate. Required exchange value 500. Reading the description, Zhou Xing felt pleased. But that price. System, are you trying to fleece me now that I've got some wealth? Host thinks too much. Everything this system produces is premium quality, fair to young and old alike. Staring at the emerald green text, Zhou Xing laughed in exasperation. Previously, a Sword Saint sequence injector had cost only 300 slaughter points. That vehicle was only 3000. Now the prices kept climbing with each breakthrough. Damn system. For the first time, Zhou Xing felt the urge to discard his weapon and let the aberration tear him apart. But he quickly talked himself down. Better a wretched life than a glorious death. Rekindling his hope, Zhou Xing cast an eager gaze toward the remaining 7 grids with their silver-bordered frames. Perhaps he could find some items or tools that might aid his current situation. This is... Zhou Xing's gaze was instantly drawn to the 4th grid. As he looked at the center of the grid, A holographic three-dimensional model of a battle axe rotated within the space, its circular base emitting a crimson glow. The entire axe body radiated a faint black-red blood light. Zhou Xing scrutinized the ferocious-looking battle axe. The axe handle was carved with two lifelike black dragons. At the tip of the handle was a ferocious beast head with its fanged mouth wide open. Its black eyes seemed like an abyss. On the blade's edge were densely packed blood grooves and some obscure mystical runes. The runes pulsed like living blood vessels, and the blood light on the surface seemed as if real blood was throbbing. Zhou Xing swallowed, greed flashing in his eyes, then his gaze shifted to the blue border below. Hell's Roar Mystic Artifact Rank 288. Note, as its name suggests, during battle it emits a terrifying hellish roar, causing enemies' attacks to miss with high probability. Side effect: the user becomes bloodthirsty and filled with thoughts of world destruction. Except for the host. Required Mystic Kill Value 200,000. What the hell? Zhou Xing was initially tempted. This was a mystic artifact ranked in the top 500. If he could exchange it, he would be invincible. But seeing the final price, Zhou Xing curled his lip and skipped it directly. It was too expensive. If it were 1,000 mystic kill value cheaper, he would definitely buy it. With that thought, Zhou Xing looked at the 6 wooden grids behind. Among the 6 grids, 3 satisfied him. They were men's clothing that refreshed daily, including both inner and outer garments. The 6th grid was drinking water stored in containers similar to gasoline iron tanks. Like the clothing, it also refreshed daily. The 7th grid was gasoline, also refreshing daily like the previous 2. Why did he come to this village this time? Wasn't it for drinking water? Thinking that in the future, he only needed to kill anomalies to enjoy a retirement life in the apocalypse. Zhou Xing's grin was wider than the muzzle of an AK. His left hand holding the pistol trembled slightly, almost missing and letting a smoke slave get close. Zhou Xing glanced at the prices again. A set of clothing, including inner and outer, was only 100 mystic kill value. Gasoline and drinking water were the same price, 50 mystic kill value. Damn system, you finally acted like a system. Zhou Xing sighed inwardly, then looked at the remaining 3 wooden grids with silver glow borders. Zhou Xing glanced and showed a look of chicken ribs, something of little value. The 3 rear grids contained 3 medicines, the kind of ordinary pre-apocalypse medicines. They were cold medicine, sleeping pills, and medical alcohol. Zhou Xing stared for a long time, then finally sighed. Medicine it is. Although it was useless to him, now he could trade it with others later. With that thought, Zhou Xing felt somewhat relieved. It took nearly 6 minutes. Zhou Xing familiarized himself with the updated system shop and the Mystic Artifact Forge. This Mystic Artifact Forge was similar to some equipment fusion games he had played before. Of course, since it was a cheat, there could be no failure rate. In theory, as long as Zhou Xing was willing, he could fuse mystic artifact materials into a mystic artifact. He could also throw mystic artifact materials and a mystic artifact together into the forge to directly optimize and upgrade the artifact's existing attributes. Has it been 15 minutes already? Zhou Xing returned to the main system interface. Above the shop icon, the mystic kill value had actually increased by over 500 in 5 minutes. He dismissed the panel and looked at the endless line of smoke slaves, his eyes as if staring at gold ingots. If he farmed here for a while, he might be able to accumulate 1 million. Thinking of having 1 million, buying Hell's Roar, and also having a Fortress RV. And that Xiling Tong MP5 with a prophetic series-like ability. In this apocalypse, where couldn't he go? Damn it, for a better future life, let's do it. Zhou Xing decided to take the initiative and speed up the harvesting. As for the hidden anomaly lurking in the shadows, its strength was probably not enough to one-shot him. When he had farmed enough for 1 million, no. 500,000. Just 500,000, and he would exchange for Hell's Roar and slash that bastard to death. Of course, this anomaly knew to use cannon fodder to wear him down, implying it had some intelligence. The clone was his trump card and should not be exposed too early. Zhou Xing still planned to charge in and slash first. When encountering threats, he would only reveal the wind step superhuman ability. With a plan in mind, Zhou Xing looked up at the dense crowd of smoke slaves, his expression greedy. Experience packs, here I come. Zhou Xing smiled, leaned forward, and stepped out with his left foot. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the ground at the village entrance. Zhou Xing moved so fast, he left afterimages plowing forward like a cannonball. His right arm swung wildly, and the blood roar with red, true, chi churned madly ahead, sending out 100 red sword shadows. The sword net of red, true chi slaughtered all nearby smoke slaves. Large clouds of smoke burst and scattered into the surrounding mist. Zhou Xing turned into a rainbow light, charging back and forth in the endless white mist current of smoke slaves like a war god. Even if some slipped through and tried to ambush from behind, his left hand would swing the pistol, its muzzle, as if it had eyes, aiming at the smoke slaves. Bang! Bang! A series of gunshots rang out, and the smoke slaves exploded. From each exploding smoke slave, a thin red thread shot out, converging into the already crimson magazine of the pistol. Zhou Xing kept killing like this. In less than 10 minutes, he had already farmed to the end of the road that could only be seen from the village entrance. At the end of the road was a spacious square. Now Zhou Xing stood there with the smoke slaves behind him, crouching on the main street 100 meters away. They were like beasts, panting, only daring to roar at him, but not approach. It seemed there was something ahead of Zhou Xing that made them all afraid. Interesting. Zhou Xing glanced at the smoke slaves, then turned his gaze to the square ahead. The square was circular with an estimated radius of about 100 meters. The ground was paved with cobblestones presumably taken from the river, fairly smooth. A withered, crooked old locust tree stood silently in the center of the square. A small stone spring formed a ring around the locust tree at the center. The tree's branches were like twisted monster claws, and its trunk was pitch black as if painted with black lacquer. Zhou Xing looked and thought it was fairly normal, because compared to the tree in the stone spring beneath it, a blurry figure in red was floating up and down. Zhou Xing didn't know when that figure had appeared. He didn't care much, because his mystic kill value had reached nearly 26000. Without hesitation, Zhou Xing summoned the system shop. As long as he got Hell's Roar, he would treat this damn place like a minor boss and farm it. Just as Zhou Xing was about to click confirm to exchange, his expression relaxed. A sinister cold aura with a venomous gaze suddenly appeared behind him. The stench of moldy, rotting corpses almost poured into Zhou Xing's nostrils from behind his head. Zhou Xing's scalp tightened, but he didn't turn around in a hurry. Instead, he cast a nonchalant glance at the stone spring ahead. As expected, things were just as he had anticipated. In the stone spring ahead, the silhouette of the red-clad figure that had been lying in the water had vanished. The once clear spring water had turned a bloody hue, and when had that happened? Countless heads' hair plastered to their scalps bobbed and sank in the pool of blood. The pallid faces of the dead with eyes like dead fish stared directly at Zhou Xing, their lips curling into grotesque, sinister smiles. In the air, traces of blood mist began to appear, visibly thickening. The crimson chi around Zhou Xing's body was entangled with the blood mist, emitting a sound like that of a strong acid corroding. All over his body, a cold sensation akin to ice touching the skin appeared one after another. The crimson chi around his body was visibly fading. Not good. A sense of crisis surged in Zhou Xing's heart, and he completely abandoned his previous dismissive attitude. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the Gale Step. Zhou Xing's figure seemed to dissipate rapidly, inch by inch. The breath of the red-clad woman behind him caught, and on her pale face, half hidden by the cascade of black hair, her sinister and venomous expression froze abruptly. As the last corner of Zhou Xing's robe vanished, the red-clad woman's pallid face showed a look of confusion, and her deadfish eyes twitched a couple of times. It seemed she was struggling to think about how the human had suddenly disappeared. The human is gone. On the blood mist-shrouded plaza, the female ghost's voice sounded now near, now far. Standing not far away, Zhou Xing heard the voice that seemed to echo right beside his ear, and a chill ran through his body. The red-clad woman was now drifting aimlessly within the blood mist. That long hair hung from her head almost to the ground. No matter from which angle one looked, it was utterly terrifying. Her arms, like a zombie's, were stiffly raised in front of her chest. What had been normal fingernails had become long, sharp, and slender, reaching an exaggerated length of half a meter, glistening with a crimson hue. Zhou Xing dared not imagine. This very thing had just been pressed against the back of his head. If it had been any other sequence 3 supernatural, they would probably have been stuck here. Fortunately, he possessed the Gale Step, that freakish supernatural ability. Zhou Xing continued to scrutinize the red-clad woman, then turned his head to look at the eerie heads in the stone spring. Whether it was the red-clad woman or the pool of eerie heads, the source of both was that stone spring. Perhaps these things should all be destroyed. With that thought, Zhou Xing summoned the system shop. He exchanged for Hell's Roar again. Exchange for Hell's Roar requires 200 slaughter value. Confirm exchange. Confirm. As Zhou Xing said this, his face was full of pain. This was not 20 nor 200 slaughter value. It was a full 200,000. To be honest, if it weren't for the absolute certainty he needed to escape this village without any accidents, he really didn't want to use it. After all, with the daily supplies in the system shop, including some rice, he wouldn't have to risk collecting water and gasoline anymore. He could even trade scarce medicines for food. Now was not like before. In the harsh environment of the apocalypse, getting sick for an ordinary person was equivalent to death. From now on, without collecting supplies, he could exchange food from survivors and supernaturals. With 200,000, he could have lived comfortably for a long time. But now it was all gone. Zhou Xing's face twisted into a ferocious expression, his gaze fixed on the red-clad woman still drifting in the red mist. In the blood mist, the heads floated like lanterns across the plaza. An eerie crimson light emitted from their heads like the glow of light bulbs. A hoarse hiss resembling a snake's came from these heads, and visible red ripples spread simultaneously from them. Seeing this, Zhou Xing vaguely guessed what was happening. These creatures thought he was still there, and were trying to flush him out. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before these heads passed right over his own. Just as these heads were murmuring and advancing toward him, Zhou Xing's vision blurred. A dark red light suddenly appeared in the blood mist before his chest. A ferocious giant axe as tall as a man materialized within the dark red glow. Sensing the height of this battle axe, Zhou Xing swallowed hard. He returned the pistol to his waist, and the blood roar in his right hand shattered its fragments, turning into a red gravel chain that coiled back around his wrist. The giant axe floated, drawing closer to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing extended his right hand, his palm gripping the axe handle. The moment his palm touched the black dragon texture, it felt as if he were truly touching scales. At the end of the handle, the ferocious beast's head, its ink-black eyes began to glow with a dark light. When Zhou Xing held it in his hand, the expected weight did not materialize. Instead, it felt more like swinging a toy sword from childhood, very light. As Zhou Xing swung it, the surrounding air emitted a shrill cutting sound. He even noticed that a casual swing of this axe produced dark red arcs of electricity. This was the first time Zhou Xing had seen dark red arcs of electricity that were not natural. He weighed the axe in his hand and glanced at the red-clad woman standing in the stone spring like a puppet. Her arms now hung naturally at her sides, and her long black hair trailed to the ground. This ghastly thing was currently using its sharp crimson nails to comb its long hair. Zhou Xing hoisted the hell's roar onto his shoulder and walked over with narrowed eyes. 5 seconds later, he stood at the edge of the blood pool, gazing at the woman standing in it. Perhaps because he was closer now, Zhou Xing could also see other things in the blood pool. Some eyeballs and limbs floated in the water. The internal organs and other tissues, however, were missing. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze and focused on the red-clad woman in the blood pool, who was still combing her hair. His right arm gripped the axe handle, muscles instantly bulging. The red-clad woman seemed not to notice, calmly combing her long hair, just like the eerie woman's face from before. The axe blade with its grotesque blood groove aimed at the top of the red-clad woman's head and swung down instantly. Zhou Xing's eyes flashed with caution, his gaze fixed on her reaction, ready to activate his clone at any moment. In most novels, accidents always happen at this critical moment. In Zhou Xing's cold, cautious gaze, the red-clad woman took the full brunt of the axe, letting out a screech of extreme venom. Like a watermelon, the battle axe split her in two. The woman's split body exploded like two blood-colored fireworks, then vanished completely. Zhou Xing's face fell with disappointment. What bad luck? Not even a single oddity material. The third-order supernatural, the red-clad woman, had been swiftly ambushed and killed by Zhou Xing. The moment Zhou Xing struck the gale, step state automatically exited. Like a stone thrown into water, it stirred up ripples in the air. Not far away, the heads and the blood pool before him began to mutate rapidly. Dense clusters of heads like bees swarmed madly toward Zhou Xing. The blood pool at his feet boiled like hot water, bubbling with blood foam. Dozens of tentacles as thick as an adult's thigh and over 100 meters long burst from the pool and stabbed at Zhou Xing. All of this was the reaction triggered the moment Zhou Xing killed the red-clad woman. Your master is dead, and you still think you can make waves. Zhou Xing's face lit up with excitement. He raised the battle axe wreathed in dark red lightning and charged into the blood pool, smashing and slashing wildly. The heads barely got within 3 meters of him. The dark red blade of the battle axe, carrying crescent-shaped air blades, swept through. Even the slightest graze shattered large numbers of heads into blood mist. The blood pool shook and the blood mist thinned as it steamed away. Zhou Xing swung the battle axe, his whole body and the axe turning into 100 afterimages. The tentacles and human tissues in the pool all trembled into dust, evaporating along with the pool's water. In Zhou Xing's eyes, 2 red gleams swayed with his body. How long passed, no one knew. On the plaza, the blood mist dissipated. In the center of the plaza, only a young man in tattered clothes sat quietly in meditation. The battle axe floated beside him, emitting a dark red glow. The crooked locust tree and the stone spring behind him had vanished, leaving only a 10-meter-wide crater. System, I want to upgrade the pistol. Zhou Xing's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at the oddity forge, speaking excitedly. Before Zhou Xing's words faded, the interface transformed. The wondrous smithy rapidly expanded into a virtual space, and within the system panel, a colossal forging table appeared. A burly, bearded, middle-aged man, bare-chested, stood behind the forge. Like an NPC in a game, his expression bore a mechanical smile. Zhou Xing was about to ask how to upgrade the pistol when it suddenly struck him that he hadn't brought the heart of the grotesque giant when he entered. That thing was huge, so he had simply left it in the car. Thinking of the car, he also thought of Wang Yun. I wonder what time it is now. Did Wang Yun and the others leave? Zhou Xing slowly stood up and reached into his pocket for his phone, but after fumbling around, he found nothing. His face darkened. Although there was no network after the apocalypse, having a phone would at least let him check the time or listen to music. But now he didn't even know when he had dropped it in the alley. Damn it, this is the worst luck. Zhou Xing lowered his head, spat angrily at the marble by his feet. Roar. A sudden roar erupted from the side. Not far away in the 6 alleyways at the edge of the square, it seemed that after losing the red-haired woman, the smoke slaves had started fighting and devouring each other. Zhou Xing frowned at the noise. Judging by the sounds, these alleyways were full of the creatures, and some had even advanced to the 2nd tier. Interesting. Zhou Xing stared at the alley he had come from, a smile curling on his lips. The smoke there was no less dense than in the others. These smoke slaves seemed to be the fixed anomalies of the Forbidden Zone in Stone Spring Village. As long as the village remained, no matter how many Zhou Xing killed, they would automatically refresh. As this speculation arose in his mind, Zhou Xing's eyes lit up. This place was a perfect spot to farm anomaly kill points. If not now, when? Zhou Xing immediately stood up, his gaze greedy as he looked toward the alleys. In each of the 6 alleys, the aura of the anomalies was surging, with some even approaching the 3rd tier. If he delayed any longer, the entire village would be filled with new 3rd-tier smoke slaves. Without hesitation, he focused on the alleys where the auras were closest to the 3rd tier. Zhou Xing activated Gale Step again. His body blurred and vanished from the spot. Gripping Hell's Roar, he charged into the alley like a cannonball. Boom! The giant axe struck the ground, and a thunderous explosion erupted in the next instant. In the smoke-filled alley, Zhou Xing stood at the center of the blast, his upper body shredded by the violent energy. Dark red lightning radiated outward for 10 meters, turning the area into a vacuum. Hundreds of smoke slaves, unaware of what was happening, were disintegrated into smoke by the red arcs. Pleasant kill notifications echoed in his mind. Thus Zhou Xing became a mad butcher, slaughtering relentlessly through the alley. The battle axe had no restorative function, and after prolonged carnage, without the replenishing effect of blood roar, Zhou Xing's fatigue showed, and his killing efficiency visibly decreased. He was forced to wield the sword in his left hand and the axe in his right. With blood roar's feedback, Zhou Xing's waning state quickly returned to its peak. He was like death incarnate, and wherever he passed, smoke slaves exploded like firecrackers. One alley was cleared quickly. Zhou Xing took a shortcut and swiftly entered another alley, resuming his harvest mode. The anomaly kill points, which had been nearly 70,000, skyrocketed to 270,000. When Zhou Xing finished the last alley and slaughtered the final smoke slave, his anomaly kill points had reached a terrifying near 500,000. Now as he walked back through the alley, his body was stiff like a puppet. His weapons were unconsciously dragged along the ground, scraping with a metallic sound. His eyes were vacant, his expression dazed. 10 minutes later, Zhou Xing returned to the square and stopped like a puppet standing still. The surrounding smoke began to dissipate, and everything became clear, returning to normal levels before entering the village. Perhaps realizing that it could do nothing to this human, the rule-bound area that was about to become a forbidden zone automatically closed its sea of fog. No one knew how long passed, but Zhou Xing remained standing like a withered tree stump. A natural breeze which had started at some point swept across his numb eyes. Zhou Xing's puppet-like body shuddered, and his dazed expression was quickly pulled back. What happened to me? Zhou Xing looked down at his hands, a hint of fear on his face. That numbness and confusion made him feel like a boatman stranded in a world surrounded by endless sea. Forget it, the result is good. At least, I'm free. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Xing keenly sensed the anomaly around him. The smoke had vanished. Zhou Xing even heard the roar of engines from the village entrance. Yet he showed no joy. Now he was a man with nearly 500,000 anomaly kill points. As long as he exchanged the wonders in the system, he could go it alone. With that thought, Zhou Xing summoned the system panel. A blue panel instantly appeared before his eyes. System exchange for the Xilingtong MP5, and also exchange for that Fortress RV. Zhou Xing spoke with the tone of a nouveau riche, extremely arrogant. From the apocalypse until now, he had finally stood up. Spend 1000 anomaly kill points to exchange for Fortress RV. Spend 500 anomaly kill points to exchange for Xilingtong MP5. Looking at the 2 blue selection boxes that popped up on the main panel, Zhou Xing didn't hesitate and clicked them one after another. Exchange successful. Remaining anomaly kill points, 348945. Seeing that he still had 3400, Zhou Xing's face lit up with a brilliant smile. With 3400, he could drift through the survival convoy days. Just as Zhou Xing thought this, the ground beside him suddenly trembled with the crash of a heavy object. He turned his head and looked. A castle-like RV was parked in front of him. Its surface armor had a distinct heaviness, like tank armor, gleaming with a dark gray metallic luster. The vehicle's chassis had 8 hubs, each fitted with all-terrain solid tires. Zhou Xing stepped forward, patted it, and smiled. Though his gesture was casual, if it had been the armor of an armored vehicle, it would have left a deep palm print. The tires looked like rubber, but their defense was terrifyingly formidable. Zhou Xing then raised his left hand, aiming blood roar at a piece of armor and slashing down. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and after a faint spark, only a shallow mark less than a millimeter was left. Wow, you really get what you pay for. Zhou Xing, as if he had obtained a treasure, began to touch the vehicle from front to back, left to right, like a devout worshipper bowing before a deity. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xing sat in the ergonomic chair. The entire driver's cabin was more than twice as large as the original military off-road vehicle. He turned his head to look behind. Behind the left driver's seat were a water dispenser and a desk. On the right was a single-seat sofa. Continuing inward for 2 meters on the left was a cooking stove, and on the right a toilet, next to which was a storage cabinet. Finally, at the far end, a single bed was placed there. A heavy arched metal door 2 meters high was set into the metal wall, less than a meter from the window. Zhou Xing estimated the space was half the size of a standard classroom. Of course, this wasn't what made him happiest. What truly surprised him was the tablet-like MP5 he was playing with. When Zhou Xing picked it up from the passenger seat, he instantly mastered this precious wonder, ranked among the top 2,000. This wonder possessed the ability to sense and evade anomalies like the prophet sequence, and could also tell Zhou Xing which places were dangerous and which were safe. Zhou Xing felt this might be based on his own strength. Moreover, he discovered that it could download many pre-apocalypse entertainment videos, and even some computer games that he could play with his mind. A thing like this, and the system only charged him 500 anomaly kill points. It was simply too generous. While marveling, Zhou Xing, like an old hand at driving this vehicle skillfully, started the engine. A low, powerful roar soon echoed through the square. Zhou Xing drove the Fortress RV like a train on the road, charging at high speed into the nearby alley. Earlier, while slaughtering the smoke slaves, Zhou Xing had spotted a small shop. Now that the engines outside the village had just started, he could rush over and grab as much as he could. In the alley on a 6-meter-wide two-lane road, the Fortress RV driven by Zhou Xing squeezed through the narrow lane like a steel beast. On the streets on both sides, there were only 1 or 2 courtyards every 50 meters. Each courtyard shared a common feature: the single-story houses were arranged in 4 directions, encircled by a ring of brick walls. It gave a sense of orderliness. Zhou Xing would instinctively glance at these courtyards as he passed by. He was originally from the south, and this was his first time in the north witnessing the local countryside. Of course, what truly attracted Zhou Xing to each household were the rice flour and diesel fuel. Following the directions in his memory, he soon found the shop at the end of the alley. Before moving the vehicle forward, Zhou Xing glanced at the MP5 in his hand. He reached out and touched the map icon at the center of the screen. After the icon zoomed in with an animation, the display changed. A brand new blue 3D model filled the entire screen. Zhou Xing saw the entire village and scattered buildings. Even the survivors entering the village entrance to gather supplies were shown in real time as moving yellow dots. The positions of all buildings in the village were marked as red or green dots. Green indicated normal, red indicated the presence of anomalies. He himself was a large green arrow. At this moment, the green arrow pointed ahead, and the shop was marked in striking red. Clearly, the shop also had an anomaly. Placing the MP5 in the driver's seat, Zhou Xing walked to the innermost part of the RV and stood before the arched metal door. Zhou Xing reached out and pressed the red button at the center of the door. A metallic clanking sound followed, and the palm-sized metal surface at the button began to flip. A keyboard and display similar to a computer soon appeared. Zhou Xing skillfully entered his birthday. With a sound of releasing air pressure, the metal door slowly opened. Almost simultaneously, the heavy armored cover of the RV's trunk also began to rise rapidly. This RV had 2 passwords for the trunk. One was his birthday, which could open both the arched metal door and the trunk. The other was a frequently used alphanumeric code. Entering the code would only open the arched metal door. Admittedly, the system's products were convenient. Zhou Xing pulled out the key, got off the vehicle, and stood before the shop. He looked like a refugee fleeing famine, disheveled with tattered clothes and a pair of sour-smelling shoes dangling on his feet. Zhou Xing walked slowly to the shop front. Through the glass window of the double-leaf door, Zhou Xing saw the interior layout. Like most tobacco, alcohol, and grocery stores, there was a glass counter just inside the entrance. The counter held some cigarettes and such. Along the walls on both sides, the innermost wall and the middle space, stood shelves. There were 5 shelves in total. The interior was too dim. Zhou Xing could only see some items on the middle shelves: notebooks, lollipops, and small snacks. Though this small shop didn't have as many supplies as the supermarkets in town, it was more than enough for Zhou Xing, especially the cigarettes in the counter display, and the liquor in the boxes on the shelves by the wall. After the apocalypse, the industrial system collapsed. Cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and such would become extremely scarce luxuries. Although Zhou Xing wasn't interested, he had to admit their value. He raised his foot and gave a fierce kick to the lock on the double-leaf door. Bang! The lock shattered with a metallic groan and fell to the ground. Zhou Xing had controlled his strength, so aside from a slightly deformed door handle, the double-leaf door remained intact. Pulling open the double-leaf door, Zhou Xing entered the shop and walked through the aisle between the shelves. In the corner between the innermost shelf and the shelf against the right wall, he saw a woman squatting facing the wall. The woman had disheveled hair and wore a plain white dress. Her body twitched, and faint sobbing came from the corner. Zhou Xing curled his lips and stepped forward slowly. As if sensing the approach of a living person, the woman's body began to tremble more violently, and her long black hair writhed like tentacles. An ordinary person would have sensed something wrong, but Zhou Xing acted as if he hadn't noticed and directly stood behind the woman. Swish! Zhou Xing's right arm shot out, his palm wreathed in red qi, and grabbed the woman by the back of the neck. The eerie woman was caught like a kitten. The sound of bones breaking echoed in the dark shop. The woman's body flailed twice. Her pale upturned hands had bright red nails like short daggers that waved in the air. Seemingly unable to attack, Zhou Xing, the woman's hair lashed out like poisonous snakes toward his arm. Seeing the anomaly still unruly, Zhou Xing's face remained expressionless, and he simply squeezed his right hand hard. The woman's head fell off her body like a watermelon. The corpse and head of the eerie woman quickly turned into black smoke and vanished. Zhou Xing waited a few seconds and found nothing left on the ground. For a moment, Zhou Xing felt disappointed. Neither the red-clad, third-rank female anomaly under the locust tree nor this eerie woman had dropped any artifact materials. Had his luck run out after the initial streak? With doubt in his mind, Zhou Xing began moving the shelves out of the shop. As a member of the Sword Saint sequence, and having reached sequence 2, Swordsman, Zhou Xing's physical capabilities were comparable to a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. In less than 4 minutes, Zhou Xing carried all 5 shelves to the open space behind the RV. During the moving, he found many backpacks. Zhou Xing was delighted. He had been worried about having nothing to carry the cigarettes and liquor from the counter. He grabbed several backpacks and re-entered the now empty shop. He packed all the cigarettes from the glass counter and the liquor from the shelves behind the counter into the backpacks, filling 5 full packs. With 1 backpack slung around his neck and 2 on each shoulder, Zhou Xing walked out of the shop easily and headed for the fortress RV. He placed the bundles in the space under the single bed. Then he began organizing the supplies from the shelves. There were many snacks, he didn't count them, and tossed them all into the trunk. He also threw in daily necessities like toothpaste and towels. Since there was spare space, he decided to take them. After all, he now had a bathroom. The system grid could exchange for a ton of water refreshed daily. He would need towels and such for future baths. Then there were some notebooks and pens as Zhou Xing placed them on the single sofa in the RV. If he got bored later, he might write a diary or something. The rear storage is quite big. The entire shop supplies only filled 1/3 of the space, Zhou Xing said with admiration as he easily pressed down the heavy armored cover, listening to the sound of air pressure releasing. Thinking that he wouldn't need to collect supplies for the next half year, Zhou Xing excitedly carried a box of instant noodles and a bag of snacks to the driver's cabin. Starting the vehicle, he headed toward the nearest courtyard. Snacks had little nutritional value. Rice flour and diesel fuel were the essentials for long-term survival. Thus Zhou Xing searched through 3 large courtyards one after another. He collected 15 50-kilogram bags of rice and 30 bags of flour. Northerners love noodles, so it was normal to have a large stock of flour. He also gathered 21 bottles of cooking oil in various sizes along with salt and other seasonings, all stuffed into the rear storage. Only when the storage was 2/3 full did Zhou Xing stop his collection efforts. He didn't want to pack it too tightly, leaving enough space to move around. Now the vehicle was parked in the alley inside the fortress RV. The arched metal door closed automatically, accompanied by the sound of air releasing from the airlock. Zhou Xing's face was filled with ease and a sense of security. He returned to the desk beside the water dispenser and sat in the matching chair. He plugged the water dispenser's plug into the socket on the metal wall next to it. During the supply collection, Zhou Xing had also kept an eye out for items like sockets, gathering a few. Now he placed a socket on the desk next to a 1.5-liter electric kettle. The water dispenser's plug was also in the socket. Zhou Xing sat in the chair. Swallowing saliva, he tore open the seasoning packet, poured it into the noodle cup, then picked up the kettle and poured hot water over the noodles. The seasoning dissolved instantly in the hot water. Zhou Xing sniffed, leaning close to the rising steam. The aroma of instant noodles brought a look of enjoyment to his face. Soon the quiet RV was filled with the sound of Zhou Xing wolfing down his food. The quiet RV was soon filled with the sound of Zhou Xing's voracious eating. Zhou Xing leaned back in his chair, letting out a long burp, a look of contentment spreading across his face. This was the first time since the apocalypse began that he could eat his fill without worry. At the last gathering, though the food was lavish, Zhou Xing hadn't eaten much. Helpless. The apocalypse meant relying only on oneself, never knowing whether the person before you was friend or foe. For Zhou Xing, rather than racking his brains to guess if the other party was good, it was better to plan for the worst. Could he handle it? Could he survive and leave that place? With a toothpick he'd scavenged, he picked at the meat shreds between his teeth. Swallowing the braised-flavored morsels, Zhou Xing squinted, his eyes full of satisfaction. Just as Zhou Xing lay down to sleep a bit more, the engines of 3 off-road vehicles roared to life in the depths of the alley behind him. Their target was clear. They seemed to be coming for him. Zhou Xing immediately got up and returned to the driver's seat. In less than 10 seconds after he sat down, he saw in the left rearview mirror 3 speeding off-road vehicles emerging from the depths of the alley. They came pretty fast. Zhou Xing sat in the ergonomic chair, squinting comfortably. Across from the fortress RV, the 3 off-road vehicles quickly stopped, and 5 people got out one after another. The thick armor in front of Zhou Xing lowered. The transparent bulletproof glass also came down, revealing a large window, like a viewing port. Zhou Xing was bare-chested, his hair a mess like a bird's nest, and his face covered in dirt. He looked like he had just returned from an adventure in Africa. As for appearances, Zhou Xing couldn't care less. What was image worth? It couldn't fill his stomach. His left arm rested casually on the window sill, his upper body bare. With a relaxed expression, he sized up the people opposite. He recognized Zhang Do, Wang Yun, Zhao Xian, and the young man in the crimson-red jacket. But the girl beside the crimson-red jacket young man seemed unfamiliar. Zhou Xing stared at her. Apart from a decent face and figure and her clothes and spirited demeanor, there was nothing particularly memorable. Where had he seen her? The girl opposite, noticing Zhou Xing's stare, curled her lip in disdain. The young man in the crimson-red jacket, seeing his sister's expression, immediately stepped forward with a grave face. Tian Mingming. Seeing Tian Feng scolding, Tian Mingming made a face. The girl puffed out her cheeks and went back to the vehicle. Captain Wang, is that Brother Zhou? Or a horror? Seeing Tian Mingming get back in the car, Tian Feng turned to Wang Yun, speaking while looking back at the opposite side. You ask? Wang Yun turned his head, a meaningful smile on his face. Ask and I will. Tian Feng showed contempt, then faced Zhou Xing, opening his mouth to shout. Zhou Xing watched Zhao Xian and the two Prophet sequence members full of vigilance, feeling a bit speechless. Seeing that fool Tian Feng really intended to shout. Zhou Xing's face darkened, and he spoke first. I'm still alive. As he said this, he saw the four of them looking utterly unbelieving. Believe it or not, Zhou Xing's face turned indifferent. The thick armor rose again, and the vehicle started heading toward the alley behind. Seeing this strange fortress RV drive into the depths of the alley from which they had come, the four exchanged glances, all seeing the curiosity in each other's eyes. What exactly had Zhou Xing experienced inside? Just now Zhao Xian had seen the interior of that vehicle. Inside the RV, under the warm light, he had smelled chicken leg sausages and instant noodles. Brother Wang. This. Zhang De turned his head away, his expression uneasy. He hadn't expected Zhou Xing to simply leave. Huh, that's our brother Zhou. Wang Yun, however, was relieved. Then he turned to look at Zhang De beside him, his face instantly turning serious. Everyone in our convoy owes Zhou Xing a life. Hearing Wang Yun's words, Zhao Xian and Tian Feng both nodded heavily. Tian Feng even thumped his chest and looked at Wang Yun with a serious expression. Strictly speaking, Sister Zhao and I owe that guy 2 lives. That time at the service area, if it weren't for him, Sister Zhao and I wouldn't have made it out. Tian Feng's words were like a knife stabbing deep into the hearts of the two Prophet sequence members. Wang Yun and Zhang De exchanged a glance, both seeing the fleeting apology in each other's eyes. Zhang De, standing beside Wang Yun, couldn't help but lower his head. He looked like a frostbitten eggplant, losing his usual captain demeanor. Zhang De was very grateful to Zhou Xing. If it had been any other combat sequence, having two captains repeatedly report wrong information and put themselves in danger, they would have cursed all the way. Old Canon Zhang, you take the convoy to gather supplies first. Zhou Xing and I will wait for you outside the village. Wang Yun said as he stepped forward, placing his right hand on Zhang Da's shoulder, leaning in to whisper. Tonight Zhou Xing and I will come to your place. The 3 of us will talk. After saying this, Wang Yun turned and got into the vehicle, started the engine, and quickly drove off into the alley. Wang Yun sat in the car watching in the rearview mirror as Zhang Da and the others rapidly disappeared. His face showed no expression. He floored the accelerator as if fleeing some terrifying place, speeding toward the village entrance. Ever since entering this village, he had felt a sense of unease. But Zhang Da had felt nothing from start to finish. Was it that he couldn't sense it, or was there a difference among Prophet sequences? Over the past 2 days on the surface they had made decisions together. But in reality Zhang Da had not listened to his advice. When Zhang Da learned of Zhou Xing's combat power, he had proposed these 2 aggressive plans. Wang Yun could guess some of Zhang Da's intentions. That red letter official document couldn't be a forgery, but why didn't he know about it? His own clearance had been much higher than Zhang Da's, and he had been his squad leader. Such a confidential matter had bypassed him and gone to Zhang Da. Wang Yun had been thinking about one thing these past few days. Zhang Da must still have some secrets he hadn't told them. For instance, some kind of sequence injection. He had heard of it online before, but Zhang Da hadn't mentioned it, and he hadn't asked. He hoped that after this old Canon Zhang would listen to his advice. Zhou Xing returned to the village entrance. The Qingyan barrier had long since disappeared, and survivors were coming and going. Seeing the fortress RV, they cast curious glances. Zhou Xing steadied the steering wheel and drove toward the boundary marker where a military off-road vehicle was parked. Many people were standing around the boundary marker. These people, like those starving in the cold night, gazed at the military vehicle with a mixture of longing, greed, and fear. Seeing the fortress RV approach, they immediately retreated. Some shook their heads and simply walked into the village with their backpacks. But more people stood not far away, curiously waiting to see what the fortress RV would do. Zhou Xing parked the RV 5 meters away from the military vehicle. With one arm, he pushed open the heavy armored door and stepped out. As soon as Zhou Xing appeared, the crowd's expressions changed instantly. Many even showed fear and ran away. Watching Zhou Xing start to transfer supplies, many people began whispering to each other. Mr. Zhou's new vehicle is so imposing. No kidding, looks like he's switching to a new ride. The person standing next to the 2 brightened his eyes, then said uncertainly, then can we ask Mr. Zhou for this vehicle? Hearing the sudden interjection and such naive words, the 2 glanced disdainfully. It's Miss Chung. Well, you just reach out and ask. Exactly, another person chimed in. You think this is still before the apocalypse with everyone being your simp? The 2 finished speaking, their eyes on the woman in front showing a malicious grin. Chungwen saw this, and a look of disgust appeared on her face. These wretched men, their gazes were truly disgusting. Thinking this, Chungwen walked toward the village. Ever since the apocalypse began, if it weren't for this convoy still having upright supernaturals maintaining order, she would have probably already become a plaything of horrors or others. This convoy was fair. She had to fight for her own future. Chungwen walked quickly, soon reaching the village entrance. But as she passed the boundary marker, she unconsciously stopped in her tracks. Then her body involuntarily moved toward the boundary marker. That vehicle. Maybe I can strive for it. Not far away, the 2 who had been talking just now immediately noticed Chungwen's behavior. What is that woman trying to do? This is Zhou Xing, not Tian Feng. Is she crazy? Not just these 2, but many nearby survivors also held their breath and watched. They all wanted to see how Zhou Xing would deal with this woman. With the supplies already transferred, Zhou Xing leaned against the military vehicle's door, a box of cookies and a cola in his hand. Savoring the milky aroma on his tongue, a look of contentment spread across his face. Finishing the last cookie, he casually tossed the box onto the ground. It was the apocalypse now. No one would come to criticize him for littering. Just as Zhou Xing was twisting open the bottle cap, preparing to take a long gulp of his carbonated drink, he caught a glimpse of someone approaching from his peripheral vision. A woman nearly 5 feet tall, with flowing wavy hair, made her way toward him. The woman wore a crop top on her upper body and black casual pants below, with a pair of flashy red tennis shoes on her feet. A deflated backpack hung limply from her back. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes. This woman appeared to be scavenging for supplies. What was she doing coming to him? Watching her approach to within a meter of the vehicle, Zhou Xing spoke. "Stop." Zhou Xing's tone was cold and indifferent, and even as he finished speaking, he couldn't resist taking another long draught of his drink. Witnessing Zhou Xing's reaction, the surrounding survivors exchanged glances, their faces alight with the thrill of watching drama unfold. Chengwen's body shuddered, frozen in place. "You want to trade supplies for this vehicle of mine?" Seeing the attractive woman remain silent, Zhou Xing spoke with curiosity. Upon hearing his words, the woman remembered her purpose. Her water-like eyes glistened as she gazed at Zhou Xing, a captivating smile spreading across her face. "Mr. Zhou, could you give me this car?" The woman's voice was clear and melodious, yet her words were utterly startling. Those nearby, upon hearing this, watched Chengwen with envy and mockery. "This bitch really just asks for things outright. Is she some kind of beggar? Ha! They say she was even a minor internet celebrity before the apocalypse. I wonder how many men she's secretly met with." A few people in the crowd began to snicker. Chengwen's behavior only deepened their disdain, while others watched her as if she were utterly foolish. Now that the apocalypse had arrived, and he was a combat-ordered supernatural being daring to speak like that was practically asking for death. Naturally, Zhou Xing caught every word from the crowd. Zhou Xing regarded the woman before him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He never expected to actually encounter an internet celebrity in the apocalypse. Moreover, this one possessed a goddess-level figure even without makeup. In peacetime, a woman like her would undoubtedly be every man's dream girl. But now in the apocalypse, such beauty could only reduce her to a toy for the strong. Zhou Xing was no different from any other man. Seeing this woman appear so fragile and pitiful stirred something within him. Yet her words moments ago shattered that illusion completely. This woman was selfish and foolish. The fact that someone like her had survived this long was nothing short of miraculous. "Get lost," Zhou Xing said dismissively from beside the car door, his gaze contemptuous. Chengwen clenched her teeth at his words, disappointment and anger flashing in her eyes. This man showed no mercy or kindness whatsoever. Her attempt to get something for nothing had failed. Chengwen dropped her pitiful act, her expression turning serious as she studied the military vehicle, and then Zhou Xing. "I can trade supplies. How much do you need?" Chengwen's words caught everyone's attention, their ears perking up. Many who had gathered around shared the same desire to exchange supplies for the off-road vehicle. Her words were exactly what they had been hoping for. Zhou Xing considered it briefly, then looked at Chengwen with a smile. 1 bag of rice, 3 cases of canned goods, and a barrel of gasoline. His words rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into still water. Bystanders began whispering among themselves. "Am I hearing this correctly? A car costs this much. Good heavens, that's enough to buy my life. TSK. Only a supernatural being could afford those terms. Actually, that's pretty reasonable. In the apocalypse, vehicles are the most crucial asset." Opinions varied. Some thought the price steep, others agreed it was fair. Regardless, everyone agreed on one thing. Only the people inside the vehicle could afford it. Though the convoy had no formal hierarchy, survivors naturally held deep respect for those with supernatural abilities. But it seemed not everyone shared that sentiment. Chengwen's face darkened with anger at the quoted price. She felt Zhou Xing was targeting her, wanting to take advantage of her. Men had always been disgusting, whether in peace or in these times. He must be coveting her beauty. With that thought, Chengwen extended her slender, slightly yellowed fingers and looked at Zhou Xing with an expression of grievance. "Are you doing this on purpose? You're just trying to force me into something with you. Fuck you." Zhou Xing's face darkened, cursing at the woman before him. He vanished like a phantom, then suddenly reappeared right in front of her. Bang! The heavy sound echoed as Zhou Xing kicked her hard in the stomach. "Oh!" The woman's scream rang out across the highway. She flew backward 3 meters like a rag doll, crashing heavily onto the road. "Fuck!" Zhou Xing spat at the woman writhing on the road, disgust etched on his face. These people had never hesitated to put others down before the end came. Always crying about injustice, claiming they were fighting for rights. It seemed the apocalypse had hit too quickly for some to fully adapt. Zhou Xing turned cleanly and returned to the military vehicle, leaning against the window to observe the surrounding crowd. The bystanders were stunned. From Zhou Xing's strike to its completion, it had happened in the blink of an eye. He appeared where the woman had been standing, but she was already airborne and lying on the road. Now Zhou Xing observed them. The crowd fell silent instantly, their eyes fixed nervously on the young man. His expression remained completely calm. Down the road Cheng Wen remained curled up like a shrimp whimpering in pain. Same price as before or I'll accept equivalent goods in exchange. After speaking, Zhou Xing raised the car window and settled back into his seat. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he spotted Wang Yun's off-road vehicle emerging from the village speeding toward him. Zhou Xing opened his door and waited by the fortress RV. Wang Yun pulled up and stopped 5 meters away on the roadside. The door opened, and Wang Yun stepped out alone, walking briskly toward him. "Captain Wang, are you buying my car?" "1 bag of rice, 3 cases of canned goods, and a barrel of gasoline." Regardless of Wang Yun's intentions, Zhou Xing stated his terms for selling the vehicle. Wang Yun stepped forward, his tiger-like eyes wide with astonishment as he stared at Zhou Xing. His gaze shifted between the fortress RV and the military off-road vehicle, then back toward the road. You did this." Wang Yun withdrew his gaze from the road, his expression strange as he studied Zhou Xing. Seeing the look of disgust in Wang Yun's eyes, Zhou Xing's expression darkened. "It's not as shady as you think. She wanted to steal my car. Buying the car. Then I'll sell it to you." After explaining, Zhou Xing brought up the sale again. Wang Yun's vehicle couldn't match the performance of Zhou Xing's military off-road, making this sale quite suitable. Wang Yun eyed the fortress RV beside Zhou Xing with visible envy. "I'll buy it. Transferring supplies now." Wang Yun drove his vehicle alongside the military off-road immediately after speaking. The surrounding people looked disappointed and began to disperse. Wang Yun subsequently sold his own vehicle to the manager of 3 buses. The price was equally steep, 1 barrel of gasoline and a bag of rice. "It's past 5 now. Where do we head next?" They sat on the curb as Zhou Xing took a swig of cola, glancing sideways at Wang Yun's unshaven face. Zhou Xing sat inside the vehicle, the heavy armored door lowered halfway, partially obscuring the interior. The blast-proof glass remained raised as Zhou Xing began organizing his current gains. The supplies he currently possessed included 4 boxes of 30L gasoline, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 6 boxes of beverages, 10 boxes of mineral water, 18 and a half bags of rice, and 30 bags of flour. These occupied only half of the space, with the other half taken up by snacks and other items. Zhou Xing picked up a palm-sized diary and began writing with a gel pen. Zhou Xing was quite satisfied with the clothing set the system had refreshed. Once the convoy reached the next resupply point for a mid-journey break, he would take a shower and change into the new outfit. With this thought, Zhou Xing couldn't help but anticipate. In this apocalypse, the only ones who could still take hot showers like him were probably sequence transcendents who had awakened water abilities. Being able to take hot baths in the apocalypse. This RV was truly too comprehensive. Of course, with such comfort came terrifying energy consumption. Regarding gasoline, combined with what the system could exchange, there wasn't much to worry about. The main concern was electricity. Although this vehicle had a 48V500Ah battery plus 2 10-degree power packs. He lost his phone last time, and that strange artifact MP5 didn't need charging. If he didn't use air conditioning and only cooked, the electricity could last over 10 days. "Alright, I'll just take it one step at a time." Zhou Xing clipped the pen into the notebook, tossed it onto the passenger seat, and settled into a comfortable position against the ergonomic chair. His peripheral vision swept across the road. The bus and electric scooter had already burst out from the village entrance. These vehicles shot past the fortress RV like their tails were on fire, racing toward the national highway. Heart-wrenching wails echoed from inside the vehicles from time to time. Zhou Xing glanced at them briefly before looking away. These people must have encountered those scattered strange entities. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, holding the MP5 in his hand. On the main interface, the entire area within 100 kilometers of the village was visible at a glance, seemingly except for the village itself. This range was the maximum perception distance of the little smart MP5. The blue holographic display, like satellite imagery, could be zoomed in and out by Zhou Xing with 2 fingers. On the vast map, Zhou Xing saw red dots of varying brightness occupying 80%. Less than 20% were green dots. Of course, within the village and near the adjacent highway, yellow dots were also wandering about. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, feeling like he was looking at a game map. If the red ones were strange entities, then those less than 20% were human convoy members. The yellow ones were probably members of his own convoy. With this thought, Zhou Xing's gaze shifted to the bottom right corner. In the holographic map's lower right corner, he saw a line of real-time display. 184516. 184509. Good stuff. Zhou Xing exclaimed in appreciation, tossing the MP5 onto the passenger seat as well. Based on the map, just now the convoy would need about 10 more minutes before departure. 10 minutes was enough for Zhou Xing to upgrade the pistol. Zhou Xing walked to the interior of the vehicle, picked up an iron box he had collected, and carried it to the work desk. The moment the box lid opened, the black energy from the alley rushed out. Zhou Xing squinted, extending a hand shrouded in red aura to grab inside. In less than 2 seconds, his hand returned, clutching a basketball-sized black rhomboid crystal. Zhou Xing quickly noticed something peculiar about the crystal in his hand. The originally smooth, 8 mirror-like crystal surfaces had each developed identical crimson symbols. The symbols resembled twisted centipedes, making one's scalp tighten at the sight. But Zhou Xing merely glanced at them and didn't bother paying any more attention. Looking at the pistol on the desk, Zhou Xing summoned the system. The artifact forge opened, revealing a familiar interface. Behind the forging table stood a burly, bearded, shirtless, muscular man. The muscular man stood motionlessly at his post. System upgrade: the black pistol. Before Zhou Xing finished speaking, a line of blue dialog box popped up on the interface. Charging. The moment this dialog box appeared, Zhou Xing saw the pistol on the desk vanish instantly, and the heart of the masked colossus disappeared at the same time. Zhou Xing raised his eyes, immediately looking at the panel. Changes had occurred at the forging table. On the forging table that originally only had metal tools, the black pistol and black rhomboid crystal appeared together on the forging table. Zhou Xing's eyes widened, finding it rather magical. Upgrading the black pistol requires spending 1000 slaughter points. Yes or no? Zhou Xing didn't hesitate, directly extending his right index finger to tap the bright green yes. After Zhou Xing confirmed, he saw the previously sluggish muscular man instantly come to life. 2 bronze-colored hammers had somehow appeared in his hands. What followed next astounded Zhou Xing, his jaw dropping. The muscular man swung both hammers, striking the crystal and pistol. In just the first round, both items exploded into powder. The muscular man quickly swung again, raising both hammers to strike once more, but this time the normal forging table also underwent a transformation. The gray metal surface glowed with gray light. The 2 types of powder gathered into 2 streams, colliding midair to form a sphere. Odd. The muscular man roared, his eyes emitting red light like a wild beast. Both hammers swung with his arms, striking the sphere, suspended in midair. After this, the rhythm of these swings became extremely rapid. Even Zhou Xing couldn't track the trajectory of the muscular man's arms. The sphere in midair quickly assumed the shape of a submachine gun within the storm of hammer shadows. Clatter. After waiting for a while, a sound of metal clinking rang on the desktop. Zhou Xing lowered his gaze, his eyes falling on the desktop. A handheld light submachine gun rested quietly on the desktop. The gun body was completely black with smooth lines and exquisite craftsmanship. This thing. Zhou Xing's eyes gleamed while his face carried a hint of hesitation. He wasn't a gun enthusiast by any means and knew very little about firearms. Now the pistol had transformed into what appeared to be a submachine gun several sizes larger, which seemed inconvenient to carry. With this thought, Zhou Xing still reached out to grab the gun grip. Regardless, he'd just try it and find out. As his right hand held the submachine gun, he felt quite comfortable, and a line of information simultaneously appeared in his consciousness. Handheld Forced March Submachine Gun, Strange Artifact, Rank 4553. Ability 1, Infinite Ammunition. Ability 2, Phantom Realm Domain. Note: upgradable. Wait. I spent 1000 slaughter points and a 3rd rank mass Colossus heart, and I got a Phantom Realm Domain. Zhou Xing's expression darkened, the joints on his hand, gripping the gun grip, turning slightly white. This weapon upgrade somehow felt like a loss. Not to mention the weapon's inconvenient portability. What use was this Phantom Realm Domain? Could it be that when encountering a strange entity, he should shoot it dead and drag it into a Phantom Realm? What the hell? Zhou Xing's face turned as dark as a wok. He had now come to realize. Although this system's upgrade had no failure probability, the upgrade effects were indeed guaranteed, and the costs were prohibitively high. From now on, he would need to be more cautious about upgrades. Just as Zhou Xing sat at the work desk contemplating the pros and cons of the artifact forge, Wang Yun's familiar distorted speaker voice came through from the half-open window at the front driving seat. Convoy departing. Don't fall behind, don't fall behind. Zhou Xing pressed the accelerator gently and turned the steering wheel left. The Fortress RV let out a thunderous roar as its massive body began to move. Despite its bulky appearance, the Fortress RV was actually quite swift. The vehicle surged onto the highway like a supercar chasing after the convoy on the national road. Zhou Xing drove the RV and naturally slotted into the 3rd position in the convoy. At the very front of the convoy were still the 2 off-road vehicles belonging to Wang Yun and Zhang De. Zhou Xing rested his arm on the window, his upper body leaning out slightly. Gazing at the military off-road vehicle ahead, Zhou Xing's face was full of contemplative emotion. Just as Zhou Xing was observing the off-road vehicle, its window lowered. A head quickly poked out, giving him a hearty laugh. Since we stayed in the village too long, 5 monsters have been drawn here by the aura of the living approaching rapidly. This time the convoy needs to keep running until after 10 tonight. Wang Yun was about to continue speaking, but his expression suddenly changed. Moved. These were the last 2 words Wang Yun left before closing the window and accelerating. His gaze sharpened as he turned and picked up the MP5 from the passenger seat. Just as Zhou Xing tapped on the map icon, he witnessed a terrifying scene. Behind the convoy, less than a kilometer away, 2 crimson points of light were rapidly approaching. Compared to the red dot's speed, the entire convoy seemed to crawl like a tortoise. But that wasn't all. On both sides of the vehicle there were also red points of light, with varying brightness levels. Among these points of light, the brightest ones were as crimson and striking as the 2 behind. Zhou Xing quickly discovered a new pattern. These red dots currently have 3 brightness levels. He categorized them as bright, medium, and dim. The bright level dots are the brightest within the 100-kilometer range, and there are 5 such points in this area. Some are moving while others remain stationary. Among them, 2 don't move while the other 3 are in motion. Zhou Xing speculated that the stationary ones are likely rule-based locations, while the rapidly moving ones are third-tier monsters. By extension, there would be second-tier and first-tier monsters. These lower-level red dots across the map resembled scattered wild animal herds dashing across the wasteland. Zhou Xing let out a long, exasperated breath. In this area, there were only 3 third-tier monsters, and now all of them were chasing his convoy. This was incredibly unlucky. What sins did I commit in my past life? As he thought this, Zhou Xing's gaze unconsciously glanced at the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, aside from the black Mercedes, the red-striped off-road vehicle, and the 3 large buses, there were no other vehicles visible on the road behind them. From the direction of the road behind, relying on the Sword Saint lineage's keen senses, Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes. He caught a whiff of a rich, sweet metallic scent of blood. Although the breeze was faint, he still detected it. Zhou Xing pulled back his gaze and picked up the MP5 to examine it once more. On the blue holographic display, the convoy had already broken out of the encirclement. Several kilometers behind the convoy, 3 red dots gathered on the road, their brightness flickering uncertainly. Around the 3 red dots, scattered yellow lights flickered like fireflies. In less than 30 seconds, the last remaining yellow lights completely vanished from the map. Zhou Xing opened his mouth speechless. Although he had known those people were stragglers, seeing them all die made even Zhou Xing feel a chill. If not for the system, I might have died on that road long ago. Zhou Xing gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face full of gratitude. He completely let go of being swindled out of one of his 0 spirit slaughter points by the artifact shop. After all, compared to ordinary people who fell behind and were killed by the monsters, he had the system and the Sword Saint lineage. Even among transcendent beings, his quality of life was among the best. What more could he ask for? Having sorted through these thoughts, Zhou Xing felt completely relaxed. At this rate, if the convoy continued like this, he wouldn't need to risk collecting supplies for at least a year. Although he possessed the Sword Saint lineage with Swift Step and Avatar being legendary combat abilities, Zhou Xing felt that these monsters would only grow stronger and their attack methods increasingly bizarre. During this period, although he had pushed through 2 areas on the verge of becoming rule-based locations, those weren't truly rule-based zones. Since he had enough food and drink, a fortress RV, and the system could provide gasoline, water, and clothing, he was after all an ordinary person. Stability was his greatest desire. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Why should I worry so much? Zhou Xing shook his head, casting away these thoughts. It was past 10 in the evening. The blood moon hung high in the night sky, and on the mottled road below, a 100-strong convoy set up camp once more. Zhou Xing parked his vehicle on an inconspicuous stretch of the roadside. Sitting in the vehicle, he observed the direction of the convoy for a moment. When he realized no one was coming to call him, Zhou Xing began preparing to wash up and cook. As he rose and passed the passenger seat, Zhou Xing glanced at the MP5. The nearest monster was still 30 kilometers away. They were all gathered at the place from the afternoon, likely attracted by the blood. At least tonight he could rest and recover properly. Zhou Xing stretched and walked directly past the desk and single sofa covering less than 2 meters before arriving at the bathroom area. Turning to stand in front of the kitchen cabinet on the right, Zhou Xing quickly undressed. There wasn't much to remove, just his pants and a pair of smelly shoes which he threw on the floor. Completely naked, he opened the plastic hinge door and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom's layout was quite similar to that of a hotel. It had everything: toilet, sink, showerhead, water heater, and toiletries collected by Zhou Xing hanging on the walls. Steam billowed inside the bathroom. Hot water over 30 degrees sprayed from the showerhead, like rain pattering all over his body. Zhou Xing felt as if he had been thrown from a dry hollow into the sea. Every pore on his body could clearly feel relaxed. A satisfied sound escaped him. 15 minutes later, the bathroom door was pushed open from within and white mist spilled out. Zhou Xing emerged refreshed, wrapped in a gray towel. Another half-hour passed before he began cooking. In his previous life, he had graduated from New Oriental, so cooking some signature dishes was no problem for him. On the desk, 4 dishes and 1 soup quickly came together. Beside them were a rice cooker, a ceramic bowl, and a pair of bamboo chopsticks. All these had been collected by Zhou Xing in the village. Zhou Xing dug in quickly, his mouth like a vacuum cleaner, his arms like mechanical arms on an assembly line. Throughout the meal, he flawlessly and precisely grabbed whatever dish he wanted to eat. As he finished this delicious meal, Zhou Xing lifted the soup bowl and drank straight from it. Satisfied and full, he cleaned the kitchenware and returned to the driver's seat. Although the single bed was comfortable, if he really encountered monsters, Zhou Xing didn't want to put himself in danger like that. Back in the driver's seat, Zhou Xing took a sip of his newly opened cola. Just as the stimulating carbonated taste hit his mouth, Zhou Xing froze instantly. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse through the window. On the dark land beneath the blood-colored moonlight, 100 blurred figures were moving across the wasteland 100 meters from the camp, heading directly toward the Sikh survival convoy. Zhou Xing immediately became alert, his gaze sweeping toward them. In the bloody light, Zhou Xing could only see that these people were covered in mud and grime. Although he couldn't detect any monster aura, Zhou Xing remained vigilant. After the apocalypse, monsters kept evolving. There was no guarantee some didn't mimic humans. One hand had already reached for the submachine gun and MP5. Zhou Xing quickly opened the map to check. But soon Zhou Xing's entire body relaxed slightly, and his face returned to calm. These people all had faint green dots on them, and Zhou Xing trusted the artifact's verification. Since he had confirmed they were all human, he didn't concern himself further. He was still naked, and the new clothes in the wardrobe were waiting for him to wear. 100 figures like mud men rushed rapidly into the camp. In the camp, a survivor who urgently needed to relieve himself in the middle of the night had just crawled out of his tent when he encountered these mud men. Terrified screams quickly echoed throughout the entire camp. The entire camp was plunged into chaos. "Mommy, I'm so scared. Oh, a horror, a horror. Who can save us?" Woo. The cries of children, the screams of men, and the sobs of women. A suffocating aura of despair instantly permeated the entire camp. Zhou Xing had already changed his clothes and was seated in an ergonomic chair watching everything unfold with a calm gaze. Just as the camp was on the verge of collapse, and everyone was fleeing in all directions, Zhou Xing saw a shadowy figure shrouded in black mist burst out of Zhang Da's car. A young man in a crimson-red jacket soon followed, also rushing toward the screaming camp. It was Zhao Xian and Tian Feng. The sequence Transcendence had already been dispatched. Many in the camp had grabbed their belongings and were preparing to escape into the dark wilderness around them. Since leaving the village, there had been an afternoon of flight. Like a nightmare, the horror had been following the convoy, planting deep fear in everyone's hearts. When they saw Tian Feng and Zhao Xian, the survivors seemed to find their backbone and instantly crowded around them. Only when they heard that the convoy seeking survival had sequenced Transcendence did the mud people, with green glowing eyes, obediently gather together. Seeing the situation stabilize, some bold survivors took out flashlights. Click. Switches clicked in succession, and a dozen beams of light, some bright and some dim, shone forward. Perhaps because they had been in darkness for so long, the people were somewhat uncomfortable. Those caught in the light immediately raised their hands to shield their eyes. The people standing in the glare looked like beggars, their faces smeared with black mud, their clothes tattered, and some even without shoes. If it weren't for their normal human eyes, Zhao Xian and Tian Feng would have attacked long ago. Everyone present, including Zhao Xian and Tian Feng, visibly breathed a sigh of relief. There must be a sequence transcendent among you. Zhang Da stepped out of the car and walked over with Wang Yun. The situation had been chaotic earlier, and as the convoy leader and a prophet sequence, they had to ensure their own safety. But the fact that these people without any vehicles had managed to find their convoy piqued their curiosity. To reach the camp without being detected by two prophet sequence individuals, there must be a sequence transcendent in this group. The two came before Zhao Xian and Tian Feng, their sharp eyes scanning the survivors, whose faces were so dark only their eyes were visible. Zhang Da's words made Zhao Xian and Tian Feng, who had just relaxed, tense up again. Wang Yun and Zhang Da exchanged a glance. Then Wang Yun stepped forward, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Our convoy never accepts groups with unclear intentions. If you don't come out, then these survivors." Before Wang Yun could finish, a slightly lean figure at the back of the crowd sighed and stepped forward. Seeing someone actually step forward, the mud people immediately turned to look at him, then all knelt down in unison. The sudden scene left everyone in the convoy dumbfounded. "Academician, Mo, it's him. He saved my child last time. I suspected it before, but I never thought it was really him." Among the mud people, bursts of excited voices from women, dependent murmurs from men, and a few sighs of understanding arose. Zhou Xing caught sight of the old man, and a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. The fortress RV roared to life, its high beams blazing. Like a true mobile fortress, it quickly approached the camp. The commotion from Zhou Xing's side soon drew the attention of the survivors in the camp. Seeing the fortress RV approaching, the survivors felt both fear and a sense of security. It parked on the open ground, less than 5 meters from the camp. Zhou Xing pushed open the heavy armored door and walked toward the crowded camp. Zhang Da, seeing the figure in the darkness, a flicker of guilt crossed his face. Tian Feng, Zhao Xian, and Hong Liang, who had just arrived, all waved at Zhou Xing. Old Mo stood together with Wang Yun. The old man squinted at Zhou Xing, revealing a meaningful smile, and said, "A formidable combat sequence." Zhou Xing stood beside Tian Feng, nodded to Zhang Da and Wang Yun, and said, "You go on." But Zhou Xing sensed something was off. Everyone was staring at him, as if they had seen a ghost, especially Tian Feng, who was standing next to him. The guy's nose twitched, his eyes swept up and down Zhou Xing, and his face lit up with surprise. The scent of shampoo also reached the people standing behind. Many flashlight beams shifted and shone on Zhou Xing. Everyone's eyes widened, and a sharp intake of breath echoed across the open ground and the camp. It was because under the light, Zhou Xing had completely transformed. His shabby hole-ridden pants and sour-smelling shoes were gone. He wore a gray jacket on top, black cargo pants, and a pair of brown high-top tactical boots. And of course there seemed to be something bulky tucked at his waist. At this moment Zhou Xing's face was clean and gave off a very refreshing impression. Under this stark contrast, many around him felt their own skin itch and smell foul. Especially those mud people. The itching was unbearable, and the sour stench of their own bodies made their heads spin. Wang Yun, the convoy's transcendence, and even old Mo all looked toward the RV. Their eyes glowed with a green light, and a thing called greed quickly took root in their hearts. Even some survivors, especially the attractive women, looked at Zhou Xing with a hunger no different from wolves. Zhou Xing paid no attention to these people. He just stood there quietly, his face expressionless, as if the gazes were directed at someone else, not him. With Zhou Xing acting this way, everyone, including old Mo and all the Transcendents, lost interest in dealing with the survivors. Uncle Wang, you arrange these people. After dinner today, take them to gather supplies tomorrow. The convoy doesn't keep idle hands. Behind Tianfeng, a middle-aged man in a plaid shirt stepped forward, his face full of wrinkles. When he passed Zhou Xing, he gave a natural smile and said, "Hello, Mr. Zhou." Seeing this man, Zhou Xing had a vague memory. Zhou Xing responded with a nod. After all, he had to get along in the convoy. These people might become his followers one day, so he couldn't afford to offend them. As for the man's sudden greeting, Zhou Xing understood his intentions. "Brother Zhou and academician Mo, let's all go to my place for a chat." As Zhang De spoke, several middle-aged men quickly stepped out from the crowd behind him. They walked to the back of Zhang Da's car with Zhao Xin standing nearby. In less than 10 minutes, a tent as sturdy as a metal alloy room was quickly set up in the open space. A metal round table and chairs were brought from the storage area of the bus and carried into the tent. Zhang De, Wang Yun, Zhou Xing, Hong Liang, and academician Mo entered the tent first. They sat around the metal table, and about 10 minutes later the tent flap was lifted again. Tianfeng came in, followed by 5 or 6 waiters. The 3-square-meter metal table was soon laden with a variety of delicacies: braised pork, elbow, stewed lamb, shrimp soup, and even steaming flatbreads and rice. Beside the table were 2 cases of beer and 1 case of liquor. Zhou Xing's eyelids twitched. This Zhang De had really scavenged a lot of good stuff. Seeing him pull out so many goodies, Zhou Xing felt a sudden urge to drive back to that village right now. Zhao Xian soon entered the tent and sat down. The 7 of them ate and chatted. The atmosphere inside the tent quickly became cordial. Zhou Xing sat next to Wang Yun, wolfing down the food. Since Zhang De had brought out so many good things, he must be quite well off. And since Zhang De hadn't poisoned the food, Zhou Xing was determined to have a good meal. Just as Zhou Xing reached for another serving of rib soup, he suddenly heard an unfamiliar female voice outside the tent calling out loudly. "Unfair. Why do the Transcended enjoy such fine food, while we're fed this slop? We want meat too." Zhou Xing heard this, a trace of astonishment flickering across his face. What sort of fool would say something like that? It was the apocalypse after all. Being taken in and given even this gruel was already generous. And yet someone dared to raise such a scene. Zhou Xing sat in his chair, raising his eyes toward the main seat. Not only Zhou Xing, but everyone else was also looking at Zhang De. Seeing all eyes turned toward him, Zhang De glanced sideways at academician Mo. Beside Hong Liang, his expression filled with puzzlement. "Mr. Mo, do you know this woman?" The others' gazes once again settled on the old man. Being stared at by everyone, the old man's face wore an expression of speechlessness. Just as he was about to speak, the tent flap was thrown open. Uncle Wang had walked in. He approached Zhang De, whispered something into his ear for a few seconds, and then stood quietly beside him. Noticing Zhou Xing's gaze, the middle-aged man offered him a smile and a nod. "Zhang Laopao, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Wang Yun asked. Everyone pricked up their ears, especially Zhou Xing, whose motion of drinking soup paused mid-sip. If viewed from a small perspective, this was merely a farce among ordinary people. But from a broader standpoint, it concerned the character and decision-making ability of the caravan captain. Zhang De shook his head. He did not respond to Wang Yun, but instead looked at his own team members. "Tianfeng, Zhao Xian, Hong Liang, come with me to take a look." "Yes, Captain." The 3 responded in unison. Watching the 4 walk toward the outside of the tent, Zhou Xing and Wang Yun exchanged glances, then followed. The old man, Mo, watched the departing figures, then looked down at the food in front of him. "Forget it." With a sigh, the old man also followed them out of the tent. No sooner had Zhou Xing stepped out of the tent than he heard arguing coming from the direction of the bus. Following the sound, he looked over. Near the tent, by the open area beside Zhang Da's modified off-road vehicle, 3 large pots were releasing thick steam. A group of mud people had surrounded the pots, locked in a tense standoff with 8 individuals wielding kitchen cleavers. Clearly, if it weren't for the improvised weapons in those people's hands, these mud people would have charged forward and plundered everything in the pots. Zhang De and the others had already approached by then. Before Zhang De could even ask, Zhou Xing saw a path open in the crowd. A middle-aged woman stepped out. She was slightly plump with a round face, small eyes, a pointed chin, and black-framed glasses. Her gaze fell upon Zhang De and his group, a look of arrogance spreading across her face. "Are you the caravan captain?" The woman placed both hands on her hips in full scolding mode, her round face brimming with cunning and calculation. Seeing her conduct, these Transcended did not make any moves. Among the surrounding mud people, some grew bolder. Some stared at the pots, while others had already directed their gaze toward Zhao Xian's body, scanning her up and down. Perhaps after learning that academician Mo was a sequence Transcended, they assumed all sequence Transcended were as amiable as academician Mo and would protect ordinary people. observing the woman's current demeanor. They felt that transcended were just human beings, nothing to be afraid of. Watching these shamelessly greedy eyes. During the latter part of the banquet, academician Mo introduced his own sequence. The concealer sequence, Sequence 2, Restful Emissary. After Old Mo's explanation, everyone roughly understood the function of this sequence. Though his doubts were reasonably resolved, Zhang Da's face remained stern. Scanning the tent's occupants, he exchanged a glance with Wang Yun before speaking. Originally, our supplies would last for a while. But now, with over 70 new arrivals at the current rate of consumption, we'll only have food for 4 days. Zhang Da's expression turned grim, and he did not continue. A brief silence fell over the entire hall. Zhou Xing, seated beside Wang Yun, could sense the subtle tension at the table. The original members of the survival convoy cast furtive glances in his direction. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes and set down the porcelain spoon. Everyone present, including old Mo, turned to look at him. Without glancing at Zhang Da in the seat of honor, Zhou Xing wore a meaningful smile, then picked up the spoon again and continued sipping his soup. All those who had expected Zhou Xing to speak pursed their lips in disappointment. Zhang Da's reaction was extremely intense. He had originally thought Zhou Xing would voluntarily take the initiative to leave. After all the previous 2 times, it was his own petty schemes that had put Zhou Xing in danger. Although Zhou Xing had survived, Zhang Da felt a growing sense of contempt from him. Zhang Da, though regretful that he hadn't heeded Wang Yun's advice, still hoped Zhou Xing would come to him and vent his anger. But Zhou Xing did not. Instead, he became even more easygoing and placid than when they first met. Yet Zhang Da knew that beneath that placid ease lay utter detachment and indifference. Zhou Xing's combat prowess after these 2 incidents was evident to all. Only a fool would fail to realize that Zhou Xing should not be offended. Indeed, he should be treated with the utmost hospitality. Wang Yun had also repeatedly advised him to approach Zhou Xing and offer a sincere apology. But Zhang Da, as the convoy leader, felt he could not be the first to yield even to Zhou Xing. He still clung to the pre-apocalypse mindset. Even if the superior's orders were wrong, subordinates had to obey unto death. But this was no longer the pre-apocalypse, and Zhou Xing was not his subordinate. Though the conflict had not yet surfaced openly, the other convoy members could sense the discord between the two. In this apocalypse, no one in the convoy who was a superhuman was a fool. Zhou Xing was waiting for Zhang Da was waiting for Zhou Xing to make the first move. Thus a palpable tension filled the air between them. Just as the oppressive silence in the tent became suffocating, making everyone feel like drowning, Zhou Xing acted first. A smile spread across his clean face, and he slowly rose to his feet. Without looking at Zhang Da, he turned directly to Wang Yun, who was still seated beside him, and said in a calm tone, "Brother Wang, my supplies are sufficient." Before anyone could react, Zhou Xing had already walked toward the tent flap. The rustle of the curtain was barely audible, yet it made everyone's heart skip a beat. Without any regard for face, the man vanished directly beyond the curtain. After Zhou Xing left, the tent fell into a dead silence. Only Wang Yun almost imperceptibly swept his gaze across everyone present. Zhang Da's face was grim. Zhao Xian's expression was complicated. Tian Feng stared at the spot where Zhou Xing had disappeared, and Hong Liang remained calm. To Wang Yun's surprise, old Mo was beaming with a broad smile. Wang Yun stroked his chin. This old fox would definitely go out to gather supplies tomorrow. With Zhou Xing, such a powerful combat sequence absent, the mortality rate for tomorrow's supply run was predictable. Just as Wang Yun was pondering old Mo's intentions, a hand landed on his shoulder. Wang Yun turned to see a face like a crumpled chrysanthemum, its smile uglier than tears. It was Zhang Da. "Good brother, your little brother begs you let Zhou Xing take the lead tomorrow. Brother Zhang." Wang Yun knew what Zhang Da was about to say, and cut him off with a shake of his head. He understood Zhou Xing. Well, once you offended his good brother, you'd never get a second glance, even if you begged for help. Besides, even if Wang Yun could persuade Zhou Xing, he wouldn't do it. Zhang Da's behavior had already made him uncomfortable. Wang Yun had a premonition that he and Zhou Xing might soon leave the convoy again. Wang Yun glanced at Zhang Da's sullen face, patted his shoulder, and said with a hint of helplessness, "It's late. Tomorrow we still need to collect supplies. Get some rest early." Having said that, Wang Yun ignored the oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. He was the guide, and even without supplies, he still had Zhou Xing. Even if they eventually left this convoy, Zhou Xing would still rely on his ability, and besides, they were brothers in life and death. Wang Yun need not worry about supplies. As Wang Yun stepped out of the tent, he heard the faint sound of a shattered bottle from inside. He shook his head and returned to his off-road vehicle. He drove his off-road vehicle next to Zhou Xing's fortress-like RV. The night passed quickly, and Zhou Xing was woken by the MP5D alarm. The armor lowered, and Zhou Xing glanced outside. The sky had turned a clear blue. After a simple wash, he applied a lock moisture sheet mask and leaned back in his chair. Thinking of the intermittent thumping sounds from outside the vehicle last night, Zhou Xing's face darkened. Though he hadn't seen them, he knew without thinking that at least 80% of those people were female survivors. In the apocalypse, driving an RV with abundant resources and being a young man, what's more, a superhuman, was an irresistible combination. Countless women came to him. "I wonder if any of them were good-looking," Zhou Xing muttered, drooling slightly. In the apocalypse, any normal person would think of carnal pleasures after being well-fed and clothed. Before the apocalypse, beautiful women belonged to the rich and powerful, and he could only look up to them. Now the apocalypse had reshuffled everything. The once untouchable goddesses could now be had for a single bucket of instant noodles. As Zhou Xing mused, a commotion arose from the camp, near his window. "We're moving out. Don't fall behind, don't fall behind." Perhaps because last night's conflict had been brought into the open this morning, Zhou Xing simply followed at the rear of the convoy with Wang Yun driving ahead of him. The two sly ones stayed at the tail end. Wang Yun even gave him a separate intercom for the vehicle. Seeing the familiar intercom, Zhou Xing smiled. It seemed the harsh show last night had worked, and Wang Yun had made his stance clear. Zhou Xing recalled Wang Yun's earlier mention that the convoy would give him 70% of the supplies, likely a lost cause now. This Zhangde was quite interesting. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed. Inside the bus ahead, with the addition of new members, many seats were now empty. The convoy drove at high speed all morning. Feeling a bit bored, Zhou Xing picked up his MP5. Within the empty RV, the high-quality speakers of the MP5 began to play a rhythmic, soothing melody. Leaning against the window, Zhou Xing started to sway rhythmically. Zhou Xing had grown increasingly fond of this MP5. It didn't require charging and could be used indefinitely. Playing single-player games, listening to music, checking maps. It was truly an invaluable treasure in this apocalypse. Just as Zhou Xing was about to switch to another song, Wang Yun's broadcast suddenly sounded from the front. "We've arrived at our destination. Prepare to disembark." The moment these words fell, Zhou Xing noticed many people inside the bus ahead had already stood up. The previously quiet bus instantly erupted like a boiling pot. Zhou Xing glanced once before withdrawing his gaze. The entire convoy briefly accelerated before stopping at the village entrance where supplies were to be collected. Zhou Xing lowered his head to glance at the MP5, then raised his eyes toward the village entrance outside. He helplessly shook his head in his heart. Within this 100-kilometer radius, this village was the only rare soft target. Even so, the red dot representing this village still glowed at intermediate brightness. In other words, the highest level anomaly in this village was second tier. For the current Zhou Xing, a second-tier anomaly could be crushed between two fingers. Third-tier anomalies might still catch his interest. Zhou Xing wore a contemplative expression, then ultimately shook his head. He currently had no shortage of water, gasoline, and food that could last a year. Without sufficient benefit, there was no need for him to go. Why bother thinking about it? The bright red dots on the map are increasing by the day. Killing won't be a problem. Leaning back comfortably in his chair, Zhou Xing observed the entire Chihuahua convoy like an outsider. To Zhou Xing, this village was beneath his notice. Yet for others, this village was no different from entering a demon's lair. Beside the three large buses, over 80 people had gathered in the open space. Among these people, almost all were new members who had joined the convoy last night. Of the remaining dozen or so, aside from Mo Laozi, Tianfeng, and Zhao Xian, everyone else still wanted to collect more supplies. Regarding the intentions of these veterans, Zhao Xian and the others could only sigh. Last time it was only because of Zhou Xing that certain things in that village hadn't run wild. Even so, more than 20 people had still died back then. Without Zhou Xing this time, with only the two of them at first tier, they would probably be devoured as sweet treats by those anomalies the moment they entered. Fortunately, it was daytime now, and the weather was decent. Although this village looked dilapidated, it didn't carry much eerie chill. It was probably because there was no third-tier anomaly here yet to form a domain or rule-constrained area. Zhangde stood before these people like a commander giving a speech. Mo Laozi stood beside Zhangde, a smile spreading across his face. The fact that this place hasn't become a rule-constrained area is the only good news. This time leading the team is the gentleman beside me. Mo Laozi is Sequence 2, the stealth emissary. Follow him closely, and after you gather supplies you can safely withdraw. Hearing Zhang Da's words, the newly joined survivors' faces filled with joy. They had survived this many days in the apocalypse, and this old man had contributed greatly. For a moment, cheers erupted from the people in the open space. Only Zhao Xian and Tianfeng wore not a trace of happiness on their faces. As combat sequence holders, they had the most dealings with anomalies whose abilities were bizarre and unpredictable. Only someone who truly possessed overwhelming power could have such confidence. An auxiliary sequence holder with such an attitude would be no different from seeking death. Tianfeng gritted his teeth and ultimately headed toward the fortress recreational vehicle. Seeing this, neither Zhangde nor Zhao Xian tried to stop him. "I'm not going." Before Tianfeng could even speak, Zhou Xing directly and bluntly refused. Tianfeng opened his mouth, then ultimately just scratched the back of his head and walked back embarrassedly. Zhou Xing could sense that throughout this entire process, many people's gazes had turned toward him. Most of these people were members of the Chihuahua convoy. Their eyes shifted from hope to astonishment and finally to disappointment. Clearly, if Zhou Xing led the team, probably everyone in the entire convoy would mobilize to gather supplies. With Zhou Xing stepping in, it represented absolute martial security. Somehow Zhou Xing's importance to these people had become almost directly linked to their supplies. Perhaps it was because of the killing and the merciless destruction of the flower afterward. Expected mockery and ignorant voices never materialized. Zhao Xian and Tianfeng protect Mo Laozi well. Although he's second tier, his physical constitution is about the same as an ordinary person. Yes, Captain Zhang. Understood, Captain. Zhang stood at the village entrance, giving final instructions. Xiao Zhang, rest assured. I'll bring these children back safely. Mo Laozi charged ahead, standing at the front of the group speaking, without turning his head. Beside him, Zhao Xin and Tian Feng twitched at the corners of their mouths, helplessness flickering in their eyes. Under the watchful eyes of those outside the village, the people, led by Mo Laozi, were instantly enveloped by a black dome. The black dome flickered and vanished in an instant. Those people were still there, carrying their bundles, closely following behind the three transcendents. Not far away, Zhou Xing and the others witnessing this scene all wore curious expressions. Ordinary people simply gaped in amazement, envious of the transcendent's abilities. Yet Zhou Xing, Zhang Da, and the other transcendents outside felt a sense of unease in their hearts. Because the black barrier the old man had just released carried a distinct aura of anomaly. Zhou Xing had even checked with his MP5 for confirmation. Upon discovering that the dot representing Mo Laozi was green, only then did he feel relieved. Those people were all excellent consumables. They couldn't just be wasted by that old man. Inside the village, on the main street, paved with red brick, shops lined both sides. Scorching sunlight fell upon the street. The entire street was eerily quiet. Despite the blazing sun, those entering the village felt as if they were in deep autumn. Traces of oppressive cold sweat trickled down their bloodless cheeks. Zhao Xin walked while constantly turning her head to glance back at the village outside. Each time she saw the convoy and the highway beyond, her inner turmoil would ease somewhat. Seeing Zhao Xin's behavior, Tian Feng beside her shook his head and smiled. Sister Zhao, besides the chill in the air, this village doesn't seem all that scary. As Tian Feng spoke, he looked toward Mo Laozi walking ahead and continued, Mr. Mo, what's your field of expertise? I've never heard of it. Feeling no danger now, Tian Feng relaxed and struck up conversation. Hearing Tian Feng's words, the old man ahead didn't turn around, but continued walking forward. After walking for a while, the old man's voice drifted back. I researched blood moons. Actually, 5 years before the apocalypse, the country had already seen sporadic paranormal incidents. Transcendence also existed quite early on. Back then, the country specifically established an organization called the Bureau of Anomaly Investigation. The old man sighed here as if lost in recollection before continuing. Until the anomalies fully erupted, paranormal incidents had remained at controllable levels. Then why would the country be so overwhelmed when the anomaly outbreak occurred? The always silent Zhao Xin suddenly asked. Because of the red moon that night. You should have noticed it somewhat. The blood moon that night was the brightest since the apocalypse began. That brightness practically painted the entire sky as a crimson curtain. Even the starry sky was obscured behind its veil. Alright, focus on collecting supplies. There's a large supermarket ahead, and it contains a second-tier anomaly. Mo Lao's words were like a drop of cold water falling into a boiling cauldron of oil. The survivors behind him, including Tian Feng and Zhao Xin, instantly bristled. Was it really necessary to go directly under their noses for supplies? How was that any different from seeking death? Mo Academician, I think we should find a smaller supermarket. Yes, Mo Academician, we could even try a smaller shop. Whoa, Mo Academician, I don't want to die. This is truly reckless. Among the crowd, many survivors immediately stopped, their faces showing clear fear and resistance. Zhao Xin and Tian Feng exchanged a glance, then also halted. Sensing the commotion behind him, the old man turned around, looking disdainfully at everyone. Please trust my ability, he said, then revealed a sinister smile, and continued. To be honest, ever since we entered this village, every building here harbors anomalies. The large supermarket I mentioned is actually the safest place. If we don't alert that thing, we can leave with the supplies unscathed. I didn't tell you earlier because I was afraid you wouldn't enter the village. The old man's words were calm, but the listeners felt a chill run down their spines, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Some women even bent over, retching onto the ground beside them. Zhao Xin and Tian Feng's faces darkened. Why hadn't that old man and Zhang De told them? If they had known how dangerous this place was, neither would have led the team to search for supplies. Let's go. I won't lead you to your deaths, though I want to survive too. The old man's eerie voice came from ahead like a summons from the gates of hell. Zhao Xin gritted her teeth and followed her long strides, carrying her forward. Tian Feng turned back, glanced at the survivors behind him, and said with a grave expression, Stay close to us. If you want to live, do as you're told. With that, Tian Feng also walked ahead. The survivors, like frightened ducklings, hurriedly followed. After all, waiting here meant certain death. The old man stood before the supermarket, craning his neck to peer through the glass doors. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating half of the first floor. Smooth marble tiles held rows of metal shelves, each laden with various supplies. Drinks, alcohol, toiletries. Everything was available. Mo Lao, with his sharp eyes, even spotted a stack of vacuum-sealed braised duck legs on a corner of the nearest shelf. Drops of saliva shimmering with a crystalline luster dripped from the corner of Mo Academician's mouth. In the pre-apocalyptic world, he would have deemed such food unhealthy. But now in the apocalypse, the aroma of braised duck was an absolute delicacy. Just as Mo Lao was about to look away and push the door to rush in, a pale blood-red fingernail suddenly appeared on the duck leg. Startled, Mo Lao followed the nail to see a ghostly pale hand. Then, he saw a woman, a bizarre woman pushing a shopping cart through the supermarket. She wore a manager's uniform stained with brownish blood. Her hair was tied up and her face resembled a shattered porcelain doll covered in dark red patterns on a grayish pallor. Tendrils of black aura like writhing tentacles seeped from those patterns. Her eyes had no whites, only two black orbs. As if sensing the old man's gaze, the woman immediately turned her head toward his location. In that moment, her wooden expression twisted into a ferocious snarl. I see you. But soon the ferocity froze on her face. Because the spot was empty, nothing there. 2 seconds later, the woman's expression reverted to blankness, and she mechanically pushed the cart into the darkness within. At the supermarket entrance, Mo Lao lay flat on the ground. His face was grim, mixed with suspicion and fear. Mo Academician, what are you? Zhao Xian's puzzled voice sounded. Mo Lao immediately turned and gestured for silence. Under the bewildered gazes of the group, Mo Lao stood up and quickly retreated. Zhao Xian's expression changed, and she immediately waved her hand. The survivors, though confused, complied. The group quickly retreated 100 meters. Only then did Mo Lao, with a pounding heart, tear his gaze away from the supermarket. He turned to Zhao Xian and Tian Feng, his face solemn and embarrassed. Mo Academician, what happened? Tian Feng stepped forward, his face full of confusion. Zhao Xian and the 70-odd people also focused on Mo Lao, eager to know what had occurred. Well, blah blah. Mo Lao began recounting his encounter. As the old man spoke, Tian Feng and the others' faces changed repeatedly, ending with a collective shudder as they glanced at the supermarket before recoiling, as if burned. So there's no way. My sister is starving to death, Wu. My grandmother was already unconscious from hunger when we left. If we don't get supplies this time. Many survivors' eyes glistened with tears as they sobbed quietly. These weeping people were new members taken in by the convoy. Though they had some rice porridge the previous night, prolonged wandering had taken its toll on the elderly and children. If they couldn't secure supplies, their loved ones would starve. Looking at them, Mo Lao shook his head, then closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes again, looking at everyone with determination. There's another way. You mean, Brother Zhou? Seeing Mo Lao's confident expression, Tian Feng scratched the back of his head uncertainly. Yes, Mo Lao nodded with a smile. Mo Academician, you should know about that guy's conflict with the convoy. Zhao Xian, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Mo Lao looked at her with a meaningful smile. Though he had only been with the convoy for one night, he had heard a thing or two about its affairs. Zhou Xing might seem hard to get along with, but he was devoted to the convoy, and every time he acted he had a valid reason. In contrast, the convoy leader was willful, treating Zhou Xing as a mind-clearing vehicle, a step down. Now this woman. She claimed Zhou Xing had a conflict with the entire convoy. Did she take him for a fool? Tian Feng's expression changed, as well, turning to Zhao Xian in disbelief. Zhao Xian, who rescued you from the service area? How can you say that about Brother Zhou? Tian Feng didn't even call her sister Zhao anymore, just Zhao Xian. Clearly Zhao Xian's words had deeply unsettled the young man. Tian Feng, you. Zhao Xian's brows furrowed, her face dark as she glared at him. Oomph. Before Zhao Xian could say more, Tian Feng let out a contemptuous snort and turned to walk away decisively. Zhao Xian's demeanor only deepened his disappointment as he headed for the village entrance. The leader has no backbone, and even the members are ungrateful. This convoy isn't worth staying in. The young man's impassioned words drifted back from his retreating figure. Hey, young lad, wait for this old man. Mo Lao hurried after him, and the other survivors followed like ducklings trailing the old man. As they passed the young woman, many cast disdainful glances. Outside the village, on a roadside atop a wooden folding table, Zhou Xing and Wang Yun sat facing each other playing chess. Perhaps bored from waiting for those inside the village, the elderly from the life-seeking convoy had gathered around to watch. Not far from the chessboard, a group of elderly children and some women anxiously stared at the village entrance. Just as Zhou Xing was about to move his horse and threaten Wang Yun's general, someone beside him let out a soft exclamation. Why? Are they coming out again? A commotion rippled through the crowd, and everyone turned to look. Zhou Xing and Wang Yun also ceased their movements, craning their necks toward the commotion. At the village entrance, Tian Feng emerged first, his face contorted with fury. Having just left the village, Tian Feng strode directly toward Zhang Da's modified off-road vehicle. What's gotten into Tian Feng? Who knows? Looks like things are about to get heated. Tian Feng's never acted like this before. Looks like Zhang Da really did him wrong. Many in the crowd wore troubled expressions upon witnessing the scene. With conflict arising between the transcendents in the convoy, the entire group faced the threat of dissolution. If Tian Feng were to leave, losing one of their combat specialists would make everyone's future migration journey infinitely more perilous. Just as everyone watched Tian Feng passing judgment, a voice rang out from the crowd. Zhao Xian and Professor Mo are coming out too. Everyone's gazes shifted immediately back to the village entrance. Just as the person had said, 80-odd people stood clustered at the village gate. Zhou Xing and the others observed these individuals who had ventured into the village to scavenge for supplies. Though fear marked their features, their bodies bore no wounds or injuries. However, their backpacks remained deflated and empty, not a single one inflated with provisions. At the sight of this, a knowing smile crept across Zhou Xing's lips. While this village held no third-tier anomalies, second-tier anomalies swarmed like countless ants. For Zhou Xing, this place could serve as a supply point, but for others it was no different from hell itself. Zhou Xing fixed his gaze upon the village entrance, studying Professor Mo. This fellow's sequence was rather intriguing, to have led so many people safely out of the village. Meanwhile, Tianfeng finally arrived beside the driver's side window of Zhang Da's modified off-road vehicle. His face seething with anger, he rapped sharply on the glass. The window descended, revealing the person inside. Upon seeing Zhang Da, Tianfeng immediately thrust his finger toward the man's nose and erupted into a tirade. Zhang Da, how did I not see what kind of person you really are? You're just like that Zhao Xian. I find you disgusting. I'm leaving. You can keep playing with this convoy on your own. Having spoken his piece, Tianfeng spun on his heel and strode toward the fiery red off-road vehicle without waiting for Zhang Da's response. The engine roared to life, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, including those who had just emerged from the village. Tianfeng drove directly toward Zhou Xing and the others. A startled expression crossed Zhou Xing's face. What was this guy planning? As Zhou Xing puzzled over Tianfeng's intentions, Wang Yun's voice drifted over from beside him. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon. Zhou Xing turned puzzled, catching a glimpse of Wang Yun's expression, wistful and melancholic. Go on, I'm listening. You'll understand when the time comes. Wang Yun lit a cigarette for himself. The smoke quickly obscured his features, rendering his facial contours unreadable. Enigma speaker. Zhou Xing rolled his eyes, lifting his gaze toward the fiery red vehicle that had pulled up beside them and the two figures now stepping out of it. A man and a woman descended from the vehicle. The man was Tianfeng. The woman was striking in appearance with a graceful figure. She followed behind Tianfeng, and together they soon stood before Zhou Xing and Wang Yun. Tianfeng, what's this all about? Wang Yun's eyes darted craftily, a fox-like grin spreading across his face as he posed the question with feigned ignorance. Tianfeng crossed his arms, leaning against the vehicle. His handsome sun-kissed face had contorted into one of righteous indignation as he glared at the two men before him. Neither Zhang Da nor that Zhao Xian are any good. Tianfeng then turned his gaze to Zhou Xing, his expression shifting to one of having found a protector. That Zhao Xian, in order to recruit Professor Mo, actually said that you, the entire convoy, are at odds. Bah, I must have been blind back then, calling her sister Zhao like a fool. Ugh. Tianfeng spat on the ground, his face twisted with revulsion. The expression on his face was as if he had just had his mouth stuffed with excrement. Zhou Xing's expression remained placid as he turned to look toward the village entrance. Zhao Xian stood at the village gate, the woman wearing an expression of attempted persuasion as she faced the elderly Professor Mo. The old professor smiled and waved his hand in refusal. Sensing the attention from this direction, both turned to look over. The old professor offered Zhou Xing a friendly nod. However, Zhao Xian fixed her cold gaze upon Zhou Xing before quickly shifting her attention to Tianfeng beside him. Zhou Xing smiled. This woman. He had saved her life before when she had been as pathetic as a stray dog abandoned by its owner. Now she dared to look down on him. Had she really stopped pretending once Tianfeng spilled the beans? Truly, one can know a face, but not the heart within. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the convoy divided into two factions. The 70 newcomers from yesterday all followed the old professor toward Zhou Xing's side. Near the bus, some elderly women and children also ran over, with the two groups showing a clear tendency to split apart. Many survivors inside the bus exchanged glances, shock evident in their eyes. Everyone in the convoy knew that Wang Yun possessed the precognitive sequence. The current situation was plain to see. This was a parting of ways. Wasn't this place quite good? Tianfeng's leaving. Now the convoy only has Sister Zhao left. Can she protect us? No, I want to join Mr. Zhou's convoy. Many engaged in heated discussion, some already sensing they stood at a crossroads of fate. Those who had survived to this point were no fools. It was only during this time, with Zhou Xing, that they could eat their fill of rice and drink porridge that wasn't diluted into nothingness. Judging who held the stronger hand was hardly a difficult choice. In no time, over a dozen people from the bus families in tow rushed toward Zhou Xing's side. These people were like a breach in a dam. Some who had been wavering, their expressions now resolute, also began packing their belongings and hurrying off the bus to follow. Just as these 40-odd people were halfway across, they encountered Zhao Xian returning to the convoy. They immediately lowered their heads, freezing in place like children caught in mischief. Go ahead, you may leave. Zhao Xian's expression was calm, though her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She spoke in as level a tone as she could muster. Though they still kept their heads bowed, the tension in the atmosphere eased considerably. Like mice scurrying past, the 40-odd people with their bundled belongings carefully passed by the young woman's sides. She simply stood there, a brief moment of bewilderment crossing her face. Though that man had saved her life, beyond stating the facts, shouldn't he have been more forgiving? This young lady was a woman, shouldn't he? He was so powerful. Why couldn't he contribute more to the convoy? Why did he have to kill that uncle? The young woman deemed Zhou Xing cold-blooded and selfish. The guilt she had felt in the previous village evaporated entirely from her mind. Her expression smoothed to composure as she strode toward her convoy with her long legs. What did it matter that Tianfeng left? She alone could hold this convoy together. 200 meters from the survival convoy along the national highway. Around the three vehicles stood over 110 survivors. The survivors would often turn their heads, their gazes falling upon four figures sitting by the roadside, not far away. Their eyes conveyed safety and brimming with hope. Tianfeng surveyed the scene. Wang Yun, the new convoy captain, was deep in contemplation, head bowed. Zhou Xing gazed at Wang Yun, his expression serene. The old professor watched Zhou Xing with an amused smile, occasionally letting out yawns. It seemed only he was the one in a rush. Tianfeng could hold back, no longer turning to Wang Yun with an anxious expression. Captain Wang, how do we lead these people? We can't possibly make them jog along, can we? Before Tianfeng could finish his sentence, he noticed the three of them staring at him with odd expressions. Just kidding, they're our fellow countrymen. Realizing his words had been a bit impulsive, Tianfeng let out an awkward chuckle. A brief silence fell over the scene. Isn't there any vehicle in that village? Zhou Xing was the first to break the quiet, turning his head to look at academician Mo beside Tianfeng. The old man had been inside the village. If there really were ready-made vehicles there would be no need to search elsewhere. Of course, this was also Zhou Xing's wishful thinking. In truth, he himself was well aware that ever since the apocalypse descended with its anomalies, the former towns and cities seemed to have accelerated in decay. Apart from clothes and food, everything else appeared to have been eroded by some force, drastically shortening their lifespan. At first, Zhou Xing thought it was only in certain areas, but over this period of time, it seemed that every town he passed through exhibited this eerie phenomenon. Sure enough, in the next moment, academician Mo, arms folded, stared wide-eyed with his old eyes and looked at Zhou Xing in surprise. Apart from food and daily necessities, cars, knives, and the like have all been damaged. You know this already. Vehicles. Vehicles. Wang Yun, who had been deep in thought with his head down, suddenly muttered under his breath. Before Zhou Xing and the other two could react, a smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. Then his gaze swept over Zhou Xing and the other two. I remember that Zhang Laopao's convoy has a mechanic sequence, doesn't it? That's right. How could I have forgotten that guy Hong Liang? What a stubborn mind. Tianfeng slapped his thigh, a look of chagrin crossing his face, then turned to Wang Yun with a troubled expression. Captain Wang, that guy seems to have some leverage held over him by Zhang Da, and he always listens to Zhang Da. If Zhang Da... Tianfeng trailed off, his words unfinished. But the implication was clear. They had swindled the survival convoy, and Tianfeng had thoroughly offended Zhang Da. The chances of getting Zhang Da to agree to let Hong Liang repair the vehicles were nearly zero. Just then, from the front of the survival convoy not far away, a cold, distorted broadcast began to sound from Zhang Da's off-road vehicle. The convoy is leaving immediately. Attention! Do not fall behind. Do not fall behind. It was Zhao Xian's voice. Seeing that the survival convoy was about to depart, Wang Yun began to stroke his chin, his expression rapidly shifting. Old man Mo still stood with arms folded, looking as leisurely as an old fisherman, half closing his eyes as he watched the three. Tianfeng had already stood up, pacing back and forth anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. Zhou Xing, lost in thought, lifted his eyes to glance at the highway not far away. There were over 110 survivors, most of whom had families, either three-person household siblings like Tianfeng or some four-person families. Of course, there were also a few lone wolves, but they only made up about 10%. At this moment, though their faces were gaunt, their spirits were not especially tense. Seeing these people looking at the four of them with hopeful eyes, Zhou Xing felt both helpless and somewhat irritated. Damn it. He had thought that if the sky fell, the tall ones would hold it up. How in the hell had he become the tall one now? At the same time, from the direction of the survival convoy, the roar of engines started to sound one after another. Brother Wang still haven't thought of a way. Zhou Xing stood up, hands in his pockets, his face calm as he looked toward the direction of the survival convoy and spoke in a flat tone. Wang Yun also stood up, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. Click. The sound of a lighter, and Wang Yun began to puff out clouds of smoke. Exhaling a puff of smoke, the haze obscured his face. A sigh came from the blurred figure in the smoke. Alas! Hearing this enigmatic sigh, Zhou Xing turned around, his eyes fixed on Wang Yun, the veins on his temples throbbing. Seeing Zhou Xing looking ready to throw a punch, the corner of Wang Yun's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, "There is a way, but it requires your effort. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's just about snatching someone." Before Zhou Xing could finish his words, Wang Yun felt a blur before his eyes, and by the time he reacted, Zhou Xing had already vanished from his spot. 2 minutes later, still on the road at the village entrance, Zhang Da and Zhao Xian stood on the left, while Zhou Xing stood behind Wang Yun and the others, holding Hong Liang by the collar, whose face wore a bitter expression. The two sides faced off on the road. Zhang Da's face was dark and grim to the extreme, but soon he had no choice but to force a smile back onto his face. His gaze first fell behind Wang Yun. Zhou Xing stood there holding Hong Liang, his expression extremely calm, as if he didn't see Zhang Da at all. Seeing that Hong Liang, the mechanic sequence, was unharmed, Zhang Da breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Wang Yun, who was 10 meters away, and shouted, "Brother Wang, whatever you want, just name it. Why go to such lengths?" Hearing Zhang Da's words, Wang Yun's face flushed with embarrassment, but he quickly put on a stern expression, coughed lightly, and said, "We can cooperate. Zhou Xing can enter the village to lead everyone in collecting supplies. As compensation, I'd like Mr. Hong Liang to help repair the vehicles we've collected in the village. What do you say, Zhang Laopao?" Zhang Da's eyes lit up. This was a mutually beneficial deal. Now the survival convoy had only 60 people left. The fewer people, the less likely they were to attract anomalies. There were many empty seats in the bus, all available for storing supplies. Besides, now the opposing side had Zhou Xing, while he only had Zhao Xian. He simply wasn't in a position to negotiate. "Alright, we agree. But afterward, Hong Liang must return to our convoy." Zhang Da still emphasized Hong Liang. In the apocalypse, having a mechanic sequence in a convoy was undoubtedly a blessing. Zhao Xian stood by the side the whole time, coldly watching the group opposite. When the woman's gaze swept over Zhou Xing and Tian Feng, it turned noticeably colder. And so under Zhou Xing's forceful mediation, the two sides formed a team of over 150 people. It could be said that except for those under 7 and over 60, everyone else carried packs on their backs, their faces brimming with excitement. They looked as if they were going into the village to go shopping. And that was indeed the case. With Zhou Xing handling the defense, Zhao Xian and Tian Feng, an old man, Mo, only needed to lead the survivors in collecting supplies. Under the gaze of nearly 200 people outside the village, Zhou Xing walked alone toward the village. "Wow, Big Brother is so cool." In the crowd gathered at the village entrance, a 10-year-old girl was holding hands with a middle-aged man. The girl's face was sallow and thin, her body frail. But her eyes were incredibly endearing. At that moment, the little girl was gazing at the departing figure with her almond-shaped eyes, her expression full of admiration. The middle-aged man beside her turned his head, revealing a loving smile. With a pair of rough hands, he gently and carefully touched the girl's dry, curling hair. "Xiaobao, Mr. Zhou is truly a remarkable person." Similar scenes played out repeatedly among the group and the elderly and children behind. Many young women looked at Zhou Xing with admiration. Many young men felt their blood surge, wishing they could become someone like Zhou Xing. Contrary to what these people thought, Zhou Xing at that moment felt somewhat weary. Before setting out, he had already checked the MP5. The anomalous energy here had risen again, and many anomalies were even approaching Tier 3. "These things really grow fast," Zhou Xing murmured to himself, his left hand reaching for his waist. A blacklight submachine gun quickly found its way into his hand. "Then let's start with you." Zhou Xing raised his hand, the cold muzzle aimed at the nearest barbershop on the right. Bang! 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 The continuous gunshots echoed. The muzzle of the light submachine gun. A string of scarlet bullets burst forth, leaving several crimson trails that sliced through the air before instantly vanishing into the barbershop. The door and windows were riddled with holes, shattering into fragments that fell to the ground, revealing a pitch-black interior. Zhou Xing stood before the shop, sensing the cold, damp black mist surging from within. Beyond that, several pairs of eyes within the dark fog greedily devoured him. Seeing that the things inside refused to show themselves, Zhou Xing curled his lips. He raised the submachine gun again, aiming its muzzle at the spots inside the shop, where blurry figures lurked. Red bullets flew out once more, trailing crimson arcs. Like the embroidery needles of death, the bullets swiftly pierced into those shadowy figures. The once stagnant black mist began to churn. "Oh!" Several inhuman screams filled with malice and agony erupted from within the fog. More precisely, they came from those shadowy figures. The sound was like nails scraping against glass or a woman struck by sudden terror. Jarring and unsettling. As the screams rang out, the figures all exploded simultaneously. The black mist began to dissipate, and the temperature inside the shop rapidly returned to normal. Several spiderweb-thin threads of blood flew from the positions of the shadows. Transforming into rays of rainbow light, they plunged into the dark magazine of the submachine gun. Zhou Xing glanced at it. Aside from a faint blood glow on the magazine's black stripes at the moment of impact, nothing else changed. He pulled out the magazine. The bullets inside were still full. Seeing the endless ammunition, Zhou Xing smiled, then turned and walked toward the next two-story inn. The entire street remained utterly silent regardless of what Zhou Xing did. Until finally Zhou Xing charged straight into the street-side shops. Those floating disheveled women and the dead-eyed gray-skinned old men were all chased out into the street by Zhou Xing. The anomalies fled ahead, while Zhou Xing pursued them with his gun, running wildly through the streets. The whole process resembled a one-sided massacre, like invaders ravaging a village. Apart from the gunfire and the anomalies' wails, the entire village fell into an eerie collective silence. Outside the village, many survivors watched the scene, inside their mouths agape, as if frozen in stone. As the scene grew bizarre and dead silent, someone in the crowd suddenly clicked their tongue. Who is the real anomaly here?" Those words fell like a pebble into a calm lake, stirring ripples. The stunned, petrified figures snapped back to reality. Their gazes refocused on the village, on the figure of a man chasing a baby anomaly. The survivors' gaunt, sallow faces were filled with surprise and reverence. A few even had fanatical eyes, as if they had made Zhou Xing their faith. Since the apocalypse began, humans had always been like mice before cats when facing anomalies. Even among humans, some had awakened as sequence transcendence. yet they still paled in comparison to the anomalies. Humans seemed only able to flee to the wilderness to survive. The most basic belief for both ordinary people and transcendents was that humans flee upon encountering anomalies. But now Zhou Xing had shattered that notion. With the final gunshot in the village, the entire place returned to normal. Zhou Xing leisurely walked back to the village entrance along the path he had come. As soon as he stepped out of the village, he met the survivor's eyes. Mr. Zhou, is it safe now? Thank you, Mr. Zhou, for everything you've done. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, you are a good man. Hearing their praises, Zhou Xing felt as if they were chanting a spell, irritating him. He waved his hand in annoyance without responding and walked straight toward the nearby fortress RV. These anomalies were far too disobedient. Couldn't they just stand still and let him cut them down? He was drenched in sweat and would have to take another shower. Brother Zhou, take a good rest. I'll lead the survivors to gather supplies. Tianfeng walked up to him, scratching the back of his head with a bright smile. Zhou Xing nodded and paid no further attention. Back in the fortress RV, he rushed into the bathroom. He tossed his clothes onto the rack, bartered from Wang Yun with a bucket of instant noodles. Warm water cascaded down, washing away the sweat and a trace of dust from his body. Such water sources were hardly precious before the apocalypse. But now it was the end of the world. The water Zhou Xing used for a single shower might have sustained those outside for a long time, relieving them of their water worries. Water and food were now scarce commodities. Even among the convoy, transcendents like Wang Yun were extremely frugal with water. Brushing their teeth and washing their faces was a luxury for them. Yet Zhou Xing now poured copious amounts of clean, sweet water over his body. At this thought, a satisfied smile spread across Zhou Xing's face. Sometimes people only gain happiness through comparison. After a simple wash, Zhou Xing wrapped himself in a gray towel, sat on a single sofa, and summoned the system in his mind. A blue panel soon appeared before him. Zhou Xing looked at the top of the main page. 3 twisted characters, anomaly slaughter value, were followed by a long string of numbers. 486,572. Seeing such a high value, Zhou Xing was not particularly excited. The next system upgrade would likely require him to reach sequence 3. He wanted to advance, but it was not easy. Since he had broken through to sequence 2 and become a swordsman, his strength had grown as slowly as a snail. Only when he fought anomalies of a higher tier, 3 tiers above him, did his power surge during battle. It felt like leveling up in a game. The higher your level, the more you need to grind higher tier monsters to see significant experience gains. Similarly, fighting low tier anomalies only gave him a small amount of anomaly slaughter value, with no noticeable increase in strength. This led Zhou Xing to speculate that the path of the Sword Saint sequence might be to constantly battle high-tier anomalies and even slay them. As for Wang Yun's Prophet sequence and Tianfeng's Flame God sequence, how did they improve their strength? Zhou Xing fell into thought. Knock. Knock. Mr. Zhou, Captain Wang wants you for a meeting. From the driver's side, near the window, a gentle tap, followed by a young man's voice, came from outside. Zhou Xing did not respond. Instead, he opened the exchange shop. He spent another 100 anomaly slaughter value to exchange for a new set of clothes. The outfit was identical except for the color. Zhou Xing quickly dressed, looking refreshed, and stepped out of the fortress RV. Wang Yun's vehicle was parked about 10 meters away on the curb. Behind the modified off-road, Zhou Xing saw 4 buses and a large truck already parked by the roadside. All 5 vehicles were in severe disrepair. They were covered in green algae, thick layers of rust, and even leaves of plants could be seen inside the windows. Hong Liang was leading dozens of survivors wandering around these vehicles. Just as Zhou Xing was taking in the scene, a surprised exclamation from Wang Yun came from the direction of the last truck. Brother Zhou, man, I've got to say, I'm envious. Seeing Zhou Xing in fresh clothes exuding a crisp and clean aura, Wang Yun wore a broad smile, yet the jar of vinegar in his heart was brimming over. This Brother Zhou is too fortunate. He can bathe every day. Wang Yun instinctively lowered his head, glancing at his own chest, and a sour pang shot through his collar. Ugh! Wang Yun nearly vomited, his face turning the color of liver. Zhou Xing stepped forward, and the two stood beside Wang Yun's modified off-road vehicle. Observing Wang Yun's expression, Zhou Xing's face remained impassive, though a hint of smugness stirred within. You call me here. Is there something? Zhou Xing thrust his hands into his pockets, his sharp profile as cold as a blade. In a flat tone, he addressed Wang Yun, whose complexion had softened. Let me show you what they call a sequence miracle. Wang Yun smiled and reached out to pat Zhou Xing's shoulder. Seeing the grimy, mud-caked hand reaching toward his shoulder, Zhou Xing paid it no mind. In his eyes, appearances were mere surface. What truly mattered were strength and character. Even if the other were a beggar, as long as he was a friend. Such trivial details he could easily overlook. Arm in arm, as they had been at the very start of the apocalypse, they walked toward the road behind the modified off-road vehicle. Before the first bus behind the modified off-road vehicle, as Wang Yun and Zhou Xing arrived, they saw Hong Liang sitting in the driver's seat. Their gazes fell on him, shifting from calm to shock and finally to greed. There sat Hong Liang in the driver's seat. The steering wheel and some plastic covers had been stripped off and placed on the passenger seat. His hands, like liquid metal, were incredibly malleable. One moment, they turned into hydraulic clamps, the next into hair-thin metal needles. When a metal pillar showed cracks, he placed one hand on it. His hand acted like a high-temperature heater. The metal around the cracks on the pillar would melt, quickly filling and fusing the gaps. Some wires had grown green mold. His hand touched them. The moldy wires were enveloped in electric light, and when the light faded, they became brand new connections. In less than 10 minutes, he had tinkered like this. After the plastic covers and steering wheel were back in place, he grabbed a length of rebar, held it in his hand, glanced at the keyhole, and opened his palm. 2 brand new dark gray metal keys appeared in his palm. Throughout the process, Hong Liang was so absorbed that he never noticed the onlookers. Under the envious green-tinted stares of Zhou Xing and Wang Yun, he inserted one key into the keyhole and turned it. The entire bus roared to life with an engine growl like a wild beast. Then a silver flash swept across its surface. Zhou Xing's mouth fell open. Wang Yun was not far behind. The bus's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. The rust was gone, the dents smoothed out, and even the warped S-shaped wheel rims had vanished. Now the vehicle was entirely silver with sleek lines. The rims were thicker, the tread deeper, and the tires had become all-terrain solid ones fit for the wilderness. Phew. Done. Hong Liang relaxed, clapping his hands. To him this task seemed no more difficult than repairing an electric toy. Just as he eased up, he suddenly felt 2 pairs of green-tinted eyes on him. Hong Liang jerked his head around, and his face froze. A flicker of panic and chagrin flashed in his eyes. He had no idea how long Zhou Xing and Wang Yun had been standing there. The way they looked at him now. Like a lecher spotting a beautiful woman or a tomb raider striking gold. Zhou Xing and Wang Yun exchanged glances, reading each other's thoughts. Wang Yun wore his signature captain smile as he looked at Hong Liang. Mr. Hong, what do you think of our convoy? Hong Liang looked up, his expression awkward. Very strong. 1 minute later. Then let's welcome our new member, Mechanic Hong Liang. Zhang De smiled at Hong Liang, his face full of fondness. Welcome, brother. Zhou Xing, rarely speaking, also voiced his welcome. There was no choice. Hong Liang had just demonstrated the power of the mechanic sequence. Handcrafting wires, shaping metal. He was like a living hua tuo for machinery. Absolutely incredible. The 3 walked toward the second bus. Under their burning gazes, Hong Liang quickly entered a state of oblivion again and repeated the process. Zhou Xing squinted, watching Hong Liang work. He recalled the half-hidden reinforced steel plates on Zhang Da's modified off-road wheel rims. A smile tugged at his lips. From the way Zhang De valued the acquisition of Hong Liang. Zhang De knew Hong Liang's worth, though whether he understood the full extent of his ability was unknown. But one thing Zhou Xing could be certain of. With Hong Liang's skill, upgrading Zhang Da's vehicle was no problem. Yet he had only welded some steel plates despite having this ability. This showed that Hong Liang held a grudge against Zhang Da. Zhang Da, seemingly reliant on his abilities, could do nothing about it. The two had been at an impasse. Then he recalled what Tian Feng had said earlier, that Zhang Da might be holding leverage over Hong Liang. Now it seemed almost certain. Zhou Xing felt like he had found 1,000 yuan on the street. Hong Liang's value was immense. With him, the convoy's tail could survive much better. When encountering anomalies too fast to escape, just toss out 1 or 2. It would save a lot of trouble. Zhou Xing's thoughts ultimately circled back to the idea that whoever was slowest would be the first to be sacrificed. As for the praise and good guy labels from others, Zhou Xing let them in one ear and out the other. He was long past the age of impulse. Now only sufficient profit could drive him to act. Gathering the buses was merely a favor to cultivate a retinue of expendable fighters. If the convoy faced a hopeless situation, Zhou Xing would not hesitate to activate Wind Step and flee. What the hell is that thing? Wang Yun's cry came from beside him. Zhou Xing snapped back to reality and looked at Wang Yun. Wang Yun stood frozen, facing the sky above the road. They had come from, his face filled with disbelief. Puzzled, Zhou Xing turned to look. Several kilometers away, nearly a kilometer above the ground, a massive island floated in the sky, its underside glowing with a bloody light. Below, the sunlight over the plains on both sides of the road was instantly blocked, plunging the area into shadow. Zhou Xing estimated by comparing it to a third-tier city. The island seemed even larger than the city. It drifted slowly like a hot air balloon, and its direction was straight toward them. Both convoys saw this. At that moment, a chilling, damp aura swept over from kilometers away. Many people's faces, initially curious, were instantly replaced by terror. Their bodies felt as if plunged into an ice cave, and goosebumps rose all over. Most stood frozen, losing the ability to think. Zhou Xing's scalp was screaming warnings. But seeing these stunned cannon fodder, he shouted, "Damn it! What are you standing there for? Run!" Having finally acquired his own cannon fodder, Zhou Xing had no intention of wasting it here. The floating island in the sky exuded an ominous aura. Zhou Xing even suspected that this entity might be a terrifying 5th order or even 6th order being. He recalled the grotesque giant statue they had encountered earlier. He had never seen the true form of that creature, even when it perished, and only managed to obtain its crystal core. From that moment on, the notion of the grotesque's ever-shifting form had ingrained itself in Zhou Xing's mind. Thus, Zhou Xing was utterly convinced that the floating island was an extraordinarily powerful, grotesque entity. His shout, like a thunderclap, jolted the people who stood frozen in place. Fear quickly spread across their faces and a pungent odor emanated from their lower bodies. They had been terrified into incontinence. "Look, Mr. Zhou and the others have repaired 2 buses." Among the crowd, a survivor pointed excitedly at the 2 buses that Wang Yun had modified into off-road vehicles. Many turned their heads to look. 2 long-distance buses with sleek silver bodies, smooth lines, and off-road style wheel hubs stood by the roadside. "We're saved, we're saved. These buses can take all of us, don't panic. Damn it, where's the key? Where did the key go?" Over 100 survivors rushed forward as if their pants were on fire, scrambling toward the buses. Some quickly grabbed seats while others sat in the driver's seat searching for the keys. Still others could only stand in the narrow aisles. Those in the driver's seat soon realized the buses had no keys. For a moment, the slightly eased tension inside the buses tightened once more. "Mom, I don't want to die, woo-woo. Who knows how to hotwire a car like in the movies? Kid, you think this is a movie or a novel? Dream on. Everyone shut up. That creepy thing is getting closer." Some children sat beside adults, rubbing their eyes and crying. Others, frustrated by the missing keys, began discussing ways to start the vehicles. But the last sentence abruptly silenced the commotion inside the bus. Everyone stared in terror, looking out the windows. They saw coming from the direction they had traveled several kilometers away, less than a kilometer above the road that cut through the wasteland. A massive island, its underside glowing with a scarlet light. In less than 5 minutes, it had closed from the horizon to just a few kilometers away. The faces of those inside the bus turned ashen. The chattering of teeth echoed in the silent bus. Yet even at this moment, no one was willing to get off. They knew that those who had walked or cycled earlier had never returned to the convoy. Only the 4-wheeled buses were their lifeline now. As the people inside grew frantic like ants on a hot pan, Hong Liang boarded the bus and casually tossed a dark gray key onto the driver's seat. The man in the driver's seat looked up, instinctively caught it, and upon seeing what he held, burst into excitement. "It's the key. We have the key." The man, trembling with joy, inserted the key into the ignition with practiced ease. Turning the key, shifting gears, stepping on the accelerator. His motions were fluid, a seasoned driver. Seeing this, Hong Liang withdrew his gaze, turned, and looked around the bus. Many passengers, upon seeing the engine start, wept with joy. Hong Liang shook his head slightly, shoved his hands into his pockets, and stepped off the bus. His vehicle was parked nearby. He opened the door and returned to his black Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Rolling down the window, Hong Liang took out a cigarette and lit it. He had worked overtime to repair just 3 buses. This was the first time he had exerted his supernatural abilities to such an extent in front of others. Thinking of Zhou Xing, Hong Liang curled his lips. Before the repairs, Zhou Xing had threatened him, saying that if he failed, he would be dropped off in some village or town. Recalling Zhou Xing's indifferent gaze, he couldn't help but shiver. He believed others might joke, but Zhou Xing could actually follow through given what had happened at the service area. This was the apocalypse. He dared not gamble. As the engines of the 3 buses roared to life in succession, Wang Yun, his face pale with fear, leaned out of his window, megaphone in hand. "Convoy, move out. Attention. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind." After shouting, Wang Yun immediately sat back in the driver's seat, and his modified off-road vehicle sped onto the road. Zhou Xing, quick as lightning, floored the accelerator. His Fortress RV roared, displaying a speed incongruous with its bulk, and clung tightly to the lead vehicle. Following behind were Tianfeng's fiery red modified off-road, then the black Mercedes-Benz E-Class, and finally the 3 silver buses, sleek as trains with powerful engines. Seeing Wang Yun's convoy depart, Hong Liang followed suit. And with those 3 shiny new silver buses, Zhang Da's face turned the color of liver. "Damn it, Hong Liang, you treacherous dog." Zhang Da cursed loudly, started his car, and grabbed the megaphone to broadcast. "Don't fall behind." With that, Zhang Da drove his modified off-road in pursuit of Wang Yun and the others. In the passenger seat, Zhao Xian's cold face showed displeasure. Although she knew Hong Liang was a mechanic sequence, his abilities seemed limited to routine maintenance with no extraordinary skills. Coupled with his low profile and quiet demeanor, Hong Liang had been almost invisible in the survival convoy. Now it seemed that everything he had done before was to deliberately hide from them. "Captain Zhang," Zhao Xian suddenly spoke. "Even if we catch up, will they give Hong Liang back to us?" Zhang Da glanced at Zhao Xian without responding, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. Zhao Xian was slightly stunned, then quickly regained her cold expression. But a flicker of doubt rose in her eyes. The 2 convoys, maintaining a kilometer's distance, fled wildly along the endless highway through the wasteland. The blood-red sun hung high in the sky. A straight road cut through the black-red wasteland. The camps of the 2 convoys stood less than 100 meters apart. For ease of escape, the vehicles were parked on both sides of the road with a 3-meter gap between each. Zhou Xing sat inside his RV, the window half lowered. In his left hand, he held a ceramic bowl filled with a hearty serving of noodles with egg and ham in the broth. Zhou Xing picked up his chopsticks and wolfed down the food. His gaze fell on the dark road ahead, where 2 figures were approaching. A smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, his face full of anticipation. That afternoon, the survival convoy had been trailing them. By the time the blood moon rose, the floating island seemed to lose interest like a turtle that couldn't catch up. Under Zhou Xing's wary gaze, the island slowly drifted into the depths of the wasteland. Brother Wang, you're being unfair. Zhang Da's voice came from outside. Zhou Xing's thoughts were interrupted, and he turned his head toward the source of the voice. 3 silver buses stood nearby, beside which a campfire burned quietly. The warm light dispelled the darkness within a 10-meter radius. Numerous people periodically approached the fire, bending down to catch a flame, then walked several meters away. One by one, lights began to ignite around the campfire. The parked vehicles on both sides were dimly bathed in an orange glow against the darkness. Only Zhang Da stood by the fire at this moment. Zhao Xian was absent, likely guarding the convoy. Opposite Zhang Da, Wang Yun, academician Mo Tianfeng, and Hong Liang were present. Wang Yun wore a familiar smile as he looked at Zhang Da's displeased expression. Old Zhang, forcing something won't make it sweet. Since they've joined us, they're one of us now. Hearing Wang Yun's shameless words, Zhang Da remained silent. He lifted his gaze, looking past Wang Yun toward Hong Liang, who stood with his head bowed behind them. A peculiar glint flashed in his eyes, and he smiled confidently. His voice grew low. Mr. Hong, don't you want to see your daughter sooner? If I die, no one can guarantee her safety anymore. After speaking, Zhang Da crossed his arms, a triumphant look on his face as he gazed at Wang Yun. Tianfeng, Wang Yun, and the old man Mo all fixed their attention on Hong Liang. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes, slightly glanced at Zhang Da, then turned his gaze to Hong Liang. Hong Liang's shoulders trembled, his head bowed, a dark look on his face. Hong Liang, do you know where your daughter is? Tianfeng approached with concern. Brother Zhou is so capable. Perhaps he can help you bring her out directly. Yes, we're all part of the same convoy now. Academician Mo stepped forward, regarding Hong Liang with a kind elder's warmth. I'm an academician. I might even be able to help you. As the old man finished speaking, Wang Yun turned around, his face etched with seriousness and concern. Witnessing this touching scene where everyone seemed united, Zhou Xing leaned against the window with a look of contempt. Among these 3, perhaps only Tianfeng was genuine. As for the old man and Wang Yun, forget it. If not for Hong Liang demonstrating the strategic value of the mechanic sequence, he'd likely be told to go somewhere cool and stay there. As expected, in this world, strength and value are what matter. As for that young man Tianfeng, earlier wanting him to go out personally to rescue the little girl for Hong Liang. Not in this lifetime. Right now he just wanted to survive peacefully. He possessed the Ghost Combat Points exchange system. With the current Fortress RV, even without the mechanic sequence, it wouldn't be a problem. When he eventually advanced to sequence, 3 new vehicles would surely be refreshed. The current Fortress RV was already so formidable. The thought of vehicles from the level 3 mall simply excited Zhou Xing. The mechanic sequence was only useful to these ordinary cannon fodder. If it weren't for the fact that they could ensure these cannon fodder survived longer, Zhou Xing wouldn't have given Hong Liang a second glance. Similarly, if Zhou Xing had no value, probably no one except Wang Yun would pay him any mind. Tianfeng and the old man Mo would have likely joined the seeking survival convoy instead. In the adult world, only interests mattered, not right or wrong. No one knew what the future world would become. Of course, Zhou Xing felt that finding an opportunity to properly instruct Tianfeng was more important. Pushing him forward constantly was extremely dangerous. If he encountered other convoys in the future and said the wrong things, it would be like offering his neck for them to cut off. Zhou Xing's mind raced with thoughts. Suddenly, he sensed several gazes coming from ahead. He turned his head. Hong Liang, Tianfeng, the old man, Mo, Wang Yun, and Zhang Da were all looking at him. Hong Liang's eyes held hope, his mouth opening and closing, but the words never came out. Zhang Da's expression was clearly displeased, his gaze fixed on Hong Liang, then shifting to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing's eyelid twitched, sensing something was wrong. Mr. Zhou, can you help me? Bring my daughter out from Kyoto. Hong Liang looked at him with the desperate plea of a father on his middle-aged face. Brother Zhou, since Hong Liang is part of our convoy, his daughter, we will definitely get lost. Before Tianfeng could finish his sentence, before the young man's righteous indignation could rise, a cold voice cut him off harshly. That voice was full of warning, like a lion whose territory had been invaded. It was as if Zhou Xing would kill him on the spot if Tianfeng spoke another word. Wang Yun and the old man Mo exchanged glances, a hint of helplessness on their faces. Tianfeng stood frozen, and only after a moment did embarrassment surface, making him more reserved. It seemed the young man realized who exactly he was speaking to. Zhou Xing's cold response returned Hong Liang to his initial state. With dimming eyes, Hong Liang turned and walked toward the Mercedes-Benz E. Wang Yun and the old man Mo exchanged glances, both inwardly desperate. This was the mechanic sequence. What the hell was Zhou Xing doing? If he drove away this mechanic Huatua, what would happen when the convoy's vehicles broke down later? Those who don't manage the household don't know the cost of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. They had expected Zhou Xing to offer empty promises. Instead, the guy had bluntly rejected them from the start. Damn it. Used and then discarded. This was really something. The old man Mo's face showed bitterness. He couldn't actually go confront Zhou Xing about it. Sigh, I never thought I'd be nearly 60 and still have to swallow my pride. The old man Mo muttered, shook his head, and chased after them with no choice. Grabbing Hong Liang's arm with both hands, the old man was like a dangling ornament being dragged along. Young Hong, don't go. His voice trembled, genuine anxiety on his face. I'm an academician who studies the blood moon. I can definitely help you. Before the words finished echoing, Hong Liang stopped his stiff steps, turned, and looked down at the old man beside him. Academician Mo, I appreciate it. Hong Liang bowed slightly in respect. But this is the apocalypse now. Your title means nothing to anyone. After speaking, Hong Liang got into the car. The Mercedes-Benz E started quickly and slowly drove toward the road behind the convoy. As the Mercedes passed the campfire, Zhang De waved to the other three and walked over to join them in the car. After traveling a distance, just as it was about to be swallowed by the dark crimson gloom. Brother Wang, next time we meet I'll buy you a drink. Zhang Da's sleazy voice drifted from the Mercedes. Wang Yun stared at the direction the car disappeared into for a long while before making his way back toward the fortress RV. The mechanic sequence couldn't be abandoned so easily. He had to have a serious talk with his good brother. The old man Mo and Tian Feng merely exchanged a glance. Neither dared to speak, and returned to their respective vehicles. The old man Mo was now inside a silver bus. The rear had been specially converted into a single bed set up voluntarily by the survivors for the elderly. Seeing the old man Mo board, many elderly passengers greeted him with smiles, which he returned one by one. After lying down slowly, he sat up again, after a moment leaning against the window and gazing toward the fortress RV. The area was painted in black and crimson, with only an orange-hued glow visible beneath the moonlight. Brother Wang, are you here to persuade me or beg me? Watching Wang Yun lean against the window, turning his head toward him with words caught in his throat, Zhou Xing's lips curved into a faint smile. Brother Zhou, you and I both witnessed Hong Liang's ability. Wang Yun paused, glancing around to ensure no one was within earshot, before continuing to look at Zhou Xing. You were far too impulsive. Couldn't you have merely dangled a false promise to keep him here? Upon finishing, Wang Yun retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. An amber glow emanated from the car window, illuminating the intermittently visible smoke and that grave countenance. Zhou Xing gazed at that face, yet shook his head. He understood Wang Yun's thoughts. Although this fellow also harbored the notion of sacrificing these ordinary folk as a strategic retreat, whenever feasible, Wang Yun still aspired to save as many lives as possible. This might be the influence wrought by his time as a special operations soldier. Deep within his bones, Wang Yun still sought to rally more supernaturally gifted individuals. Only through such unity could they muster the strength to shield a greater number of ordinary survivors. Zhou Xing stood in stark contrast. Hailing from society's underbelly, he was well acquainted with the vicissitudes of human nature. He had always adhered to a singular principle: those devoid of worth merited naught but the earth. Especially under the present paradigm, had it not been for the system, had he not secured the sequence injection, what manner of man would Zhou Xing be today? Zhou Xing harbored no inclination toward frivolous pledges. For once bestowed, they demanded fulfillment. Moreover, the convoy already possessed 3 coaches, and Hong Liang's abilities proved genuinely instrumental to the collective. Yet that constituted the entirety of it. Did other convoys perish absent an artificer sequence practitioner? Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as he rested his forearm against the window frame, propping his chin upon one hand. Brother Wang, do you surmise Zhang De shall endure the journey to Kyoto? Wang Yun's countenance stiffened. He pivoted his head to regard Zhou Xing, as though beholding a specter, his gaze laced with wariness. What scheme brews in your mind, lad? Desist from reckless courses. My stratagem entails luring a third calamity aberration, whereupon prattle followed. Brother Wang, merely to frighten them. No designs upon their vital forces. Wang Yun, momentarily at a loss for words, wore an expression betokening utter incredulity. Brother Zhou, thy stratagem lacks originality. Transparency shall betray thy hand forthwith. Zhou Xing merely smiled, maintaining silence. Observing such demeanor from Zhou Xing, Wang Yun commenced deep contemplation. Ere long he elevated his visage once more, countenance alight with elation. Dost thou intend to explicitly apprise Hong Liang that Zhang De lacks the capacity to escort them unto survival at Kyoto? Affirmative, Zhou Xing acquiesced. Wang Yun's ocular orbs traversed his countenance, replete with the shrewdness of cost-benefit analysis. Zhou Xing reclined adjacent to the aperture, languidly awaiting. Approximately a minute subsequent, Wang Yun cast sidelong glances both directions, regarding Zhou Xing with a semblance of guilt. Brother Zhou, given thy prior deliberation, when dost thou propose commencement of operations? Exhausted hence, let us initiate post-departure tomorrow morn. The caravan maintains pursuit. Ere Zhou Xing's utterance concluded, the fenestration commenced ascension. Wang Yun rotated his cranial apparatus, bestowing a perfunctory glance upon the obsidian expanse posterior to the convoy. Therein, at a distance not exceeding 100 paces, a diminutive conflagration emanated a tenuous luminescence, the locus of the survival convoy. Contemplating Moro's tribulations for these fellows, Wang Yun's countenance assumed an anomalous aspect. He deposited the expended tobacco cylinder upon terrestrial substrate, pulverizing it with podal soul, thereafter proceeding, with deliberate cadence, toward the military off-road conveyance. Observing Wang Yun's receding posterior silhouette, Zhou Xing maintained equanimity. The survivor cohort, having consummated their repast, commenced tranquil repose. Presumably cognizant of their possession of a potent sequence transcendent, these persons surrendered to slumber tonight. The faint reverberations of respirational cacophony elicited a slight furrowing of Zhou Xing's brows. Had he unwittingly assumed the role of wet nurse? Intolerable. Thus commenced Zhou Xing's cognitive exertion to instill perpetual vigilance within these individuals, just as his faculties failed to produce an efficacious scheme for disciplining these persons. Upon 3 omnibus conveyances situated at proximate distance, among them a phantasmal silhouette clandestinely descended. This shadowy entity initially surveyed the environs, thereafter directing attention toward Zhou Xing's position, traversing the thoroughfare with the stealth characteristic of a pilferer. Zhou Xing's ocular orbs underwent slight constriction, fixing upon that spectral form. Notwithstanding the currently rubricate condition of the pathway, Zhou Xing's status as Sword Saint sequence endowed him with enhanced quintuple sensory perception. Beneath the hematological lunar illumination, he discerned a juvenile female subject characterized by bifurcated ponytail configuration. The juvenile female approximate age bracket 7 to 8 terrestrial years. Superior bodily segment clothed in xanthic semi-sleeve garment, inferior segment adorned with long pantaloons. Pedal extremities encased in athletic footwear from a preeminent commercial mark. Excluding the pedal apparatus, the complete assemblage of vestments exhibited hemorrhagic staining and perforation defects. Physiological framework more closely resemble the garment's display construct, barely maintaining apparel integrity. Presently within the entirety of the convoy assembly, pediatric survivors exhibited near total emaciation. At this temporal juncture, this diminutive entity persistently scrutinized the surrounding pitch blackness with agitation, as though harboring profound apprehension that imminent temporal progression would yield monstrosity emergence from the contiguous rubiginous obscurity. Progressively diminishing spatial interval between subject and fortified recreational vehicle precipitated rapid transformation of facial affectation. Terror and disquiet supplanted by anticipatory tension. Zhou Xing performed mental manipulation of mandibular region, ocular aperture partial occlusion, characterizing appraisal of contraparticipant, inquiring into utility of this pawn-level combatant within current operational theater. Hypothetical consideration ensued. Subsequent cranial negation gesture manifesting impossibility assessment predicated upon juvenile somatic parameters. Terminal positional acquisition occurred anterior to fenestration apparatus by the juvenile female entity. Under amber chromatic illumination, diminutive primate analog characterization prevailed, xanthic curless pilosity remaining stationary. Elevational cranial displacement toward aperture resulted in recognition of familiar ashen countenance presentation. Immediate physiological tension manifestation upon facial tissues, rapid inferior displacement of cephalic structure. Anterior to fenestration construct imperceptible pressure phenomenon analogous to tidal surge engulfed the physiologically compromised miniature silhouette. Delayed temporal interval followed by audio emission. Timid vocalization of juvenile female entity. Zhou. Mr. Zhou, what manner of protocol facilitates acquisition of transnormal capabilities? Utterance completion precipitated bilateral scapular tremor manifestation. Simultaneous bilateral mechanical actuation analogy. Initial cognitive pause manifested. Subsequent anomalous facial expression directed toward juvenile female entity. Original assumption regarding procurement intentions for survival consumables. Notwithstanding accumulation of granaria quantities considerable within present convoy logistical inventory. Conversely, total mandibular apparatus count exceeding 110 individuals. Consumption rate calculation yielding temporal sustainability estimation 1 to 2 terrestrial months duration. Consequently, administrative directive issued by Wang Yun to elderly Mo and Tian Feng imposing rationing parameters upon culinary preparation quantities. Comparative viscosity enhancement of liquid nutrition relative to antecedent consumption patterns. Reflective surface phenomenon observable. Nevertheless, insufficient nutritional provision satisfying singular individuals' diurnal metabolic requirements. Apocalyptic temporal context necessitating continuous migratory behavior and persistent neurocognitive tension generating substantial caloric expenditure. Hence Zhou Xing's moderate astonishment upon juvenile female utterance completion. Transient cognitive perturbation without extended deliberative processing. Existence of analogous psychological frameworks among convoy demographic composition. Probabilistic assessment indicating non-negligible population segment. How couldst thou harbor such cogitation? Zhou Xing narrowed his ocular apertures, yet inquired with attenuated tonal velocity. I exhibit no autophagic disposition, assume rectilinear posturation, direct thy visual engagement toward me whilst articulating. Somatic rigidity manifestation followed by cephalic elevation execution. Mandibular tension upon inferior labial structure accompanied by avulsive ocular fixation upon Zhou Xing's position within fenestration aperture. Under Zhou Xing's effectively neutral ocular emission, juvenile entity exhibited resolution-imbued facial configuration. I aspire toward transmutation into sibling equivalent transcendental being. Acquisition of supersatural faculties shall enable paternal proction. Verbal articulation functioned as complete pneumatic evacuation mechanism for accumulated courage reserves. Cephalic depression restoration executed by juvenile female. Environmental acoustic properties reverted to thanatological quietude standard. Ocular fixation maintained upon juvenile entity without masticatory or mimetic muscular activity. Chronological progression estimation approximately 3 to 5 seconds interval. Metallurgical armor translational acoustic phenomenon initiated. Ocular retraction performed. Protective plating incremental occlusive movement applied to fenestration aperture. Chromatic luminescence regression trajectory initiated inwardward toward passenger compartment. Concurrent photic energy dissipation correlated with progressive emotional subjugation by profound frustration phenomenon experienced by juvenile subject. Lacrimal fluid secretion occurring in sequential linear patterns originating from deep-set orbital cavities. Labial cheek junctional region contamination manifested as dual longitudinal hydrophilic channel deposition. Post-fenestration closure state achieved. Zhou Xing's facial musculature maintained homeostatic equilibrium positioning. Ergonomic seating apparatus adopted supine configuration. Extraneous cognitive imagery generation involving exterior positioned juvenile female entity commenced involuntarily. At the break of dawn outside the fortified RV, faint sounds of weeping and murmurs from the crowd mingled together like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Oh dear, such a good and well-behaved little child. Alas, what a pity. Wait, aren't you all curious why this little girl came here in the dead of night? Could it be? She came to serve. You damn yellow-haired punk, watch your mouth. Zhou Xing's eyelids twitched. His hazy consciousness was jolted awake by the noise, and his eyes snapped open. Picking up his Xiling Tong MP5, Zhou Xing opened the map and saw a cluster of small yellow dots beside the green arrow. Not anomalies. Zhou Xing felt a slight relief, but also some confusion. Why would a large group of people disturb his rest at this early hour? With doubt, he lowered the armor and glass, casting a cold glance outside. In the open space before the window, about 20 people had gathered, pointing and discussing something. On the spot they were pointing at, Zhou Xing saw a sight that made his expression stiffen. A middle-aged man around 40 knelt on both knees. The man's face was filled with despair, his eyes red as he gazed at the little girl in his arms. Zhou Xing recognized her at a glance. It was the little girl from last night. Zhou Xing had assumed she would go back, so he didn't bother. Now she had frozen to death. Looking at her, he recalled some news from his past life. Some drunkards passed out on the road at night and froze to death. Zhou Xing never believed it before, but today he witnessed it. The little girl's body was already stiff like a hard plastic mannequin in a clothing store. Seeing Zhou Xing appear, the gathered crowd froze for a moment. Then, like startled birds, they quickly ran back toward the coach bus behind. The middle-aged man seemed too heartbroken to notice the change. Zhou Xing ignored him, turned, and walked to the bathroom. After a quick wash and a hot shower, he brewed a cup of instant noodles for convenience. After breakfast, Zhou Xing returned to the driver's seat to conserve his energy. Outside the window, the man and the little girl had vanished, leaving only a few unwashed bloodstains. Zhou Xing cast a brief glance and looked away. The middle-aged man had likely committed suicide. Perhaps that was the best outcome. If the man were still alive, Zhou Xing would consider killing him at an opportune moment. After all, his daughter's death was largely related to Zhou Xing. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xing picked up the walkie-talkie from the passenger seat. Brother Wang, I'll head off first. All right, be careful. Wang Yun's voice quickly came through the walkie-talkie. Zhou Xing put it back, picked up the MP5 and opened the map to check the surrounding anomaly distribution. Less than 30 kilometers northeast of their location, a slowly moving crimson light that was visible. Zhou Xing zoomed in on the screen and soon identified what it was. It was a stitch-like anomaly. The upper half was a woman's body with disheveled hair. Her clothes had turned into blood-stained crimson rags clinging to her form. Her pale arms were covered with sickle-like nails, black energy surging from her palms. It looked extremely terrifying. The lower half resembled a spider's large abdomen and 8 bamboo-thin human legs. Those legs were pale gray like real spider legs. They moved like 8 fishing rods slowly waving. Zhou Xing estimated the creature was taller than his fortified RV. Clearly it was a big one and very fierce. Zhou Xing even suspected it hadn't encountered humans yet. If it did, it would probably rush over like a spider in an instant. Zhou Xing could already picture the scene on the dark red wilderness, this hideous, terrifying thing chasing humans like a spider. The thought was thrilling. Since Zhang De and his group were heading to the capital to help Hong Liang find his daughter, they would inevitably take the Northeastern National Highway. This anomaly perfectly aligned with Zhou Xing's plan. Having chosen his target, he turned the key. Roar! With a roar of the engine, Zhou Xing drove the fortified RV off the highway and charged into the eastern wilderness. The all-terrain tires and suspension system came into play. Leaning by the window, Zhou Xing felt only a slight vibration from the seat beneath him, as smooth as riding a train. Outside, the landscape was nothing but protruding mounds and half-meter-deep pits. Zhou Xing suddenly felt that although the fortified RV was expensive, it was truly worth it now. Thankfully, the system didn't have a method to save anomaly points by allowing custom designs. Otherwise, on this hellish terrain, he would have been jolted to death. Amid his thoughts, Zhou Xing turned his consciousness inward. This was the attribute of the Sword Saint sequence, inner vision. Like a human CT scanner, he sensed his entire body's condition. He was in excellent shape, but his strength seemed far from the third rank. Based on his past gaming experience, Zhou Xing figured he needed to kill at least 200 third-rank anomalies to reach peak, or encounter 3 to 5 fourth-rank anomalies. Surviving several life-and-death battles would allow him to advance directly to the third rank. The latter was like taking a rocket pill, extremely tempting. Yet Zhou Xing had no such thoughts. Third-rank anomalies already possessed anomaly domains, and many places had become rule-forbidden lands as terrifying as domains. For example, the 2 villages and the service area earlier. If he hadn't been a cheat, given the current normal human sequence advancement speed, no one would have survived those places, let alone broken the rule lands and slain third-rank anomalies. As for fourth-rank anomalies, the floating island from yesterday, which radiated blood light and overflowed with eerie energy, was likely more than that. Zhou Xing felt that fourth-rank anomalies must be even more terrifying and bizarre. It was good to steadily kill third-rank anomalies and slowly increase strength. Moreover, the Sword Saint sequence's inheritance demanded 100 mastery and control over bodily power. Only a Sword Saint who fully mastered his body was the most fearsome combat sequence. On the national highway, "Don't fall behind! Don't fall behind!" Zhang De shouted through the loudspeaker. After shouting, he got back into the car, which quickly started and drove forward along the highway. A black Mercedes-Benz E followed closely. 3 coaches, motorcycles, and elderly mobility scooters brought up the rear. The convoy soon passed by Wang Yun and his group. Zhang De drove past a pile of extinguished campfire. Wang Yun stood there surrounded by old Mo and Tian Feng. He seemed to be giving instructions. "Brother Wang, where did Brother Zhou go?" Not seeing Zhou Xing, Zhang Da's brow furrowed slightly. He looked at Wang Yun with suspicion. In fact, he had known since morning that Zhou Xing had left Wang Yun. He asked now only to fish for clues. For some reason, ever since that kid disappeared into the wilderness, his eyelids had been twitching non-stop. "Oh, it's you, old cannon Zhang." Wang Yun looked surprised, then spoke with a pained expression. "That bastard forced a child to her death last night. He's simply..." And so on and so forth. "That's how it is. I kicked that bastard out of the convoy." After hearing Wang Yun's words, Zhang De stared at him suspiciously. After a long look, he found that Wang Yun, that sly old fox, was acting so convincingly that Zhang De was momentarily confused. Could it really be true? Zhang De thought for a moment, then forced a comforting expression. "Alas, Brother Zhou is indeed cold and aloof. Brother Wang, you've worked hard." The 2 old foxes exchanged pleasantries. Zhang De, having learned nothing, reluctantly drove toward the highway ahead. The survival convoy soon shrank to a dot in everyone's sight, then vanished. Wang Yun withdrew his gaze, his eyes falling on Tian Feng and old Mo. "Let's go. Keep close to them." Deep within the wilderness, on a straight highway, the Fortress RV sped along the road. Zhou Xing sat in the driver's seat, casting a sidelong glance at the rearview mirror. 100 meters behind the vehicle, an eerie creature, 8-legged, crawling like a spider with the upper body of a woman, was rapidly chasing after him. Whoa! 181 miles per hour. Zhou Xing glanced at the speedometer again, startled by the reading. He had anticipated the creature's speed, but it was a dramatic reversal from its earlier sluggish, sloth-like movements. "Don't go. Don't abandon me, I'm so hungry." The familiar female voice came and went, alternating between near and far, filled with supplication and eeriness. Even Zhou Xing felt a dull ache in his head upon hearing the voice. Fortunately, as a Sword Saint sequence, he cultivated both body and spirit, allowing him to resist its influence. Had it been any other team of second-order transcendents, they would likely have been beguiled by the voice, their consciousness seized, and ultimately delivered into the creature's maw as a buffet. This creature likely possessed some form of mental attack. Zhou Xing pondered, his eyes narrowing slightly. Speculation was useless, he needed to verify it. If he lured this creature over without understanding its capabilities, it could spell disaster for humanity. With that thought, Zhou Xing reached his right hand toward the passenger seat. After fumbling, he grasped a blacklight submachine gun. His right hand held the gun while pressing down on the steering wheel, his left hand freed to grip the handle. "Let me give you a checkup," Zhou Xing said, extending his left hand out the window. The dark muzzle seemed to have eyes aiming at the creature's crimson-eyed head. Rat-a-tat-tat. The continuous gunfire exploded like firecrackers across the wasteland. From the dark muzzle, bullets streamed out almost simultaneously. Each bullet left a red trail as it cut through the air. Linked together, the trails formed a slender, crystalline crimson thread. The bloodline struck the creature's face like a firing pin. Squelch! The sound of tearing flesh arose, and clusters of blood like budding flowers engulfed the disheveled, ghostly visage. "Oh, my face, my face!" A venomous shriek echoed on the highway. Zhou Xing saw the creature halt in place, its 8 long gray-white legs lifting and stomping repeatedly. The surrounding highway trembled under the pounding cracks spreading across the surface. Even from hundreds of meters away, the scream seemed to resonate in his ears. A faint sting in his eardrums made Zhou Xing frown slightly. At that moment, a blue system panel materialized before his eyes. "Congratulations, host, for injuring the third order anomaly 8-legged malice woman. Gain 5369 ether points." Zhou Xing's face showed no joy as he read the system notification. If only there were a relic that could quickly analyze the creature's abilities. As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of inspiration flashed in Zhou Xing's brain. His peripheral vision caught sight of the Xilingtong MP5 on the passenger seat. Zhou Xing excitedly turned to the system panel. System: can the Xilingtong MP5 be upgraded to include a function that analyzes such abilities? Like in games where monster attributes and skills are displayed. Before Zhou Xing could finish, a dialog box popped up on the system interface. Required material: Mystic Eye. What is the Mystic Eye? Curiosity and confusion flickered in Zhou Xing's eyes. The Mystic Eye is the eye of a rare top-tier anomaly. Isn't that obvious? Zhou Xing pouted as the dialog box updated. He had hoped for useful clues, but it was just platitudes. Left with no choice, Zhou Xing continued firing the submachine gun. He kept a vigilant eye on the rearview mirror. The creature was now about 500 meters behind the vehicle. The shrieking anomaly on the highway began to quiet. Its two scythe-like gray-white claws were tightly clutching its bloodied face. Black chi gushed from between its fingers, writhing like twisted serpents. Its disheveled black hair danced wildly like tentacles. A cold, venomous glare pierced through the fingers fixed on the Fortress RV. Oh! The eight-legged malice woman let out a scream that echoed across the wilderness. I'll grind you to pieces. She dropped her arms from her face, her voice dripping with malice. Zhou Xing caught only a glimpse of a face shrouded in black chi, and a pair of crimson eyes locked onto him. Her 8 slender bamboo-like legs blurred into motion. Zhou Xing felt a foul, cold stench rushing toward him from the highway behind. Pushed to the edge, Zhou Xing muttered, flooring the accelerator. The speed, which had dropped to 120, instantly surged to nearly 200 miles per hour. Barely 10 meters after the Fortress RV shot forward, the anomaly appeared at the spot where it had just been. Its hair flailed, and a gaping mouth stretched to the ears, ferocious in appearance. Its upper body with stick-like arms swung, driving its scythe-like claws into the ground. Sparks flew, leaving half-meter-long scratches. Rat-a-tat-tat. Before the eight-legged malice woman could react, Zhou Xing pulled the trigger again. The gunfire had barely erupted when the creature's bloated belly was struck. The crimson thread, as expected, pierced the creature's belly. Another familiar burst of blood bloomed, and Zhou Xing sped the vehicle nearly a kilometer away. Not far down the highway, the creature's shrieks resumed, more venomous and furious. What a pathetic eight-legged malice woman. Zhou Xing spoke nonchalantly, but his foot remained firmly on the gas pedal. About 5 minutes later, another piercing scream rang across the wasteland. The voice sounded as if it were searching for a mortal enemy. This time, the eight-legged malice woman moved several times faster than before. Zhou Xing sensed the creature appear barely 100 meters behind the vehicle in just 2 breaths. Unfazed, Zhou Xing raised his gun and fired again. But unlike the previous shots, he now fired in bursts, aiming at legs, arms, eyes, as if testing something. This behavior seemed to provoke the eight-legged malice woman. Ow! Ow! Her hair stood on end like steel needles, and her gaping mouth opened wide, revealing crimson teeth that gnashed together. A series of shrieks like sonic attacks sent visible ripples emanating from her mouth. Fist-sized, translucent, distorted projectiles shot toward the Fortress RV like cannonballs. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew from the armored surface of the RV, leaving only shallow, palm-sized radiation marks. Inside the vehicle, Zhou Xing felt as if someone were shaking a bell on the roof. He picked up the Xilingtong MP5 and casually opened the map. His own green arrow on a winding highway southwest. Ahead of the yellowed, there was a row of green dots. The yellow dot was Wang Yun's convoy. The dense cluster of green dots undoubtedly belonged to Zhang De. They had already started turning around, heading back. So they had already spotted the third-order anomaly. Seeing the distance was less than 10 kilometers, Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes and curled his lips slightly. Over the past half hour, he had noticed the creature's strange speed. Each time it was provoked, its speed seemed to adapt to the RV's, as if governed by some rule. The more frequent and intense the provocation, the more terrifying the creature's speed became. Zhang Da's vehicle could barely reach 180 miles per hour, the limit for an ordinary off-roader. Never mind, I'll speed up a bit more to make sure he doesn't get away. Considering Hong Liang's Mercedes-Benz, he could reach 250 miles per hour. Zhou Xing decided to accelerate again. He shifted gears, floored the accelerator, and pushed the speed to 200 miles per hour, then fired 2 more shots at the creature behind. Oh, I'll tear you apart. Tear you apart. The creature, provoked once more, surged ahead with renewed speed, charging fiercely. Thus, on the wasteland highway, a Fortress RV raced ahead, while a giant, disheveled, 8-legged woman pursued from behind. The two maintained a relatively constant speed, tearing through the highway with reckless abandon. Less than 10 kilometers southwest of Zhou Xing, on a highway cutting through the wilderness, the Chihuahua convoy, though nothing was behind them, sped forward, as if their tails were on fire. The entire convoy was shrouded in a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. How is this possible? That third-order aberrant is still chasing. Zhang De sat in the car, his hands steadying the steering, while trembling, slightly cold sweat soaking his back. Normally, aberrants would give up after chasing 10 to 15 kilometers. But what was happening now? This situation was simply too bizarre. The woman in black leather pants turned her head, her cold face also turning grim. After a moment, Zhao Xian couldn't help but turn and say, Captain Zhang, don't you think something is off this time? Hearing the girl's words, a flicker of thought crossed Zhang Da's panicked face, and then he quickly rolled his eyes at her in exasperation. What's wrong? Can we fathom the habits of aberrants? Captain Zhang, couldn't it be man-made? The girl's face showed a mix of justification and suspicion. Zhang Da's pupils contracted, and then a person flashed through his mind. Zhou Xing. But how could that be? No. Zhang Da squinted his eyes, recalling the events at the service area and the previous 2 villages. If it was Zhou Xing, even a third-order aberrant could indeed be driven away. As for Zhou Xing's purpose, Wang Yun could only think of 2. The first was to kill them. That was hard to say. After all, he hadn't apologized for the mess he had done before. It would depend on whether Zhou Xing was a vengeful person. The second possibility was Hong Liang of the mechanic sequences. Ever since Hong Liang had been forced to repair 3 buses within half an hour, and they were as good as new. Such a feat and ability. Which convoy wouldn't be envious? This possibility was very likely. Thinking about the death of the father and daughter that morning, it was also true. From his understanding of Wang Yun, that guy despised selfish people who bullied and oppressed others. This Zhou Xing was suspicious and extremely murderous. Clearly that kind of person. Their personalities clashed, and they would break up sooner or later. So when Wang Yun told him about expelling Zhou Xing, Zhang Da believed it 90%. But if it was true that Zhou Xing had been expelled from the convoy, then everything Zhou Xing was doing now might be to kill them and take Hong Liang to repair his vehicle. Damn it. That damned Wang Yun, why did he let that monster out? Zhang Da's face drained of all color, and his whole body stiffened. Zhao Xian sat in the driver's seat watching Zhang Da's expression change repeatedly, and felt a bit speechless. Captain Zhang, why think so much? That guy was never a good person. What we should think about now is how to shake off that lunatic. Zhang Da gave a bitter smile, glanced at the speedometer, then turned his head, and looked at the girl with a grim expression. Our top speed is 180, how can we outrun it? Seeing the girl's look of disbelief, she was about to retort. Zhang Da spoke first, calm-faced. I know what you're thinking, he said, staring at the girl and shaking his head. Abandoning those survivors, our migration later will be a slow death. Whether it's gathering supplies or providing a rear guard. Without ordinary people to attract, the aberrants will soon be killed by them. The girl's face darkened with reluctance and anger. Are we just going to wait for deaths? That lunatic even abandoned such a young girl outside to freeze to death. Would he hesitate to kill us? The girl's words, though seemingly foolish, had some truth. Zhang Da's brows furrowed tightly, and more cold sweat soaked his back. Even his usually straight spine involuntarily hunched a little. The entire Chihuahua convoy was like flies on a spiderweb, awaiting Zhou Xing's arrival of unknown purpose to judge their fate. Since the intercom in the car was kept on, Hong Liang also heard. At this moment, Hong Liang's face was grim. Although he didn't know the cause of the little girl's death, he couldn't believe that Zhou Xing's expulsion from the convoy had nothing to do with him. Adults only care about interests, not right or wrong. Zhou Xing driving himself away might be the root cause of the argument with Wang Yun. Hong Liang felt that Zhou Xing might be coming to kill him and the entire convoy out of spite. Although he was a mechanic sequence, he knew Zhou Xing didn't need him at all. That vehicle, with his mechanic sequence perception, was like a high-speed moving fortress. That thing was like alien technology. Break down. Don't be ridiculous. Thinking of the Fortress RV, Hong Liang recalled some of Zhou Xing's brutal highlights. At the service area, he killed a middle-aged man. Also the beautiful internet celebrity in the village that he accidentally kicked to death without restraint. And yesterday, for some reason, the little girl who froze to death. These people didn't seem to have done anything excessively wrong. Even if those behaviors were indeed inappropriate, a warning should have sufficed. Why kill them? How could he be so selfish and cold-blooded? Hong Liang's knuckles clenched unconsciously, his heart feeling as if gripped by a hand. He felt they had no way out. Thinking of his daughter still in Jingdu, this usually cheerful middle-aged man showed unwillingness and resentment on his face for the first time. Zhou Xing, are you even human? Hong Liang's face revealed despair, his red-rimmed eyes staring at the windshield ahead. The sky, usually so blue and warm, now felt so cold. A group of people unconsciously imagined Zhou Xing as an inhuman monster. Zhou Xing drove the Fortress RV with the 8-legged wrathful woman behind him screaming. At this moment, the aberrant was shrouded in black mist, its pair of scarlet mad eyes staring at the Fortress RV like a beast. Where the vehicle and aberrant passed, the road surface appeared like ice with countless cracks as thick as an adult's thigh. The 8-legged wrathful woman now had only one goal: to catch up to the Fortress RV, kill the ant inside, and suck out his brains. Zhou Xing sat in the car, his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror. The vehicle maintained a distance of 500 meters from the aberrant, a distance that made the aberrant feel he was within easy reach. With his right hand, he picked up the cola that had been placed in the passenger seat. He twisted the cap open and took a big gulp, the sweet and spicy carbonation exploding in his mouth. He put the cola back and picked up the MP5. The map had never been turned off. Now the green arrow showed that he had diverged 10 kilometers from Wang Yun's convoy, but was less than a kilometer from Zhang Da's convoy. Thinking back to Zhang Da earlier, who had sent him to the service area, and then that guy had let those people touch his car. Hadn't Wang Yun told him about his temperament? As the convoy leader, he was either stupid or doing it deliberately. Thinking this, Wang Yun felt a surge of killing intent. But soon he suppressed this anger. This Zhangde apparently couldn't be killed now. He still had some information to reveal. If killed, it might trigger a shitty plot like in novels where you provoke a major post-apocalyptic force. That would be disgusting. Although he was growing rapidly, Zhou Xing was not too arrogant. Overall, the unknown risks of killing Zhang De were too high, not worth it. After much thought, Zhou Xing decided to just take the person. A distance of 1 kilometer was only half a minute for the fortress RV, which had already sped up to 230 km/h. Zhou Xing looked up and saw a black dot on the highway ahead stretch into a line. Gradually, all the vehicles of the Chihua convoy became clearly visible. The entire convoy was still fleeing for their lives. Many small cars and motorcycles were at the tail of the convoy. These people were clearly the convoy's rear guard. Zhou Xing saw many people riding motorcycles and old people's scooters turning their heads back in terror through the windows. With the powerful senses of the Blade Saint, Zhou Xing saw their panic and despair. This slightly touched his cold, hardened heart, and he then increased the speed to 240 km/h. These people, let them die. Sympathy can't feed you. Inside the modified off-road vehicle at the front of the Chihua convoy, seeing the fortress RV speed up again along with the tall aberrant shrouded in black mist with only scarlet eyes visible closely behind Zhang Da's face showed terror, but quickly turned into determination. He really is a scumbag. After saying this, Zhang Da picked up the walkie-talkie from his collar. As he put it back, within 5 seconds the entire Chihua convoy's order changed instantly. The modified off-road vehicle and Mercedes-Benz E at the front began to slow down. The bus's old people's scooters and motorcycles that were originally at the rear caught up and overtook them. The two vehicles gradually slowed down and finally came to a complete stop. The originally cannon fodder buses, scooters, and motorcycles all continued rushing forward. In the end, Zhang De decided to spare those people. As a special operative, he upheld the last spirit of his predecessors. Zhou Xing was a beast, he could not. Seeing the three get out of the car and stand on the highway waiting for him, oh, they're quite open-minded. Zhou Xing's lips curled up. A trace of admiration emerged in his indifferent eyes. No matter how much he disliked these people before, what they were doing now he himself could not do. Despite his admiration, Zhou Xing still did not change his purpose for coming. In the blink of an eye, he drove the fortress RV and stopped on the highway 50 meters from the three. The 8-legged wrathful woman behind him, seeing this, her eyes became even redder. She now had eyes only for this broken vehicle. Being toyed with by a piece of food for so long, she had reached the pinnacle of rage. A piercing shriek shot out from the great mouth, vaguely visible in the swirling black mist. And in the air around the black mist, clusters of transparent fist-sized objects appeared again. As soon as they appeared, they aimed at the fortress RV and flew towards it like cannonballs. Transparent ripples emanated from the fortress RV like water ripples. These deathly ripples, even if they just grazed Zhang Da and the others, would mean certain death for the three of them. And such an attack arrived in the blink of an eye. They had already entered a countdown to death, less than a second. He really is going to take out his anger on us, ha? Hong Liang looked at the seemingly tangible transparent ripples surging towards them and slowly closed his eyes. The other two, their expressions changing repeatedly, finally showed only self-mockery. Zhou Xing really wanted them dead. That guy was truly a demon. The two also closed their eyes, their faces showing a calm acceptance of death. Swish, swish, swish. Just as the three were prepared to die with dignity, a series of gunshots rang out. Several streaks of blood flew from the window of the fortress RV's driver's seat, shooting toward the seemingly solid transparent ripples. The ripples trembled instantly, then completely collapsed and dissipated into the air. Almost at the same time, a dark shadow flew out of the RV window. The moment Zhou Xing's toes touched the ground, his figure ghostly darted toward the 8-legged malicious woman behind the vehicle. A red flash of light streaked across his right wrist, and the jade bracelet shattered into hundreds of pieces, immediately reassembling. A long sword resembling a tang sword emerged, its handle wrapped in plain, unadorned cloth strips. The entire blade radiated a domineering crystalline scarlet bloodlight. Zhou Xing sprinted at lightning speed, gripping the sword in his hand. His blade-like eyes stared coldly at the 8-legged malicious woman, finally seeing the ant that had been toying with him. The black mist around the 8-legged malicious woman grew denser, perhaps from excitement or anger. This grotesque being opened a zipper-like mouth lined with jagged teeth that closed with perfect alignment, a gaping crimson maw. The corners of its mouth split almost to its ears. Its scarlet eyes glared down with cruel intent at the approaching Zhou Xing. "I'm so hungry. Be my food, won't you?" Wah. A plaintive, pleading negative voice carried a hint of bewitching power emitting from the crimson maw. The voice came and went distant and near, leaving listeners dizzy and mesmerized. The three, just rescued and still reeling, clutched their heads. Countless voices seemed to cram into their minds simultaneously. Not only that, but the three felt as if they had been thrown beneath the icy surface of the polar seas. A bone-chilling coldness enveloped their entire bodies. The situation was much the same. Frost began to form on every inch of their skin and clothes. In less than 2 seconds, the three could no longer endure. Their brains, under the agony of intense swelling, activated a defense mechanism. One by one they collapsed and fell unconscious. Zhou Xing glanced back without a trace catching the scene. A flicker of surprise showed in his eyes. These three were first-order transcendent beings, not ordinary people. Now the eight-legged malicious woman, without expending any effort, had merely spoken a few words, and they fainted. How could they be so weak? Muttering that the three were useless, Zhou Xing didn't slow his movements. Relying on the enhanced senses of the Sword Saint sequence, Zhou Xing's eyes, shimmering with red light, were like fiery golden eyes. They easily pierced through the black mist, revealing the entire eight-legged malicious woman. He moved like a wisp of smoke, swiftly dodging beneath 8 bamboo-like legs. With each pass by a gray-white leg, Zhou Xing unleashed hundreds of cross slashes. These crescent-shaped, cross-intersecting sword shadows, like countless silver needles, teased the eight-legged malicious woman. Stung by the pain, she had to bend over. Like a helpless woman, her claws flailed back and forth in the gaps beneath her lower body. No matter how cunning or bizarre his angles were. Even several times when she abruptly appeared at the back of his neck or the back of his head, just when she thought she would succeed, Zhou Xing would narrowly brush past her crimson scythe like nails and dodge steadily. Damn it! The eight-legged malicious woman gnashed her upper and lower jaw in fury. Her claws, like those of a mad demon, recklessly clawed at the ground around her, giving up all pretense. As a grotesque creature driven only by bestial instinct, the eight-legged malicious woman was now in a berserk state. Seeing that she had completely lost control and no longer held value for honing his combat skills, Zhou Xing shook his head and his entire figure teleported directly beneath the eight-legged malicious woman. Bang! He stomped his toes hard, producing an explosive sound, and shot upward like a cannonball. The sharp crimson blade pressed against the top of her head, radiating a domineering blood-colored aura. Like a knife through cheese, the entire grotesque being was split in two from the abdomen through the belly and up to the upper body. Black blood erupted from the cut surface like a geyser of oil, splashing several meters high. The two halves of the body tilted toward the road on either side. Thud! Amid the dull impact, the surrounding road surface vibrated violently twice. The two halves of the body kicked their 8 legs a few times before falling still. The black mist also receded like a tide, converging toward one spot. It seemed to be condensing something. Splat! Splat! 5 meters away, a figure covered in black blood suddenly appeared, standing on the road. Countless drops of blood like thick paste fell in large clumps from various parts of the body. As if finding the process too slow, the black figure trembled, instantly shaking out hundreds of afterimages. The blood splattered like mud in all directions. Wherever the blood dripped onto the road, it produced a strong corrosive hiss. Soon a figure wrapped in red aura stood still. Ugh, so disgusting. Next time I'll just slit its throat, Zhou Xing said as he sheathed the sword and began to dry heave on the ground. Although his unique Sword Saint protective aura kept the blood from touching him, the experience of passing through the pale black smoking rotting flesh-like tissue was still nauseating. After heaving for a while, Zhou Xing turned and walked toward where the black mist had condensed. He stood silently 3 meters away, holding his longsword. The black mist finally began to change. At the center of the swirling black energy, strands of black hair suddenly appeared, curling outward and wrapping around the mist. Within 3 breaths, a black ball wrapped in hair hung in midair. Seeing this, Zhou Xing frowned slightly, rubbed his chin, and did not approach further. This thing didn't look like a mystical object. System, help me check if this is a mystical object. As Zhou Xing spoke, the familiar blue panel appeared, and a blue dialog box popped up in the center of the main screen. Scanning. Scan successful. Mystical material, rage-filled angry hair. Rage-filled angry hair, universal, mystical material, portable. After fusion, the mystical object will accumulate rage. The higher the rage, the stronger the user's power. Note: using this item will gradually cause the mystical object to lose all 6 senses. So it's a piece of junk. Zhou Xing's face showed disgust, but his left hand wrapped in red aura still reached out to grab it. Although he had no use for it, he could trade it with other convoys later. Perhaps someone would need it. Zhou Xing returned to the RV and took out the iron box where he had stored the black rhombus crystals. After placing the loot under the single bed, Zhou Xing finally had some free time. Brother Wang and the others seemed to be fighting with another convoy. Zhou Xing sat in the passenger seat, took a moment to rest, and glanced at the map on his MP5. Seeing this, his brow furrowed slightly. It was already noon. He had planned to have a nice meal and pick up Hong Liang. But why was that yellow dot already flashing? That situation meant someone in the convoy was injured. Damn, I need to hurry. Zhou Xing immediately tossed down the MP5, got out of the car, and pulled the heavy armored door shut. The next moment he vanished from his spot and appeared beside the 3 in the blink of an eye. He looked down, scanning their slightly pained expressions. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xing walked over to Zhao Xian, who was on the far right. He crouched down, observing her graceful figure and cold face. Let me try the Great Awakening recovery technique. Zhou Xing wore a mischievous grin as he raised his right hand and aimed it squarely at Zhao Xian's right cheek, bringing it down hard. Slap. Slap. The crisp sound of slaps like 2 loud firecrackers exploded on the road. In Zhou Xing's mocking gaze, the right side of the girl's face began to swell, visibly a blood-red palm print branded onto it like a hot iron. In moments, half of her face was like an inflated balloon completely bulging. Zhou Xing followed the same method, and the other two also suffered the same fate. After all three had been equally blessed, Zhou Xing stepped back 2 paces, hands in pockets, watching them. The effect of the great cleansing restoration technique was indeed evident. In less than 5 seconds, the 3 who had been lying still began to groan and moan. What happened to me? Hiss. Zhao Xian was the first to wake up, and as her consciousness gradually cleared of burning pain came from the right side of her face. That feeling was like having a red-hot iron placed on her face. The girl's movements were like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The other 2 also began to wake up one after another. 5 minutes later, the 3 staggered to their feet, all with the same action, holding their right cheeks. At this moment, they also noticed Zhou Xing. Seeing Zhou Xing right in front of them looking at them with a mocking expression, the 3 immediately felt 99% of the pain vanish. The remaining 1% was filled with fear. Zhang De, after all, was a former Special Forces soldier compared to the other 2. With his extremely strong psychological quality, he briefly panicked, but was the first to react. On the surface, Zhang De continued to pretend to be terrified, but inside, he was puzzled. What was this devil going to do? Was he going to drain all their value, and then kill them? In the flash of an eye, Zhang De could only sigh inwardly. He simply couldn't figure it out. This guy, like the Eagle country's Putilon during peacetime, acted without any logic. In the end, Zhang De silently asked the other's gaze. After all, whether he stretched his neck or shrank it was still a blade. So he might as well take a risk. Assuming a slightly thoughtful expression, Zhang De cupped his chin and looked up at the cold-blooded youth before him, speaking cautiously. Brother Zhou, you are. As soon as Zhang De opened his mouth, Zhou Xing curled his lips, knowing what he was going to say. You're wondering why I didn't kill you? Zhou Xing said, revealing a confident smile on his face. Because you and Hong Liang still have value. Zhou Xing's words made both of them involuntarily glance at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's body stiffened, and she lowered her head, her left side filled with terror. At this moment, the girl couldn't help but think of that aberration. That aberration could knock all 3 of them unconscious with a single breath. But now Zhou Xing stood there looking as if nothing had happened. If Zhou Xing wanted to kill her, it would be easier than that aberration, but the slap just now did not do so. The panic on her face turned to confusion, and finally Zhao Xian stood still. The other 2 were not stupid either, and they soon calmed down. Hong Liang, are you still going with them? Zhou Xing raised his eyes, his indifferent gaze sweeping over. Hong Liang shuddered, then thought of that third-order aberration, his eyes flickering. He now fully understood Zhou Xing's goal. This devil was using actions to tell him only by following Zhou Xing could he survive. In the end, Hong Liang sighed, looked up at the youth in front, and showed an apologetic smile. Mr. Zhou, it seems I was wrong before. With that, Hong Liang bowed to Zhou Xing, then straightened up again. I am willing to follow you. Only by living can I get things done. Seeing Hong Liang being so cooperative, Zhou Xing nodded. Zhang De stood aside, seeing Zhou Xing's calm expression, hesitated for a moment, then showed a kind smile again, and spoke. Brother Zhou, can Zhao Xian and I leave now? Zhou Xing looked at Zhang De, a mocking smile on his face. I only have 3 questions. If you can't answer, it depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Hearing this, Hong Liang could only mourn for his former teammates in his heart for 2 seconds. What do you want to ask? Zhang Da's face darkened, but he quickly steadied himself and looked at Zhou Xing seriously. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then glanced at Zhang De. Besides supernatural power, is there any other way to fight against the aberrations? Hearing this, Zhang De was clearly stunned, then a flicker of hesitation crossed his face. Seeing this, Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes. It seemed there was indeed something. This Zhang De actually knew some inside information. You know, half a month ago, when he was still an ordinary person, he survived by relying on the urine of a virgin boy, which he had from being single for many years. Of course, as the aberrations grew stronger. Later, the effect of the urine became weaker and weaker. Zhou Xing's gaze was like 2 sharp blades, making Zhang Da's face change repeatedly. Zhang De narrowed his eyes and finally had to reveal some inside information. Alright, since you can ask this question, it means you've already used similar methods. Zhang De said with a look of recollection on his face. When we were discharged from the military, I joined the newly formed mysterious bureau. As for the methods you mentioned, they should be things like bronze coin swords, 1,000-year-old incense wood, or Taoist bagua mirrors, right? These indeed brought great help to the country in the early days of the apocalypse. Saying this, Zhang Da's face turned serious and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. The country even thought that these things and methods would become the core force against the aberrations. But we were wrong. That night the moon turned blood red. All the magical artifacts and methods to ward off evil, the strongest ones, were destroyed the most severely. You must have used Virgin Boy's urine, right? As he said this, Zhang De reached into his left pocket. His expression remained calm throughout, as if it were just a casual remark. A clay statue the size of a palm resembling a Taoist figurine was taken out from the pocket. As soon as it appeared, Zhou Xing smelled a dry, earthy odor mixed with a sulfur smell spreading around. The clay statue had blurry features, sitting cross-legged in Zhang Da's palm. Its arms were crossed on its knees, and its right hand held a whisk. As Zhou Xing gazed, he soon noticed a strange sight about the statue. The outline of the clay statue actually had faint black and white chi slowly circulating on its surface. As time passed, the black and white chi visibly faded a bit. Zhou Xing sensed it carefully. Within 2 weeks at most, this clay statue would become completely ordinary. What a pity. Zhou Xing had thought this thing could be used, but now it had become a consumable. Damn. This is a clay statue of the founder that was worshipped for 100 years in the ancestral hall of ancient cultivators collected by the country before the apocalypse. Seeing Zhou Xing looking at the statue in his hand with confusion, Zhang De said calmly. Zhou Xing was silent. After 5 seconds, he felt time was running low. He didn't know what was happening with Wang Yun. So Zhou Xing stared into Zhang Da's eyes and asked the second question he most wanted to know. Is there still hope for humanity? As soon as Zhou Xing said this, the atmosphere instantly quieted for a moment. Even Zhao Xian and Hong Liang looked at Zhang De. This concerned their lives, so the two couldn't help but pay attention. Zhang De thought for a moment, then looked at Zhou Xing with a serious expression. They mentioned some things during a meeting, Zhang De said with a grave expression. Actually, the situation is even worse than that. The cities in the south had rural lands formed right at the initial outbreak. Now the entire south probably doesn't have a single living person left. Zhang Da's words struck like a heavy hammer pounding into the hearts of the three. Zhou Tu narrowed his eyes, a hint of reminiscence flickering in his gaze. He recalled the eerie encounters he and Wang Yun had faced while fleeing from Jiangxing to Rongqing and then heading west toward Xijing. Those eerie beings, though merely first rank, were terrifying in number. Since arriving in the north, they had never again encountered such anomalies on the highway. Thinking of the dozens of people in their group, only he and Wang Yun remained. If not for his pendant, the two of them might have been left behind there as well. Recalling that eerie rain and mist, Zhou Xing still felt a chill in his heart. He figured it was sheer luck that they had escaped just before the area turned into a death zone. After a moment, Zhou Xing shifted his indifferent gaze toward Hong Liang. Come with me. He turned and walked toward the fortress RV. Hong Liang dared not dally. He glanced at the two men, then headed for the Mercedes-Benz E-Class. On the silent highway, the roar of 2 engines, one large, one small, sounded in succession. Zhang De and Zhao Xian stood still, exchanging a bitter look. Now the convoy was gone, and the mechanic Hong Liang had left. How much longer could they survive? For a moment, they stood like lost lambs, watching the 2 vehicles prepare to depart. Inside the RV, Zhou Xing thought for a moment, then picked up the MP5 and opened the map. On the map, about 3 kilometers behind Zhang De and the others, the ordinary survivors of the survival convoy were located. Given the speed of those vehicles, catching up should be no problem for Zhang De. Since Zhang De had shared information with him, this could serve as a reward. Zhou Xing stroked his chin, leaned his head out the window, and called to the 2 who were still standing in a daze. Those people are 3 kilometers away from you. Your car should be able to catch up. Oh, and an eerie being has already set its sights on them. Hope you make it in time. With that, Zhou Xing turned the steering wheel left, shifted gears, and stepped on the accelerator. The RV spun around and shot back down the road they came from. The black Mercedes-Benz E-Class followed closely. Zhang De stood on the highway, the earlier confusion fading from his face. He looked toward the direction of the fortress RV, then at the Mercedes-Benz E-Class behind it. Regret finally surfaced on Zhang Da's face. A good hand of cards ruined by his own autocratic decisions. Oof, that man is so hypocritical. Zhao Xian's voice came from beside him, dripping with disdain. Sincere or not, at least this time he gave you and me a chance to live. All right, Miss Zhao, let's go. Zhang De turned and walked toward the car. Little did he know as he turned and walked away a few steps. The usually cold and assertive young girl, eyes fixed on the vanishing RV, now showed complexity and sorrow in her icy gaze. But only for a moment, as she quickly composed herself. Her face resumed its usual assertiveness and aloofness as she walked toward the modified off-road vehicle. The modified off-road vehicle sped off in the direction of the survival convoy at 180 kilometers per hour. 20 kilometers northwest of Zhousing, on a desolate highway, over a dozen vehicles were twisted and piled together, resembling a massive car crash scene. Around 3 silver buses stood several men with fierce expressions. The survivors inside the buses were utterly silent, trembling with fear. Seeing many young women and girls among them, the men outside had hungry glints in their eyes. They were like thirsty wolves. I'm tired of the ones in our convoy. Today I can finally have a change of taste. A scrawny man below with a vicious face grinned lecherously. Another man turned his head, smirked, and gazed into the bus. This convoy's not bad, plenty of young wives. Ha ha ha. The men around them laughed obscenely. Not far away, Wang Yun knelt on both knees, hands tied behind his back. A blue energy shackle locked his wrists, rendering him immobile. Old Mo and Tian Feng knelt beside Wang Yun, wearing the same shackles. The 3 of them had bruises and cuts on their faces. Opposite them stood 5 people. The most conspicuous among them was a bald, middle-aged man in the center. He was built like a bear with green fluorescent bear tattoos covering both arms. Just standing there, he emanated a bestial aura. To his right stood a girl with a shoulder-length violet bob, wearing a sports vest. Her chest was impossibly voluptuous. She wore yoga pants, her round thighs long enough to kill. On her feet were a pair of boots, making her exude an irresistible allure. Another man stood to the left of the bear-like man. a crew-cut figure in sunglasses, black leather shoes, and a trench coat. He wore a sinister, dangerous smile as he looked at Wang Yun and the others. The remaining two were relatively clean, with mohawk hairstyles looking like thugs. Where is your strongest combat sequence? The sinister man adjusted his sunglasses with his right hand, his left hand in his pocket, a smirk curling on his lips. His voice dripped with mockery. Wang Yun, Tianfeng, and old Mo exchanged glances. Wang Yun then looked at the man and said with calm and confidence, "Let us go now, and you might still have a chance to live." Ha ha ha. The bear-like man burst into a savage, cruel laugh. Then in an instant he lowered his head, his eyes fixed on the three like a beast, and said contemptuously, "No one can last 3 seconds against my Jinmu divine bear's fists." Oomph. With a snort he exhaled a white plume of breath. "Captain Wang," the sinister man said, arms crossed, chin raised. "The man beside me is one of the strongest combat sequences. The Jinmu divine bear, a sequence that can ascend to godhood in the future. You and I are both prophet sequences, you should know that well." "What are you trying to say?" Wang Yun's expression darkened. He had known about the Jinmu divine bear ever since he became a prophet sequence. And not just the Jinmu divine bear. There were 99 other combat sequences capable of reaching godhood. Of course, he only knew a few hundred sequence names, sensing them might require a higher rank. The Jinmu divine bear, though at the bottom of the 100, was still extraordinary. Any sequence that could become divine was remarkable. They were truly unlucky. Recalling Zhou Xing saying he was only a marksman sequence, Wang Yun's heart sank to rock bottom. Just then the man in sunglasses spoke again, his voice cold and sharp. "Last chance, join us." The words struck like a sharp dagger, piercing the hearts of the three. Wang Yun frowned, pretending to ponder, as if he were genuinely considering. "I know you're stalling. Bao, bring that beauty over here." Seeing Wang Yun's same tactic again, the trench-coated man in sunglasses turned icy cold. This was the 5th time he had extended the invitation. If the man refused to appreciate the favor, he would make an example of his team member. "Yes, brother, too." The thug-like young man rubbed his hands lecherously and headed toward the red off-road vehicle. Tianfeng saw this and struggled violently. "What do you want? Take it out on me if you dare." As the young thug pulled open the car door, a scream came from inside. "What are you doing? Let me go. Come out, little darling." Whoa. The thug dragged a young girl out of the car. The girl was forced onto the open space between Wang Yun and the 5 men opposite. "Brother, save me." Tian Mingming's hair was disheveled, her face twisted in terror and helplessness as she looked at her kneeling brother. Mingming. Tianfeng was enraged. He glared at the trench-coated man in sunglasses. "Let my sister go. Take it out on me." Tian Mingming was wearing a windbreaker, but it was now torn to shreds like tissue paper. "Brother." She struggled, desperately crying out in despair. "Are you beasts?" Tianfeng's forehead veins bulged, flames erupting from his body. He wanted to burn these scoundrels to ashes. "Did I say you could move?" The girl beside the bear-like man shot a cold glare. The shackles on Tianfeng's wrists crackled with electricity, and his flames receded like a tide. Damn it! Tianfeng could only rage, impotently powerless to save his sister. For the first time he felt like a complete failure. Remembering his father's dying words, Tianfeng's heart burned with agonizing pain. Wang Yun's face darkened as well. He immediately looked at the trench-coated man. "I agree. Let them go first." By now Tian Mingming's eyes were red and swollen from crying. Baha's grin stretched almost to his ears. "Brother, too, I'll do as you say." The trench-coated man smirked and nodded. "Oh yeah." Bahu breathed heavily and continued tearing. Beside the bob-cut girl, the other thug looked on with envy. "You beasts." Wang Yun was furious. He tried to stand, but the shackles on his wrists sparked with electricity. His body jerked, and his legs went numb, forcing him back to his knees. Just as Tian Mingming's tears had dried up, her eyes glazed over, and Wang Yun and Tianfeng were both utterly helpless. As the atmosphere began to fill with the scent of testosterone, a hair-thin line of blood suddenly appeared on Baha's neck. A cold and different voice followed. "A bunch of small fry." Baha's face stiffened as if something had brushed against his neck. Before he could react, he reached up to feel his neck. His vision began to shift, tilting, and then tumbled chaotically. When he finally saw clearly again, he was staring at his own heels. Only then did Bahu understand. He was now separated from his body. Bahu opened his mouth, his eyes filled with terror, trying to say something, but without a body his lips could only move up and down. After a brief moment of terror, his eyes grew rigid and dim. A sequence transcendent of the Black Storm convoy had suddenly been decapitated. The trench-coat man adjusted his sunglasses, scanning the surroundings warily, a grim expression on his face. "Brother Feng Mo Tong, if anything seems off, strike immediately. Don't worry, just an ant. We'll crush it when we catch it." The bald-headed man grinned savagely, casting a contemptuous glance around, his arms swinging as the bear tattoo on him burst with blinding green light. A ferocious aura emanated from the man and spread outward. "As soon as he shows up, I'll trap him." The short-haired girl raised her chin, arms crossed, standing still. Thin hair like purple lightning crackled faintly across her body, emitting a constant sizzle. The young thug standing behind the two had already burst into a golden radiance. His eyes swept the surroundings like 2 flashlights. Zhou Xing stood not far away, and the thug looked his way. Zhou Xing's face was sardonic, showing little tension. When he was at the first tier, his wind step had allowed him to remain undetected even by the third-tier masked giant. A low-tier transcendent, even with such an ability, trying to spot him would be like trying to see a microbe with a telescope. The young thug scanned past Zhou Xing without pausing. About a minute passed. The young thug's initial confidence turned to confusion, and finally cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He couldn't understand why his usually infallible transcendent ability had no effect now. "How's it going?" Seeing the young man like this, the burly man spoke in a rumbling voice, his tone irritable. Clearly his patience was wearing thin. The short-haired girl and the trench-coat youth also looked at the thug, their faces showing inquiry and anticipation. I didn't find anything." The young thug's face was grim, his eyes darting away, not daring to meet the three before him. "Can't you sense and lock onto anomalies and transcendence one tier above us?" The short-haired girl's face showed surprise. "There's another possibility. He's reached the third tier." The trench-coat man's expression grew solemn as he scanned their surroundings, adding a layer of gravity to his grim face. If his speculation was correct, the three of them might be in trouble today. Just as the trench-coat man and the girl exchanged glances, guessing the true strength of their assailant, something unexpected happened. A sudden scream came from the young thug. The three immediately turned alert and watching. The young man who had been standing there, his face contorted, then something horrifying occurred. His eyes bulged and then went dull. From his forehead to his chin and down to his neck, a bloodline thinner than a hair appeared. His entire body quickly shifted apart, revealing a smooth cut. Splat! Splat! Internal organs spilled like water, pooling on the ground in a sickening mess. A moment ago, a living person, a proud sequence transcendent, was now being sliced apart like a fish. From killing Bahu to eliminating the second sequence transcendent of the Black Storm, every attack came without warning. None of them could detect Zhou Xing's movements. The three's faces turned grim. Now he had killed their companion right before their eyes, and they couldn't even react in time. It was like a cat toying with a mouse. The three lost all their arrogance, their faces pale. They quickly stood back to back, warily scanning the area. "Brother Zhou, these people are worse than beasts." Tian Feng raised his head, looking at the three ahead, his face twisted with rage as he roared. Tian Mingming, now with her top torn, had already hidden behind Tian Feng. The girl, already showing a lot of pale skin, cowered like a small cat behind her brother. Hearing her brother's words, the girl sobbed quietly. Zhou Xing stood not far away, only glancing at them indifferently. This Tian fellow was truly useless, unable even to protect his own sister. A pathetic excuse for a brother. While grumbling inwardly, Zhou Xing began a new assassination. Zhou Xing took a step, his figure like a ghost appearing beside the trench-coat man. The three were now back to back, warily scanning the surroundings. Seeing them in such a state of alarm, Zhou Xing's face remained expressionless. Killing these people was like crushing ants, utterly without feeling. Zhou Xing raised his right arm, the tip of his blood-raw sword, aimed at the trench-coat youth's nape, and thrust instantly. Without any surprise, his ambush was successful. The sword tip, wreathed in blood-red aura, pierced through the trench-coat man's neck. Zhou Xing twisted his right hand, the blood-colored aura churning inside the neck, causing chunks of flesh and blood to spray and fall from the man's neck. Goal achieved. Zhou Xing withdrew the sword and retreated 10 meters away. The red aura faded from his body, and he canceled his wind step. Gazing at the two remaining, his eyes soon settled on the big man, chin, raised, tone indifferent. "Come on, I want to see just how strong the divine tree bear sequence really is." At these words, the burly man broke into a cold sweat, instinctively stepped back twice, and immediately raised his hands, waving frantically. "Hey, boss, I was just bluffing." This whole thing was his plan. The big man quickly turned his face, fawning, pointing at the trench-coat man, who was now lying on the ground, cold and stiff. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes, a glint of life's indifference flashing in them. Ignoring the big man, Zhou Xing vanished instantly. "Watch out." The girl beside the big man gasped softly as she saw Zhou Xing move. Electricity crackled across her body as she assumed a stance, ready to punch with all her might. The big man's hair stood on end, green light burst from his body, and he began to transform into a beast. In the blink of an eye, he became a massive bear, its fur radiating a green glow. The short-haired girl and the big man had just prepared themselves when they felt a blur before their eyes. Two dark figures had somehow appeared beside each of them simultaneously. In reality, Zhou Xing first appeared beside the girl, then attacked the big man. But his speed was so great that the two mistakenly thought there were two figures. The girl was about to fight desperately, but crescent-like sword shadows swept over her, engulfing her completely. The big man met a similar fate almost at the same time. On the open ground, two red bursts exploded. After a moment, the short-haired girl was gone, leaving only fragments of clothing slowly falling to the ground. Zhou Xing showed no mercy just because she was a woman. However, he was somewhat surprised that the big man was still alive. Though now a bloody mess, looking battered, he still stood with all limbs intact, which proved the exceptional nature of the divine tree bear sequence. Zhou Xing's eye showed a glint of interest. A third-tier anomaly couldn't withstand it, yet this man only at the second tier had survived. Seeing Zhou Xing looking at him, the big man immediately fell to his knees, banging his head against the ground like a wooden fish. His bloodied face wore a pleading expression. "Boss, I was wrong, spare me. I'm willing to be your lackey." Zhou Xing smirked, looking at the big man with an unreadable expression. "Take one more strike from me, and I'll let you go." "Boss, you. Please spare me." The big man's voice was tearful, his eyes filled with terror, and he kowtowed even more vigorously and rapidly. As if the more he kowtowed, the more likely Zhou Xing would spare him. But Zhou Xing seemed not to hear. He slowly raised his sword arm, the tip glowing with red aura, aimed at the big man's brow. Just as Zhou Xing was about to finish the big man, with one strike, Wang Yun's voice rang out. "Brother Zhou, for our convoy, he's worth more alive than dead." Zhou Xing turned his head, glanced at Wang Yun, then rubbed his chin. After about 5 seconds, he looked back at the big man, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. "Here's your chance. Do it, and you live." "Master, I'll do anything except die." The muscular man, drenched in blood, fell to his knees and looked up at Zhou Xing with an ingratiating smile. At this moment, for the sake of survival, whatever the Jinmu Divine Bear sequence, whatever dignity an awakened one should possess, all were cast aside by him. Even becoming a dog for this person as long as he could live. "Go kill everyone over there, and there too." Zhou Xing gazed at the 3 silver coaches, pointing, then glanced at the 2 dilapidated coaches on the left open ground. The muscular man followed Zhou Xing's gaze. The people Zhou Xing pointed to were all ordinary thugs from Black Storm. Among these people, a few had been his subordinates even before the apocalypse. Most had joined after the apocalypse. These desperate outlaws, who usually wore cruelty on their faces, now showed expressions of terror. They were like hyenas that dared not bare their fangs. They only dared to hide behind the coaches, occasionally poking their heads out to glance toward this side. "Yes, boss." The muscular man's face showed flattery as he nodded. His tower-like body turned and walked toward the 3 silver coaches. Throughout this process, there wasn't a trace of hesitation on his face. "What are you hiding for? Get out here, stand in formation." The muscular man stopped in front of a silver coach, his voice thundering across the open ground like rolling thunder. Chaotic footsteps sounded from behind the 3 coaches. In less than 3 seconds, 15 people suddenly stood in the open space before the coaches. A massacre began just like that. The muscular man walked toward the 3 nearest people. His arms gathered the 3 together, his palm-like hands pulling apart to the sides as bear patterns on his arms began to glow. Almost the next instant, his palms slammed inward with explosive force. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive air bursts rang out among the crowd. The muscular man quickly released his hands, and 3 headless corpses fell limply to the ground. Glancing at the ketchup in his hands, the muscular man's expression remained blank as 5 more people were quickly gathered beside him. But this time someone actually begged for mercy. "Brother Feng, I don't want to die, wah wah." Before this person could finish speaking, the muscular man reached out and stuffed him into the group of 5. Seeing this, the crowd immediately fell silent. Air bursts sounded again across the open ground as the muscular man mechanically spread open his ketchup-covered hands and walked toward the remaining people. Just as Zhou Xing was watching with great interest, preparing to join in himself, a somewhat exasperated voice came from the right. "Brother Zhou." Zhou Xing was startled, then glanced over, his face quickly showing a hint of surprise. At this moment, Wang Yun, Tian Feng, and Old Man Mo were still kneeling on both knees, energy rings like handcuffs on their backs not yet dissolved. Zhou Xing could only shake his head helplessly and walk over to cut these things off. Wang Yun stood up and looked at Zhou Xing, rubbing his wrist while grimacing. Hong Liang will still need some time." Zhou Xing replied calmly. "Not bad, brother Zhou, well done." Wang Yun smiled and patted Zhou Xing on the shoulder. With the machinist sequence, the convoy's migration was undoubtedly ensured. Wang Yun turned his head again, his gaze falling on the bald, muscular man walking toward the dilapidated coach, then turned back to smile at Zhou Xing. "This muscular man has the Jinmu Divine Bear sequence. With this guy, more people will be able to survive when the convoy gathers supplies in the future. Aren't you afraid he'll desert one day?" Zhou Xing slightly furrowed his brow, arms crossed as blood roar had returned to his right wrist. Wang Yun looked at Zhou Xing, his face showing confidence. "With you backing us up, that guy won't dare have any thoughts." Seeing Wang Yun's smug look, Zhou Xing's expression darkened. "Should we continue staying here?" Old Man Mo walked over beside the 2, rubbing his wrists with his hands, cheerfully looking at Zhou Xing and Wang Yun. Wang Yun closed his eyes, then opened them again, after a moment a smile appearing on his face. "Professor Mo, we can rest here for the night." "Rest and recuperation sounds good. My old back is about to fall apart." These beasts actually made an old man like me kneel. An eased expression appeared on the old man's face. With Zhou Xing present, the entire convoy could finally rest properly. By now the sky had turned a burnt orange with flames of clouds igniting the sky at the end of the horizon. Zhou Xing felt there was nothing else to do, so he decided to sit down and rest. From seducing the 8-legged harpy in the morning to the chaos just now, Zhou Xing felt this day was both fulfilling and exhausting. That kid Hong Liang would arrive in half an hour. Toward Hong Liang, Zhou Xing's attitude had changed quite a bit. Zhou Xing had witnessed his Mercedes E-Class. Compared to his Fortress RV, although it lacked powerful armored defense, the power was impressive. That thing could actually pull his RV at 70 kilometers per hour, which was quite something. His own RV probably couldn't even be pulled by a large truck. And he was only a Sequence 1 machinist, yet he could modify a vehicle to such an extent. It was truly a miracle. In the future convoy besides Wang Yun, Hong Liang also held a place in Zhou Xing's heart. Zhou Xing was looking forward to it. When Hong Liang grows to Sequence 3, or even Sequence 5, would he be able to create spaceships like from novels in his previous life or mechanical cities floating in the air? Seeing Zhou Xing sit cross-legged with closed eyes in meditation, Wang Yun and Old Man Mo exchanged a glance, then walked toward the military off-road vehicle. In less than 3 minutes, Wang Yun and Old Man Mo quickly got out of the military off-road vehicle and hurried toward the 3 silver coaches. Many women and men quickly got out of the vehicles. The men went to set up tents and add cooking pots, some following Wang Yun and Old Man Mo toward the dilapidated coach. The women started making fires to cook. Many children and elderly also got out of the vehicles, resting in the open space. The original tension and deathly silence in just a moment was dispelled by the breath of living people. Not far from Zhou Xing, Tianfeng and Tian Mengmeng exchanged glances. After glancing at Zhou Xing, Tian Mengmeng immediately turned to look at Tianfeng, her young face flushed. "Brother, I like him. He's so handsome." Hearing this, a contemplative look appeared on Tianfeng's face, his gaze drifting between his sister and Zhou Xing. He couldn't protect his sister, but brother Zhou could. However, Zhou Xing didn't seem interested in women. This had been proven before by Zhao Xian. Tianfeng thought it over, meeting his sister's expectant gaze, and finally sighed. "All right, I'll take you over tonight. The girl's face grew even redder, like the flames of clouds in the sky. The blood moon soon rose. A slight vibration came from the ground beneath their feet. Zhou Xing's eyes suddenly opened, a flash of red light, and his gaze vanishing in an instant. Zhou Xing stood up and walked toward the already cleared highway. Most people were immersed in this hard-won moment of relaxation. No one really noticed this scene. Wang Yun and Old Man Mo puffed on their cigarettes, the smoke swirling around as they exchanged glances. "Let's go over and take a look." Wang Yun smiled as he looked at Old Man Mo. "Ha ha ha, all right." Old Man Mo laughed. Zhou Xing gazed toward the horizon ahead, where high beams had already appeared. "What are you two coming to join in on?" Sensing Wang Yun and Old Man Mo, Zhou Xing said, without turning his head. "Hey kid, what's with that attitude? Of course we're here to welcome you." Old Man Mo stood beside Zhou Xing, smiling as he looked at the young man's calm profile. The Mercedes-Benz E-Class had slowed down considerably, likely having spotted the camp ahead. When it was less than 100 meters from Zhou Xing and his 2 companions, the Mercedes-Benz E-Class's high beams went out, and the vehicle slowly pulled over. Mission accomplished. Half the window had already been rolled down. Hong Liang looked at Zhou Xing outside the window, revealing a steady middle-aged smile. He gave a nod to Wang Yun and Old Mo as a greeting. "Just park the car here, let's get out and go eat." Seeing that the Mercedes-Benz E-Class was intact and the Fortress RV had no handprints or other marks, Zhou Xing glanced at Hong Liang and said calmly, "Brother Hong, hurry up and come down so we can catch up. It's been a while." Hearing Wang Yun's words, Zhou Xing and Old Mo exchanged a look. This captain sure could talk off the cuff. Hong Liang's face showed no expression, but inwardly he was extremely embarrassed. They had parted in the morning and were reuniting in the evening. That wasn't really that long, was it? Hong Liang twisted the key to turn off the engine, closed the car door, and was pulled by Wang Yun toward the camp. "Ah." Old Mo glanced at the two, then turned to Zhou Xing and said with a smile, "The convoy has gained another sequence transcendent. With your little brother, we now have 6 sequence transcendents in the convoy. Your little brother and Tianfeng are both combat sequences destined for godhood." Old Mo clicked his tongue and looked at Zhou Xing with a knowing expression. Zhou Xing did not respond. With his left hand in his pocket and his right hand holding a soda can, he walked slowly into the camp. "I'm still an old man with a high education. Can't I get some face? Wait for me." Watching Zhou Xing's receding figure, the old man muttered a few words and followed. In the convoy's camp on the barren land, not far behind 3 silver buses, a green yurt-style tent was pitched. Beside the tent, 2 large iron pots on steel frames emitted steaming wisps of vapor. 5 women who had finished cooking were wolfing down their bowls of food. Inside the tent, lights were bright, and 5 people could be faintly seen sitting around a round table laden with many dishes. A bald, burly man paced back and forth inside the enclosure, constantly refilling tea and water for the others. "Feng Xiao, where did you get this tent? You sure know how to enjoy yourself." Tianfeng picked up a piece of mapo tofu and looked at the burly man who was pouring him beer, asking with a smile. The burly man was momentarily stunned, then rubbed the back of his head and said with a serious face, "I used to be an outdoor travel blogger. This stuff was a necessity. Then let me show you something." The burly man reached into his pocket. A black Apple phone appeared. The latest model before the apocalypse, the iPhone 19 Pro Max. Feng Xiao pressed the button, the screen lit up, and after facial recognition, "Here, look." Feng Xiao opened his photo album and even launched the most popular social media platform from before the apocalypse. Tianfeng first looked through the album, then opened the platform. His casual expression quickly turned to envy and admiration. "Damn, 5 million followers. Not bad. The commotion from Tianfeng piqued the curiosity of Zhou Xing and the others. The phone was passed around among the 5 of them. Finally, it reached Wang Yun. After looking through it, he handed the phone back to the burly man standing beside him and said with a teasing tone, "Kid, you've been everywhere except the moon and Mars. Hey, before the apocalypse I planned to save up enough money to find a foreign rocket company and go beyond Earth." The burly man's face showed a hint of regret. Too bad the apocalypse came. Now just surviving is good enough. You've lived more freely than most of us here. Old Mo raised his small wine cup, took a sip, and said with a tone full of emotion, "Brother Feng, you got to travel, had money, and it was your passion. Honestly, I'm really envious. Unlike me who had to go on business trips every day before." Hong Liang picked up a reheated frozen dumpling and put it in his mouth. The steady middle-aged man's face rarely showed a hint of envy. What's there to envy? Now I'm still his little brother. Zhou Xing pursed his lips. The atmosphere was so relaxed now, it was rare to enjoy a pleasant chat. After a hearty meal, Feng Chao turned his head to look outside. "And Zhao, come in and clean up. We need to have a meeting." "Okay, Mr. Feng." A middle-aged woman's voice responded from outside. Soon 5 women wearing aprons walked in, seeing the leftover meat, hot dishes, and rice soup on the table. "Thank you, Captain Wang." "Thank you." Several women's eyes reddened, and they immediately knelt down, their faces filled with gratitude. These 5 were all women with children, but no male partners in the convoy. Of course, in a convoy of 200 people, now, such cases were common. These women were just on rotation. Next time, it would be another group. Wang Yun, as a former Special Forces soldier, still felt a sense of protection toward the people of this country. The others said nothing. Tianfeng had already packed a portion for himself, 4 dishes, 1 soup, and rice, all separately sealed in 5 tin cans with lids tightly screwed on. After kneeling in thanks, the women immediately stood up and began cleaning. The tent soon fell quiet again. "Grab a stool and sit beside me." Zhou Xing glanced at the burly man beside him, his face expressionless. "Yes, boss." The burly man nodded, composed himself, turned around, fetched an iron stool, and sat beside Zhou Xing. Wang Yun scanned the room and nodded in satisfaction. "Our convoy is newly formed. Let's give it a name. Hey, let me go first." Tianfeng raised his hand, his face full of excitement. Wang Yun smiled at Tianfeng while the others looked at Tianfeng without speaking. Seeing everyone watching him, Tianfeng sat up straight and put on a serious expression. "I think our convoy has many experts and many survivors." He rubbed his chin. "How about the Ark Convoy?" "Ark Convoy? That name? No good." Old Mo showed a contemplative look, then shook his head and denied it. "Hey, old man, then you come up with one." Tianfeng's face flushed with frustration. Old Mo smiled, looked around at everyone, and put on a knowing expression. "Our convoy has me, an academician, and the upright Wang Yun." Old Mo then looked at Zhou Xing, Tianfeng, Hong Liang, and Feng Chao. "We have a mechanic sequence and 3 destined goded sequences. We can use this as the foundation to establish a new post-apocalyptic nation. So let's call it the Divine Workshop Nation Convoy. Hong Liang, what do you think?" Wang Yun scanned everyone and fixed his gaze on Hong Liang with a smile. Hong Liang looked at the 4 around the table and smiled. "I think both are good, meaningful, and ambitious." Wang Yun nodded, then glanced at Zhou Xing. But his face quickly turned exasperated. Zhou Xing was lying on the table staring at the can of rice Tianfeng had filled and counting the grains. Ahem. Wang Yun cleared his throat twice, then looked at Zhou Xing. "Brother Zhou." Zhou Xing looked up, swept his eyes over the group watching him, and said casually, "Let's just call it the Ark Convoy. It's simple and easy to remember." Hearing Zhou Xing's words, Tianfeng showed a smug expression toward Old Mo. "Hey, young man." The old man just shook his head, unconcerned. Naming was just a trivial matter as long as it was decided. "Feng Chao, what about you?" Wang Yun asked. "Oh, me." Feng Chao was surprised that he could participate. Feng Chao didn't respond immediately. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xing, who had his back to him, hesitated, and said, "Boss, I. Hearing Zhou Xing's approval, the burly man rubbed his chin, then looked up. "How about lighthouse? Guiding ordinary people in the darkness to gather toward us." These words fell, and the atmosphere in the room became heavy. In the end, after an anonymous vote, Feng Chao's lighthouse actually surpassed Ark. "Then our convoy will be called Lighthouse from now on." Wang Yun sat up straight in his chair and smiled at everyone. "So are we heading to the northeast or the northwest?" As Hong Liang said these words, his face showed some tension, still harboring a sliver of hope. But he was soon disappointed. "The northeast is very dangerous. Only the northwest direction offers a sense of safety. Sorry, brother Hong Liang." Wang Yun looked at Hong Liang, his face full of apology and resolve. Since he was the convoy leader, he had to take responsibility for the entire convoy. Then the convoy discussed supplies and such. The convoy supplies are currently sufficient for 200 people for 3 months, but water is terribly scarce. Wang Yun's expression was grim as he looked at the people present. The room fell silent for a moment. Old Mo sighed helplessly. "Mineral water can be found in small towns. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem." After Old Mo finished speaking, Wang Yun and the others turned their eyes to Zhou Xing, who was sitting beside Tianfeng looking bored. Zhou Xing said nothing, and the room fell into a brief silence. Obviously, under the current circumstances, to ensure absolute safety and obtain a large amount of water-strong military force was necessary. These people still respected Zhou Xing's decisions. Zhou Xing slowly raised his head, glanced at Wang Yun, then at the others. I'll lead the team tomorrow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room let out a long breath of relief. Now that the convoy has been established, let us discuss the matter of supplies distribution. Wang Yun wore a smile as he surveyed the assembled group. Back in Jiangsheng, when he was with Zhou Xing, they had always divided supplies together, and now it should be even more so. It would be better to distribute based on ability and contribution. Mo Laotu straightened slightly in his seat, his expression growing more serious. What do you all think of this arrangement? Zhou Xing is the strongest among us, so he receives 3 shares. I'm of the profit sequence. Before Wang Yun could finish, Zhou Xing suddenly raised his hand and addressed the gathering. Brother Wang, I'll take 2 shares. Any more would just go to waste. Alright. Then this 1 share goes to academician Mo, who receives 2 shares. The others had no objections to this arrangement. Everyone was well aware of academician Mo's abilities, how he could lead large groups through the supernatural. His sequence ability was indeed crucial for the convoy survivors. Seeing no opposition, Wang Yun felt a secret relief, though his face remained cheerful as he spoke. Hong Liang is of the mechanic sequence, so he receives 2 shares. Tian Feng and Feng Chao each get 1 share. I'm of the profit sequence. Though I didn't participate in gathering supplies, I led everyone to evade the supernatural and find our way to survival, so I deserve 2 shares. I'm currently only sequence 1, and I've mostly been carried by Brother Zhou. Tian Feng said, glancing at Wang Yun before continuing. Brother Wang, leaving me with 1 share is more than I could ask for. Wang Yun nodded, then turned his gaze to the sturdy man sitting upright behind Zhou Xing. Feng Chaoyu. Before Wang Yun could finish, a faint smile crept across the muscular man's face. Since I've joined this convoy, I shall abide by its rules. The burly man's voice was deep and resonant, his tone sincere. There was no helping it. There sat an absolute powerhouse right in front of him. After settling the matter of supplies distribution, everyone filed out of the tent. Seeing Zhou Xing rise to leave, Wang Yun blinked at him. A flicker of confusion passed through Zhou Xing's eyes, yet his body returned to his seat. When only the 2 of them remained in the tent, Zhou Xing watched as Wang Yun walked to the chair beside him and sat down. Brother Wang Yu. Noticing Zhou Xing's puzzled gaze, Wang Yun closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. Confirming they were alone, he turned to face Zhou Xing. You of all people would casually give up a share of supplies to others. That's it. Zhou Xing's eyes widened, and for the first time his usually calm face showed a hint of exasperation. Boring. Zhou Xing stood up, paid Wang Yun no further attention, and walked out of the tent with his hands stuffed into his windbreaker pockets. Gazing at Zhou Xing's departing figure, cold, solitary, yet shrouded in mystery, Wang Yun shook his head. His good friend had become somewhat incomprehensible to him. By this time the entire camp had grown quiet. Zhou Xing returned to his armored recreational vehicle. The moment he got on board, he headed straight for the restroom. He discarded his entire set of clothes inside and out onto a clothing rack beside him. On that same rack hung a suit from his last outing that still hadn't been washed. Zhou Xing could only shake his head. Due to various circumstances, he hardly had any leisure time to do laundry. Even the 3A games in his MP5. He had precious little time for those either. Perhaps he should find someone to do his laundry for him. As Zhou Xing undressed, such trivial thoughts wandered through his mind. Pulling open the double-layer plastic door, Zhou Xing stepped inside. The washroom quickly filled with white mist. Feeling the warm water flow across every inch of his skin, a smile tugged at the corner of Zhou Xing's mouth. In the System Exchange Mall, spending 100 Guelu points could redeem 1 ton of water. Even if he tried his absolute best, he could only use about 5% in a single day. Zhou Xing suddenly felt an inexhaustible supply, one that simply couldn't be used up, a sense of bliss. Earlier during the supplies distribution, Zhou Xing hadn't needed any at all. In his car, supplies were packed to the brim. By himself, he could probably last at least half a year. Besides, once the exchange mall reached Tier 3, Zhou Xing believed there might be food available. Tier 2 had water and gasoline. There was a good chance Tier 3 would feature food. If only I could have hot pot or grilled fish would be nice too. Then I'd just need to cook rice and noodles myself. As Zhou Xing scrubbed his back with his left hand, his right hand wiped the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. By nightfall outside the camp, many had already begun preparing breakfast. Zhou Xing leaned against the window, eating instant noodles, his gaze occasionally sweeping across the scenery outside. Having absorbed at least 40 people from the Black Storm, the entire beacon now actually had around 200 people. Even in the pre-apocalyptic era, this was no small gathering. The camp was exceptionally lively this morning. Many children ran between the campsites carrying black bags in their hands. Hong Liang stood before 2 battered large buses surrounded by 5 or 6 men. Some held towels, others carried water cups. Gazing at those men with their subservient yet proud expressions, Zhou Xing curled his lips. Who would have thought Hong Liang was quite the one to enjoy the good life? Mo Laotu sat in a folding chair at this moment. Quite a number of children had gathered around him. Mo Laotu had the appearance of a storyteller. From the crowd came gasps of astonishment, and some even turned to glance toward Zhou Xing's side, their eyes filled with admiration. Zhou Xing pressed his lips together tightly. Wang Yun stood beside the yurt tent, sitting in a folding chair with Feng Chao, observing how deeply engaged the two were in conversation. "Brother Captain Wang, the food has been prepared for you." A plump woman in an apron held a ladle in her hand, walking up to the two of them with a simple, honest smile. "Thanks, Sister Zhao. Zhao Zi will give you each a packet of biscuits later." Upon hearing this, gratitude spread across the woman's face. In this current apocalyptic world, supplies were everything. Beyond functional vehicles, food and water were the most crucial. This Sister Zhao had previously been part of the Black Storm, when they used to cook before, let alone rewards. If the meals weren't to their liking, they might well have gone hungry for 2 or 3 days straight. Had it not been for the fact that there truly was no one else in the vehicle capable of replacing Sister Zhao at cooking, that woman would probably have long been planted like a tree in the barren wasteland to feed the supernatural. Sister Zhao was truly grateful to this new convoy. Half an hour later, all the survivors of the convoy had boarded the vehicles. Hong Liang had refurbished the 2 battered large buses and had also repaired the 3 silver large buses of the original convoy. At this moment, 5 brand new upgraded silver large buses sat parked on the highway, like a silver python. Many survivors sat inside cheering and leaping for joy. Wang Yun had also not wasted his breath easily acquiring the yurt tents. The entire convoy began to set out. Attention! Wang Yun at the very front of the convoy leaned his head out to survey the convoy, behind him, holding a megaphone. "Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind." Zhou Xing's armored recreational vehicle followed behind. The other awakened ones followed after. The 5 silver large buses tailed behind the fiery red off-road vehicle. At the convoy's rear were some motorcycles, elder-friendly vehicles, and even a white SUV. It seemed they were making up for the half hour spent on breakfast. The convoy maintained a swift pace throughout the morning. Finally, as the sun began its westward descent, Wang Yun's somewhat distorted electronic voice drifted back from the front. "Attention! Attention! There's a town ahead, everyone slow down." Zhou Xing poked his head out of the car window and quickly surveyed the situation ahead. Less than 1,000 meters away on the wasteland overgrown with withered grass, the highway cut directly into a medium-sized town. Relying on the Sword Saint's formidable 5 senses, Zhou Xing could see a metal sign standing at the town's entrance. "Ping'an Town." Reading the characters, Zhou Xing murmured softly, lifting his gaze to survey the entire town. This town was most eerie and desolate. It was summer with the scorching sun blazing. Yet when looking into the town, there was always a sensation as if one were wearing sunglasses with UV protection, as though a layer of ghostly gray-green filter had been superimposed. Compared to the bright and clear environment outside that made one feel expansive, inside was entirely blurry, dim, and oppressive. Zhou Xing could only see the outskirts of the town. When he tried to look toward the center of the town became visibly enshrouded in ominous green gloom. This sparked Zhou Xing's curiosity. Reaching toward the passenger seat, Zhou Xing picked up the MP5, his fingers swiping across the screen to access the map. A green arrow and yellow convoy markers quickly appeared on the holographic map littered with red dots. And just ahead of them, not far away, icons of houses and trees flickered with crimson light, appearing one on the left and one on the right ahead. The entire convoy soon came to a halt at the entrance of the town. Within the convoy, aside from Zhou Xing and several transcendent beings who disembarked, ordinary survivors remained obediently seated inside the vehicles. Watching the nonchalant demeanor of these convoy veterans, some of the newly arrived survivors felt puzzled. A frail but rosy-cheeked child turned to the young man beside him and asked with a face full of confusion, "Brother, why aren't you afraid? There are so many eerie things in this small town. We used to lose many people every time we collected supplies back then. Aren't you afraid?" The young man nearby was gazing at the town ahead. Upon hearing this, he turned his head with a look of utter astonishment. "Don't you know?" The young man then quickly realized something. It was only natural that these people were unaware of Mr. Zhou's strength. With that thought in mind, the young man began to patiently explain. "There's a Mr. Zhou in the convoy. He is an extremely powerful, transcendent being." As the young man spoke, his face flushed with admiration, looking like a devoted fanboy. "For a place like this, Mr. Zhou treats it like a game dungeon to clear." The boy listened with his mouth agape, his face filled with disbelief. Such scenes were unfolding continuously across the 5 buses at that moment. Wang Yun stood at the town entrance's back to the town, and facing Zhou Xing, Tianfeng, Old Man Mo, and Feng Chao. "Old Man Mo, perhaps you shouldn't go. The convoy outside still needs you." Tianfeng glanced at the fiery red off-road vehicle, then looked at Old Man Mo, speaking with earnest sincerity. "This passed while the reason the convoy has been able to remain safe. Last night rest until this morning, and comfortably eat before setting off again. Without Brother Zhou dealing with those scum, how could the convoy remain so secure? We would likely have been fleeing for our lives long ago. After all, before joining the new convoy, Tianfeng had lived such a hard life. Each time the schedule was unpredictable, with rest periods never exceeding 5 hours at most. This time Brother Zhou would need some time before emerging from the town. During this interval, someone must protect the convoy and his younger sister. Old Man Mo was a Sequence 2 restorer perfectly suited to fill this gap. Tianfeng certainly didn't want to step out and find the convoy had vanished. Old Man Mo glanced around at the others and noticed they weren't objecting to Tianfeng's words. Fine. His expression darkened, and with no other choice he resigned himself to stepping out of the group and taking his place beside Wang Yun. The moment the old man stood next to Wang Yun, he shot a glare at Tianfeng. That damn kid. Tianfeng rolled his eyes upward, looking elsewhere, deliberately avoiding the old man's gaze. Though the old man was clearly annoyed, he could only let it drop. He cast a glance at Zhou Xing, his right hand tucked into his cargo pants pocket. Wang Yun spoke with a grave expression. What are the odds of taking this town? As soon as Wang Yun's words fell, the scene froze instantly. A tense atmosphere spread through the hearts of all the transcendent beings present. Zhou Xing could sense the expectant, yet nervous gazes directed at him. After a moment's consideration, he raised his eyes and scanned the group with a calm demeanor, then casually uttered two light words. 100%. Hiss. Several people present couldn't help but gasp sharply. If those words had come from some unknown nobody, they would certainly have been dismissed as empty boasting. But the one who spoke those words was Zhou Xing. In an instant, the tension in the air eased. Old Man Mo Hong Liang and Wang Yun all wore relaxed expressions. Boss is awesome. Feng Chao's stoic face was filled with admiration. Brother Zhou is the biggest boss. Tianfeng grinned widely, hopping around like an energetic high school student. Should we bring the survivors? Old Man Mo glanced at the buses, then looked at Wang Yun, stroking his chin as he spoke. Wang Yun pondered for a moment and quickly shook his head. This place. If not for Junior Brother Zhou, I would never have brought you here under any circumstances. Perhaps we'd currently be in some remote mountain village. Hearing Wang Yun's words, Old Man Mo nodded and said nothing more. At the town entrance lay a boundary, like a dividing line between yin and yang. Zhou Xing stood at the boundary, gazing inward. The village side appeared somewhat gloomy and oppressive, and the buildings lining the streets gave a chilling sensation of being watched. As if unaware of anything, Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze and took a step forward. Beside him, Feng Chao and Tianfeng exchanged glances and quickly followed close behind. Just as Zhou Xing was about to step forward with his other foot, moments before fully entering the town, cheers rang out from the survivors inside the buses behind him. Go for it, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Xing's face remained expressionless as his left hand reached toward the light submachine gun at his left hip. To Zhou Xing, verbal blessings had always held no value whatsoever. He was long past that passionate age. At this point, perhaps only improvements in his own strength and artifact equipment could stir him. The three figures eventually vanished at the town entrance. Had it not been for the three sets of footprints still visible there, no one would have believed three living beings had just been present. This town is quite fierce. Old Man Mo lit a cigarette, holding it between his lips as he gazed at the town with a relaxed expression. Wang Yun smiled, and then looked toward the two of them. Have the convoy arranged to clear out all the space for water storage. When we go in, we can just toss everything directly into the vehicles. Understood, Team Leader Wang. No problem, Xiao Wang. After responding in unison, the two turned and walked toward the silver bus without looking back. Outside the village, all the survivors immediately set to work, except for the one where Old Man Mo slept. The interiors of the remaining four buses were being modified to some extent by Hong Liang. These buses had originally been converted by Hong Liang to accommodate 60 seats. With 20 fewer seats, now clearing space for water storage was more than sufficient to carry all the survivors. As for those electric scooters and SUVs behind the buses, these individuals were lone wolves. They were merely seeking refuge. Once they found a more suitable convoy, they might leave. Seeing the bus's preparations, these people quickly understood what was happening as well. One by one, they began adjusting their supplies, hoping to carry more during the upcoming collection. Meanwhile, within the town, the three men, Zhou Xing and his companions, walked down the dimly lit street. Brother Zhou, why do these houses on both sides feel like they might come alive at any moment? Tianfeng whispered, his voice carrying a hint of tremor. Clearly this place was too advanced for someone at his sequence 1 level. Tian, don't be afraid. I'm a Jianmu Divine Bear sequence practitioner. I'll protect you. On Zhou Xing's other side, Feng Chao turned his head toward Tianfeng with a serious expression. Thank you, Brother Feng. Tianfeng flashed a bright smile. Watching the two of them display such brotherly affection, Zhou Xing's eyes darted around. A grin quickly spread across his face as crimson aura manifested on his body, and in an instant he seemed to vanish completely. From both their perspectives, Zhou Xing simply blinked out of existence. What the? Zhou, stop messing around. Tianfeng couldn't tell whether Zhou Xing had disappeared willingly or been forced out, his expression turning grim. Tianfeng called out for quite some time, but his voice only echoed deeper into the street. The once calm, dim alleyway gradually began to stir with a chilling wind. It seemed something terrifying was being awakened at great speed. Feng Chao sensed the obvious shift in the surrounding environment, his expression darkening as he turned to look at Tianfeng. Tian, stop shouting. The boss might be putting us through hell training. Upon hearing this, Tianfeng's open mouth froze mid-sound. After about 2 seconds, Tianfeng's face turned the color of pork liver, his expression contorted in agony. Feng Chao shook his head about to offer comfort when his own body suddenly stiffened. Deep ahead in the street, in the dim and somewhat blurry distance, faint human figures began to rise one by one. 1 to 10. In the blink of an eye, countless shadowy forms emerged from the dark ground before them. Every pair of dark red eyes like dead fish eyes stared fixedly at the two. The sheer number was overwhelming, as if all the dark depths suddenly lit up with countless glowing orbs. The way those eyes regarded them was as though they were already looking at two cold corpses. Oh! A scream, too shrill to distinguish whether male or female, suddenly erupted from the nearest cluster of blurry figures. That sound seemed to have opened Pandora's box. In the dim street ahead, the sea of red eyes responded in unison. Tian Feng at this moment had long abandoned his earlier pained expression. His entire body was now completely engulfed in flames resembling a ghost rider. This guy turned his head, his hollow eye sockets blazing with fire as he looked toward Feng Chao. They're all second rank. Brother Zhou still underestimates us. Feng Chao looked ahead as his body transformed from a muscular man into a giant, with green fur flowing wildly across his frame. His arms, tattooed with bear patterns, showed signs of half-beast transformation. Both palms had completely become the massive paws of a grizzly bear. Each claw resembled a scythe, radiating a chilling razor-sharp emerald gleam. If the boss believes in us, then we absolutely can. As Feng Chao spoke, his entire body charged forward like a freight train, crashing into the enemy with devastating force. Wait for me. Tian Feng's body erupted with flames, and in his hand appeared a burning chain over 2 meters long. Clang! The chain fell to the ground, sending up sparks and a crisp metallic clatter. As Tian Feng ran, 2 trails of fire were plowed into the ground. The two began a hellish demonic training. Roar! Feng Chao roared, his body covered in green fur rustling without wind. Ripples of green energy spread outward from his waist, radiating in all directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! Amid the shrill screech of the air, Feng Chao raised his fists, each the size of a sandbag, and unleashed a furious barrage of jabs towards the eerie figure before him. The scene of shattered bones and splattered blood did not unfold in the eerie ocean. Many figures with dark red eyes clung to Feng Chao's fists, opening their jaws lined with crimson serrated teeth and biting down fiercely. A series of dull metallic thuds came from Feng Chao's fists. Oomph! With a ferocious expression, Feng Chao raised his arms, now crawling with eerie figures, and slammed them violently against the ground ahead. The entire surrounding ground trembled. The nearby asphalt road was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. The eerily struck creatures let out a miserable howl before exploding into several clouds of black mist. Before the giant could catch his breath, hundreds of figures with dark red eyes like ghouls lunged at him again. Beside Feng Chao, Tian Feng was already in a dire state. Although he was part of the battle sequence of the Ascension sequence, he was merely sequence 1. He could overwhelm those of the same rank, but these were all second order. He had no artifacts and could only rely on his own strength. Tian Feng wildly swung his arms, the flame chain spinning like an airplane propeller. The figures lunged at him, opening their mouths to bite, but were repelled by the chain with a bang. Yet they were only pushed back half a step before attacking again, even faster. A Sequence 1 Transcendent could only wield a limited amount of supernatural power. Brother Zhou, feeling his supernatural power rapidly draining, Tian Feng, unable to find a way out, turned his head and shouted into the surroundings. But the only response was the screeching of the eerily. The street behind him was empty. Beside him, Feng Chao was also overwhelmed and had no chance to help. At that moment, Tian Feng felt like a man trapped in a whirlpool. Helplessness and despair surged like a tide, devouring his faint flicker of will to survive. He knew Zhou Xing was nearby, but Zhou Xing had no intention of helping him. He also understood that the strong are forged in desperate situations. This was a test for him. But these abominations before him were like a newbie in a beginner village facing elite monsters. He could barely kill one, but there were far too many. The more Tian Feng thought, the more desperate he became, his hands mechanically swinging the flame chain. Zhou Xing stood not far away, his face expressionless. That kid Tian Feng, always calling him brother day in and day out, had a decent temperament. If he wanted to be his brother, he had to be able to stand on his own. He didn't want a useless brother who could only hold him back, unable even to protect his own sister. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Xing suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to look in Tian Feng's direction, Zhou Xing's eyes soon caught a horrifying sight on Tian Feng's back. A woman with long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face indistinct, clad in a purple plain dress, was clinging to Tian Feng's back without his knowledge. Tian Feng clearly did not notice. As he moved, the woman swayed lightly like a paper figure stuck to his back. At the same time, a similar woman was clinging to Feng Chao's back. The only difference was that she wore a brown plain dress and was far more decayed. Her aura was even more terrifying and chilling than the purple-clad woman. Both female ghosts moved like sloths, their motions seemingly stiff and slow, but each time they teleported as if frames had been skipped in a film. As if sensing that Tian Feng's strength was nearly depleted, the female eerily, which had been hanging on his back like an ornament, finally stirred. Her pale gray lips parted, and a tongue like a black tentacle emerged. Her dead fish eyes stared fixedly at Tian Feng's neck. Her stiff, pale face began to wrinkle, becoming hideous and terrifying. Her long hair danced like tentacles, and her tongue, like a long serpent, stealthily coiled around Tianfeng's neck. Seeing Tianfeng still oblivious, Zhou Xing could only helplessly reach for his waist. A light submachine gun quickly appeared in his left hand. Raising his arm, he aimed the muzzle at the head of the female eerily behind Tianfeng and fired 2 bullets trailing red light. The bullets penetrated the back of the female eerili's head. Like an earthworm struck by a heavy blow, the female eerily twisted and convulsed all over. It was a deeply unsettling sight. Her piercing shriek snapped Tianfeng out of his daze and numbness, and he instinctively swung the chain backward. The screeching female eerily was flung forward by the chain. Blood bloomed from the back of her head as she fluttered like a moth. After struggling for nearly a minute, the eerily suddenly stiffened, and her body instantly collapsed into a cloud of black mist. Zhou Xing swept his gaze around, continuing to swing the chain while speaking sincerely. "Thanks, brother Zhou." Tianfeng's scalp tightened, and he inwardly understood Zhou Xing's purpose. That eerily earlier was only second order, but if he had stayed vigilant, how could he have failed to notice a tongue already coiled around his neck? His own combat was far too weak. Realizing this, Tianfeng felt as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. At that moment, a surge of even hotter, warming energy welled up from within his limbs and bones. Tianfeng's flames grew brighter and more vivid. Waves of red ripples spread outward from the young man's waist, surging in all directions. The eerily figures that the chain could only repel now burst into flames the moment the red ripples passed over them. In the blink of an eye, these tiny flames grew into fire serpents, wildly sweeping over the creatures they touched. The eerily didn't even have time to screech before being engulfed in flames and exploding. Around Tianfeng, a vacuum of rolling black mist appeared instantly. Tianfeng tightened his flaming bone hand, his jaw opening wide with a hearty laugh. So this is the power of the Flame God Sequence 2, the Flame's Spirit. Feeling the warm glow within his body, the explosive power surging through him, and his senses completely renewed, Tianfeng's excitement lasted only a second before he quickly regained his composure. Tianfeng looked ahead at countless dark red eyes, a glint of excitement and ferocity flashing in his own. The seed of growth had been thoroughly planted. Giant Spirit! Tianfeng roared, and his body erupted in flames. A pillar of fire 3 meters in diameter and 100 meters tall soon engulfed him. The flame pillar quickly collapsed, forming a vague outline. A giant of fire stood across half the street, holding a massive flaming sword in both hands. Feng Chao let out a strange cry and swiftly retreated a few steps. This is pretty cool. Feng Chao stepped back a dozen paces, leaving the range of the rolling heat wave. Gazing at the flaming giant before him, his eyes were filled with excitement. My turn. As he spoke, Feng Chao's body began to fully transform into a beast. His head and limbs had transformed into bear-like features. His eyes also turned into beastly pupils, glowing with green light, radiating a furious, murderous glare fixed on the street ahead. Roar! The bear roar sounded like muffled thunder, instantly drowning out the eerie wailing tide. Thump! 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 Beating his chest 3 times, Feng Chao took a giant bear paw step forward and charged into the sea of aberrations wrapped in a green hurricane. Like grabbing dolls, he lifted 5 or 6 aberrations in each paw. Die! Feng Chao's bear-human hybrid voice exploded in the dim, aberration-filled street. Seeing Feng Chao about to be surrounded, Tianfeng transformed into a blazing fire giant wrapped in flames, burst into the flock like a tiger. No wonder it's a battle sequence for godhood. Fully unleashed, it achieves the effect of a tiger among sheep. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. With these two, he wouldn't need to look after the cannon fodder convoy for a while. Thinking this, Zhou Xing bent his legs like springs, instantly shooting onto the adjacent rooftop. Landing steadily on the terrace, he continued leaping toward the opposite roof. Not even a footprint remained where he passed. In less than half a minute, Zhou Xing stood at the end of the street atop the last building, a moldy vegetation-covered grain and oil shop. Standing on the terrace, Zhou Xing glanced back at the direction he came from. Withdrawing his gaze, he rubbed his chin in contemplation. It seemed that the deeper he went, the more severe the dampness and weathering of the surrounding buildings became. Just as Zhou Xing was pondering, his nose suddenly twitched. From somewhere ahead, a strong stench of decaying corpses suddenly wafted over. The smell came abruptly, startling Zhou Xing. His left hand instinctively reached for his waist. Even as he reacted instantly, a sudden change occurred. The originally thick emerald mist before his eyes violently churned, as if stirred by some massive entity inside. Zhou Xing squinted slightly, his face showing no panic. In his indifferent gaze, a figure emerged from the emerald mist. Soon Zhou Xing saw the figure's horrifying true appearance. The entire being resembled an emaciated skin and bones old man, yet it stood 2 or 3 meters taller than the grain shop. Its body was ashen gray, with limbs and neck as thin and long as bamboo poles, evoking a deeply unsettling feeling. Of course, compared to those pallid deadfish eyes on its expressionless face, everything else paled. Zhou Xing locked eyes with it, his submachine gun already raised steadily, aiming at the 2 deadfish eyes. A flicker of doubt and unease crossed Zhou Xing's mind. Was he discovered? But how could that be? Gale Step was a transcendent skill. Back at the service area relying on this transcendent ability, he had avoided detection by the third-rank Guimian giant. At that time, despite a gap of 2 whole ranks, the enemy hadn't noticed him. Now he was sequenced too, and his Gale Step had been enhanced. How could this aberration possibly detect him? Zhou Xing raised his gun. The dark muzzle began to emit a bloody glow as if preparing to strike first. From the sense of dread, this aberration was undoubtedly of the third rank. If he acted, the submachine gun in his hand could blow its head off. Woo woo woo. The stiff old man suddenly opened its mouth. Its pitch-black maw parted, emitting a strange sound like wind howling in the dead of night. Zhou Xing tensed his left finger, already pressing the trigger. If this aberration once raised its arm and swung its pale gray palm at him, Zhou Xing would not hesitate to pull the trigger. But soon a look of surprise crossed his face. Under his vigilant gaze, the gaunt gray-skinned giant aberration seemed to have regained its cognition. Its dull dead fish eyes rolled in their sockets, and it turned its emaciated gray body to walk toward the opposite side. Its movements were like those of an elephant slowly shuffling. Soon it stood before the 3-building complex covered in green vegetation. Just like before, the hunched aberration continued to stare at the terrace with its dead fish eyes. What the hell? Zhou Xing was baffled by its behavior, and his wariness eased slightly. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xing decided to follow the aberration for a while. Know the enemy, and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles without peril. The earlier perilous moment had sounded an alarm for Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing had to consider the worst-case scenario. If the day came, or perhaps even now in this town, when aberrations evolved enough keenness, his Gale Step might drop from cross-rank to even being suppressed to the same rank. If it got worse, potentially exposing him directly, what should he do? A strong sense of crisis surged in Zhou Xing's heart. The giant aberration walked ahead, and Zhou Xing followed behind, summoning the system panel again. Glancing at the main page above the exchange shop, 3 twisted blood-red characters appeared. Slaughter value. A long string of numbers followed. 367,198. Silently reciting the long number, Zhou Xing then tapped on the exchange shop. The icon enlarged, quickly faded, and disappeared. The panel transformed into a familiar 1010 grid of wooden slots. Zhou Xing shifted his gaze to the first wooden slot. Inside the wooden slot, a vial of emerald green liquid was floating up and down. A soft green halo radiated from the vial, making it look extraordinary. What sequence is this? Zhou Xing couldn't be bothered to read the annotations and the slaughter value price below, so he asked directly. Botanist sequence rating common, required slaughter value 1,000 points. Note the botanist sequence is the Shen of the apocalypse, capable of cultivating various exotic plants with special functions. Zhou Xing glanced up at the gray giant in front. It had moved to another street closer to the village. With only a brief thought, Zhou Xing followed, while his peripheral vision caught the electronic panel only he could see. The botanist sequence sounded pretty impressive, but for Zhou Xing it held no appeal. He had the system, he wouldn't be short of supplies. As for whether anyone in the convoy needed this vial, Zhou Xing had considered it in a flash of thought, but he dismissed it, based on his understanding of the system. The system's sequence vials seemed to differ greatly from the ones in this world. His vials could guarantee 100% awakening of the sequence. What did that mean? As long as Zhou Xing was willing, he could instantly raise an army of sequence users, or make everyone in the convoy a superhuman. But Zhou Xing couldn't do that. Such unstable factors and positional risks were endless. It was like crossing a road and seeing an old man who had fallen. If you just walked past, nothing would happen. But once you got involved, countless positive or negative outcomes would await you with some probability. Zhou Xing had seen plenty of such messy situations in his past life. Human nature cannot withstand tests. Zhou Xing didn't believe that after the apocalypse there would be no chosen ones or large organizations among humans. He didn't want to wake up one morning and have to hand out sequence vials to humanity every day. With this thought, a flicker of hesitation passed through Zhou Xing's eyes. System, can I just refresh? Spending slaughter value is fine too. Zhou Xing added, as if afraid the system might outright refuse. Refresh sequence injection requires 300 ghost valor. Refresh 300. Zhou Xing glanced at it, raised his right arm, and tapped the newly appeared refresh option with his index finger. With Zhou Xing's action, the original green sequence injection instantly faded and vanished. Within the empty wooden compartment, a light blue sequence injection materialized in an instant. Before Zhou Xing could even ask, the dialog box introducing the sequence injection swiftly popped up. Heavenly Deity Sequence Godhood Combat Series sequence requires 10,000 Ghost Valor. Note, the Heavenly Deity Sequence is one of the most premier combat sequences among Transcendent Combat Series, unlocking body gigantism at the 2nd tier. Godhood Sequence. Zhou Xing hesitated momentarily. If he refreshed again, would a Godhood Sequence potion appear once more? If he were terribly unlucky and none appeared subsequently, it would be a complete disaster. After a brief pause, Zhou Xing ultimately chose to redeem it. There was no choice given the highly precarious situation. This village differed from all the previous ones he had encountered. Zhou Xing could sense that the entire village was slowly awakening like some colossal creature. This sixth sense was growing increasingly intense. Redeem sequence injection. Redemption successful. As the system prompt sounded, a vial appeared in Zhou Xing's hand. Zhou Xing did not hesitate and drove it directly into the vein of his neck. As for whether it would alert the bizarre giant ahead, Zhou Xing believed his Zephyr Step was more than sufficient to conceal the aura of whatever he carried. Within 2 seconds, the vial of light blue potion had been injected beneath Zhou Xing's skin. He watched as the syringe disintegrated into luminous particles scattering into the air before him. Almost instantly, Zhou Xing's body reacted. A sudden metallic heaviness filled his frame, as if an ordinary man were clad in heavy armor. Zhou Xing's spine was bent almost imperceptibly. Even the ground he walked upon, though bearing no footprints, developed small depressions, shaped like footprints. Surrounding each depression were cracks as thick as an adult's arm. Just when Zhou Xing felt as though he might break into a cold sweat from the crushing weight, this eerie sensation suddenly vanished. Strange vibrations rippled through his entire body. His brain, organs, bones, and flesh all trembled frantically. An unusual blue luminescence began spreading across his body. At that moment, all information regarding the heavenly deity sequence flooded Zhou Xing's mind. It took 5 minutes for Zhou Xing to fully comprehend what the heavenly deity sequence entailed. This sequence commanded the authority over hurricanes and thunderstorms. Currently at Sequence 1 Hammerman, he could hurl a storm hammer imbued with transcendent power at his enemies. Just like Tian Feng and Feng Chao, his current attack could only repel second-tier anomalies. His primary body sequence would also be determined by the sequence ranking. If one day the heavenly deity sequence surpassed the Sword Saint sequence, then the heavenly deity sequence would become Zhou Xing's main sequence. Thinking that he alone possessed 2 godhead sequences, a curve formed at the corner of his mouth. This town had a total of 3 streets. The anomaly had already finished traversing the final street. Under Zhou Xing's watchful gaze, the emaciated anomaly hunched its back and slowly made its way toward the deepest part of the town. In less than a blink, its colossal figure was swallowed by the rolling dark green mist. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, then stepped forward cautiously toward the sea of mist ahead. At that same instant, the jade bracelet on his right wrist exploded into fragments. The fragments slithered through the red aura like serpents, rapidly transforming into a longsword. Zhou Xing grasped the cloth-wrapped hilt firmly, wielding the longsword in one hand and a submachine gun in the other. Crimson light flickered within Zhou Xing's eyes like 2 wavering flames in the darkness. Activating the innate attribute of the Sword Saint, Zhou Xing could barely discern the area within 10 meters around him. Fortunately, no sense of being watched manifested. The anomalies had not yet discovered sentience and killed purely on instinct for now. Thus Zhou Xing felt he had not been exposed. Thousands of meters away from Zhou Xing, at the center of the dark green mist, lay a clearing with a diameter of 100 meters. It was pristine, devoid of dampness, chill, and rot. The dark green mist formed tendrils that reached out as if to touch, yet recoiled violently. Grotesque human faces occasionally surfaced from the mist, fixating upon this clearing. And at the center of this clearing stood a thin, raggedly clad woman with dripping wet hair. Strangely enough, her belly was enormously distended, resembling a pregnant woman about to give birth. Her ashen-white belly occasionally writhed, accompanied by waves of heartbreaking infant wails. "Good child, mother is so hungry. Come out quickly," wail. The corners of the woman's mouth split wide as she stroked her enormous belly with both hands. The woman's words seemed to infuriate the dark green mist. The green fog churned violently, and hundreds of towering gray-skinned giants emerged, encircling the clearing. Giggle, giggle. One of the gray giants tilted its head, its throat convulsing. A frog-like sound resonated throughout the surroundings. This sound served as a battle horn. Hundreds of anomalies simultaneously lifted their heads and bellowed in unison, then charged toward the center of the clearing like a herd of mammoths. Compared to these behemoths, the female anomaly looked like a larger grasshopper. It seemed any one of these anomalies could easily crush her into paste with a single casual stomp. The gray-skinned giants with dead fish eyes shared this very thought. They surged forward, raising their legs in succession, and brought their colossal feet down heavily upon the female anomaly's head. Boom, boom, boom. The ground quaked, rocks scattered across the clearing, and dust billowed. After stomping for a while, the anomalies stepped back. Shoulder to shoulder, they pressed together, their dead fish eyes blazing with green light as they stared fixedly at the dissipating dust. Umph! A horrifying scream erupted from within the dust, and a massive burst of crimson light exploded outward. The powerful gust of wind instantly scattered the dust toward the surrounding green mist. The gray giants turned toward the crimson light, their heads moving jerkily like chameleons. Their dead fish eyes rotated strangely. Clearly they found this scene difficult to comprehend. The crimson light soon dissipated, leaving only a pool of bloody froth behind. Upon seeing this, the gray giants exchanged giggle sounds among themselves and quickly turned to march back together into the green mist. And the direction they headed was unmistakably toward the street where Tian Feng and Feng Chao were located. Not long after these giants departed, the dark green mist quickly submerged the clearing. Several eerie tentacles took shape from the sea of mist and reached toward the blood froth, resembling starving wolves feasting on their prey. But the blood froth and crimson light flared once more. Like melting wax, the blood froth rapidly coalesced. A vague human silhouette appeared, and in the blink of an eye stood upon the ground that had been splattered with blood just a second before. Those tentacles failed to react in time. The silhouette's belly split open and a blood-soaked infant skull emerged, its cavernous mouth wide agape. Countless tentacles were ferociously swallowed into the void like little fish trapped in a whirlpool. In just a few breaths, the ashen-skinned infant drew the nearby green mist into its mouth. The green mist seemed utterly terrified, instantly severing the connected portion. A vacuum zone larger than before appeared. The infant, as if still hungry, kept its mouth open. But no matter how it sucked, the mist seemed out of range, merely lingering outside the empty space. Vague human faces surfaced within the green mist like wounded, enraged beings howling madly at the infant, whose head poked out from the belly, standing in the center of the open ground. For a moment, both sides seemed locked in a brief stalemate. Unable to obtain food, the infant retracted back into the belly like a small kangaroo. A flash of bloodlight flickered at the gap in the belly just as the crack from which the infant had emerged was about to heal. The infant's gray-white hand shot out, instantly gripping the wound tightly. "Whoa, child, listen to mother." A cold, faint woman's voice sounded from the blood-soaked figure standing still. Hearing this, the gray-white hand tore violently. The scarlet flesh of the blood figure's belly was ripped off in a small piece, and a hand reached out, dragging it into the stomach. A sticky chewing sound of raw flesh echoed eerily from within the belly. The blood figure trembled slightly, black cheese surging from its body. But soon an even stronger black cheese surged from the belly's crack, the two streams of black chi intertwining. For a time, neither could overpower the other. The blood figure remained in its wounded state, with bloodlight flashing across its belly each time it tried to heal. The gray hand with black cheese surging prevented the blood figure's actions. For now, the green mist, the gray-skinned infant, and the blood figure. None could overcome the other, as if reaching some eerie balance. Zhou Xing was still wandering in the thick green mist, his expression somewhat grim. "I've never been one to get lost. What's going on today?" Zhou Xing halted, his eyes scanning the surrounding green mist, narrowing slightly. Though the mist appeared largely unchanged. With the enhancement of the divine sequence, his five senses were further sharpened. Thanks to his keener perception, he had sensed the brief change, fleeting as it was. Could the green mist itself be the anomaly? Or is there something else deep within it? As Zhou Xing muttered to himself, he seemed to detect something, jerking his head to look back at the direction he came from. The green mist behind him was rippling like water. Zhou Xing wasn't even sure of his own position, but the disturbance was clearly chaotic. A battle must have broken out. In this godforsaken place, only Tian Feng and Feng Chao could have caused such a massive shockwave. They must have encountered the gray-skinned giant. No. Zhou Xing's face changed. He closed his eyes, sensing the ripples from behind again. Damn, how many of these things are there? Zhou Xing turned, his legs tensed, and dashed out with a dark expression. With ripples brushing past him like a bat using sonar, he quickly groped his way toward the battle. Deep in the village entrance street, the fiery red giant knelt on the ground, sword in hand, its massive flame chest heaving violently. Around it were over 50 tall, gaunt, gray-skinned giant aberrations. The flame giant turned its hollow, flame-filled eye sockets forward. In the dark street, countless figures like dark red eyeballs like maggots frantically climbed over the giant bear that emitted green light. Another 50-plus giant aberrations, nearly as tall as the three-story buildings beside them, wielded scythe like scarlet nails, swiftly moving around the giant bear. The giant bear was like a rough stone being meticulously carved by their claws. Over 100 wounds deep enough to reveal bone with flesh turned outward and black chi rising. The surrounding green light tried to approach, but collided with the black chi, producing a dreadful corrosive sound. In pain, the giant bear's furry face showed a human-like grimace of despair. Feng Chao scanned the surrounding streets. That man still hadn't appeared. "Boss, where are you? Save us." His deep voice exploded through the street, tinged with a noticeable tremor. Feng Chao was truly terrified. Wasn't this supposed to be hell training? Why were there so many third-order aberrations? Did the boss actually intend to kill him? Feng Chao felt like a pancake, tormented both mentally and physically. Hearing Feng Chao's roar, Tian Feng looked around. On the street, there was no one but himself and Feng Chao ahead. The surrounding gray-skinned giants exuded a terrifying aura like 50 invincible demons. Their oppressive, suffocating, aberrant power weighed down like 100 mountains. Tian Feng was pinned down, unable to move. Gegage. The aberrations, seemingly sensing how weak their prey was, even twisted their stiff, gray, expressionless faces into a grin. "Damn it. Fight to the death." Off. Sensing their mockery, Tian Feng roared, his nearly extinguished flame surging instantly. The dim orange greatsword blazed with dazzling fire again. Tian Feng decided to gamble everything. He would die with dignity. He swung the greatsword, his flame arms thrusting it fiercely toward a giant aberration beside him. Bang! A dull impact rang out. The aberration giant clapped its hands together, trapping the blade, and a gurgling laugh came from beneath its head. Gegage. Ichinenji. Tian Feng's heart jolted, but he roared again, gripping the sword with both hands, pushing off the ground, and throwing himself backward. But no matter how Tian Feng exerted all his supernatural power, the flaming greatsword remained firmly trapped. Tian Feng was like a child before this giant aberration. He was completely at its mercy. After repeatedly draining his supernatural power, Tian Feng could no longer maintain his transformation. His body rapidly shrank back to normal size. His power exhausted, Tian Feng lay like a dead dog pressed against the cold, damp pavement. Not far away, Zhou Xing stood on the rooftop of a restaurant. Seeing Tian Feng so pathetic, Zhou Xing withdrew his indifferent gaze and drifted over like a wisp of smoke. Meanwhile, Feng Chao's body was covered in wounds with flesh exposed. Black and green qi intermingled. His vision blurred, his massive body swayed twice, then crashed into the aberration horde behind him like a collapsing building. Countless dark red eyeball-like figures swarmed in. Just as the last glimpse of daylight was blotted out by the aberrant figures, Feng Chao roared, "Boss, save me." Seeing Feng Chao's plight, Zhou Xing cursed a waste under his breath. The red sword aura on his body faded, and he cancelled the wind step skill. Zhou Xing's figure racing across the ground split into two in an instant, each rushing toward the two in crisis. The moment he cancelled wind step, almost all the aberrations turned in unison to look at him. Faced with two identical human figures appearing suddenly, they didn't think much. They only knew that two more living people were now on the scene. Deep in the street, a substantial portion of the dark red eyeball figures on Feng Chao's body converged into a torrent of aberration, surging madly toward the approaching Zhou Xing. Tian Feng could only vaguely see a figure rushing toward him on his side. The ground on both sides trembled as gray-white legs like tree trunks swept past. Zhou Xing's main body charged into the aberrant torrent like a grain of rice thrown into a rice jar, instantly swallowed. Countless scarlet, saw-toothed mouths simultaneously bit at him from all directions. Zhou Xing showed no sign of panic. His left hand raised steadily, the gun barrel whipping wildly, bullets trailing scarlet light shot out instantly. The aberrant torrent exploded into a bloodlight, hole 10 meters in diameter. Yet even so, more aberrations surged forward, and the bloodlight in the hole was swallowed in an instant. "All of you die." Zhou Xing's roar erupted from within the aberrant torrent. The next second, the entire torrent began to crack, countless red sword auras shooting out. The whole street began to shake. 2 breaths later, the aberrant torrent exploded with hundreds of crescent-shaped sword beams over a dozen meters in diameter bursting out from within. A series of dense system prompts rang in Zhou Xing's mind. Host has killed human aberrant Gui Lu, value 2,346. Host has killed human aberrant Gui Lu, value 2,248. Zhou Xing quickly adapted to the chaotic rhythm of the attack. At the magazine of the submachine gun, a crimson thread had almost coagulated into a strange scab-like substance. The gun itself released a massive gray mist shroud. Countless second-tier humanoid anomalies rushed into the mist only to look around in bewilderment. They began sniffing the air like hounds. But soon gray mist figures crawled out from within the fog. As soon as they appeared, they charged at the humanoid anomalies from the town. The two sides quickly became locked in a brawl. As Zhou Xing walked further, more and more humanoid anomalies were engulfed by the gray mist shroud. The more it devoured, the larger the mist's range seemed to expand. In an instant, every anomaly in sight, including the giant ones, was enveloped by the gray mist shroud. Zhou Xing walked through the mist with indifference, while tremors of battle erupted all around him. The giant anomalies were now being fiercely attacked by hundreds of 8-legged ferocious women condensed from the gray mist. So this is the environmental domain of the black submachine gun. Watching large numbers of humanoid anomalies being torn apart by the figures in the mist. The gray mist, as if alive, swiftly swallowed the black fog that erupted from their destruction. The submachine gun in his hand fluctuated with intense, eerie energy, but overall it steadily grew stronger. Zhou Xing glanced around. 2 gray-skinned giants had been torn by the increasingly solid 8-legged ferocious women into limbless torsos. Though the giant anomalies were third tier, the 8-legged ferocious women were no weaklings. Speaking of which, apart from Zhao Xian, I haven't seen anyone else with an artifact. Can the artifacts exchanged from this system fully unleash their power? How powerful then can those artifacts that require a price become? Do they surpass their owner's strength, or are they limited? Zhou Xing walked through the gray mist, muttering softly with a furrowed brow. This question had been troubling him for a long time. He had never had a chance to verify it. This time he activated the environmental domain on a whim, and it turned out to be surprisingly effective. Feng Chao Street had long been swallowed by the artifacts domain. Perhaps because of his severe injuries and completely drained extraordinary power, Feng Chao was easily influenced by the gray mist environment. The man was now spinning in place within the fog as if trapped in a ghostly maze. Zhou Xing shook his head, then a slit opened in the mist beside him, quickly parting to form a corridor. The corridor swiftly extended behind Feng Chao. The man stiffened and slowly turned. When he saw the corridor, he soon spotted Zhou Xing standing at the other end, looking at him with an indifferent expression. Feng Chao was stunned at first, then wary, and gradually his expression turned to excitement. "Boss!" His eyes reddened, and he opened his arms excitedly, running toward Zhou Xing. Seeing Feng Chao about to hug him, Zhou Xing immediately sidestepped to avoid it. At that moment, behind Zhou Xing in the gray mist, an 8-legged ferocious woman formed and poked her head out of the fog. Her mouth held Tianfeng, who was ragged and unconscious. "Put him down here," Zhou Xing said without turning back, waving his hand. The gesture was as if he were dismissing a little dog. The 8-legged ferocious woman nodded respectfully, then turned and quickly vanished. "Boss, this anomaly actually obeys you." Feng Chao walked over, helped Tianfeng, who was lying on the ground, to his feet, and was stunned by the sight. Zhou Xing said nothing. In the surrounding gray mist, a thin gray thread silently slipped into Feng Chao's eyes. Feng Chao felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and the mist before him became much more transparent, but his face was filled with terror. "I might as well tell you. These are all derivatives of the gun's domain. An artifact can have a domain." Feng Chao snapped back to reality, turning to look at Zhou Xing in shock. "Have you seen other artifacts?" Zhou Xing immediately pressed. Feng Chao thought for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the submachine gun in Zhou Xing's hand. "Boss, I once saw a very strong convoy. In that convoy there was a woman holding a paper umbrella. The essence of an artifact's aura is also eerie energy. At the time I sensed that the umbrella's aura was very close to this gun's. Later we encountered a third-tier anomaly. That woman opened the umbrella and countless sword beams shot out." Feng Chao paused, a puzzled expression crossing his face as he looked at the submachine gun. But its power was nowhere near this gun's that could only unleash half of the artifact's strength. "Why didn't you mention this in the previous meeting?" Zhou Xing's gaze fell on Feng Chao, his tone displeased. Feng Chao's face turned pale. He immediately knelt, while supporting Tianfeng looked up at Zhou Xing and said with a tearful voice, "Boss, you never asked." By the end, Feng Chao's voice trembled. Clearly he knew that angering Zhou Xing was not a wise choice. But he felt wronged. "You never asked, so how was I supposed to know?" Zhou Xing covered his forehead with the back of his left hand, looking utterly exasperated. "I'll let it slide this time. Once we're out, tell me everything you know." After saying this, Zhou Xing turned and vanished into the gray mist. Seeing his boss disappear, Feng Chao was just beginning to feel puzzled when the ground beneath him began to shake. The tremor lasted for about 4 minutes. The gray mist around them, which had only reached knee height, now soared to dozens of times the height of an adult. It had completely become a gray mist domain. There was no wind, no sound. Feng Chao could only hear his own breathing and Tianfeng's. This began to make him feel uneasy. The environment was too oppressive. "Boss, where are you?" Cold sweat dripped down Feng Chao's forehead. He stiffened his face, his gaze alertly sweeping the surroundings. At that moment, the gray mist behind him split open, forming a corridor. Zhou Xing's voice echoed from the surrounding mist, "Now near, now far. Follow the corridor straight ahead. Leave the village first. I need to deal with some matters." Before his voice faded, the gray mist condensed into an off-road vehicle, and its door opened automatically. Feng Chao's eyes lit up, and he looked around at the black mist with gratitude. "Thanks, boss." Supporting Tianfeng, the two quickly got into the car. The vehicle was only a hollow shell, yet it emitted the roar of an engine and sped out along the corridor. Zhou Xing glanced at it, then turned and walked deeper into the town. The gray mist shroud now resembled a stomach sack covered in tentacles. Countless green mists were torn apart and pulled into the shroud like cotton candy, rapidly assimilated. The gray domain at this moment seemed even more complete than during the time of the giant face statue. Zhou Xing saw the rest stop he had entered before in the previous village. The rank of the artifact submachine gun rose visibly, breaking into the top 4,000. But Zhou Xing couldn't be happy. At the center of the town, something formidable seemed to be gestating. The green mist was not only being devoured by the gray mist shroud. Deep in the town, a hollow vortex like a miniature typhoon had formed. Vast amounts of green mist poured into the bottom of the vortex. At its center, a black pillar 1,000 meters tall crackled with black lightning. Black lightning darted across the green mist. Hundreds of thousands of blurry figures condensed from the green mist, facing the pillar, roaring in terror and fury. Clearly a powerful anomaly was being born inside the pillar. Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes, his entire body exuding the sharpness of sword energy. "If you hadn't met me, you might have truly advanced to the 4th tier. But now..." Zhou Xing shook his head, moving like a ghost toward the vortex center. The gray mist shroud followed him, tearing a rift through the green mist and surging in. Appearing to have suffered a severe blow, the green mist could no longer obstruct Zhou Xing. He quickly arrived before the black pillar of light. Within a radius of 50 meters around the pillar, the ground was crawling with black lightning bolts as thick as an adult's arm. Sensing the breath of a living person, the lightning bolts, like slithering snakes, instantly surged toward Zhou Xing by the thousands. In a single breath, the lightning appeared before his face, as if teleporting. Contrary to Zhou Xing's expectations, these lightning bolts did not emit scorching heat as he had imagined. Instead, they exuded a foul stench and an icy chill that rushed toward him. "A welcoming gift," Zhou Xing sneered, but made no move. Behind him, a torrent of gray suddenly burst forth. The gray torrent like a thick wall collided violently with the thousands of black lightning bolts. In Zhou Xing's sight, all the black lightning was devoured by the eerie figures condensed within the gray mist. The black lightning writhed like maggots for a moment before being completely assimilated into gray mist. Zhou Xing squinted, raised his right hand, and pointed casually at the black pillar of light. Go, swallow that thing for me. The Buddha could truly understand Zhou Xing's words. The gray mist surged forward like a flood sweeping ahead. As for the green mist, it had been entirely devoured by the gray mist. By now, apart from the core area, the rest of the town was completely under the control of the gray mist. Standing still, Zhou Xing's indifferent face broke into an unprecedented look of anticipation. He also wanted to see how powerful this third-tier anomaly possessing a domain and fully unleashed could truly be. Of course, he had also made ample preparations. The moment he sensed anything wrong, he would strike instantly. He was now less than 100 meters from the black pillar, a distance that allowed him to launch an attack with the gray mist at any moment. The gray mist had now collided with the black pillar. Countless wisps of gray like a plague spread instantly over the entire pillar. Under Zhou Xing's intense gaze, countless fine cracks appeared on the pillar's surface. These cracks rapidly widened, and crimson eyeballs emerged, glowing with red light. Zhou Xing's eyes narrowed. He sensed a faint, fleeting aura of threat. Pushing off the ground with his right foot, Zhou Xing vanished from his spot. Almost simultaneously, a tiny black figure stood in midair before the black pillar. Zhou Xing's gaze was icy, and his eyes churned with red sword aura like flickering flames. You know how to bide your time? Quite interesting. Before the words faded, Zhou Xing's right arm raised the sword and hundreds of cross slashes shot out from the blade. If viewed from a distance, the sword aura would look like 100 leaves drifting toward a massive tree trunk. Bang! Bang! The terrifying impact sounded as the sword aura carved into the black pillar's surface, gouging out scarlet furrows. Standing on the gray mist, Zhou Xing's coat rustled, as if lashed by a cold wind. Under his icy gaze, the black pillar finally could not hold. Like a building sliced into blocks by a sharp tool, it crashed down to the ground with a thunderous rumble. The surrounding gray mist stirred restlessly. Many condensed figures, including the 8-legged female wraith, and even the gray-skinned giant, stared at the black fragments with greedy howls in their eyes. But without Zhou Xing's consent, they dared not act rashly. The core area was now completely surrounded by gray mist. Even if something tried to escape, it could not. Zhou Xing took 2 steps forward, and losing support, he plummeted rapidly downward. He held a submachine gun, and a bloodhowl, arms crossed over his chest, his face full of indifference. Bang! He slammed heavily onto the ground, the tiles beneath his feet instantly turning to powder, revealing cracked concrete. Zhou Xing surveyed his surroundings. Black chi roiled everywhere. Then he looked ahead where there seemed to be a figure. Without asking or advancing, Zhou Xing raised his left hand and aimed the gun at the figure. Rat-tat-tat. Red threads shot from the muzzle, piercing the figure, and a series of puffs echoed in the silent arena. Seeing the figure unmoved, Zhou Xing's eyes betrayed a hint of confusion. He did not release the trigger. The gunfire continued. After a while, the figure was riddled with holes. Yet another shorter figure appeared. Judging by its outline, it seemed only about 1.5 meters tall, likely a child. But in this cursed place, there could hardly be a real living person. Zhou Xing raised the gun and fed the child a barrage of bullets. Blood blossomed on the child's body, nearly engulfing it. However, he soon sensed it was not very effective. He stopped firing, holstered the gun on his tactical belt, his face still indifferent. The 2 figures stood facing each other in the thick black chi. The scene fell into a brief silence. After a moment, Zhou Xing's face showed a trace of impatience. This anomaly was truly slow. He stuck his left hand into his cargo pants pocket and looked at the opposite figure provocatively. A 4th-tier anomaly, and you still put on airs. To his surprise, the other side responded. Who? Human? Why do you not have fear? A sinister, stammering child's voice came from the figure. Look, let me think. What gives you such courage? After saying that, the figure seemed to move its head, as if examining Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing's lips curled into a cold smile, and he ghosted toward the child. Seeing Zhou Xing act, the child merely stood still. Its ink-black eyes stared fixedly at the long sword in Zhou Xing's hand, resembling a tang blade. You must be relying on that weapon, right? Before you came, another team passed through here, but they were devoured by my mother. Can you unleash its full power? Ha ha. The child mocked. Try me. Zhou Xing appeared beside the child, the tip of his sword wrapped in red sword aura thrusting toward the child's side. The child turned its head to look at Zhou Xing. Its numb, ashen face suddenly contorted. You think I'd fall for your trick? Hee. As the anomaly spoke, its body stirred with black chi, clearly intending to dodge. A light flashed in Zhou Xing's eyes, a good opportunity. His left hand opened, and a storm and lightning quickly coalesced into a miniature hammer the size of a fist. Let me show you what a backup plan is. Zhou Xing murmured, hurling the storm hammer toward the child's head. The supernatural power of wind and thunder slammed into the child's skull. The child felt a brief dizziness, then a burning pain in its abdomen. Before it could look down, a fiery red blade swept upward from the center of its vision. Oh! The child shrieked in agony. Tendrils of black qi flowed from all over its body, trying to repair the damage. Such tenacious vitality. Zhou Xing's eyes flickered, and his left hand opened again, forming another storm hammer in his palm. I refuse to believe this. He hurled the hammer, while continuing to dismember the child with his blade. Thus for the next 16 minutes, Zhou Xing frenziedly dismembered the child. It seemed to exhaust its internal black qi, and the child began absorbing the surrounding black mist. Zhou Xing's heart thrilled. When the black qi dissipated, Zhou Xing saw the child's full form, purple-black with a sooty crown, sparse hair, and green canine teeth in its mouth. The child now staggered devoid of any black qi. Zhou Xing's gaze was cold as he mechanically raised his arms. With the sound of wind and thunder and the fiery red sword aura, the child was completely cleaved into chunks of purple flesh like sweet potatoes. Feeling it was enough, Zhou Xing waved a hand behind him. The sky-covering gray mist behind him instantly erupted with countless anomalous figures and roars. The child's body was swiftly enveloped by the gray mist. Zhou Xing sat on the ground waiting for the gray mist to digest. The mist drifted lazily for half an hour before reviving robustly and rapidly retracting into the gun. Pools of sunlight fell upon the town. Zhou Xing tilted his head back, his eyes filled with a warm, contented expression. At that moment, the system prompt in his mind made him open his eyes instantly, his face brimming with surprise. Exchange Shop 3.0 has been updated. Please check it yourself, host. Crack. The blood roar shattered in his hand, its crimson jade fragments threading together like a serpent coiling around his right wrist. Zhou Xing finally raised his eyes to survey his surroundings. The center of the street had already returned to normal. The green algae and other vegetation had vanished entirely, leaving only clean, gleaming roads. The advertising billboards along the shops had recovered their former colors. Tucking the submachine gun at his waist, Zhou Xing turned his gaze toward the nearest grocery store and approached at a leisurely pace. Through the glass door, he could see the shelves within. The shelves were laden with all manner of snacks: bread, chicken drumsticks, dried blueberries, raisins, and the most common canned fruits. Zhou Xing's Adam's apple bobbed as his hand unconsciously found the door handle and gave it a push. But after 2 pushes, he discovered it would not budge. Looking down, Zhou Xing realized the lock on the door handle had reverted to its pre-apocalypse state. Without hesitation, Zhou Xing grasped the door handle with his left hand and yanked with all his strength. The glass door before him instantly cracked and shattered, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of fragments. Stepping into the shop, Zhou Xing headed straight for those shelves. Wandering through a few aisles, he grabbed some packages, tore them open, and began sampling them one after another. The taste is still the same as before the apocalypse. This Laogan ma pairs perfectly with rice. Zhou Xing wiped his mouth, tucked the Laogan ma into his pocket, and set off toward the edge of town. After a few steps, he suddenly felt he was moving too slowly. Glancing down, he extended his left hand toward his waist. Sensing Zhou Xing's touch, a vast cloud of gray mist enveloped the gun barrel. Zhou Xing became shrouded in the gray mist, resembling a ball of cotton candy. Taking a quick look around, Zhou Xing gazed toward the village entrance. Take me out of the village. Before the words had barely left his lips, he felt the streets blurring backward at tremendous speed. In less than 3 breaths, the surroundings came back into focus, and Zhou Xing found himself already standing at the village entrance. The gray mist then retreated back into the gun at his waist. Zhou Xing patted the gun's surface, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. Raising his head, he surveyed the area and spotted the lighthouse convoy on the highway not far away. His appearance was like a rallying signal. The lead military off-road vehicle commanding the entire convoy sped rapidly toward Zhou Xing. What caught Zhou Xing's eye was that Hong Liang's Mercedes was towing his Fortress RV with a specialized metal chain. Zhou Xing wore an expression of approval. Hong Liang certainly had initiative. Once this supply collection was complete, Zhou Xing intended to reward the fellow generously. In this apocalyptic world, to conserve water, people skipped even the process of rinsing rice before cooking. They could only wash used bowls with soil. Being able to take a bath was virtually indistinguishable from a dream. For someone like Hong Liang, in circumstances where resources were plentiful, Zhou Xing wouldn't mind letting him have some broth as well. The military off-road vehicle slammed on its brakes, stopping on the road beside Zhou Xing. The other vehicles behind formed a long dragon-like procession. Wang Yan stepped down from the car and approached Zhou Xing's side. Behind them, numerous survivors leaned their heads out of the buses, watching the 2 men with tense expressions. Wang Yan glanced at the town, then at Zhou Xing, and said with visible relief, "You've worked hard, brother. Leave the remaining tasks to us." Zhou Xing stepped forward, placed a hand on Wang Yan's shoulder, and leaned close to his ear to speak in a low voice. "Get me plenty of chocolate and canned fruit. Those are my favorites." After saying this, Zhou Xing walked away without so much as a backward glance. Wang Yan's face showed a peculiar expression before he turned toward the convoy and pointed toward the village entrance with his left hand. Seeing Wang Yan's gesture, the convoy immediately erupted in screams and cheers. "Finally, we can enter the village without living in fear. Does that mean we can rest in this town tonight? Damn, you actually dare to dream. With all those supplies in the town, we can finally have a proper meal. Look, Mr. Zhou is coming." Inside the noisy bus, someone spotted Zhou Xing walking along the road and excitedly shouted out. In an instant the entire convoy's buses shook. The survivors all pressed against the windows on Zhou Xing's side. "Mr. Zhou, you are our god. Thank you, O exalted one." And so on. Hearing these unreserved praises, Zhou Xing remained as calm as still water. Of course one does not strike a smiling face. These people were giving him such courtesy. Zhou Xing still raised his hand and waved twice as a response. The fortress RV was parked at the very rear of the convoy. At this moment Hong Liang was dismantling the metal chains. Hearing footsteps behind him, Hong Liang turned around carrying the 2 chains and smiled at the approaching figure. "Greetings, Mr. Zhou. Quite good." Zhou Xing smiled. "The town has been cleared clean. You can follow along. The supplies there haven't expired yet." Seeing the convoy had already entered the town, Zhou Xing glanced casually at the middle-aged man before him and waved his hand. "Hey. Thank you, Mr. Zhou." Hong Liang quickly bowed slightly, then stepped back, turned, and ran toward the Mercedes. Watching Hong Liang depart, Zhou Xing finally entered the fortress RV. Opening the door, Zhou Xing pushed aside the arched doorway beside the single bed in the RV. A camping table, pots and pans, vacuum-packed meats, and other provisions were laid out. Finally, Zhou Xing climbed onto the metal ladder that had popped out from the RV's armored exterior and pressed 4 red buttons around it, like an insect spreading its wings. The dark green vehicle side tent extended in all 4 directions, conspicuously resembling a mobile pavilion. Placing the electric pot on the table, 3 additional tables were set up beside it. Various meats, vegetables, and fruit sodas were placed upon them. Zhou Xing tied on an apron and began to busily prepare. Waves of sizzling meat fragrance and the aroma of various seasonings began drifting outward like some intoxicating poison. On the old man cars and motorcycles trailing the convoy, many people twitched their noses and couldn't resist turning back for a glance. "Mr. Zhou truly knows how to enjoy himself. Who asked them to be an extraordinary being? What you're saying is, among our convoy we haven't seen any extraordinary being whose standard of living can compare to Mr. Zhou's." As they chatted, they accelerated toward the town. Seaweed egg drop soup, pork dumplings, stir-fried pork with green peppers, and a full bowl of rice. Beside the dumplings sat a specially prepared garlic dipping sauce. Zhou Xing picked up his chopsticks, clamped a dumpling, dipped it into the sauce, and placed it in his mouth. The shredded radish and meat fragrance blended with garlic and vinegar exploded across his palate. Not bad. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up, and he continued to savor his meal heartily. Feeling slightly cloying, Zhou Xing once again extended his left hand toward the empty space beside him and picked up a dayao that had been waiting. The yellow liquid poured into his mouth, carrying pineapple fruit aroma mingled with carbonation. Zhou Xing's face wore an expression of pure indulgence as he leaned back against the metal chair. Just as he was about to drift into a light slumber, the ground beneath him suddenly quaked violently, most intensely from the east. Zhou Xing immediately rose to his feet and turned to gaze at the eastern sky. He saw that the sky there had inexplicably turned a dark, bloody red. Just as Zhou Xing stood in shock and suspicion, the dark red sky was torn open by several great fissures. Colossal monuments burst forth from the rifts, radiating sinister blood-red light as they plummeted toward the earth below. The familiar tremors soon echoed again from the unseen ground in the east. What exactly were those things? Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow and turned to walk back into the RV. Zhou Xing walked to the passenger seat, picked up the MP5 and quickly tapped the map icon. The familiar holographic background reappeared, and Zhou Xing gazed upon it. Zhou Xing quickly discovered something new that had appeared on the map. When he finally saw what it was, clearly his whole body went cold. His body froze instantly, his pupils shrinking to the size of needle points, and his hand trembled as the MP5 nearly slipped from his grasp onto the metal floor of the RV. This. Seeing that thing, Zhou Xing found himself tongue-tied, unable to utter a word. At this moment, on the holographic map, within 100 kilometers surrounding the orange-yellow light of the convoy, the originally normal red light dots now appeared dim and lifeless. Even those reaching the bright level of illumination, including the established zones and sparse third-tier anomalies, were no exception. Approximately 80 kilometers to the northeast of the convoy, there was a massive crimson vortex, its color as red as blood, slowly rotating. Countless tiny black lightning flickered in and out within the vortex. Zhou Xing placed his finger on it, preparing to zoom in. However, the moment he made his move, an ice-cold gaze instantly radiated from behind him, as if an eerie pair of eyes in the sky behind him were staring fixedly at Zhou Xing. He instantly felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. This sensation was not an illusion, but a genuine response from his 5 senses. His 6th sense simultaneously screamed a frantic warning. Don't look back! Don't look back! Don't look back! Looking back means certain death. Carefully withdrawing his finger, Zhou Xing still didn't dare move, merely glancing at the windshield with the corner of his eye. This is how people sometimes are. The more curious they become, the more they want to see what they're told not to look at. Zhou Xing clearly fell into this category. As Zhou Xing looked at the car window, glass half was bathed in sunlight, sparkling like waves, while the other half merely provided a blurred reflection. Everything seemed completely normal. Zhou Xing's puzzled gaze drifted from the glass ground toward the sky. But the closer he approached the sky, the more intense his sixth sense's warning became. Zhou Xing could even distinctly sense the surroundings visibly darkening. A cold, emotionless gaze was fixed upon him. Zhou Xing's gaze came to a complete halt just a second before reaching the sky. Curiosity killed the cat. I want to live a few more years. Zhou Xing murmured, his gaze falling back onto the MP5 in his hand. Yet in an instant his entire body seemed as if struck by a freezing spell, standing frozen in place. Beads of cold sweat dripped down from his temples. Without knowing when, a massive eyeball had filled the entire screen of the MP5, emerging from the center of the holographic map. Feeling Zhou Xing's gaze, the eyeball seemed to have instantly found an outlet. The eyeball twisted abruptly, its rectangular pupil fixed on Zhou Xing, emitting a blood-red glow. Zhou Xing felt as though countless soft tissues were being stuffed into his face, eye sockets, and even his brain and body. The sensation resembled continuously cramming jelly, and it was as if they were being stuffed in by the ton. His body quickly underwent changes. His entire skin split open, and even the brain inside his head and the organs and bones on his back began to crack. Amidst waves of crimson light, numerous red eyeballs emerged, turning eerily. These eyeballs, the moment they appeared, began examining their surroundings with curiosity. A heart-wrenching scream echoed through the RV. At this moment, Zhou Xing had been driven mad by the excruciating pain, frantically clawing at his entire body. Blood quickly soaked the entire cockpit of the RV. His clothes were completely torn apart. Every inch of his body, bathed in scarlet bloodlight, was covered with eyeballs emitting a crimson glow. Why did you look at me? I've noticed you. I've noticed you. Wave after wave of terrifying shrieks like demonic sounds, neither like a woman's nor a man's voice. The tone was extremely malicious, tinged with a suppressed excitement. Zhou Xing at this moment felt as if he were inside a kaleidoscope, experiencing a spinning sensation. It was as if countless ghosts drifted past his ears, their manic shrieks and whispers pushing him almost to the breaking point. Damn it. What on earth is this thing, Arg? Zhou Xing clutched his head, his face contorted in agony, screaming frantically and desperately. It seemed as if this would somehow ease his suffering. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. At the breaking point where he felt he was about to explode, Zhou Xing's eyes instantly turned ice cold, utterly ferocious. He hurled the MP5 out the window, grabbed the hell screen from the passenger seat, and turned to charge into the wilderness outside. Zhou Xing decided to go all out. Zhou Xing shot out like a rocket, vanishing into the depths of the wilderness. Not far away, members of the beacon convoy had just hurried to the village entrance. Most of the entire convoy witnessed this scene. Looking at the dust cloud rising on the wilderness, and then at the solitary fortress RV, the originally panicked convoy fell into deathly silence. Wang, Captain, what's wrong with Mr. Zhou? Hong Liang looked at Wang Yun beside him, swallowing hard. Wang Yun squinted his eyes, taking out a cigarette from his pocket with his left hand and a lighter with his right. Staring fixedly in the direction Zhou Xing had departed, then turning to look northeast. Click! The sound of the lighter rang out. After exhaling a puff of smoke, Wang Yun spoke with a grave expression. Brother Zhou is in serious trouble this time. So do we leave now or wait for him? Old man Mo approached from behind, his face deathly pale, his voice trembling slightly, as if having received some severe shock. Hong Liang glanced at Wang Yun, then at old man Mo, then shook his head and walked toward his Mercedes E-Class. Just as he took a step, Wang Yun's voice drifted from behind him. Don't go near the fortress RV. Right now. Something's wrong. The convoy departs immediately. Wang Yun had barely finished his first sentence when, as if receiving some sudden message, he let out a terrified shriek and scrambled toward the off-road vehicle. Damn it. What are you standing there for? Run. Forget about Zhou Xing, something's chasing us. The latter part was said by old man Mo as he ran toward the bus without looking back. Hong Liang's expression shifted, then quickly understood. He turned and headed toward his Mercedes E-Class. This feeling of being chased by something unnatural was all too familiar. This was the proper treatment for a normal convoy. Over 200 people in a wilderness brimming with anomalies. These anomalies knew how to pick their targets. The moment Zhou Xing left, they pounced like starving wolves. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. A distorted voice blared through the convoy. At the front of the convoy, the moment Wang Yun finished speaking, the military off-road vehicle had already charged 200 meters onto the northwest road. Fortunately, these drivers had extremely strong psychological resilience. After a brief moment of stunned silence, they floored the gas pedal. The 5 silver buses tore out, swaying left and right as if their rears were on fire. The black Mercedes E-Class had surged ahead from behind, catching up with the military off-road vehicle. The fiery red off-roader followed close behind. Only Feng Chao, a group of elderly people with motorcycles, and that family's SUV trailed at the end of the convoy. Many survivors gazed at the town, then at the fortress RV, their faces filled with terror and confusion. Deep in the wilderness, on a barren land overgrown with withered grass, flesh and blood soaked the dry vegetation. Zhou Xing ran while bathed in blood, wielding a great axe with both hands, madly slashing at himself. A dark axe shadow swept past, sending large chunks of flesh flying. As the flesh fell to the ground, the eyeballs within let out screeches like a woman's cries, then visibly shriveled in a matter of moments. Yet there was no trace of relief on Zhou Xing's face. On the contrary, his expression grew even darker. He lowered his head and scanned his body, now covered in eyeballs. Those eyeballs multiplied like rapidly breeding tumors. The more he cut, the more there were. Before the blood could even spurt from the wounds, it became nourishment for the swift growth of countless new eyeballs. He could sense distinct changes elsewhere in his body as well. Zhou Xing felt that his bones and flesh were dissolving and transforming into red eyeballs. Inside his skull there was also a sensation of being filled with foreign matter, but it did not increase further. He had attempted to strike his own head several times before, but had forcefully restrained himself each time. Though Zhou Xing's physique was abnormal, he still remained within the bounds of an ordinary human body. It seemed the excessive consumption of body parts was taking its toll. An intense feeling of weakness like a bone-gnawing maggot surged wave after wave from every part of his body. He realized that these eyeballs were consuming his own flesh. Zhou Xing hastily stopped swinging the axe, his pupils trembling violently, a lingering fear rising in his heart. After a moment, he noticed that the eyeball's growth had completely ceased. Only then did his bloodshot, terrified eyes gradually regain a shred of rationality. He tried to take a step, but his lower body had already lost sensation. It was likely gone. After briefly adapting to his current physical state, he found that his upper body could still move, albeit with stiffness in every motion. Zhou Xing slowly closed his eyes and once again attempted to sense the supernatural power within his body. Yet after a long while, no trace of the familiar sword aura emerged from his skin. If not for the enhanced physique of a transcendent still remaining, he might have suspected that the Sword Saint sequence had vanished. Though a bit disappointed, Zhou Xing soon began to think of ways to escape the predicament. Forget it, let's ask the system. After much deliberation, Zhou Xing decided to seek help from his system benefactor. System. He called out inwardly. A blue holographic screen quickly popped up, appearing before Zhou Xing. He glanced around. He noticed that those eyeballs remained unresponsive, each still rotating independently. The eerie sense of watching also seemed not to be directed his way. His golden finger was indeed impressive. Only then did Zhou Xing feel relieved, and he began to manipulate the interface with his mind. Open the exchange shop. Zhou Xing stared at the panel, a hint of hope in his voice. If it could refresh with something that would resolve the immediate crisis, then even if the exchange cost was high, it would be worth it. The shop interface quickly enlarged, revealing 100 wooden grids. Zhou Xing swept his eyes rapidly, searching for anything that could solve the crisis. The first 7 grids still held the same items. The next 3 grids were for hot pot random fruits and daily necessities, refreshing randomly. Zhou Xing frowned slightly. These items were not what he cared about now. He immediately looked to the second row, and his eyes narrowed. In the second row, only 2 wooden grids were unlocked, their borders shimmering with a silver glow. Zhou Xing anxiously looked at the first one, and a look of surprise soon appeared on his face. Because inside the first wooden grid there was only a single golden coin. The coin stood upright, slowly rotating clockwise within the grid space. Both sides of the coin were completely smooth and devoid of any pattern. Zhou Xing suppressed his irritation and looked at the description and exchange price below. Fake coin, support type, artifact, rank 156. Exchange cost 45000 guile points. Toss this coin. The probability of landing on either side is 1/2, though there is also a chance it lands on its edge. Different fates will reveal different information and patterns on the side you see. Evaluation: 9 out of 10 gamblers lose unless you are a lucky one. At the sight of the word artifact, Zhou Xing lost interest, for he was currently unable to activate the supernatural power of either sequence. Whenever Zhou Xing obtained any artifact, he would receive some basic information. Artifacts could only be used by sequence transcendents who infused them with supernatural power. Now this worthless coin with its high price would be no different from an ordinary coin if exchanged. Zhou Xing's gaze immediately shifted to the second wooden grid. Inside the grid space, a vial of injection fluid floated, emitting a green gas. The green liquid inside bubbled, giving it a pus-like appearance. He moved his gaze to the annotation and price box below. Venom item. Exchange cost 100 guile points per vial. Sprinkle it on an enemy's body to burn both soul and flesh. It has strong corrosive properties. Use with caution. Zhou Xing's eyes lit up upon reading the annotation. This should be considered a usable item. Though he didn't know the exact effects, just the price of 100 guile points made him think it might be effective. Without further hesitation, Zhou Xing immediately began to exchange. Before entering the shop, he had glanced at his guile points balance. 516458. That was the amount he had amassed after entering the town. Though it could only buy 50 vials of venom, it was worth a try. A vial of green glowing injection suddenly appeared in Zhou Xing's right hand, resting on top of the bulging eyeballs. His entire right arm bent slightly, the vial pinched between several eyeballs. The needle tip should be very sharp. Gazing at the faint gleam of the needle, Zhou Xing exhaled and then stabbed it into the right side of his lower abdomen. A glint of light flashed, and the needle pierced the right side of his abdomen. An eyeball happened to be right there, and it was stabbed deeply. Poochie. The eyeball trembled, then burst like a rotten tomato, blood spurting out. Zhou Xing felt a slight sting in the muscles of his right lower abdomen. He immediately raised his left hand and struck the bottom of the vial hard. The blow shook the eyeballs on his hand, and the entire green liquid in the vial was instantly injected into his body. Almost in the next second, the countless eyeballs on Zhou Xing's body began to visibly shrivel. Even his mind felt much clearer and brighter. On his hands, dozens of eyeballs withered into dry meat strips, leaving his fingers with only a bit of membrane and bone. The area where he had injected turned a patchy green. Blackened blood vessels and green flesh fell to the ground like watery pus. Yet strangely, Zhou Xing felt no pain. The eyeballs there seemed to stop growing. A fierce gleam in his eyes, another vial of venom appeared on the membranous fingers of his hand. This time his movements were much smoother. He slightly raised his right arm and stabbed the needle fiercely into the outer side of his thigh. Countless rays of rosy clouds stretched across the horizon. Upon the desolate wasteland where green mist rose in swirling vapors, a figure lay motionless. A man reduced to mere skeletal framework of neck membranes utterly devoid of skin. Around him lay fragments of eyeball tissue exuding billowing waves of emerald green vapor. From a bird's eye view, one would certainly conclude this was nothing more than a corpse. Zhou Xing gazed fixedly at the orange-hued sky, utterly still. His exposed eyeballs would rotate and refocus only once every several minutes. His riddled throat slowly constricted. "Jiok." A hoarse gurgling sound escaped his lips, reverberating across the silent wasteland. Zhou Xing had achieved his purpose. Treating poison with poison had indeed proven effective. However, his body now appeared utterly ravaged, deteriorating to the most dire state possible. His lower body had been reduced to merely the tailbone. Both legs had vanished, leaving only shreds of flesh and sinew dangling like tattered cloth upon the green liquid-soaked earth. His chest ribs were fragmented with internal organs emitting poisonous green vapor. At the heart's position, several small apertures could still pump out greenish fluid. Had this been an ordinary transcendent being, death would have been inevitable. Only Zhou Xing, having awakened the dual divine combat sequences with remarkably terrifying physical enhancement, could still cling to this thread of life. Yet the current circumstances appeared far from reassuring. Zhou Xing felt his consciousness growing increasingly dim. His heart and other parts began gradually turning cold. Gritting his teeth, the collision produced a chattering sound. He intended to attempt sensing transcendent power once more. With transcendent power relying on the divine celestial sequence's formidable flesh-repairing properties, he could swiftly regain mobility. However, his living aura had certainly already been perceived by those aberrations. Though alone and not particularly conspicuous, it was hardly negligible. Yet Zhou Xing understood that in his current physical state, any single aberration could claim his life. He refused to leave his fate to chance. A blood moon had somehow silently risen, hanging above the pitch-black wasteland. Zhou Xing shuddered involuntarily, his heart turning to ice. Because from that afternoon until now he had not sensed a trace of transcendent power. Just as despair consumed Zhou Xing barely 100 meters away, footsteps, unhurried and deliberate, rustled against the ground. The sound was faint yet remarkably clear in this quiet, crimson-tinged wasteland. Zhou Xing's eyeballs instantly swiveled. His chest, wrapped only in membrane with countless holes, heaved violently. Were this daytime, Zhou Xing would have believed it was human. How could anyone walk so composedly in this apocalyptic backdrop? If not human, then it could only be an aberration. Having lost his skin and with severe nerve burns, Zhou Xing could only rely on common sense for judgment. As the approaching footsteps grew closer, Zhou Xing's heart began pounding violently. His originally cooling body began rapidly warming again, estimating the distance between them at less than 20 meters. Gritting down his mounting terror, Zhou Xing commenced his final attempt to sense transcendent power. Unbeknownst to him, about a minute had passed. The footsteps halted abruptly at barely 2 meters. At this moment, Zhou Xing felt he had been born into the wrong life, his eyeballs darting sideways. A woman stood there, draped in violet garments with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing black cloth shoes. Through the gaps in her dense hair, Zhou Xing glimpsed the pallid death mask of a face. Holy hell! Could this be any more intense? Zhou Xing's tear ducts had been burned away. He couldn't even cry now, even if he wanted to. The woman fixed her gaze upon the mutilated Zhou Xing, then her footsteps resumed. Her lustrous black hair began undulating like tentacles. As the woman drew near, Zhou Xing's eyeballs stared intently at her, yet his pupils suddenly calmed. Very well, death is death. What difference does it make? In the next life, I'll be a fine man again. As Zhou Xing stared at her, prepared to embrace death, the specter's ashen palm was about to strike his forehead. A faint red glow, thinner than a strand of hair, suddenly materialized upon Zhou Xing's chest. Zhou Xing caught this in his peripheral vision, his pupils dilating instantly. Just then the ashen palm had already obscured Zhou Xing's entire face. The stench of corpse wafted from the palm. The specter's nails turned crimson, becoming razor-sharp blades seeking to pierce Zhou Xing's face. At this critical moment, nearby a submachine gun lying in the bushes suddenly spewed gray mist. Both the woman and Zhou Xing were instantly engulfed within. Within the gray mist, an infant's hand instantly seized the woman's throat. Snap! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Before the woman could slay Zhou Xing, the ghost child struck, first instantly annihilating her. This ghost child's aura showed not the slightest weakening. It remained a fourth-tier aberration. Precisely at this instant. At the edge of the surrounding wilderness, those rigid figures, shadows, and crawling aberrations all retreated. The gray mist swiftly dissipated. Zhou Xing lay upon the ground, yet his exposed eyeballs burst forth with an excited gleam. In that final moment he had attempted sensing, and it truly had saved his life. Now temporarily safe, Zhou Xing began carefully reviewing his state during that crisis. The blood moon swiftly tilted toward the western sky. In the latter part of the night, Zhou Xing's body shuddered violently, then erupted with the sound of wind and thunder. A crimson aura instantly enveloped Zhou Xing, transforming him into a small red figure. Enwrapped within the toxins in Zhou Xing's body were instantly vaporized. Throughout his entire form came sensations alternating between tingling itchiness, excruciating agony, and the feeling of 10,000 needles piercing his flesh. Activating inner vision. His upper body had already begun rapid repair under transcendent power. His heart, ribs, and flesh were all rapidly generating buds of new tissue amid the thunderous sounds. The necrotic flesh and bones with threads of lightning coiling around them instantly vaporized. During these moments, Zhou Xing's body convulsed from the violent healing process. This sensation was frankly more excruciating than dismemberment by 5 horses combined with slow slicing. The tailbone of his lower body began extending. Where his thighs and feet once were illusory, nerve outlines began emerging. Tiny buds of flesh glistened with crimson and milky white luminescence, appearing remarkably translucent and beautiful. Throughout the entire latter night, Zhou Xing endured this inhuman torment, until dawn's first light swiftly suffused the horizon. Zhou Xing's pain ceased entirely. After a warm crimson light finished repairing the final patch of skin on his nasal bridge, it faded away completely. Threads of wind currents and lightning filaments wandered throughout Zhou Xing's entire body. Zhou Xing felt as though he had been rebooted. Standing in place, Zhou Xing twisted his neck, lifted his arms, and both legs. Who could have imagined merely hours ago I was a crippled wretch who had lost both legs? Zhou Xing's expression filled with emotion, then he turned to gaze toward the direction he had come from. As if spanning dozens of kilometers, Zhou Xing caught sight of the RV at the village road entrance. For a moment Zhou Xing stood naked upon the wasteland, stroking his chin as hesitation consumed him. But this hesitation was swiftly replaced by resolve. Damn it, those things over there are no longer retrievable. I absolutely cannot go back there. Recalling that eye upon the MP5, Zhou Xing couldn't help but shudder and shiver. The agonizing and desperate experience. He had no desire whatsoever to endure it again. Since that's how it is, I'll have no choice but to get a new vehicle. Zhou Xing immediately summoned his system. The blue screen popped up and Zhou Xing examined his remaining balance. 216458. Gazing at the number, Zhou Xing's mouth twitched, his heart bleeding. All because of his curiosity, he had actually lost nearly 100,000 demonic slaughter points. This truly feels like a single night has sent me back to the days before liberation. Zhou Xing sighed as he tapped the mall icon, beginning to browse the latest vehicles in version 3.0 he had missed. At first glance into the mall, Zhou Xing's eyes fell immediately on the first compartment. The serial syringe had not been updated. It stood empty, shimmering with a silvery glow. I used to think that possessing 2 divine ascension sequences would make survival in the apocalypse effortless. It seems I truly underestimated these bizarre entities. Zhou Xing murmured softly, his gaze fixed on the first wooden compartment, his teeth clenched. The previous day's experience had served as a clear warning bell for the extinction of human civilization. There was undoubtedly a connection between that blood-colored vortex and those eyeballs. And since the vortex had appeared immediately after the stone monument plummeted into the earth, there must be a causal relationship between them. Ultimately, that blood-red monument was the source of all ill omens. Staying away from the crimson steel from now on was certain. But who could predict whether other terrible entities might emerge from within it? Blindly evading threats was not a sustainable solution. Zhou Xing now believed that updating the serial syringe should become a long-term daily objective. A daily refresh absolutely essential. Whenever a divine ascension sequence appeared, he would redeem and inject it without hesitation. Naturally, this approach would demand a considerable amount of spirit points. I wonder if those rule-bound territories and third-tier anomalies have recovered. Zhou Xing mused, stroking his chin with a flicker of hesitation that quickly dissipated. Although all the red markers on the map had dimmed when the vortex first appeared, the anomalies that emerged last night disproved his assumption that they had perished. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Xing could only shake his head. What was the point of overthinking it now? He would discover everything once he started driving. Since the serial syringe had not refreshed, Zhou Xing turned his attention to the second compartment designated for vehicles. Inside the spatial grid, he beheld a castle. It bore an almost identical appearance to the castles of Western nations before the apocalypse. The structure was entirely darkened with an amber glow emanating from its cylindrical turrets. It appeared exceedingly robust, though he couldn't fathom what material had been used in its construction. Zhou Xing then glanced toward the castle's base, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. The castle lacked any wheel mechanism. Could this thing possibly fly on its own? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhou Xing's gaze shifted downward to the redemption price list and annotation box below. Black Castle forged from anomalous skull material classified as a strange artifact ranked 1046. It requires 2 spirit points to acquire. An essential tool for survival during the apocalypse. Enables flight and conceals the presence of the living. Damn it, this system is really picking on me. At a time like this, still trying to fleece me of spirit points. If I die, you're finished too. His words seemed to have some effect. Immediately after he spoke, the price display began to change. The digit 1 changed to 0. What the hell? Thank you very much, at least you made it a round number. Zhou Xing was simultaneously angered and amused, but soon another thought struck him, and he asked hesitantly. System, can this item refresh? This is way too expensive, eh? A blue dialog box emerged from the wooden compartment labeled for vehicles. Please select refresh options yourself, host. Why yes, no. Zhou Xing reached out his finger, landing on the yes option. Loading historical vehicle data. Loading complete. Once the final message updated, the dialog box vanished. Within the wooden compartment, the original black castle dissolved into a faint image replaced by the familiar fortress RV. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou Xing clicked to redeem. Redemption successful. The system's notification sounded, and beside Zhou Xing in the empty space, an identical RV materialized. Zhou Xing pulled open the heavy armored door and stepped inside. After a quick wash, he spent another 500 spirit points to redeem hot pot ingredients, clothing, water, daily necessities, and random fruit. At the familiar yet strangely alien desk, Zhou Xing's steam enveloped him as he gazed at the self-heating hot pot before him. A complimentary bowl of rice included. Quite a good deal. Picking up the complimentary bamboo chopsticks from the desk, he lifted a slice of lamb and savored it slowly. A look of pure enjoyment soon spread across Zhou Xing's face. In no time, the entire meal was devoured. Zhou Xing couldn't resist sipping the broth a few times. Frankly, he hadn't enjoyed spicy hot pot in ages, and this stuff was incredibly delicious. After a quick rinse at the washroom, Zhou Xing made his way to the driver's seat, where his clothes and 2 artifacts awaited. The submachine gun's barrel had been emitting a faint gray mist throughout his entire routine, from washing up to dining. Zhou Xing remained constantly tense on edge. Meanwhile, the Hell Roar weapon sat on the passenger seat. He donned his black jacket, gray work pants, and finally bent down to lace up his brown tactical boots. He holstered the submachine gun on his tactical belt at the waist. The Hell Roar remained stationed on the passenger seat. Now fully alert and ready, Zhou Xing took his position in the co-pilot seat. Taking a red apple from his pocket, Zhou Xing began eating. Despite the fruit's juiciness and refreshing aroma, his expression remained deeply grudging. A single apple cost 100 spirit points. This system really had the audacity to charge such prices. He turned the key in the ignition and pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring to life almost instantly. Leaning against the car window, Zhou Xing watched the horizon beside him as a familiar sun slowly rose. The vehicle soon merged back onto the national highway. While driving, Zhou Xing's brows furrowed slightly. Without the MP5, he was effectively blind, now able to search for Wang Yun and the others only by heading roughly northwest. If he was unlucky, he might end up wandering alone for months on end. Should the anomalous monument release something from within it, those people would serve as excellent substitutes. Moreover, his supplies were still located in the convoy. What if he arrived half a month late and they assumed he was dead, dividing everything among themselves? That would mean losing everything for nothing. Even though he had hot pot meal packages that came with rice and tasted quite good, eating hot pot every single day would eventually become monotonous. System, open the redemption mall. Zhou Xing winced at the cost, eager to check whether the third wooden compartment had refreshed with new artifacts. The MP5 had proven truly effective. Zhou Xing had also come to understand why he'd faced that airborne crisis. He hadn't made any deliberate observational movements manually, so the enemy couldn't detect him at all. Now that he understood, a chill rose within Zhou Xing. In this apocalypse beyond the blood monument, there were surely other anomalies at play. The methods those things used to kill were likely even more bizarre. Zhou Xing half suspected that merely thinking of someone or speaking their name could invite danger. With a flicker of light in his eyes, the redemption mall materialized before him. Zhou Xing fixed his gaze on the panel, focusing on the third wooden compartment. Inside the compartment space, a new item had appeared. A smartphone whose model was unidentifiable. At that moment, a blue dialog box automatically popped up. Artifact requires 500 spirit points to redeem. Note, possesses all pre-apocalypse functions. Unlimited battery life, ultra-long distance communication with 0 delay. Forget it, it's only 500 spirit points. As long as I can locate the convoy, it's worth it. Gritting his teeth, Zhou Xing reached out and tremblingly tapped the redeem button. A smartphone with an all-metal silver exterior appeared in his idle left hand. Zhou Xing stared at this ordinary-looking device, his heart literally bleeding from the cost. A flash of crimson light from his left hand drilled into the phone's back cover. He pressed the power button and the black screen illuminated, though there was no startup animation. Zhou Xing opened the phone app and spotted a search bar. Drawing on the artifact's knowledge, he entered the recipient's name, Wang Yun. Gazing at the name on screen, he pressed the green call button with his index finger. A communication interface for redemptions appeared shortly after. The call connected quickly. The screen shifted again to display a timer, while the call button below even featured recording capability. Hello. Who is this? After a brief pause, Wang Yun's voice, tinged with suspicion, emerged from the phone's microphone. I am Zhou Xing. Where are you now? Zhou Xing glanced at his phone screen, then looked out at the barren grassland outside the window, speaking with a casual tone. As long as it was a communicator, the anomalous phone could connect to anything. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, the other side seemed to pause noticeably. After a moment, the other side replied to Zhou Xing in a tone laced with hesitation and a hint of caution. You? Are you really Zhou Xing? As genuine as can be. Why should I believe you? Wang Yun's questioning voice came through the microphone. Beep. Before Zhou Xing could react, the call was hung up. Zhou Xing stared at the screen in surprise, then after a second or two, he shook his head with some relief. As the team leader, Wang Yun's actions were perfectly normal. Zhou Xing could understand that. After all, if it were him, he might not have even answered the call. This was the apocalypse now. Suddenly receiving a phone call would be a terrifying thought. Since the other party wouldn't tell him their exact location, he could only explore other functions of the phone. His finger slid across the screen, and soon he found the familiar map app. Zhou Xing squinted at the map icon for a long while before reaching out to tap it. The content inside was similar to that of the MP5. It took Zhou Xing less than 10 seconds to fully master it. Gazing at the familiar blue holographic background along with the red, green, and yellow dots, Zhou Xing narrowed his eyes and began to analyze. About 30 kilometers to his northwest, a convoy of flashing yellow dots was speeding along a straight highway. Within 50 kilometers around the convoy, several anomalies that had reached the Ming level were darting toward it. Besides that, within 100 kilometers, to the south and east, both roughly 70 kilometers away, there were two clusters of green dots. Zhou Xing glanced at them, then turned his gaze to the northeast where the vortex from the MP5 had been. The nearly edge crimson vortex was slowly rotating. This time, Zhou Xing didn't zoom in. After the events of yesterday, he might never again pay attention to newly appeared icons on the map. He merely swept his eyes over it, then averted his gaze as if shocked. Looking at the yellow dot, Zhou Xing reached out and tapped it. A green arrow from his own position immediately extended a ribbon of green light connecting to the moving yellow dot. Zhou Xing flicked his finger upward, and the page returned to the main screen. He swiped twice, found the music note icon, and tapped it. Soon the car was filled with a pre-apocalyptic Western song that also existed in this world. Linkin Park's In the End. The heavy metal beats, the surging melody of the electric guitar, and the hoarse, passionate voice. Zhou Xing drove while following the navigation, bobbing his head to the music. As the song built to its climax, the Fortress RV's speed rocketed to over 280 kilometers per hour. In the pre-apocalyptic days, he would probably have been invited for a chat with the authorities. But now it was the apocalypse. Zhou Xing sped down the empty highway, and no one stepped forward to rebuke him. After nearly 2 hours, Zhou Xing spotted the convoy slowly moving ahead on the road. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It seemed Wang Yun already knew he was coming. He took one last look at the map. The anomalies that had been chasing the lighthouse convoy had begun to disperse, moving toward the other two dots. Zhou Xing exited the map app and switched to a soothing piece of instrumental music. What did the fate of those two convoys have to do with him? This was the apocalypse. Everyone was looking out for themselves. Besides, even if Zhou Xing saved those people, the story of the kind-hearted farmer and the snake was a classic cautionary tale. Some things become classics for a reason. Zhou Xing would not save ingrates, nor did he want to invite trouble. The Fortress RV began to slow, its tires screeching against the asphalt, sending up plumes of smoke. As he approached the convoy, Zhou Xing quickly noticed something was wrong. At the very rear, the old man's scooter and the motorcycle were gone, leaving only a lonely white SUV covered in bloodstains. The Fortress RV continued forward. The 5 once pristine buses were now battered and torn. On both sides, the windows were completely shattered, the metal frames twisted and deformed, curling outward, as if something had forcefully pulled them from the inside. Inside the buses, the seats that had been nearly full now held half as many people. They huddled together like frightened chicks. The surrounding seats were covered in dark red bloodstains and torn clothing. On some seats, strands of white intestines hung limply. Seeing these people clinging to each other, their faces numb, but with terror flickering in their eyes, Zhou Xing felt little surprise. Without him as their pillar, these cannon fodder had quickly fallen victim to an anomaly attack. Just then, the entire convoy began to slow down and finally came to a complete stop on the road. The buses pulled over to the sides of the road. The white SUV, however, drove ahead of the buses and stopped not far from the convoy of transcendence. Zhou Xing leaned against the window, chewing on a freshly exchanged pear, watching the scene. As he observed, he saw a young man step out of Wang Yun's military off-road vehicle. The young man immediately ran toward Zhou Xing. What did Wang Yun say? Before the young man could even stop, Zhou Xing spoke first. Hearing Zhou Xing's words, the young man rubbed the back of his head and smiled. Captain Wang said to call you for a meeting. With that, he turned and ran toward the other transcendence vehicles. After making a full round, the young man stood in front of the buses and shouted with excitement. Mr. Zhou is back. The convoy rests for today. After shouting, the young man ran back to Wang Yun's military off-road vehicle, quickly opened the trunk, and set up a tent on the nearby open ground. In no time, Zhou Xing saw Tianfeng being helped out of the off-road vehicle by a girl. Seeming to notice his gaze, the young man turned and waved at him with a sunny, handsome smile. Zhou Xing nodded in response. To his surprise, when Hong Liang stepped out of the vehicle, he was also injured. Somehow the left side of his body was wrapped in bandages. The bandages were tied in a neat bow. They must have been supplies collected from that town. Beside him was a middle-aged woman who looked about 30 with a beautiful face. The woman looked at Hong Liang with eyes full of tenderness and a trace of tears. Interesting. As Zhou Xing watched them, the woman bowed slightly to him. Seeing her humble posture, Zhou Xing paid it no mind and simply waved his hand. Feng Chao and old man Mo appeared one after another. Both had suffered some injuries as well. This made Zhou Xing curious. What exactly was going on with Wang Yun? Was he seriously injured? After all, in Zhou Xing's view, that guy always found a chance to chat with him. This time, with Zhou Xing returning to the convoy, which had clearly faced a rough night, Wang Yun would likely complain to him. Zhou Xing thought as he pulled open the heavy door. Getting out of the vehicle, Zhou Xing walked toward the tent across the road. By now, many people in the camp had started moving about on the road. Some men and women sat on the asphalt sobbing softly. Others with solemn faces lit fires to cook noodles. The trip to the village had left these people well off. Coupled with last night's anomaly attack, there was now more food than mouths to feed. Children and the elderly, sparse as scattered seedlings, wandered aimlessly on the road. This group had lost their former smiles, now all dead silent. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, his expression unchanging, and pushed aside the cloth curtain to enter the tent. Just exiting the tent, Zhou Xing raised his eyes to look ahead. Before a brown wooden round table, Wang Yun sat at the head position. Except for the first metal chair on the left, which remained empty, Feng Chao and 3 others sat on both sides. Zhou Xing glanced at everyone present. Everyone else besides Wang Yun had sustained some injuries, and they all appeared to be severely wounded. Mo the elder, despite being a shadow lurker, was no exception. The man leaned against his chair, his arm wrapped in bandages. A faint crimson seeped through the wrappings. The others were more or less in similar states. Each person had half their body wrapped like a zongzi. Sliding into the empty spot, Zhou Xing glanced at Wang Yun beside him and casually scratched his ear before speaking in a calm tone. Brother Wang, how did so many survivors, how did so many of them die? Before waiting for Wang Yun's response, he glanced at Feng Chao and Tianfeng. 2 god attainment sequences couldn't even protect a convoy. Zhou Xing finished speaking, leaned back in his chair, and crossed his arms with a composed expression. To be honest, Zhou Xing didn't understand. 2 god attainment combat sequences plus a shadow lurker. How could so many people still die? After leaving that small town, both Tianfeng and Feng Chao were combat-type god attainment sequences. Their recovery speed was certainly not slow. Even if ordinary anomalies approached, there shouldn't have been much of a problem. Those 200-plus expendable pawns would become his sacrificial lambs in the future. With so many dead now, what use was keeping this convoy? Since experiencing yesterday's events, Zhou Xing had become even more indifferent. In this apocalypse, even if no one stepped forward, he would not intervene. Better to live in humiliation than to die with dignity. That feeling of being worse than dead yesterday, he had no desire to experience it again. Relying on the system, he believed he would surely live a comfortable life. If this convoy's final fate was also total annihilation, then he would remain a lone wolf. For a moment, the scene fell into a brief silence. Both Tianfeng and Feng Chao wanted to speak up in their own defense, but Hong Liang and old Mo stopped them with quick reflexes. Zhou Xing's temperament was far from agreeable. If they accidentally provoked Zhou Xing into leaving the convoy, they would suffer greatly again. Old Mo possessed the wisdom of age, while Hong Liang had witnessed Zhou Xing's ruthlessness firsthand. Just as the atmosphere began to feel oppressively quiet, Wang Yun spoke up. Brother Zhou, before you were here, although the convoy had many people, the anomalies didn't dare approach. Right after you left at noon yesterday, not even 10 minutes had passed before I sensed numerous powerful anomalies had set their sights on our convoy. At this point, Wang Yun paused, his face showing a look of reminiscence as he grew solemn. Have you seen those small fish that swim in schools in the ocean? Sardines. Zhou Xing looked at Wang Yun with confusion. Yes, the anomalies were as numerous as sardines, with a black tornado surrounding the entire convoy. 10 third-tier anomalies appeared amidst the anomaly tide. Many people in the convoy were killed by anomalies that surged into the vehicles. If it weren't for Tianfeng and Feng Chao killing a few, you might never have seen me again. Now only 75 ordinary survivors remain in the convoy. 34 men, 41 women. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering. From Wang Yun's brief description, he roughly pictured a scene of despair. A convoy enveloped by a massive black tornado traveling along the highway. Feng Chao and Tianfeng had only just rested briefly and lacked a strong deterrent presence. Old Mo estimated that outside the village he had also overused transcendent powers, causing the convoy's migration to be unable to suppress the dense, living human aura. This attracted a swarm of frenzied anomalies eager to tear flesh from this convoy. Judging from the blood-soaked bandages wrapped around Tian Feng and Feng Chao, they must have fought desperately. Learning about the convoy's experiences during this time, Zhou Xing lost interest. After some thought, Zhou Xing gave Wang Yun a subtle wink. Wang Yun froze momentarily, then nodded. The two had developed a tacit understanding. Zhou Xing's meaning was clear to Wang Yun. He was signaling about the distribution of supplies. Raising his eyes to look at everyone present, Wang Yun gently tapped the table. Old Mo Feng, Chao Hongliang, and Tian Feng immediately looked up at the sound. Confusion filled their faces as they wondered what Wang Yun would say next. Since Zhou Xing has returned, let's discuss the matter of distributing supplies. Wang Yun, observing their bewilderment, said with a relaxed expression. The events of last night had probably driven them nearly insane, causing them to forget even this. Understanding dawned on their faces, and a faint smile appeared on their otherwise rigid expressions. Distributing supplies might be one of the few good pieces of news in this apocalypse. Most of the collected supplies were stored in the undercarriage compartments of the buses, with the 5 buses having swallowed quite a lot of supplies. In the end, the 6 of them were still uneasy and went out together. The 3 passed the military jeep and walked to the 2 buses parked behind the fortress RV. The supplies in the luggage compartments of these 2 buses belonged entirely to the transcendent beings. These supplies had been packed in various wrappings during collection, each with paper tags hanging on them. The tags all bore the names of the respective transcendent beings. This was what Zhou Xing discovered when he turned the key and opened the compartment, rummaging through the supply packages. Zhou Xing and the others stood nearby. Xiao Zhao directed 3 middle-aged men to carefully move the supplies out onto the open ground. In no time, a small mountain of supplies accumulated at the scene. Since everything's labeled, everyone take what's yours, Zhou Xing said, walking slowly to the supply pile. Like sorting through packages, he began examining the supply bags marked with his name. Resembling black garbage bags typically found in alleyway bins from before the apocalypse, Zhou Xing found 5 packages in total. Seeing Zhou Xing carrying 2 supply bags heading toward the fortress RV, the other 5 followed suit. Beside Hong Liang, a middle-aged woman got off the bus to help him collect items. Next to Old Mo stood 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl. The 4 struggled to lift 3 black supply bags onto a bus. Wang Yun was accompanied by the young man Xiao Zhao, and both were selecting Wang Yun's share from the supply pile. Despite his injuries, Tian Feng at least had his sister. Though struggling, the siblings didn't need to ask others for help. For a moment, only Feng Chao remained standing in place, hands gripping his crutches. The man's mouth gaped open, his face showing embarrassment for a moment. Zhou Xing stood not far away, leaning against the windshield of the fortress RV, watching this scene. Shaking his head, Zhou Xing was about to rise and help. After all, the man was his subordinate. But a hint of surprise flickered across Zhou Xing's face. Just then, among the watching survivors not far behind the burly man, a girl with twin tails, disheveled bangs, a face full of grime, and tattered clothes approached the muscular man. Inside the convoy, though the lighting was dim, Zhou Xing could see her trembling body and graceful figure. She would have been the ideal type for men even before the apocalypse. Zhou Xing watched as the girl walked up behind the muscular man, had lowered hands clutching her clothes. Mr. Feng, I can help you. Her voice was so soft it seemed she was speaking to herself, with a slight tremor in her tone. Feng Chao's face lit up with joy, then he turned to look behind him. But upon seeing the girl's pitiful appearance, his expression immediately turned strange, sizing up the girl before him. Can you even lift it? Feng Chao stroked his chin, his tone flat. I can do it. The girl, head bowed, shoulders trembling, walked toward the last 2 supply bags. Zhou Xing watched coldly. How could Zhou Xing not understand the girl's intentions? Most likely, seeing how the woman attached to Hong Liang had instantly distanced herself from them by making a fire, she decided to take a chance herself. Ambitious, but whether she had the capability remained uncertain. Not just Zhou Xing, but many among the survivors watched the girl with terrified gazes. Everyone in the convoy knew something of Feng Chao's past. If she failed to move the supplies, the consequences could be dire. Under the subtle glances of those around her, the woman walked up to a black garbage bag. Her mud-stained palms grabbed the bag, trying to lift it with both hands. But no matter how hard the girl tried, it was like trying to lift a stone, not budging an inch. Zhou Xing could see the woman instantly break out in a cold sweat. Her legs were trembling too. Whether from fear or from not eating and about to faint, it was hard to tell. Zhou Xing shook his head, hands stuffed in his cargo pants pockets, and slowly walked over with his chin raised. Step aside, woman. Zhou Xing stepped forward, cleanly pushing the woman aside with a single motion, then reached for 2 bulging plastic bags. As if carrying 2 bags of chips, Zhou Xing turned to look at the burly man beside him. Let's go. You look terrible. After speaking, he walked toward an off-road vehicle parked behind the military SUV. The girl's hand instantly froze in place, as if struck by a petrification spell, standing there silently. The survivors nearby, seeing this, all shook their heads. No matter how down on their luck a transcendent was, they were still out of reach for ordinary people. That woman had only seized the opportunity when the man himself took the initiative. How many opportunities were there for people like them? Feng Chao was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed struggled to follow. He hadn't expected his boss to come help. It seemed the boss had acknowledged him. Feng Chao thought, rubbing the back of his head with his bandaged right arm, a stiff smile spreading across his rigid face. Seeing that Zhou Xing had already walked far ahead, Feng Chao hurriedly limped after him. But after taking just 2 steps, hesitation flickered across his face. Then without turning back, he said to the girl behind him, "Come with me to move the supplies." His voice was gruff, devoid of any sympathy or pity. Yet the girl's face instantly flushed from pale. "Thank you, Mr. Feng," she said, bowing frantically at the bear-like figure before her, then ran toward Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing walked to the trunk and set the items down on the road at his feet. He saw the girl running over holding a set of keys. Zhou Xing cast a brief glance at her, then turned and walked slowly toward the military SUV ahead. He still had some matters to discuss with Wang Yun. What exactly was this bloody monument? Zhou Xing felt that Wang Yun's transcendental fluctuations had grown stronger. Although Wang Yun was not in a combat sequence, the energy level of transcendental fluctuations could be sensed. That old fox might have already broken through to sequence 2. Otherwise, why would everyone else be wounded while he was unscathed? Of course, it was all speculation. Only by meeting him in person and getting his confirmation would Zhou Xing be certain. When Zhou Xing looked at the girl, she immediately lowered her head, like a student awaiting punishment for a wrong answer. Toward Mr. Zhou, people like them felt both awe and fear. So when she saw Zhou Xing staring, she was terrified of angering him and could only assume the utmost respectful posture. Hearing the footsteps moving away and fading into the distance, the girl lifted her flushed face and nervously began inserting the key into the trunk lock. Feng Chao caught up at that moment. "Now you just put it like this. Hey, right? And put that case of beer on the back seat. There's still space there. Stuff that bag of snacks in." I said, "How can you be so clumsy?" One directed, the other worked. And so under Feng Chao's command, the girl began swiftly and orderly loading the supplies into the trunk. As Zhou Xing approached the military SUV, a smile quickly spread across his face. The Mongolian-style tent at the front of the vehicle had not been taken down. Wang Yun sat outside the tent, where a small folding table held a tea set, 1 teapot, and 3 teacups. 3 folding stools were there with 2 people already seated. Seeing Zhou Xing approach, they both turned to look. Recognizing Zhou Xing, Old Man Mo smiled and glanced at Wang Yun. "See, I told you he'd come looking for you," Old Man Mo said, taking a sip from the steaming teacup in his right hand. Wang Yun, however, looked at Zhou Xing and casually pointed to the stool beside him. "Brother Zhou, come sit down and let's talk slowly." After speaking, Wang Yun picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea into the empty cup, and pushed it to the vacant seat. Zhou Xing looked at the 2 leisurely men, a hint of displeasure on his face. How come the moment he returned to the convoy, these 2 were already enjoying themselves? Feeling like a hired hand, Zhou Xing decided he had to get something out of them. But these 2 really had nothing he could take. He didn't lack supplies. What could he squeeze out of them? Thinking this, Zhou Xing walked to the seat, plopped down, reached for the teacup, and began to drink. After a couple of sips, he smacked his lips and set the cup down on the table. This stuff was a bit bitter, not very tasty. Old Man Mo and Wang Yun exchanged glances, then both shook their heads with a smile. It was only natural for a young man to lack the palate for it. Brother Zhou asked, "Whatever you want. We're close, but I'll tell you everything I know." Wang Yun patted his chest, sipping his tea, and grinned at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing looked up first at Old Man Mo, then at Wang Yun, fiddling with the empty teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. "Brother Wang, have you advanced to sequence 2? Zhou Xing decided to ask directly. As he asked, he kept glancing casually at Old Man Mo, who was drinking tea. The old man beside him didn't seem particularly surprised. Zhou Xing understood in his heart. Wang Yun had indeed advanced to sequence 2. He just didn't know what sequence 2 was called or what abilities it granted. Of course, Zhou Xing wasn't foolish enough to ask outright. In his view, casually inquiring about someone's sequence was an offensive act. Even though they were close friends, Zhou Xing still didn't want to offend him. Just as Zhou Xing was about to ask about other matters, Wang Yun again spoke with his characteristic openness. "Brother Zhou, I treat you like a brother, so don't tell anyone. I'm now a prophet sequence 2 diviner." As he said this, Wang Yun's expression turned serious as he looked at the 2. "The moment I became a diviner, I sensed some faint traces. They are like gossamer, no, even thinner than gossamer. I try to grasp these threads, but I can only vaguely perceive the future trajectories of these filaments. Both people and objects have these threads. Then what do Mo and I look like in your eyes?" Zhou Xing's eyes flickered, a look of interest emerging on his face as he straightened his back. Wang Yun examined the 2, pondered briefly, then said, "Like figures woven from countless translucent white threads." "However, Brother Zhou, you..." Wang Yun suddenly looked puzzled, hesitatingly staring at Zhou Xing, as if he couldn't understand some change in Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing instantly stopped fiddling with the teacup and looked at Wang Yun gravely. "However what? Your threads are growing fewer. Just now while we were talking, another one snapped. What do these threads represent? What will happen to me if they all break?" Zhou Xing stared at Wang Yun, his expression turning somber. "By touching these threads, I can sense the fate trajectory of their owner. How to put it? Only the living have changes and a future." Wang Yun trailed off, not finishing his sentence. The atmosphere instantly grew cold. Though Wang Yun didn't say it explicitly, both Old Man Mo and Zhou Xing understood what he meant. Only the dead have no changes in fate. Was Zhou Xing heading toward death? Zhou Xing expressionless lifted his eyes to Wang Yun beside him and asked calmly, "How many of those thin lines do I have left?" Wang Yun stared at Zhou Xing for a moment, then shook his head. "Not counting the one that just broke, there are 94 left." Zhou Xing slightly lowered his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. If Wang Yun's guess was correct, then in about 3 months, it would be his death. For a moment Zhou Xing felt as if enveloped by the shadow of death. It made his body chill and his heart sink to the depths. After pondering and replaying fragments of memories, Zhou Xing still thought of that blood-colored stone tablet. That blood-colored stone tablet was too eerie. The disparity between the two sides was too vast. Perhaps he had fallen under some powerful curse-like force of twisted rules. It was just that his current level was too low to comprehend. With that thought, Zhou Xing raised his eyes to look at Wang Yun and Old Mo. "You both saw the blood-colored stone tablet yesterday, right?" Zhou Xing stared at them expressionlessly, tapping his left index finger on the table. It seemed like a casual question, but eerily this sentence was like a taboo to the two. Wang Yun's face changed, all color draining from it. Old Mo's action of sipping tea also paused, then he set down the cup and stared grimly at the table before him. Watching the two in silence, Zhou Xing felt puzzled, and then a red glint flashed. "Brother Wang, earlier I... blah blah." Zhou Xing told the two about his encounter with the eyeball, even including that eerie woman. Of course he embellished the story. He did not mention the venom potion. Instead, he changed the solution to one where his strong body regeneration endured the excruciating pain as he gouged out the eyeballs one by one. Hearing Zhou Xing's calm account, the two frowned even deeper. After a brief silence, seeing no one respond, Zhou Xing lost patience. Just as he was about to stand up, Wang Yun's solemn voice came from beside him. "Brother Zhou, in the 3rd month you will experience a crisis. This is just my vague perception. After it passes, the traces linked to you will all disappear." Zhou Xing frowned deeply, then just nodded calmly. Old Mo glanced at Zhou Xing resting a hand on the table and asked in surprise, "Young man, aren't you panicked?" Zhou Xing pushed his chair back, stood up, and looked at Old Mo. "TCH. If I really die, then wouldn't that be a kind of relief?" With that, Zhou Xing turned and walked toward the fortified RV. Old Mo and Wang Yun sat on chairs watching Zhou Xing's tall, thin back as he walked away. Bang! The dull thud of the armored vehicle door closing soon sounded. "Old Mo, how much do you know about that blood-colored stone tablet?" Wang Yun withdrew his gaze and fixed his eyes on the old man opposite. Old Mo shook his head upon hearing this. "Before the apocalypse, what we mostly studied were eerie energies and the fundamental physical fields that constructed eerie forces." At this, a flicker of terror crossed the old man's face. "Once again, when we activated the eerie energy, space rippled. At that time, the sky above the research lab was also blood red. There was no stone tablet, but a giant eyeball several kilometers in diameter appeared. Many people died on the spot, and the theory of constructing the fundamental field of eerie power was stillborn. Live one day at a time." After saying this, Old Mo stood up and walked toward the bus. After walking a dozen meters, he paused without turning back and said, "This world is becoming more and more unfamiliar. Perhaps for Zhou Xing this is not a bad thing." Watching Old Mo also board the bus, Wang Yun leaned back in his chair, looking up at the prosperous starry sky with some confusion in his eyes. He was the captain of the convoy. Zhou Xing was his brother and also the strongest fighter in the convoy. Either of these reasons made Wang Yun unwilling to let Zhou Xing come to harm. But what could he do? He was only sequence 2 now. As for that blood-colored stone tablet, due to his sixth sense, he had never dared to use the supernatural power of the prophet sequence to investigate it. Thinking of Zhou Xing's account, Wang Yun's face turned grim. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it quickly, Wang Yun began to puff away. The rich aroma of nicotine eased his momentary anxiety, and the furrow between his brows relaxed. Wang Yun continued one cigarette after another. His eyes behind the smoke, like a kaleidoscope, began to emit a faint gray glow. Zhou Xing sat on the edge of the single bed with the arched door next to him open. 5 black plastic bags were neatly folded and stacked under the bed. On the metal floor by his feet were some supplies for eating in the coming days. A dozen bottles of Diao, 2 boxes of canned fruit, and a bag of rice. As for cooking, the system's hot pot could be refreshed daily, and rice just needed to be steamed. Moreover, Zhou Xing had checked. The flavor was random each day. When the time came, he could soak some soup base. The taste was incredible. This was only 1/10 of the 5th-generation supply pack. Zhou Xing alone with the system's benefits couldn't finish all the food. But soon Zhou Xing's face darkened. He stuffed all the supplies under the bed and laid down on the single bed. Staring at the white glass chandelier, scenes of the past played like a slideshow in his eyes. From an ordinary person at the start of the apocalypse to a superhuman, feared by all now. It had taken him less than half a month. A dual god-level combat sequence, and even possessing the system daddy. Everything seemed destined by fate. But now, everything he had accumulated in a short time would be like bubbles, each pierced by the invisible needle of death. How unwilling he felt. Zhou Xing sighed, then once again for the 5th time sought help from the system. "System, will I really die in 3 months? The RV was eerily quiet, and there was no response in his consciousness. Yet this silence made the atmosphere inside the RV even more oppressive. "Sigh. Forget it. At worst, I'll go find that blood-colored stone tablet in the last month. Since you won't let me live, I'll tear off a piece of your flesh." A red gleam flashed in Zhou Xing's eyes, and his gaze suddenly turned fierce. Time quickly passed to the middle of the night. Just as Zhou Xing was still pondering without result, and his consciousness was drifting into a light sleep, a child's scream rang through the lighthouse convoy. Zhou Xing's sleepiness vanished instantly. He stood up swiftly and walked toward the door. Reaching the passenger seat, he casually tucked a submachine gun into his tactical belt. At the door, Zhou Xing pulled the door to the right with a swish, and the heavy door slid aside instantly. But just as the door revealed a crack, Zhou Xing sensed the smell of corpse rot, a cold and eerie aura seeping through the gap. A glint of caution flashed in Zhou Xing's eyes, and a red stream of light flashed on his wrist. A long sword resembling a Tang Dynasty blade materialized in Zhou Xing's hand, and the door slowly opened. But outside the door there was no terrifying ghost. Zhou Xing suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look behind. By the dim lights of the camp, Zhou Xing saw a somewhat horrifying scene. On the road at the center of the convoy, hundreds of figures stood rigidly. Among them, many were missing arms or legs, and some even had no heads. Yet they all shared the most striking features: pale white skin, pitch black eyes, clothes hanging like tattered rags, and dark energy swirling around them. Clearly these people had become grotesques. But soon Zhou Xing made a new discovery. As he activated the wind step and walked through the gaps between these figures, he recognized familiar faces on some of the relatively well-preserved pale white faces. Zhou Xing stopped before a small boy. Gazing at the boy's pale, expressionless face, Zhou Xing recalled that day when Old Man Mo was telling a story. Among the group of children who turned to look at him, this boy was one of them. Back then his smile was full of innocence. But now the child had turned into a grotesque. Thinking of how that lively and cheerful person had become a cold, stiff corpse standing before him. Even Zhou Xing cold-blooded as he was felt a stir in his heart. Perhaps it was the brush with death or the countdown to his own demise 3 months away. That Zhou Xing himself might not have noticed. He had begun to sigh and lament. I might one day become one of these figures myself. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Xing quickly rubbed his chin and swept his gaze over these grotesques. Their energy was low, yet they had suddenly appeared within the convoy. This situation was highly abnormal. The remaining survivors in the convoy had been awakened by the woman's scream. But after enduring multiple brushes with death, these ordinary people who had never even killed a chicken before the apocalypse had grown mentally stronger. Among the crowd, a few were the first to react. Realizing that these grotesques were not attacking them, merely standing silently on the road, someone shouted, "Stop yelling. Everyone quiet down. These grotesques don't seem to be attacking us for now." Then another voice, "Idiot. Shut the hell up, or I'll throw you all out to feed them." The first two shouts had little effect. Many women upon hearing this began to wail even louder, as if they were on the verge of death, and finally unleashing their pent-up emotions. The children too intensified their cries. But when someone in the crowd yelled that final threatening remark, the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. The children's cries and women's screams stopped abruptly. Of course, the few elderly in the vehicles had remained quiet all along. After each heavy loss, the convoy would take a head count and pick the best among the mediocre. They always managed to find someone suitable to manage each bus. These people had to be able to command respect, either looking like trouble or being formidable fighters. In any case, they had to be accepted by all. The other buses, though slower to react, soon quieted down under the control of their managers. Curiosity is human nature. Once safe, some passengers near the windows couldn't help but peer outside. "L1. I see L1. No, that can't be him." A young man by the window through the shattered glass spotted a familiar face among the figures standing on the road. He grew agitated. The survivors huddled in corners were startled. Then, like prisoners in a cell, they scrambled to the windows. "Xiao Qian. She. Her head is gone. Dad, is that you?" "I see, Grandma. Grandma. Brother." In an instant, the buses that had quieted down erupted again, even more hysterical than before. After all, in the apocalypse, seeing deceased loved ones again was like twisting a knife in a wound. The transcendents had long been awakened, but had not yet moved. On the bus where Old Man Mo was, the interior remained silent thanks to his presence. Because of Zhou Xing, all ordinary survivors of the lighthouse convoy held the transcendents in great awe. Offending a transcendent meant death. This was almost the survival rule of the convoy. Feng Xiaotianfeng and Hong Liang, who were injured and unable to move easily, rolled down their windows and stared suspiciously at the buses. Wang Yun stared calmly at the stiff grotesques, a hint of despondency in his eyes. Regardless of what Zhou Xing and the others thought, Wang Yun had grown up under the red flag before the apocalypse. He had a soldier's unique sense of protectiveness for the people. But yesterday the convoy he led had lost many lives. Now those people stood there rigid and motionless. Wang Yun's lips tightened, his face full of guilt. The convoy did not immediately flee only because Zhou Xing was present. These low-level grotesques could not cause any trouble. Moreover, within 100 kilometers, the nearest three-tier grotesques were still 15 kilometers away. Perhaps intimidated by Zhou Xing's aura, those creatures showed no sign of approaching the convoy. On the buses, the survivors had cried their eyes red. But none dared to step off the vehicles. Grotesques had become their nightmare. The people outside were once their loved ones. But now they had become grotesques. Earlier a woman claimed she heard her husband calling her from the road. She got off only to have her flesh and blood fly apart in an instant. Flesh and blood floated in midair accompanied by piercing shrieks and chewing sounds. All the brainless had died. Grotesques only kill mercilessly. This was the basic consensus among those still alive. Zhou Xing made a circuit and found that these grotesques seemed to be controlled by a more powerful entity. He had sensed this before when he first encountered the grotesque-faced giant in the service area. Now feeling that familiar control again, Zhou Xing was not particularly surprised. He turned and walked toward the RV. Just as he stepped out of the crowd of grotesques, he instinctively glanced back at the rear of the convoy. There the road was shrouded in thick, dark red. Zhou Xing felt an oppressive weight and was about to look away when his pupils suddenly contracted as he stared intently. In the black-red darkness, a woman had somehow appeared lying on the road. An aura very similar to the blood-red eyeball emanated from her body. Zhou Xing squinted and studied her. She was a woman with long black hair covering her head, her skin pitch black, like ink. Her clothes were already black-red like a plate armor formed from dried blood crusted over her massive body. Her limbs were twisted backward, propping her up like spider legs, grotesque and terrifying. She lay there seemingly part of the dark red darkness. As if sensing she was being watched, the grotesque woman's long hair writhed like black tendrils and lifted upward. A pale, serene woman's face with closed eyes was revealed. A stench of rock coldness and chaos surged forward like a hurricane slamming into Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing, like a small boat on the ocean, swayed back and forth and stumbled several steps. A cold and different gaze locked onto him. Zhou Xing felt the shadow of death enveloping him as if plunged into an ice cave. For a moment, he dared not make any move, only staring warily at that woman. Strong stench of corpses and chilling aura like a tide permeated the entire convoy. For a moment, everyone looked back. The rear of the bus was a patch of black and red. Ordinary survivors could only see 3 meters ahead, so they didn't understand what was happening. But the supernaturals all started their vehicles without hesitation. Flee. From the front of the convoy, the military off-road vehicle broadcasted through an electronic horn. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. The military off-road vehicle hadn't finished shouting before it roared off into the distance. Feng Chao was the second to flee. Inside his vehicle was the same young woman who had been driving the motorhome. The young woman's clothes were slightly disheveled, and the flush on her face quickly faded from fright. The burly man leaned back in the passenger seat, his chest heaving, his stern face somewhat grave. The red off-road vehicle was now driven by Tian Mingming. She chased the motorhome as if her tail was on fire, just like Feng Chao and Tian Feng. At this moment, the vehicle was driven by a middle-aged woman. Her hands trembled slightly, but she gripped the steering wheel tightly. The Mercedes-Benz E caught up with the red off-road vehicle and overtook it on the other side of the zebra crossing. All this happened within just 4 or 5 seconds. The silver bus carrying Old Man Mo, though a second slower to react, had already covered 100 meters. Only the remaining buses stood there in bewilderment, but the drivers were all seasoned. They quickly snapped out of it. The engines of 4 buses roared like 4 giant beasts ready to flee this place. The other passengers huddled together again, like penguins, squeezing tightly, not daring to look out the windows. 3 buses rushed out, leaving only the last one. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Xing's eyes. Better the other die than I. This eerie entity had locked onto him, but if he didn't take a gamble, he might die today. Without further thought, Zhou Xing instantly activated the Gale Step. Although the Gale Step was useless against the eerie being, it still enhanced his own movement speed. In an instant, Zhou Xing retreated backward like a teleport, standing before the fortress RV. His gaze remained fixed on the woman and the surroundings. The woman was lying there, her eyes still closed, as if quietly watching Zhou Xing's performance. Zhou Xing pulled the door with his left hand, the veins on his right hand bulging, his whole body tense. Bang! As the armored door closed, Zhou Xing drove the RV speeding toward the direction where Wang Yun and the others had fled. Half of the thick armor lowered, revealing the transparent glass window. Zhou Xing caught a glimpse of the last remaining bus already beginning to sprint forward. It also saw Zhou Xing's fortress RV behind. Seemingly intending to make Zhou Xing cover the rear, the bus swerved to the middle of the road, trying to force him to be the rear guard. People are selfish, he understood the others' actions. But since they intended to harm him, they should be prepared to be killed in return. As for the others on that bus, right and wrong when facing death become a simple choice. Either Zhou Xing lives and they die, or Zhou Xing dies and they live. With no ties of kinship, Zhou Xing would certainly choose the former. Roar! The fortress RV roared. Tires screeching with smoke like a monster, it slammed violently into the bus ahead. Inside the bus, the driver's face twisted with rage upon seeing this. He had thought Zhou Xing would honk to urge him, but never expected this guy would disregard the lives of everyone on the bus and ram straight into them. How dare he treat human lives like dirt? Though he had heard Zhou Xing had killed before, how could he be so insane? Seeing the fortress RV closing in, the driver's ferocious expression instantly turned to terror. He frantically turned the steering while trying to evade this steel beast hurtling at full speed. But it was too late. The thick armor like a hammer smashed the rear of the bus inward. Through the vehicle ahead, he heard faint screams and curses. Zhou Xing ignored them and began to jerk the steering wheel left and right. As the Fortress RV swerved violently, the bus ahead had its tires bearing unevenly. Like a predator shaking its prey, the Fortress RV finally rammed the bus hard to the roadside, sending it tumbling into the wasteland below the road. Bam! 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 The bus rolled like a barrel twice, its tires spinning in the air. Zhou Xing looked at the rearview mirror. Faint yellow high beams could be seen in the wasteland. He withdrew his gaze, steadied the wheel with his left hand, and gripped the blood-howl blade with his right. After driving about 5 kilometers, Zhou Xing's expression turned strange. At his speed, he should have caught up with Wang Yun and the others, but he hadn't. Could they have taken a different road, eh? Zhou Xing muttered, placing the blood-howl on his lap, and reached for the passenger seat with his right hand. Getting his phone, he quickly unlocked it, swiped to the map icon, and tapped it. When he saw his own location on the map, Zhou Xing's pupils contracted. A green arrow, 80 kilometers to the southwest, a convoy marked in orange was speeding along. Sporadic eerie beings were approaching from all around. At that moment, a crimson figure clung to his rear. Zhou Xing's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. His foot instinctively stomped on the accelerator. The Fortress RV burst forward, speeding away on the silent road. While driving, all 3 sides of armor retracted. This was to allow Zhou Xing to better observe his actual surroundings. Of course, he also kept an eye on the phone map. After all, his being here was definitely the woman's doing. Indeed, she's still coming for me. He glanced at the map again. The blood-red figure was already close behind the green arrow. Like a stubborn plaster, no matter how he tried to shake it off, it wouldn't go away. What did this eerie being want? A sharp light flickered in Zhou Xing's eyes, and his unease grew stronger. The vehicle continued speeding northwest. Under constant flight, Zhou Xing watched the map. The Crimson Monument had appeared at the edge of the map, about to fade out of the 100-kilometer range. Zhou Xing wondered, if the Crimson Monument disappeared, would the woman still chase him? Just as Zhou Xing was about to increase his speed to around 310, the female Eerie behind him finally moved. Zhou Xing was also watching the map. He saw the scarlet figure suddenly vanish. His face changed. He threw down the phone and reached for the pitch-black giant axe on the passenger seat. Almost the instant Zhou Xing touched the axe handle, a cold, damp stench of corpses seeped in through the window beside him. A glance from the corner of his eye made all his hair stand on end. He saw a pale woman's face pressed tightly against the window. Eyes closed, strands of hair writhed like tentacles around her face, covering the entire window. Damn it! Zhou Xing cursed. A gray mist surged from the submachine gun at his waist out the window. On the road outside, 10 tall gray-skinned giants appeared, then started running alongside the vehicle. They extended their massive hands wrapped in a chilling hurricane, reaching for the woman. At that moment, the pale face finally changed. Dense black veins suddenly emerged across the entire face, like writhing earthworms. Her tightly shut eyes also snapped open. Her hollow eyes stared straight at Zhou Xing inside the vehicle. A voice tinged with both malice and excitement came through the window. "I'm so hungry. Can you fill my stomach?" The woman spoke, her mouth splitting open to reveal a crimson, elongated tongue and rows of serrated zipper-like fangs. Zhou Xing's gaze sharpened, yet he did not stop the vehicle to fight. If he stopped now, he knew not what horrors might unfold. This car must never halt. Even if he had to stop, it would only be after the crimson vortex vanished from the phone map. Thus Zhou Xing drove on warily, eyeing the woman through his peripheral vision. Seeing that Zhou Xing did not lower the window, the woman's face wreathed in black miasma, coalesced tendrils of mist. Those tendrils began to touch the glass. Under Zhou Xing's astonished gaze, the dense tentacles contacted the window, merging into it like droplets of water into the surface. The glass underwent a visible transformation. What was once transparent turned pitch black, bubbling like boiling water. What kind of ability is this? Zhou Xing murmured, staring at the window. The gray mist of the gun surged forth again, rushing toward the glass, coating it in a layer of hazy gray. But within 5 minutes, the gray mist began to darken, and the window soon became a pitch-black void. More eerily, the black energy seemed to trace the source, preparing to invade the gun itself. Zhou Xing gritted his teeth, and with a single motion, the gray mist severed the connection. The black mist, now without its anchor, drifted aimlessly within the cabin. The entire campervan's roof was coated in a layer of black mist, pressing lower and lower. An intense, chilling cold flooded the interior like a tide. Even though Zhou Xing had become a transcendent, this eerie cold turned his skin pale. He glanced at the map. Less than a kilometer remained. In less than 4 minutes, he would completely escape the range of the crimson vortex sensed by the phone map. Just as Zhou Xing struggled to endure, the black mist on the side window stirred. A pale, deathly hand slowly reached in, grasping for Zhou Xing's head. The pallid palm, with its black nails visibly lengthened and curved into scythe-like claws. This was only the beginning. Just as Zhou Xing prepared to act, raising his axe to strike the arm, a disheveled head also thrust through the window. Zhou Xing's scalp tightened instantly, yet he felt a surge of excitement. This eerie being's reaction suggested it might be anxious. Perhaps his earlier speculation was correct. But now the entity clearly intended to prevent him from continuing. What to do? Zhou Xing's mind raced, and then in the next second his eyes lit up. He discarded the axe, opening his palm to reveal a syringe filled with a green luminescent venom. Zhou Xing twisted his head, gripping the syringe tightly, and stabbed it toward the hand reaching for his head. "Since you won't let me go, I won't make it easy for you either." Zhou Xing's voice was low, his face twisted with ferocity, and the sharp needle pierced the pale arm. Puffed. The sound of high-pressure liquid injection, the entire syringe was emptied in a blink. The woman's hand was not slow. The moment Zhou Xing injected the venom, her sharp claws had already locked onto his right hand. Like blades piercing cheese, the pitch-black nails drove through the back of Zhou Xing's hand. 5 crimson holes leaked black energy and bright red blood staining the metal splint. A frigid aura seeped through the wound into his palm, extending up his right arm. Zhou Xing felt his right arm stiffen, gradually losing sensation. What's going on? Is the dosage too small? After waiting 2 seconds and seeing the woman oddly excited, Zhou Xing's heart tightened with anxiety. He had used this venom syringe before. The blood-red eyeball, so sinister, had its proliferation halted by it. Why would it be ineffective here? Disappointment washed over Zhou Xing. Because his right hand was caught and numb, the wall of the gun condensed a gray child. This child reached out and grasped the massive axe. Such a fragrant living person, such delicious blood, woo-woo. The woman's excited voice rang out, oscillating between near and far. Zhou Xing glimpsed the woman's face, shrouded in black mist, her dense tendril-like hair already coiling toward his head. A stench-laden cold wind rushed at him. Zhou Xing dared not wait for the venom to take effect. The child gripped the massive axe, its blade flickering with a faint black light, and swung the handle at the incoming hair. A flash of black light, large swaths of hair instantly stiffened and fell onto Zhou Xing's shoulders. Though the severed black hair possessed aura weaker than even low-tier anomalies, Zhou Xing's heart still clenched. A sound of wind and thunder erupted from his body. Before the black hair could land on his shoulders, strands of green wind and purple lightning coalesced and struck. Sizzle. Large patches of black hair turned to gray ash, rustling down onto the splint by Zhou Xing's feet. The woman twisted her neck, her face veiled in black mist, gazing at the massive axe, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing the axe's effectiveness, Zhou Xing prepared to deliver another blow to the woman's head. To be honest, Zhou Xing had rarely used this axe. So this top-ranked artifact was indeed formidable. If it were the Blood Roar blade, it would be like cutting through steel wire. Another black flash flickered through the cabin. The axe blade descended, cleaving into the woman's neck beneath her disheveled hair. Her head was pressed down a notch. But Zhou Xing's eyes widened in an instant. The expected decapitation or blood spray did not occur. Zhou Xing's heart sank. He sensed something amiss. He had just praised the axe, but now it seemed better suited for chopping wood. The gray mist child strained to lift the massive axe, preparing to withdraw. The woman, apparently enraged by Zhou Xing, lunged directly at him. The short hair instantly regenerated, its tips sharp as black needles, stabbing towards Zhou Xing. "Fuck your mother." Sensing death's approach, Zhou Xing cursed, a red light flashing on his wrist. The Blood Roar blade appeared, held horizontally before Zhou Xing as the gray child wielded the sword. A crimson sword aura struck the woman's pitch-black face. But it was utterly useless. The woman broke through effortlessly as if the sword aura were mere spectacle. Zhou Xing's peripheral vision remained fixed on the phone screen. Now the crimson vortex icon had almost completely vanished from the map. Yet the woman's face was already lunging at him. Zhou Xing gritted his teeth, a wild glint flashing in his eyes. A streak of crimson sword aura grazed his right shoulder, severing his right arm. Freed from the grip, Zhou Xing floored the accelerator, then launched himself backward in a swift retreat. As his back was about to crash into the passenger door, he spun around in an instant, yanking the door open. His entire body became a blur, standing on the road, then sprinting at breakneck speed. Like a humanoid train, he hurtled into the distance. While fleeing for his life, he glanced back. The fortress camper van, churned with black mist, swayed twice and crashed into the wasteland beside the road, completely overturning. From the black misted window, a towering woman crawled out, swiftly giving chase. In the blink of an eye, she was less than 50 meters away. Zhou Xing averted his gaze, running with all his might. He glimpsed the phone map. The crimson vortex had vanished entirely, but the woman behind him seemed determined to pursue him to the death. Zhou Xing dared not look back now. The entity had already closed in, hanging less than 10 meters behind. "Damn it, I'll fight you to the death." A fierce expression crossed Zhou Xing's face. Gray mist erupted and surged, manifesting numerous gray-skinned giants and black children. Like a tide of anomalies, they flooded toward the woman behind him. "Even if it only buys me a second or two, it's worth it." After releasing the gun's essence, it lost its luster and much of its eerie coldness. Bang, 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 bang. The spine-chilling sounds of impact echoed on the road behind. Zhou Xing's heart shuddered. Hundreds of fourth-tier anomalies were all sacrificed like firecrackers. A dense stench of decay and an icy chill again appeared at his back, nearly touching his nape. Sensing he still had strength to fight, Zhou Xing abruptly halted, holding the crimson blade before him with his left hand. Boom! An explosion of air burst from the longsword. A fierce stench-laden wind rushed in. Zhou Xing's vision blurred. Struck by a heavy blow, he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the road behind him. The smooth road instantly gouged a trench over a meter long. Debris sprayed like shrapnel across the pavement and wasteland. In the deep crater, dust billowed as Zhou Xing, leaning on the crimson sword, staggered to his feet. As he rose, his vision nearly went dark several times. Uft, uft, uft. Just as he stood upright, Zhou Xing lurched forward, spitting out a mouthful of black blood mixed with flesh, splattering the dirt by his feet. Let death come if it must. A trace of relief curled at the corners of his bloodied lips. He waited, but there was no movement. Suspiciously, Zhou Xing crawled out of the deep crater. Blurred vision shifted, scanning the street ahead, and he saw the woman standing 5 meters away. Her face, once wreathed in black mist, had returned to its original serene appearance. The woman's face, with hollow black eyes, stared straight at Zhou Xing. Seeing that she made no move, Zhou Xing's gaze flickered, and he began to retreat. He kept backing away until she became a black dot and vanished over the horizon 2 kilometers later. The woman never reappeared. Zhou Xing's muscles ached as if pricked by needles. Thump! He slumped onto the road, his face utterly calm. He surveyed his surroundings. The sun was bright, the figures stood in the wasteland watching him. When Zhou Xing looked at them, whether crawling or standing, they quickly scattered. Only when he was certain that nothing, not even anomalies, remained around did Zhou Xing begin to sit cross-legged, assuming a meditative posture to regulate his breathing. Strands of crimson sword aura, streams of green wind, and clusters of purple lightning rapidly enveloped his body. His shattered internal organs and severed right arm began to sprout translucent crystal-like flesh buds. The chaotic transcendent energy and breathing gradually steadied, becoming deep and vigorous. The sun hung high, the sky a vast expanse of azure. A straight asphalt road cut through the desolate wilderness. Zhou Xing sat cross-legged on the road, his transcendent power retracted beneath his skin. His body tremored slightly as his eyes slowly opened. A flash of red sword aura and the green, purple, and cyan light of wind and thunder flickered in his eyes before vanishing. Glancing down, Zhou Xing shook his head helplessly. His clothes were already torn to shreds. Every battle really does ruin my clothes, Zhou Xing muttered with a wry smile. He pushed himself up with his left arm and rose swiftly to his feet. Staring at the road he had come from, a trace of reluctance flickered across Zhou Xing's face. His supplies and the RV worth 1 Guelu points were still abandoned in the wasteland. To simply leave them behind, honestly, he couldn't bear it. Yet another voice echoed in his mind. Zhou Xing, if you go back now, you'll only be walking to your death. After only a brief hesitation, Zhou Xing regained his usual composure, turned around, and continued walking along the road ahead. System, I need to exchange for some items. Zhou Xing murmured inwardly as he walked. A blue holographic panel materialized in the center of his vision. He had been fleeing and then healing earlier, so there had been no time to check his Guelu points. Now glancing at the panel, his eyes casually swept just above the shop icon. 254397. Zhou Xing murmured the number softly, his face betraying no emotion. He reached out and tapped the shop icon. The icon expanded and faded, and the interface transformed into the shop screen. A set of clothes, a fortress RV, and a hot pot set. Required Guelu points, 100200. Exchanging. Exchange successful. With the system's chime echoing in his mind, a brand new RV materialized on the empty road beside Zhou Xing. Gazing at the silver heavy armor, Zhou Xing curled his lips and walked over. Pulling open the door, he spent another 100 Guelu points to exchange for daily use water. The hot pot and clothes were already placed on the office desk. After a simple hot shower, Zhou Xing changed into a new windbreaker and cargo pants. A green wind streamed through his hair, drying it instantly. In less than 15 minutes, the hot pot was ready, steaming with aromatic spices. Zhou Xing took a pair of chopsticks, filled a bowl to the brim with steaming rice, and began eating the hot pot while wolfing down the rice. After a swift, ravenous feast, Zhou Xing washed the dishes. 5 minutes later, when he was done, he opened the shop again to exchange for assorted fruits. Watermelon today. Seeing the 2 watermelon icons, Zhou Xing was momentarily stunned, then ecstatic. He immediately sat in the driver's seat, fetched a metal plate from the utensil cabinet. He placed 1 watermelon on the plate. A green wind blade sliced through, and the watermelon became perfectly uniform small cubes. The fragrance of fresh grass and sweetness filled the cabin, making Zhou Xing's eyes light up. Carefully picking up a piece to taste, Zhou Xing's face showed pure enjoyment. If this apocalypse could be live-streamed, Zhou Xing might well be chased by an angry mob. Hot pot and watermelon. Unheard of indulgence. The window slowly rolled down. Zhou Xing checked the surroundings again and opened his phone map. Finding no danger, he leaned back in the seat, reaching for another piece of watermelon to continue his enjoyment. His movements froze, and he turned his head to look at the sky outside the window. The sky was azure, the sun warm. The wasteland on both sides of the road was utterly silent, everything peaceful. No. Zhou Xing's gaze sharpened. He instantly looked up at a spot in the air above him where a black dot was plummeting toward him. His skin didn't crawl, nor did he sense any eerie presence. For a moment, Zhou Xing frowned, his hand already reaching for the submachine gun on the passenger seat. The black dot rapidly enlarged, finally landing on the road beside the window. Zhou Xing half turned his peripheral vision, warily eyeing the road. A pitch-black envelope-like object lay there. After a moment, seeing that it made no move, he hesitated. Then he turned the key. The engine roared into the silent road. The Fortress RV shot forward into the distance, as if its tail was on fire. Throughout this, Zhou Xing kept his eyes on the rearview mirror. Seeing that the envelope-like object still hadn't changed, his vigilance only grew. This was the apocalypse of the strange and eerie. Never touch anything unfamiliar. He recalled how he had survived the first time only by relying on a venom syringe and raw endurance. Last night, the second time being chased by that woman, had been a sheer test of will and luck. More bizarre things would surely come his way. Zhou Xing didn't believe he could survive on willpower alone, nor would Lady Luck always favor him. To simply drift through this apocalypse carefree and alive was the greatest luxury a common man could hope for. Curiosity killed the cat. That might become one of Zhou Xing's future survival rules. He opened the music app on his phone, searched for pre-apocalyptic instrumental music, and a soothing melody filled the vehicle. Zhou Xing hummed along, his left hand on the steering wheel. The sun soon slanted westward. The RV traveled along the dusky road, casting a long shadow. Zhou Xing glanced at his phone and opened the map app. After searching for a while, he finally spotted an orange dot in the southeastern corner. The lighthouse convoy had appeared. Brother Wang's profit sequence is really impressive, he muttered, watching the lighthouse convoy visibly accelerate toward him. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, his expression indifferent as he looked toward the northeast. About 5 kilometers from the national highway to his right, a cluster of green dots was also approaching. He tapped on that cluster. A palm-sized information note popped up right below the dot. Convoy happiness convoy. Male 19. Female 21. Effective vehicles 7. Convoy rating a pitiful bunch surviving in the wasteland. Maybe some of these people fled from the direction of the capital. They might know something. I'll wait for them. Zhou Xing rubbed his chin, his cold gaze fixed on the green dot. For the next while, Zhou Xing leaned back in the ergonomic chair, squinting at the fiery red sky in the west. He had already checked the surroundings. No danger. I'll let me take a quick nap for half an hour. Zhou Xing yawned, fatigue evident on his face. He had been so exhausted lately. Gradually his consciousness grew hazy. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he vaguely opened his eyes, the horizon before him was already dim. Zhou Xing leaned forward, his finger pressing a yellow button on the right side of the steering wheel. The dim interior was instantly bathed in a warm orange glow. He squinted, instinctively looking around. His gaze soon locked onto the passenger seat. The laziness on his face vanished, replaced by alertness. His cold eyes glowed with a red light as he stared at a black envelope. Since it was determined to stick to him, he might as well see what it was. With that thought, Zhou Xing reached for the envelope. A minute later, the black envelope's wrapper was tossed onto the passenger seat. Zhou Xing held a yellow sheet of paper, his eyes scanning the neat handwriting, reading it line by line. Summoner Hua Yi Organization, Dark Knight Operation City Plan. Receiving my letter means you are a sequence extraordinary. Humanity is on the brink of extinction, and I believe we should unite. Mere slogans will not suffice, of course. In a week we will establish a base outside Lawn City. I hope you all can come. Seizing the city, we will use it as a foothold to expand outward. The flame of humanity shall never be extinguished. Sent on 2027-07-14. Note this envelope is a token, do not discard it. TCH. Zhou Xing sneered, his left hand gripping the paper, intending to crumple it into a ball and toss it out along with the envelope. But as soon as he grasped the paper, Zhou Xing loosened his grip. He glanced at the paper, a contemplative expression crossing his brow. He wondered if this Dark Knight organization could see through the situation Wang Yun had described. This letter was certainly not sent to him alone. Many would come. With a crowd, there might be many extraordinary individuals with unique abilities. He might not necessarily go to help, but he could go to gather information, perhaps even find a way to prolong his life. He was still young, not yet 20, in the prime of his carefree years. With this thought, Zhou Xing folded the paper along its creases and placed it back into the envelope. He then carefully tucked it into his pocket. After a moment's thought, Zhou Xing got up and walked to the passenger seat, grabbed his phone, and stepped out of the RV. The high beams were already on, illuminating the area. Zhou Xing stood at the boundary between light and shadow, facing the dark wilderness. He took one last look at the map, noticing that the green dot was already very close. Zhou Xing loosened his grip on the phone. With a clatter, the phone fell to the ground. The screen cracked, emitting a faint glow. Zhou Xing looked down at the phone, shook his head, and lifted his foot. "Ah, what a pity," Zhou Xing said as his boot came down, shattering the phone screen into fragments and splitting the body into 3 pieces. 2 more sounds of air being cut followed. Zhou Xing lifted his foot and stamped on the broken phone pieces, sending them flying like shrapnel toward the wilderness not far from the road. To eliminate any potential threat, Zhou Xing decided to destroy the phone artifact. He was reducing all uncertain factors. The eerie woman and the blood-red eyeball both came from the bloody monument. Zhou Xing was unsure how the other party had locked onto him. He had to slowly filter through possibilities. Without the phone artifact, he could no longer listen to music or use the map, but it was far better than losing his life. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze from the wilderness and turned to walk back to the RV. After taking a few steps he stopped and turned to look at the horizon on the right, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next second several headlights lit up on the dark horizon. Seeing they were still some distance away, Zhou Xing entered the RV and grabbed a cup of boiled water that had cooled. Standing on the road, Zhou Xing unscrewed the lid, tilted his head back, and took a sip. The sweet, clear water slid down his throat, soothing his dry lips. The headlights and engine sounds grew clearer and louder from the road ahead, until the screech of brakes sounded one after another. Zhou Xing remained nonchalant, standing in place, sipping water. The leading vehicle was a modified off-roader. Its surface was almost entirely covered with sharp, barbed wire, and the tire treads had disappeared. Behind it was another modified off-roader, but without barbed wire. Instead, it was painted with many cartoon girls. This gave the vehicle a distinctly anime style. Following the two off-roaders was a black sedan. Zhou Xing examined it closely. It was a Brabus. The owner of this car must have been quite wealthy before the apocalypse. Behind them were two buses, an electric tricycle, and a tiny car that looked like a chopped fish head trailing at the end of the convoy. One person got out from each of the first two vehicles and the last bus. The person from the first vehicle was a middle-aged woman who looked about 30. She was plain the kind of face that would be lost in a crowd. From the cartoon off-roader stepped a young woman around 20. She was pretty, wearing jeans and a white blouse. Her hair was tied up in a bun, giving her a very capable appearance. She exuded the vibe of a cold goddess. The man who got off the bus was as burly as Feng Chao, almost like a twin brother. Among the three, only the burly man responded to him, grinning foolishly. Zhou Xing was baffled. Why was this big idiot smiling at him? He couldn't help but touch his own face, but found nothing unusual. The three did not approach Zhou Xing. Instead, they stopped about 100 meters away on the road and began to talk among themselves. Zhou Xing stood with one hand holding the cup, the other in his pocket, his expression calm. After about 5 minutes, the three finished their discussion and walked toward Zhou Xing. The burly man and the young woman flanked the middle-aged woman who walked in the middle. Zhou Xing looked at the middle-aged woman, shook his water cup, and spoke as if making casual small talk. "Do you have any water? I'd like a drink," Zhou Xing asked, catching the three off guard. The middle-aged woman was the first to react, a smile spreading across her face as she stepped forward, stopping 5 meters away to size him up. This young man was handsome with a hint of ruthlessness in his brow. Having spent years in the marriage market, she could tell at a glance that Zhou Xing was not a bad person. Cold-blooded perhaps, but not inherently evil. He had a sharp mind. And looking at this RV, this young man certainly had some skills. She had always felt something was missing in her convoy, and now seeing Zhou Xing she knew it was Zhou Xing. After a full minute, the middle-aged woman grew more and more fond of him. "Young man, it's not safe to be alone. Join my convoy," she said, turning and pointing toward the bus in the distance, smiling at Zhou Xing. "If you join, there are pretty girls and supplies. Everything you need." Before Zhou Xing could respond, the burly man stepped up beside him, grinning foolishly. "Haha." The burly man looked at Zhou Xing with a simple, silly smile. "What are you doing?" Sensing no malice from the man, and recalling his earlier foolish demeanor, Zhou Xing was merely startled and did not act. One does not strike a smiling face. The middle-aged woman and the young woman covered their faces as if saying they hadn't seen anything. "Zhuzi, come back quickly." The middle-aged woman waved at the burly man, calling him. But the next second the man suddenly hugged Zhou Xing, looking at the woman and the young girl with a simple, foolish expression. "This little brother is so light." Zhou Xing's face darkened, but thinking the man was simple-minded, he let it go. "Hey, could you put me down first?" Zhou Xing looked at the man, hands spread, exasperated. The man smiled and set Zhou Xing down on the road. Then he extended his hand, scratching the back of his head with the other, looking foolish. "My name is Zhao Liju, Sequence Stone Man. I usually protect everyone and gather supplies." Seeing such simple-mindedness, Zhou Xing surprisingly extended his hand, a slight smile on his lips, and said casually, "Sharpshooter Sequence, Zhou Xing, a lone wolf." As the two shook hands, the middle-aged woman and the young girl exchanged a glance and walked over. When they approached, illuminated by the RV's lights, they noticed Zhou Xing was dressed very cleanly and even smelled of shower gel. The woman and the girl exchanged a look of astonishment. "Aren't you two going to introduce yourselves?" "Hey," Zhou Xing, in a good mood, asked with a smile, looking at the dazed woman and girl. They snapped back to reality. The woman reached out a hand to Zhou Xing, then quickly pulled it back, wiping it on her clothes twice. Feeling it was clean enough, she finally extended her hand. "Li Tan Prophet Sequence 2, Convoy Leader. Yang Zishi Sword Immortal Sequence 2. The woman stepped back and the young girl stepped forward, extending her fair hand. Zhou Xing shook it naturally with the same firmness he had shown the others, not treating her differently because of her beauty. It was rare to meet a group of genuinely pure people. Zhou Xing was in a good mood. He brought out a desk from the RV and grabbed a kettle of boiled water. Zhou Xing sat down first, gesturing for the three to take a seat. "Aunt Li, do you have any tea? I'm a bit short on supplies lately." He looked at the middle-aged woman across from him. "Of course. How could I not? Zhuzi, go get the tea from my car." The middle-aged woman smiled warmly, patting the burly man's shoulder. "Okay." The man responded in a deep voice, stood up, and walked toward the leading modified off-roader. "You're so strong, how can you be short on supplies?" The young girl rested her chin on her hand, looking curiously at the man before her. Zhou Xing glanced at her, seeing the naive gaze of a college student, and shook his head. It's like this. Zhou Xing recounted his encounter with the eerie woman of unknown rank, sparing no details, telling the two before him. He did this partly to test their reactions. As he spoke, Zhou Xing was remarkably calm, as if the events had happened to someone else. But to the two listeners, it was a situation of certain death. Just hearing the account made them feel the terror of that woman. This man had survived such an ordeal, his strength must far exceed that of a fourth-rank anomaly. Realizing this, Li Tan looked at Zhou Xing, her eyes narrowing with even greater fondness. Her gaze was that of a mother-in-law eyeing a satisfactory son-in-law. Zhou Xing noticed, but his expression remained neutral. Having lived 2 lives, his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. His cold-bloodedness was reserved for those who thought themselves clever fools. These people were pure, and he would cherish this time, even if it lasted only a day. In truth, Zhou Xing might not have acted this way before. If that big man had hugged him like that earlier, the old Zhou Xing would have attacked instantly. The middle-aged man who refueled his car and the female internet celebrity who had spoken out of turn, they might have been innocent, but for the Zhou Xing of that time, it was perfectly normal. Perhaps after experiencing 2 brushes with death crawling back from the edge, he had become even more indifferent to life, yet at the same time, he had brought back a certain respect for it. It sounds contradictory, but humans are beings of contradictions. Of course, judging people by their actions remained Zhou Xing's basic principle. Zhou Xing stroked his chin, his eyes shifting. Wang Yun and the others would arrive here by noon tomorrow, and then they would head to Lan City to search for information about the bloody monument. What are you thinking about, Brother Zhou? A muffled voice came from his right ear. Zhou Xing turned his head only to see a burly man sitting down holding a red wine glass as he began to brew tea. Zhuzi, you didn't grab the teacup, you grabbed the wine glass. Li Tan stroked his temple, his face dark with frustration. It's fine, Aunt Li. Brother Zhuzi didn't do it on purpose. The girl covered her mouth with a light laugh, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she looked at the burly man. Zhou Xing picked up the wine glass and naturally took a sip. The taste started bitter, then turned sweet, quite pleasant. Hey, Xiaoxing, what was the name of your convoy before? Li Tan extended his wine glass toward Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing's lips curled slightly. When did he earn a nickname? He raised his glass for a toast, then glanced at the 3 curious faces before him and said calmly, I don't know why. When I was chasing the convoy, I ended up dozens of kilometers away. At that moment I was completely baffled, and then what happened next is what I've already told you. Of course Zhou Xing had kept some details to himself. At Zhou Xing's words the 3 faces grew grave. Li Tan's complexion had gone pale. Zhou Xing spoke so casually, yet if that woman had pursued their convoy they would have faced total annihilation. Zhou Xing had left certain details unexplained, but piecing together the sequence of events, Li Tan quickly sensed something was amiss. Why hadn't the eerie woman chosen the easier convoy to kill? Yet she pursued Zhou Xing relentlessly. Didn't eerie entities prefer places swarming with humans? Singling out Zhou Xing for extermination felt entirely contradictory. Zhou Xing was definitely hiding something from them. The more Li Tan reflected, the more convinced she became, her complexion turning even paler. As convoy leader she was kind-hearted, but far from foolish. The young woman's mind worked just as swiftly, arriving at the same conclusion. A peculiar scene unfolded at the table, the burly man and Zhou Xing chatting and laughing together. Both women avoided meeting Zhou Xing's gaze, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. Zhou Xing understood what they were thinking, yet he paid it no mind. This was merely a logical flaw in his deliberate evasion, a calculated stratagem. He simply wanted to see how these 3 would truly react upon learning that his presence would draw the eerie entities to wipe them out entirely. To enter Zhou Xing's inner circle required passing several trials. Tian Feng and Feng Chao had nearly perished during their test in that town. Helping Feng Chao was also Zhou Xing's way of showing approval. Li Tan's expression swiftly regained composure as she lifted her gaze toward Zhou Xing with a faint smile. But the moment her smile met the man's gaze across the table, it froze on her face. When had Zhou Xing started watching her? That tranquil face of his carried an eternal subtle smirk at the corner of his lips. Li Tan's pupils contracted sharply. A wave of icy coldness shot from her tailbone straight to the crown of her head. When had he been watching her? Could all of this have been intentional? Only now did Li Tan truly feel as if she were seeing Zhou Xing for the first time. This man was more terrifying than the eerie entities themselves. The girl appeared oblivious, merely lifting her wine glass and taking sip after sip of tea. Aunt Li, what's wrong with you and Brother Zhou? The burly man, despite his dullness, sensed something amiss. Come on, drink up. We barely have time to eat normally, let alone drink tea. As he spoke, the burly man lifted the hot water kettle and poured water into the wine glasses before them. After filling both cups, he poured one for himself and continued to drink heartily. Aunt Li, have you truly never seen the Crimson Monument? Zhou Xing's gaze remained fixed on the wine glass before him, his tone flat, yet laden with overwhelming pressure. Li Tan contemplated for a moment, then met Zhou Xing's eyes. We didn't see the monument fall from the sky, but we definitely felt the ground tremble violently. And from that day onward the number of third-tier eerie beings multiplied like bamboo shoots after rain. At this point Li Tan's expression had clearly grown even more grave. We fled from Longqing to here, and just 2 days ago some rule-bound zones already showed traces of 4th-tier eerie beings. That's good news. Zhou Xing smiled. If this counts as good news, then humanity's complete extinction would be extraordinary news, wouldn't it? The girl lifted her chin, her pretty eyes glaring at Zhou Xing. Brother Zhou, this isn't good news at all. It'll only make it harder for everyone to gather supplies in the future. Zhao Liju sipped his tea as he spoke, looking seriously at Zhou Xing. Yet this serious expression somehow made him look rather dim-witted. Zhou Xing shook his head, set down his wine glass, and crossed his arms to gaze at the three. What I mean is, there are new prey to hunt. His languid words struck like thunder, leaving the three utterly blank-minded. Wow, you're so powerful, the girl exclaimed, her pretty eyes scanning Zhou Xing from head to toe. Zhou Xing's expression remained serene, ignoring her as he casually posed another question. How are things in Kyoto? Seeing all three lower their heads in silence, Zhou Xing understood. Kyoto must have fallen. Otherwise these three wouldn't wear such expressions. Yawn. Zhou Xing rose, stretching lazily, then lowered his gaze to the three below. I'm tired. Footsteps sounded, growing distant as the three looked up at the departing figure. The girl stared at Zhou Xing for a moment, then turned to the woman. Auntie, I doubt Zhou Xing will join us. Alas, I misjudged the situation. We've kicked ourselves in the face. Li Tan's expression turned grim as she stared at the departing lean figure. This young man didn't particularly care about the team. He only cared about those closest to him. His words earlier had been full of tests and probes. If they truly encountered danger, he wouldn't spare a thought for them. This made Li Tan curious. What kind of convoy could possibly accommodate Zhou Xing, such an extraordinary figure? For a moment she lost all desire to recruit him into her convoy. Li Tan turned her gaze, sweeping over the girl and the burly man. Seeing the latter still drinking, a relieved smile crossed her face. Though Zhao Liju was a bit slow, he was devoted to the team. Though not part of the deification sequence, she could safely entrust her back to him. As for the girl, she was straightforward, clever-minded, neither pretentious nor sanctimonious. The girl's Sword Immortal sequence ranked among the very top, even among combat-type deification sequences. Li Tan had once encountered an influential figure who had escaped from Kyoto, who had told her this. Currently, only the Celestial Master sequence could rival the Sword Immortal sequence. With this realization, Li Tan's face regained its smile. The best convoy was one that suited oneself. The night passed swiftly. Dawn broke with the sky turning pale. Zhou Xing leaned against the ergonomic chair, arms folded, his eyes suddenly snapping open. A glint of crimson flickering across his gaze. He stretched lazily, exchanged a hot pot from the system. After a simple meal and washing up, he got out of the vehicle and retrieved his desk. Leaning against the ergonomic chair, he gazed out the window. Not far away, that convoy had already set out. Zhou Xing drove his RV to the side, letting them pass. The lead modified off-road vehicle approached first. Passing by the Fortress RV was like a sedan looking up at a tour bus. Li Tan poked her head out, her face full of apology, toward Zhou Xing. Mr. Zhou, I apologize for the offense. With that, the modified off-road vehicle headed toward the highway heading northwest. The off-road vehicle decorated with cartoon girls soon approached. The girl merely nodded toward Zhou Xing, then followed after them. The black sedan followed behind the girl's cartoon-decorated vehicle, apparently carrying a family of four inside. A spark of interest flickered in Zhou Xing's eyes. Managing to keep an entire family intact in these times. These people had some real ability. Soon a large bus approached. The windows were semi-transparent. Zhou Xing glanced inside. Roughly a dozen people. It seemed, except for the driver, all other occupants were female. The bus behind was filled with males. Zhao Liju sat by the window in the front row. The fellow poked his head out, waving at Zhou Xing. The two got close and high-fived. Zhou Xing clearly saw the other passengers' lips twitch at that moment. Watching the convoy depart, Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze. After resting for a while, Zhou Xing's eyes flickered. Daily draw. Let's see his luck. System. Open the exchange mall. A wooden grid appeared, and a blue dialog box popped up with a shimmering green refresh button emerging. Let's refresh. Zhou Xing extended his finger and pressed the refresh button. In the next instant, a transparent syringe appeared inside the wooden grid. There was no flashy effect, giving it an utterly ordinary appearance. Zhou Xing tapped the annotation below, and a blue exchange box materialized beneath the wooden grid. Several lines of shimmering green text slowly emerged. Zhou Xing's gaze swept over them. Space sequence, supernatural godhood sequence, requires 1000 Guelu points. Fuck. This is a red. Supernatural godhood sequence. Previously, it had always been combat sequences or support sequences. He never expected that the first time a different sequence appeared it would be a godhood sequence. But when Zhou Xing noticed the long string of zeros after the one, his enthusiasm was doused like a bucket of cold water. Forget it, let's just see the rest first. After Zhou Xing calmed down, he looked at the following information. If this godhood sequence had a relatively useless function, he would have to continue refreshing. Note this sequence is ranked among the top 10 in the Apocalypse, the space sequence requiring the host to imagine and construct its functions on their own. Top 10 of the Apocalypse. Construct on your own. Zhou Xing was stunned. The text was brief, but the amount of information it conveyed was immense. Zhou Xing swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring at the seemingly ordinary sequenced syringe in the grid before him. His hand unconsciously reached out to touch at his fingertips, trembling slightly. After a moment, Zhou Xing lowered his hand, his mind calming down. This thing, he had to find a way to get it no matter what it took. This time, heading to Lanshur, a big city, he could easily scrape together 1,000,000 Guilu points by plundering. Thinking about the life after exchanging for the space sequence syringe and injecting it, Zhou Xing trembled all over, a grin spreading uncontrollably across his lips, shattering the void like a true god. The Chinibyu thoughts slowly cooled down. Zhou Xing leaned against the car window, waiting for Wang Yun and the others. The blazing sun slanted westward, and the earth was no longer scorching. Just as Zhou Xing was starting to feel drowsy, a small black appeared on the distant horizon. Finally here. Zhou Xing straightened his back, stretched lazily, and cast a sidelong glance out the window. The screeching of brakes rang out one after another on the opposite side of the road. All right, everyone can rest. The convoy will set off at night. Supernatural, come to me for a meeting. Wang Yun's loudspeaker emitted a distorted electronic sound, ringing in the ears of everyone in the lighthouse convoy. The front and back doors of the bus opened, and the survivors gradually got off, standing in the open space. These people were all tattered, their clothes stained with patches of fresh red blood. Zhou Xing thought that during the time his phone was smashed, the convoy must have encountered a strange attack. These people quickly got off the bus one by one. Their eyes were vacant, as if they had lost their souls. It was only after dozens of seconds that their eyes belatedly regained their vitality. We finally survived. My parents are dead. I have no family left anymore. My sister is missing. Has anyone seen her? Dad, where's my dad? Some young man calling out for his sister looked on the verge of collapse, his face contorted. Some middle-aged man was also collapsing, desperately searching for his father in the crowd. There was also a family of 4 reduced to just a little girl wearing a dirty dress, wiping her eyes in the crowd. Just as these people were starting to lose control, the door of Wang Yun's military off-road vehicle opened. 2 men got out. One was Wang Yun, and the other Zhou Xing had seen before. It was the young man who had come to call him to the meeting earlier. This guy walked with steady, powerful strides, quickly approaching the crowd that was losing control. Compared to the people from the bus who were barely clothed and looked haggard, this young man had dark circles under his eyes, but his complexion was ruddy and his energy was abundant. Clearly following Wang Yun during this time had treated the young man well. Make a fire and cook. We'll set off again when the sun sets. After saying this, the young man waved to the crowd. From the crowd, 5 men, who still had decent energy, stepped out and followed the young man quickly to the trunk of the military off-road vehicle. Under the young man's command, the 5 men began skillfully taking out stands and folding tents. On the road in front of the RV, a Mongolian-style tent was quickly erected. Stools and chairs were brought inside. Zhou Xing withdrew his gaze, pulled the car key from the ignition, put it in his jacket pocket, and got off the RV. Crossing the street, Zhou Xing witnessed a scene that made him click his tongue. Tian Feng was being helped over by Tian Mingming, which was nothing special. But Hong Liang and Feng Chao were too much. The former wasn't too excessive. The middle-aged beauty was just supporting Hong Liang by the arm. Feng Chao, however, was walking over while kissing a girl in his arms. Many eyes were fixed on the two like spotlights. Feng Chao seemed to sense something, and suddenly looked forward only to see Zhou Xing watching him with a grin. Feng Chao was stunned for a moment, then pushed the girl away in panic. The heat that had just risen was replaced by a bone-chilling cold. The girl stumbled, falling to the ground like a limp snake. Boss. Feng Chao stammered, his feet together, bowing deeply to Zhou Xing in front of him. He didn't dare glance at the girl beside him. Just as the girl was about to get up, she froze, and then knelt down together with him. Seeing the two trembling with fear, Zhou Xing's cold gaze softened a little. Since you have so much energy, I'll give you 3 days to recover your body. Zhou Xing said with a smile, then walked to the tent, lifted the curtain, and went inside. From start to finish, he didn't spare a single glance at the girl. For Zhou Xing, women were something that only weakened a combat sequence's fighting instincts. If Feng Chao didn't restrain himself, then he would have no choice but to send them on their way. From now on, if there were no accidents, the convoy would only pass through remote villages. Especially after Lanshur, when he had no other choice but to go to the Crimson Vortex, the convoy would have to lie low and develop. Without constraints, Feng Chao might harbor ulterior motives. Zhou Xing sat in the first seat, the metal chair on the left, thinking about these things. The entire group of people in the car existed only because he allowed it, for Wang Yun's sake. If Feng Chao or anyone else betrayed the convoy, they would have to die. Hey, brother Zhou. From the direction of the tent curtain, Wang Yun's hearty voice interrupted Zhou Xing's thoughts. Zhou Xing turned his head to look. The tent curtain was lifted by an arm in a special forces uniform, and Wang Yun's tall figure entered. His square face broke into a grin, revealing a set of bright white teeth as he smiled at Zhou Xing. Wang Yun sat in the main seat. After a second or two, Old Man Mo and the other supernaturals also entered the tent one after another. As everyone took their seats, Wang Yun took out a thick notebook and a pen. Zhou Xing glanced at it, reached out to take the notebook, flipped it open, and glanced at it. Recording anomalies. After a quick look, Zhou Xing placed it back on the table in front of Wang Yun, looking unimpressed. Anomalies come in all sorts of bizarre forms. What use is recording them? Seeing Zhou Xing's nonchalant attitude, Wang Yun grinned and said cheerfully, "Brother Zhou, these may be useless to us, but they will be quite useful for the caravan we're about to encounter." "You mean trading this information for supplies and intelligence?" Zhou Xing asked in astonishment, then seeming to realize something as his hand reached into his pocket. A black envelope was swiftly produced and slapped onto the table with a crisp sound. The other four fixed their gazes on this side of the room. Seeing the black envelope, these people showed no obvious surprise. Zhou Xing looked at them, understanding dawning. They already knew. True enough, the next moment Wang Yun beside him produced an identical envelope from his pocket. "Brother Zhou, next I'd like to hear your opinion." Wang Yun leaned back in his chair, palm pressed against the table's edge as his index finger tapped rhythmically on the surface. Old Man Mo and the others straightened their postures, paying close attention. Although Wang Yun was the caravan leader, the truth was that whenever major decisions arose, he would first consult Zhou Xing. This had been the case from the beginning of the apocalypse until now. It would be fair to call Zhou Xing the caravan's deputy leader. But ever since leaving that town with Zhou Xing's repeated disappearances and departures, the Beacon caravan had been subjected to relentless strange attacks. The caravan now barely numbered 40 souls. In such a short span, a convoy of 100 had been decimated in less than a week since Zhou Xing vanished. In stark contrast, the awakened grew more reverent of Zhou Xing. With him present, the caravan's safety was guaranteed. This was the consensus held by everyone in the caravan, awakened and ordinary alike. Zhou Xing lowered his gaze, his expression cold and impassive. Without even glancing at Wang Yun, he stared at the black envelope before him and spoke in a level tone. "I believe we have no reason to participate. Of course we still need to go. I intend to gather whatever information I require. If I cannot obtain it, I will leave the caravan once more." Both Wang Yun and Old Man Mo were visibly shaken, yet maintained composed faces. If all else failed, Zhou Xing would have no choice but to venture toward the Crimson Vortex, seeking any sliver of survival. The remaining three wore identical expressions of disbelief, as if haunted by some phantom. Tianfeng, seated beside Old Man Mo and perpetually baring his teeth, suddenly jumped to his feet, gazing at Zhou Xing with a grimace of distress. "Zhou, Brother Zhou, why don't you lead the caravan? Let's all go together." At these words, Zhou Xing shook his head, his aloof gaze sweeping across the four opposite him. A caravan of over 40 people might be the limit for an ordinary convoy. Perhaps you've already guessed as much last night. "Young Zhou, you're saying the caravan should maintain this number from now on?" Old Man Mo asked with confusion. Zhou Xing nodded, then shook his head, glancing toward Wang Yun beside him. "Brother Wang, you should understand this better than I do." The four, including Old Man Mo, looked at Wang Yun with some surprise. His expression grew grim as he faced them. "It will only get worse from here. The caravan's population ceiling may continue to decline. Someday ordinary people may vanish entirely from this planet." Wang Yun's words made the four others besides Zhou Xing stare in shock, their pupils dilating with horror. Only the awakened would remain. All ordinary people dead. What meaning would exist in such a world? Humans are inherently social creatures. Without people there is no society. When the collective vanishes, the individual loses all social nature. If Wang Yun's grim prediction came to pass, the awakened would become savages, little different from walking corpses. Zhou Xing observed the heavy atmosphere suffocating everyone inside the tent. He felt differently. In his previous life before the apocalypse, he had been a recluse. Give him internet and a comfortable nook, and he could stay there forever. Ahem. Wang Yun cleared his throat twice, breaking the oppressive mood, and lifted his head to address everyone. "We're getting sidetracked. Let's discuss the matter of Lan City now. At our current distance, it'll take us about 3 days. This time we might attempt contact with the Nightfall organization, but we won't be participating in the city-state project." "Alright, I've said my piece. Does anyone else have questions?" Wang Yun's gaze swept across Old Man Mo, Tianfeng, Hongliang, Feng Chao, and the others in turn. Hesitation flickered across Old Man Mo's face before he finally turned to address Wang Yun at the head. "Some children have lost their relatives. How should we handle them?" "More work, more gain." After considerable deliberation, that was the answer Wang Yun gave. "Since there are no other concerns, let's disperse. We depart tonight." Finishing his words, Tianfeng and Feng Chao rose first and walked out. Hong Liang followed behind, casting one final glance at the three remaining inside before ducking out of the tent. The moment the tent flap fell, Old Man Mo crouched down and extended his right hand. His palm touched the ground, and an inverted gray dome subtly enveloped the tent. Having completed this, Old Man Mo stood back up. His suspicious gaze shifted back and forth between Zhou Xing and Wang Yun before finally settling on Zhou Xing first. "You rascal, that's a place where 10 die and none survive. Are you mad? And you too, Captain Wang." The old man turned his head, gazing at Wang Yun with an expression of utter anguish. "If the city reclamation succeeds, there will surely be tremendous benefits. Why shouldn't we participate?" Zhou Xing and Wang Yun exchanged a glance. Wang Yun then turned to Old Man Mo with complete seriousness. "Professor Mo, have you forgotten what happened to Zhou Xing before? Though many caravans will certainly gather, and there may be powerful experts among them. But according to what Zhou Xing described, can humanity even withstand such things? Moreover, Wang Yun sat back down, fixing Old Man Mo with a deeply grave expression. Nightfall hasn't revealed its background. We have no idea what kind of organization they are. What if they discard us once we've served our purpose? And I keep having a premonition. As Wang Yun spoke, silver radiance burst from his eyes, as obscure energy rippled outward from his form, before rapidly sinking into the ground beneath him. Once the strange phenomena faded, and Wang Yun opened his eyes again, he regarded Old Man Mo with an even more somber face. This city-state project gives me an inexplicable sense of dread. Old Man Mo was startled, soon revealing a resigned expression. If Wang Yun said thus, the city-state project must have something suspicious about it. Zhou Xing remained silent, his left hand resting on his right wrist, stroking a red bracelet. Old Man Mo departed the tent shortly after. Zhou Xing glanced over. Wang Yun had been grinning at him this whole time. What's with that look? If you're hungry, we do have a few presentable ones in our caravan. Hey, you've got the wrong idea, Brother Zhou. Wang Yun waved his hand, looking somewhat awkward. Brother Wang, I know you want to ask me something. But I can only say this. Nothing more to give. Zhou Xing sensed that Wang Yun must be extremely curious about the sudden appearance of his RV. After all, out here on the wasteland, even if vehicles existed, even stumbled upon by chance, something like a fortified RV could never be found. Brother Zhou, I'd like to trade some supplies for a chance to bathe. Want to get into my car? No. Zhou Xing said, his eyes twinkling as he smiled at Wang Yun. However, you can exchange 1 crate of fruit cans and half a crate of cola for a ton of water from me. Wang Yun gritted his teeth, then looked at Zhou Xing with determination. Alright, deal. Seeing Wang Yun's quick agreement, Zhou Xing instantly felt a pang of regret. But soon he didn't care much. 1 ton of water, though it refreshed daily, was a scarce resource for the rest of the convoy. But for Zhou Xing it only cost 100 Guelu points. Exchanging supplies worth 100 Guelu points for drinks and cans was quite a bargain for him. Captain Wang, I'll be going then, Zhou Xing said, reaching for a black envelope on the nearby table and pocketing his share. Then he turned around, waved without looking back, and walked out of the tent. I'll send someone to bring the supplies to you in a moment. As Zhou Xing lifted the tent flap, Wang Yun hurriedly called out. Zhou Xing simply made an okay gesture. Back in the RV, Zhou Xing quickly washed up and opened the system shop. Inside, the familiar wooden grid, the hot pot slot, had refreshed again. He glanced at it. This time it was spicy flavor. Delighted, Zhou Xing clicked the pop-up to redeem immediately. About half an hour later, the young man from Wang Yun's vehicle brought a guy with him. Each carried 2 boxes of supplies. Zhou Xing told them they couldn't board the RV, so the two soon made several trips carrying hoses and the water jugs used on water dispensers. It took nearly 15 minutes before they finished moving all the water. This scene was naturally witnessed by others in the camp. Many survivors looked on with envy. Watching Zhou Xing possess such abundant water resources, especially some pretty girls, their eyes lit up looking at the RV. But soon a disappointed expression appeared on their faces. This was the supplies of a murderer. He looked down on them entirely. If they weren't careful, they might be killed by him. However, there was one exception among the crowd, a young woman. With a single ponytail, her hair caked with dirt and dry tangles, wearing filthy clothes, and a face smeared with mud, her eyes sparkled as she stared at the RV. The next second, the woman looked down at her figure. She was tall and slender. Though these days were dangerous, fortunately the convoy's meals were decent. So her figure remained fairly perfect. Her sweat-stained hand touched her face again. Her face hadn't become gaunt. Looking around, she found no one paying attention to her. The young woman was delighted inside. Tonight she would give it a try. The female college student who had entered Feng Chao's vehicle earlier. Initially, he hadn't thought highly of her. But as days passed, that female college student never returned to the bus. After that, everyone in the convoy saw what happened. The female college student lived the life they dreamed of. No worries about supplies, and a supernatural partner to protect her. Despite the strange attacks these days, she became more and more radiant. Just by paying some price, she could gain safety, food, and the favor of a supernatural being. Quite a bargain. Of course, the young woman felt she was also qualified to pay that price. Now in this convoy, the other supernatural beings had their own groups. Only this cold-faced man rumored to be a murderer was alone. To survive, to have a better future, the young woman decided to take a gamble. She acted on impulse. She walked to the bus, went to her seat, and pulled out a bottle of mineral water from her backpack. She glanced around. Some people just gave her a quick look and then looked away. The woman was stinking all over, so no one paid her any attention. Inside the bus, no man was interested in her. Tucking the water bottle into her chest pocket, she pretended to go for a walk and stepped out of the bus. Then, like a thief, she sneaked toward the RV. Throughout this process, she kept an eye on the people around. Every time a gaze fell on her, she would act nonchalant, staring at the wilderness beyond the road. When she sensed the gazes disappear, she resumed approaching the RV. Inside the RV, Zhou Xing was eating hot pot, humming a tune. The shop interface was still open in front of him. Zhou Xing's eyes kept scanning the shelves. I'll forget it. There's nothing worth exchanging for now. Zhou Xing reached out, picked up a slice of beef roll from the pot with his chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. The system interface disappeared. Zhou Xing was about to focus on eating and take a rest when... Edge. Zhou Xing uttered a soft exclamation, his gaze falling on the door direction, his brow furrowed. At that moment outside the RV door, a woman covered in dirt was standing there. Under Zhou Xing's puzzled gaze, the woman pulled out a bottle of mineral water from her bosom. With trembling hands, she unscrewed the cap, then held the bottle with one hand and slowly tilted it. With the other hand, she caught the poured water. Cupping handfuls of water, she rubbed it on her face, then put down the bottle and quickly scrubbed. Repeating this several times, the woman's fair, delicate face emerged like a lotus from the mud. Her exquisite features without any makeup were breathtaking. The dried mud in her hair was also washed away. With the last water in her palm, she cleaned her face, then reached into her pocket. A hairpin was taken out. The woman styled her hair into a simple updo with the clip. Under the warm sunset light, her wet oval face shimmered with a dewy glow and her hair was dripping. There were even crystal droplets shimmering between her brows. After finishing all this, she took a deep breath, raised her right arm, and gently tapped on the RV door. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing this cautious sound, Zhou Xing put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, then curled his lips and walked toward the passenger door. Hua! The door emitted a faint, heavy metallic sliding sound. The woman's face flushed red and her finger, which had been about to knock, struck the air. Come up. Zhou Xing turned sideways, arms crossed, leaning against the side of the passenger seat, looking down at the woman at the door. The woman's eyes lit up, her heart pounding. A minute later, the RV door closed. Zhou Xing returned to his desk and continued eating hot pot. The woman's nose twitched and she stood still, cautiously lifting her head to look at the desk. Seeing Zhou Xing eating the steaming hot pot, a swallowing sound escaped her throat. Hearing it, a flicker of amusement passed through Zhou Xing's eyes. He hadn't expected such a stunning girl in the convoy. The earlier female internet celebrity compared to this one was like a village girl versus a castle princess. Though he disliked Feng Xiao's behavior, he had been a shut-in in his past life, and after 2 lifetimes as a single dog, he was still a bit envious. This woman was good, very clever. More importantly, she was beautiful and had a great figure. Of course, Zhou Xing thought having a runner wouldn't be bad either. Thinking this, Zhou Xing put down his chopsticks and looked up at the young woman. Introduce yourself. If you satisfy me, this meal is yours. Of course, I know what you want and your treatment won't be too bad. Zhou Xing leaned back in the metal chair, his expression calm, hands crossed on his abdomen like an HR interviewing an employee. As a man, he should indulge himself once. Who knew how long he could survive in this apocalypse? The crimson whirlpool and the stone tablet were like a sickle of death hanging over his neck. If he didn't enjoy himself now, he might end up dead in the wilderness someday. Mr. Zhou, my name is Chen Yao. Before the apocalypse, I was a top-tier celebrity, and afterward, I've been following Captain Zhang's convoy. The woman looked at Zhou Xing nervously, then gestured to herself. Mr. Zhou, I'm clean. She bit her lip, her whole body tense, lowering her head and twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands. Zhou Xing, lounging with his legs crossed, regarded the woman with mild surprise. She was shrewd. She stated her celebrity status outright. She aimed to use this contrast to satisfy a man's conquering desire, thereby elevating her standing in the eyes of a supernatural. And finally, she emphasized her purity. Zhou Xing understood the woman was raising her price step by step. Clever, of course, but for him, now that was all. Not bad. The rest of the meal is yours. Zhou Xing stood up and headed toward the passenger seat, adding a remark as he passed her. You reek. After you eat, take a shower and wash the dishes and utensils too. Yes, Mr. Zhou. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. The girl's face lit up with a beautiful smile, though the sour smell from her clothes diminished its charm. Enough. The convoy is about to move. Hurry up. Zhou Xing pinched his nose, waving his hand in disgust. The girl's face flushed crimson, and she quickly walked toward the desk. As she hurried, her eyes frequently wandered over the entire RV, bathed in warm light. Small as a sparrow, yet fully equipped. Stove, washroom, storage cabinets, and even a single bed at the far end. That was the girl's first impression. Sitting at the desk, the woman glanced at the water dispenser beside her. The electric button still glowed. It was powered. Before the apocalypse, she might not have given it a second look. But now this was the life she dreamed of. The girl lowered her head, gazing at the fragrant hot pot before her. Zhou Xing had eaten a lot, leaving behind thick broth, some vegetables, vermicelli, and shrimp sticks. Beside it sat a bowl of leftover rice and a pair of new disposable chopsticks. The girl immediately began to eat. She abandoned all pretense of elegance, wolfing down rice, vegetables, and shrimp sticks. As she ate, tears slid down her cheeks, falling into the bowl. Zhou Xing looked up and caught a glimpse of her pathetic scene through a small rear-view mirror overhead. He calmly withdrew his gaze and turned to look out the window. On the road, many survivors were gathering their belongings and heading toward the vehicles. Zhou Xing scanned the scene. The elderly were almost gone, only 5 children remained. Adult women and men made up 70% of the group. Now the convoy, excluding the supernaturals, only had 35 people left. Soon the sound of washing came from the washroom. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment, then opened the system shop. Spending 100 karma points, he exchanged for a set of men's clothes, an azure blue windbreaker, a pair of brown cargo pants, and a pair of coffee-colored high-top combat boots. Of course, the underwear was also in men's style. These items appeared on the sofa opposite the desk. 5 minutes later, the girl, wrapped in a towel, walked to the sofa. Seeing the clean clothes on the sofa, her cheeks flushed again. She glanced cautiously toward the driver's seat. Thank you, Mr. Zhou. The girl grabbed the clothes and dashed to the washroom. It wasn't the time for that yet. Zhou Xing decided it would have to wait until after this migration. Leaning against the window, about 4 more minutes passed. The sound of trouser legs rustling came from the aisle behind him. The steps carried a hint of hesitation. Without turning his head, Zhou Xing said, "Come here. Sit here." The footsteps paused noticeably. "Yes, Mr. Zhou." The girl bit her lip, her fair makeup-free face flushed, and quickly stepped into the passenger seat. Zhou Xing turned his head, and his expression shifted to surprise. The woman still wore her hair in a lazy claw-clip bun. Loose strands on either side of her ears in disarray framed her beautiful face like shattered lotus petals. She exuded a breathtaking style of languid brokenness. The windbreaker draped over her like a top-tier mold. Her long legs turned the cargo pants into a luxury brand. The faint scent of her body and body wash like a catalyst surged into Zhou Xing's nostrils. It was far better than the sour smell from before. But if she could lose that timid expression, it would be even better. Overall, Zhou Xing was quite satisfied. Convoy, move out. Don't fall behind. Don't fall behind. Outside the window on the left side of the road, the voice of that young man came from Wang Yun's military off-road vehicle. Zhou Xing turned the key and shifted into gear. The girl obediently sat down, stealing cautious glances at Zhou Xing's profile. Under the sunlight, his blade-like, indifferent side profile was actually a little handsome. A black windbreaker draped over him, accentuating his aloofness. A tactical belt at his waist held a black submachine gun. Thinking about what she was about to do, the girl's cheeks flushed again. The RV turned and followed behind the military off-road vehicle. The entire lighthouse convoy began moving slowly along the road once more. About half an hour later, the sky was completely dark, and the crimson blood moon once again hung in the sky. Zhou Xing's RV, out of the corner of his eye, glanced at the passenger seat. The girl sat upright in the chair, her head nodding continuously, her eyelids fighting fiercely. She looked like a drowsy kitten. Watching her beautiful profile and catching the occasional faint fragrance, Zhou Xing's mood improved a little. Time quickly reached midnight. The convoy gradually slowed down until dawn. Only then did the convoy stop on the road and begin to rest again. On the road, survivors started setting up large pots to cook. Seeing that no one was calling him for a meeting, Zhou Xing turned his head and looked at the girl who had slumped against the chair with drool running down her chin. He felt a bit speechless. He stretched out his right foot and kicked the girl's calf twice. The girl jolted awake, turned her head, and saw Zhou Xing staring at her indifferently. Before she could react, the man stood up, wrapped one arm around her waist. "You've rested all night. It's about time we start our transaction." The girl held in his arms felt her heart pounding like a startled deer, her body softly leaning against Zhou Xing's chest. And so the two walked toward the single bed in the RV. "Mr. Zhou, mm." The RV began to rock gently. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that Zhou Xing entered the washroom. After washing up, he ate a hot pot, leaving a small half for the girl. As he ate, his mind couldn't help but recall the morning's frenzy. At first, the girl mentioned she had graduated from the Kyoto Dance Academy. With her top-tier figure, stunning face, and celebrity aura. Added to Zhou Xing being a virgin, he couldn't hold himself back, and had bullied the girl for a whole morning. She fainted several times, and each time she woke up she looked at him with pleading eyes. But the transaction had already begun. No matter how much the girl begged, Zhou Xing remained unmoved. After eating, he settled into the ergonomic chair in the driver's seat. He opened the window, and the cool breeze swept in, dissipating the heat of hormones and the lingering atmosphere. Zhou Xing opened a can of drink and sipped it slowly. Just then he saw Wang Yun approaching, a sly grin on his face. Zhou Xing subtly glanced behind him, then back at Wang Yun, surprise flickering in his eyes. Could Wang Yun already know? Wang Yun stepped forward, leaning his back against the car window, and turned to look at Zhou Xing inside the car. "What are you up to, kid? Why has the car been shaking so violently all morning?" Wang Yun said as he stood on tiptoe, peering inside with a sly look. Zhou Xing's face remained calm, but his eyelid twitched and the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched a couple of times. Careless. The commotion on his side was too loud. Cheng Yao's disappearance had probably been noticed. Now almost everyone in the convoy must know. He was usually so cautious. How could he have been so careless about this? Zhou Xing reproached himself inwardly, then looked up at Wang Yun by the window with a puzzled expression. "Brother Wang, did you come to me just for this?" Wang Yun waved his hand upon hearing this, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked at Zhou Xing seriously. "Brother Zhou, you mustn't do anything foolish. That place is sure death." Zhou Xing spread his hands, looking helpless. "I have no choice. If this trip to Lan City yields no useful clues about the Scarlet Vortex, then I'll have to take my chances." Hearing Zhou Xing's words, and seeing his resolute gaze, Wang Yun closed his eyes and shook his head. He knew that if during this trip to Lan City no sequence 3 of the Prophet sequence appeared, or if there were no clues about Zhou Xing's fate threads, then Zhou Xing's words would not be a joke. The kid would really leave the convoy and go looking for the Scarlet Vortex. Wang Yun shook his head, only hoping that this trip to Lan City would yield some clues about the fate threads. Otherwise, once Zhou Xing left the convoy, that would be quite interesting. Their group would once again be chased by the eerie, living a precarious yet wonderful life. Seeing Wang Yun silent and merely looking helpless, Zhou Xing's expression was calm. In his current situation, no one could save him. Wang Yun might want to help, but he simply had no way to start. Maybe only if Wang Yun's prophet sequence advanced to sequence 3 would he be able to discover whether those things on Zhou Xing were curses or something else. Zhou Xing hadn't been idle these days either. He had been constantly sensing the changes in his body. But unfortunately his body was in excellent condition, not at all like it was affected by anything. I say, Brother Wang, how about after this trip to Lan City ends? If I haven't found any clues about the fate threads and the Scarlet Vortex, then let's disband the convoy. Maybe that organization called the Dark Knight is an official group. You could try joining them. If I can come out of the vortex alive, I'll come find you. As Zhou Xing finished speaking, rustling footsteps came from behind. He glanced back and saw that the woman Cheng Yao had somehow gotten up and started washing up. Zhou Xing looked away, his gaze once again falling on the man by the window. Wang Yun closed his eyes. After a moment, he finally shook his head. Opening his eyes, his tiger-like gaze fixed on Zhou Xing, somewhat resolute. If by then we really haven't gathered any useful information, I'll disband the convoy, and your brother will come with you. Wang Yun said, patting his chest, pretending to be lighthearted. After all, in this apocalypse, we're all going to die sooner or later. Zhou Xing stiffened, looking at the man before him, feeling somewhat surprised. It seemed he had truly underestimated this bold and heroic Brother Wang. It wasn't in vain that he called him Brother Wang every day. Regardless of what he would do later, the fact that he had shown his attitude now meant he cared about Zhou Xing and regarded him as a brother. Zhou Xing felt a slight warmth in his heart. He took a deep breath and said indifferently, let's discuss it when we get to Lan City. Just then a gust of wind blew upward into the car window. A mixture of sweat and various odors rushed into his nostrils. Zhou Xing couldn't help but frown. Hey Brother Wang, where's the bathwater I gave you? Why does your body still have a sour smell? When Wang Yun approached, Zhou Xing had already smelled the sweat and odors. Now with nothing else to do, he teased him. Of course, Zhou Xing could roughly guess. It was probably that Wang Yun had stored the bathwater as supplies. The convoy's current supplies were originally meant to sustain about 200 people. Now there were less than 40 people left, so Wang Yun had the young man and old Mo redistribute the supplies today. This was one of the few good news for the lighthouse convoy. These supplies, if used sparingly, could still last them half a month. Are you kid actually a dual sequence transcendent? Tell me, is the other sequence something like a fantasist? Whatever you imagine you can materialize. As Wang Yun spoke, his serious expression quickly turned into excitement, his tiger-like eyes fixed intently on Zhou Xing. Seeing Wang Yun's expectant look, Zhou Xing wore a teasing expression. You guess. Fine, keep it to yourself. Anyway, I'll come to you often to exchange for water. 1 case of fruit cans, half a case of drinks. You're too outrageous. Captain Wang, you can't say that. Water, gasoline, and food are all scarce resources. If you had a ton of water now, you could exchange it for who knows how many supplies in Lan City. Wang Yun curled his lips, didn't argue further, and then stood up. The convoy departs at 4 in the afternoon. Estimated arrival at Lan City by tomorrow afternoon. With that, Wang Yun walked back without looking back. Seeing Wang Yun get into the car, close the door, and rest, Zhou Xing moved his gaze to the ordinary people in the convoy who were distributing supplies from suitcases in front of the buses. In front of the luggage compartments of 3 buses, there were piles of supply bags. On each side of the 3 small mountains of supplies stood a middle-aged man. These men held baseball bats or knives. The young man and old Mo were wandering around the 3 piles of supplies. They were responsible for maintaining order and preventing any unfair distribution. About 30 survivors were divided into 3 teams of 10. These people carried various backpacks, queuing up to receive supplies as if they had lost their souls. Their clothes were already very dirty with holes in some places. Their hair was disheveled. In short, they were utterly miserable. Just as Zhou Xing was observing the crowd, a soft, sweet voice came from behind. Mr. Zhou, I can stay and do anything for you from now on. If it were a normal person, they might melt at the sound. But Zhou Xing seemed not to hear, still looking outside. Seeing that Zhou Xing ignored her, Cheng Yao's pretty face, which had been full of nervous expectation, suddenly turned pale. If Zhou Xing kicked her out of the car, death might await her. In her current state, once she returned to the car, she would be like a lamb entering a wolf pack. Countless men might come to harass her at night, or even do worse things. This was the apocalypse after all. The authority of a transcendent was nothing but a decoration in the eyes of bestial desperados. Perhaps within 3 days, she would be raped, killed, and then dumped in the wilderness. As for revenge, the perpetrators might be killed by Zhou Xing. But she didn't want to die. Thud. Cheng Yao knelt on both knees, tremblingly looking up, her beautiful oval face streaked with tears. Mr. Zhou, I am yours in life, and yours in death, I beg you. If I get off the car, I might not survive 3 days. As the woman spoke, blood had already seeped from that part and dripped onto the ground. Although Zhou Xing didn't turn around, he saw this scene. His eyes narrowed slightly. Zhou Xing stroked his chin, then raised his right hand and waved. Mop the floor clean. You can stay here from now on, but you are not allowed to get off the car without my permission. This woman was too beautiful. If she went to Lan City, she would definitely cause trouble. Zhou Xing said this to protect her, but of course it was also for his own needs. After all, a pre-apocalypse big star, a top newcomer, could only be his. Hearing Zhou Xing's words, the woman excitedly tried to stand up. But soon, just as she stood up, and before she could turn, her body began to sway. Then her eyes closed, and she fell straight backward. She even fainted. What a bother! Zhou Xing shook his head, his face calm. Just as the back of the woman's head was about to hit the metal floor, the next second, Zhou Xing appeared beside her like a ghost, steadily catching her slender back with one hand. As if carrying a bundle of firewood, he expressionlessly clamped the woman under his arm and walked toward the single bed inside.